Longqing, a small third-tier city in the north. The March night wind was like a cruel stepmother's slap. When it struck your face, it still stung sharply. Spring had come. It was once again the season when all living things mated. Longqing University of Science and Technology. On the football field. "You Lily, let's break up," Su Tian said. You Lily's eyes widened as she stared at Su Tian in disbelief. Break up? Less than 5 meters away, Su Tian's 3 roommates were stunned. Damn, Su Tian actually took the initiative to break up. A model for us all, a model for us all. Ruthless. Su Tian is too ruthless. No, he's too scummy. His nickname, Su Scumbag, is confirmed now. A model for us all, a model for us all. Though Yu Lily is a scummy girl, her figure and face are really not bad. Perhaps because Su Tian was too handsome. Facian, he resembled Azu in profile. He looked like Axie. At 1 meter 82, his tall, straight figure and masculine good looks were striking. His appearance would be more than enough to compete across the entire entertainment industry. Yu Lily still refused to give up. I really like you. Are you despising me for going to bars? I can change you. I'll never go to bars again. It has nothing to do with whether you go to bars or not. That's all. He turned around. Su Tian walked away. He left Yu Lily standing there utterly disoriented in the wind. She was the campus beauty of the engineering university. Countless men lined up to pursue her, yet she had chosen Su Tian. And yet, Su Tian had called her out from her dorm to the track and field only to suddenly tell her he wanted to break up. Su Tian, she shouted. Stop right there. Su Tian halted his steps. Didn't you like me a lot? Flirt with me and then run away. How can you be so heartless? Yu Lily asked, still unwilling to let go. Su Tian fell silent. Why? Can you tell me the specific reason? I want to know. Su Tian looked into her eyes. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. You really want to hear the reason? She nodded. Yes, the reason for the breakup. I've never despised you for having no money, for not being a rich second generation. I've never asked you for anything material. That reason doesn't count. Since you insist on asking, don't curse me later. Because you're the campus beauty, my roommates and I made a bet, turned it into a game. Yu Lily's face grew uglier by the second. Su Tian grinned, baring his teeth. We bet on whether I could get you within a single week. If I could get you, I'd win. If I failed to win you over, I'd lose. Sorry. Now that the bet with my roommates is over and I've succeeded, of course I have to break up. They had often seen Yu Lily getting into a middle-aged uncle's Mercedes. Every Friday, she would get in on time. At first, the roommates thought that the man in the Mercedes was Yu Lily's uncle or father. But Zio Kuli had not believed it. Being nosy, he had asked around with Yu Lily's roommate. It turned out she was doing certain transactional things to earn extra money. On weekends, she often went to nightclubs with friends to rave and dance, her private life a complete mess. Once they heard she was no decent woman, and a scummy girl at that. And on top of that, Su Tian in a drunken moment had agreed to the bet. With an ordinary girl, he truly could not have brought himself to be so scummy. At these words, Yu Lily's lips twisted in rage. She nearly spat out a mouthful of blood from sheer fury. I was just a bet to you. Yes, that's all. Goodbye. Su Tian walked away with careless ease. Yu Lily's cheeks flushed scarlet with anger as she cursed aloud. Scumbag, scumbag. You broke, penniless trash, and you still think you can imitate rich kids playing with women. The wild wind whipped at her, sending her purple hair flying madly like a deranged heroine from an old wuxia tale. With the way you are, you dare try to toy with me. She spat on the ground. Serves you right, you broke loser. You chased me, and just yesterday I treated you to dinner and a movie, and today you turn around and dump me. Su Tian shook his head. You insisted on hearing the reason. Now that I've said it, you can't handle it. He returned to the dormitory. Holy crap. Brother Tian. No, Master Tian. Please have a seat. Zio Kuli fawned. Dog raised his thumb in praise. A model for us all, a model for us all. Long Long looked at Su Tian with open admiration. I'm willing to call you Dad. 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 All 3 roommates shouted in unison. This was the result of a bet. Last time they had been drinking beer in the dorm. Each had his own case. Once the alcohol hit, their heads went fuzzy. Su Tian and his roommates had made a bet, whether he could get Yu Lily within 1 week. If he succeeded, they would have to call him Dad. Taking advantage of a bargain and not claiming it would be foolish, so Su Tian dragged out his reply in a long, satisfied tone. The 3 were all his best friends and roommates. Zio Kuli's real name was Yang Xiaofei. He and Su Tian were high school classmates who had graduated from one high school in the city. Because he especially loved playing basketball and served as shooting guard on the school team, and his 3-pointers were frighteningly accurate, he had earned the nickname Zio Kuli. The tall, skinny guy was the eldest in the dorm. His nickname was Dog. His real name was Liu, a pleasant yet common name. He was Su Tian's childhood friend from Yuen village. His nickname was Ergu. He was the oldest among the four, and he and Su Tian had gotten into the same university. The 200 fat guy Long Long was actually named when Long from neighboring a city they had met in college. Son, call it once more for me. The three annoyed shoved Su Tian down onto the bed. After a bout of roughhousing and laughter. Xiaoyan, you also do part-time modeling? Long Long asked. Not anymore, I just quit yesterday. Ergu impatiently opened Su Tian's laptop. Has the latest batch come out yet? It's out. Don't admire me that much, okay? On the laptop, there was a folder storing the model photos he took every week for his part-time job. Su Tian often worked out at the gym. He had a great physique and good looks. So he had long been working part-time as a male model, earning some living expenses for university. He only did photo shoots and never walked the runway. They were simple shoots in collaboration with a Taobao clothing seller. He had just finished a series of spring Korean-style casual jacket photos. Xiao Kuli's eyes widened. Damn, this is really handsome, the photographer's got skills. Ergu sighed. Damn it, when will I ever get to be a model? Just once. Xiao Kuli continued. You can have anything in dreams. Send me the pictures on WeChat. When I chat with my online girlfriend, I'll just send her your handsome model photos. My God, this is way too handsome. Xiaoyan, my heart is moved. Ergu said. Xiaoyan, be careful Long Long doesn't sneak into your bed at midnight. Su Tian's mouth twitched. Get lost. With three grown men staring intently at his model shots, Su Tian felt thoroughly uncomfortable and simply shut the computer down. Xiaoyan, you really aren't considering finding a girlfriend. Are you willing to stay single with the rest of us? Xiao Kuli asked. Ergu nodded. Yes, Xiaoyan, you're so handsome, don't wrong yourself. Don't ask. I'll only think about dating when I'm preparing for graduate exams. We're doomed then. That's still a while away. In truth, in Su Tian's heart, there was a hurdle he could never quite get over. Forget it, let the past be carried away by the wind. Xiaoyan, yesterday Lily asked you to go to a hotel with her. Why didn't you go? When the two of them were eating, Su Tian's three roommates had been at the next table, and they heard Lily say she didn't want to go back to the dorm that night, that after the movie, she wanted to find a hotel to make do for the night. With such an obvious hint, wasn't it clear she wanted to get a room with Su Tian? Su Tian chuckled. I didn't dare go. While I was eating with Lily, I happened to scroll past a short video on Douyin. It said that many unrestrained women might have little cauliflowers growing down there. What if I got infected? PFF. The group erupted into loud laughter. I once could not extricate myself from the vastness of the world, and I indulged in its dreamy words, unable to tell truth from falsehood, refusing to struggle, unafraid of being laughed at. The ringtone sounded. Su Tian glanced at the incoming number. His gaze froze for a moment. He took a deep breath and walked out of the dormitory. Hello, Lin Weier. Lin Weier said anxiously. Xiaoyan, can you come to the hospital to sign some papers? You're the child's father. I'm about to give birth. Hurry to the hospital. Lin Weier, are you joking? How could I be the father? You don't want me to be a keyboard warrior. No, a scapegoat. Su Tian was utterly bewildered. Was he a father? Suddenly receiving such a phone call, a woman telling him to come to the hospital to sign papers saying the baby was about to be born. Who would believe that? Lin Weier's voice was urgent. You hurry. Xiao Tian, I'm not lying. City hospital. Sorry, I don't like being a scapegoat. Su Tian hung up. He had just walked back into the dormitory when the phone rang again. I am Dr. Wang Meili, the obstetrician. Are you the father of the baby? How can you have no sense of responsibility? Your wife is about to give birth, and you want come to sign the papers. Dr. Wang, patient Lin Weier in bed 6 is about to deliver. Why is there no family member? Send her to the delivery room, quick. Su Tian was stunned. The voice on the phone didn't sound fake. Where is her family? Su Tian asked. What's there to ask? The pregnant woman says you are the father and no family is present. Another doctor urged. Quick, the hospital needs a signature. Send the pregnant woman to the delivery room. Beep. The call was disconnected. Su Tian's expression was blank. He turned and ran out of the dormitory building. A father. A keyboard warrior. What was going on? Teacher Lin, whose real name was Lin Weier, was the goddess teacher of City No. 1 high school. The dream lover of countless male teachers, tall and slender, fair skin, a face that could topple cities and kingdoms. Even though she was very beautiful. 1 in a million, with a face that stirred hearts. Become a scapegoat. Su Tian wouldn't do it. Oh my God. How terrifying. The doctor's tense voice on the phone. Lin Weier seemed to have no family with her. He still decided to go to the hospital and have a look. Arriving at the city hospital, Su Tian called the number that had just called him, learned it was on the 6th floor, Zone A, and ran all the way up. Are you the family of Lin Weier in bed 6? The female doctor in a white coat asked with displeasure. Around him, Su Tian felt a murderous aura. He was being looked down upon. A group of nurses looked at him with contempt. So this was the husband of the pregnant woman in bed 6, handsome, but apparently a scumbag. Su Tian dared not explain that Lin Weier was his teacher. He hesitated. Her family, her parents haven't come. No, what are you dawdling for? Can you sign or not? The female doctor said coldly. Sign. Su Tian nodded hurriedly. He was dumbfounded. The female doctor walked over to him and whispered, the pregnant woman asked me to tell you something about 10 months ago, a party. Su Tian's mind was jolted. At that time his cousin had organized a party for his twin daughter's birthday. Because Lin Weier was his cousin's wife's best friend, they often hung out together and knew each other. Simply put, Lin Weier was his sister-in-law's best friend. They had all drunk together, then continued to drink at a karaoke bar. Lin Weier had drunk a lot, dead drunk. He still had a sliver of consciousness. His cousin left with his wife, winking at him to take care of his wife's best friend. So he booked a room at the purpose was just to take care of her. The next morning Lin Weier slapped him and left alone. He called her again, but was always rejected. After 3 days of calling she finally answered. Told him not to contact her. That night. Just treat it as a dream. But how could Su Tian forget? It wasn't really his fault. At that time Lin Weier, drunk, had taken the initiative to kiss him. He was a normal man faced with the drunken temptation of his sister-in-law's best friend. The result was obvious. He lost control, taking advantage of the alcohol. What are you spacing out for? Do you want to sign or not? The female doctor asked. Su Tian nodded stupidly. Sign. Sorry, I am the father, I remember now. The doctor and nurses were collectively dumbfounded. You are the father. Do you need to remember something like that? A cute little nurse muttered. Su Tian scratched his head awkwardly, looking like a complete fool. Yes, I remember now. After signing, the female doctor asked, the pregnant woman called you, but you hung up. Why did you only remember now? Because I'm an idiot. Nurse. Su Tian walked aside and quickly dialed Ergo's number. Brother, go buy a big bunch of roses. City Hospital Obstetrics 6th floor zone A. Hurry, must be fast. 15 minutes later Ergo arrived and Su Tian took the big bouquet of roses. Thanks, brother, go. The tall, thin Ergo bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Damn, are you crazy? Why the hell did you ask me to buy roses? What's going on? Brother, go, don't ask, just go back first, I'll explain later. Su Tian pushed him to the elevator. Ergo looked bewildered. Thus Su Tian sent Ergo up the elevator. After 20 minutes. That fool, Wang Mei called. Su Tian was stunned. You're calling me? Yes. The nurse pushed a baby stroller out of the delivery room. Beside her 2 more nurses pushed a hospital bed. The weak Lin Weier lay on the bed, her expression exhausted, her face pale and bloodless, but a happy smile graced her thin lips. This is the elder brother, and these 2 are the baby sisters. The eldest brother was born at 2134, weighing 4 Gene 6 Liang. The second sister was born at 2135, weighing 4 Gene 4 Liang. The third sister was born at 2136, weighing 4 Gene 5 Liang. Su Tian didn't look at the babies. Instead, he walked directly to Lin Weier's side. He took a deep breath, his heart complex. Weier, I'm sorry, you've worked hard. Lin Weier tried to speak, but found she had no strength. Su Tian placed the roses in her hand. Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't dare to look directly at Su Tian, remained silent, cried for a while, and fell asleep. Su Tian wiped her tears. He turned to look at the 3 babies. Triplets. Great mother. The babies' faces were wrinkled, not at all like plump pink infants. Instead, their faces were red like 3 little monkeys, eyes swollen and red, and extremely scary. Gulp. Su Tian swallowed. He couldn't believe these were his son and daughters, and he forced himself to calm down inwardly. The nurse smiled. Full, look at you, scared. All newborns look the same. They'll become beautiful after a while. Even when pregnant, the mother's face was extremely beautiful. Su Tian, the father, though a fool, was incredible. The 3 little ones born to the mother will definitely have stunning looks when they grow up. The pregnant woman is asleep. The nurses will help take care of the babies. Go downstairs to pay the fees. Wang Mei said. She wanted to mock Su Tian, this big fool. Oh, how do I pay? Su Tian nodded woodenly. He was still a bit at a loss. He considered whether to call his mother to the hospital. But thinking about it, he decided not to scare her. Take this list to the payment window on the 1st floor, and I recommend you buy some medical pads from the pharmacy outside. Doesn't the hospital have them? Su Tian asked. Wang Mei shouted, buying outside is faster. The hospital process is more troublesome. Your wife needs to pass some lochia. Fool, hurry up. Okay. Su Tian dashed off. Fortunately, he had earned 3,000 pocket money from modeling part-time. For a college student, having money in hand gave a sense of security. After paying the fees and buying many medical pads, he returned to the ward. The 3 babies were sleeping soundly, and Lin Weier lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Lin Weier, Su Tian said softly. Lin Weier said quietly, Don't call. Her best friend's younger brother calling her so intimately made her extremely uncomfortable and a little embarrassed, even though Su Tian was the biological father of her children. Okay. Su Tian nodded. I want to hear you explain. I'm still in the dark. After the party that 2 months later, I found out I was pregnant. My period was irregular, so when it didn't come I thought it was normal. But then I vomited for no reason, felt terrible, went to the hospital, and the doctor told me I was pregnant. Seeing her weak appearance, Su Tian asked, Why did you give birth? You could have aborted. Triplets. Giving birth could have cost you your life. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. If the babies in her belly were really his, and she died giving birth, he would probably go insane, worrying whether Lin Weier might die. Suddenly, Lin Weier smiled. Because I'm 26 this year, 27 by lunar age. After 30 OIDB and elderly prima gravida. Since I was pregnant, I just gave birth. If Su Tian didn't acknowledge the 3 babies, she could be a single mother. You know my best friend Chu Chu, I've always envied her for having 2 cute twin daughters. So I wanted to have children too. Now I have 3. I'm better than her, aren't I? Amazing. You're amazing. Why does Lin Weier seem a bit silly after giving birth? Is this the legendary 3 years of stupidity after 1 pregnancy? Hearing this reason, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Weier actually envied her best friend for having daughters. Her nickname was Tigress. The students also called her Tiger Teacher. Although she was fierce, her looks were undeniable. The sister-in-law's best friend was the famous goddess teacher of City No. 1 high school. When she smiled, dimples appeared on both cheeks, making her feel super sweet, like a girl next door. But when she was serious, her tone changed completely, like a different person. A beauty who could be sweet or salty. Although she never taught him, she wasn't his teacher. But 3 years ago, he had studied at City No. 1 high school for half a year, and he often saw the goddess teacher on the playground, in the teaching building, and in the office. A tigress who would fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. Su Tian had heard that in her class students dared not use their phones or chat. She truly would hit you. Imagine how volatile Lin Weier's temper was. But now she seemed to have become completely dazed and foolish. A proper Chinese teacher has her brain short-circuited. Even childbirth has to be competitive. What kind of twisted logic is that? Lin Weier pouted. Drink some water, drink some water. Su Tian noticed her lips were extremely dry and immediately handed her a glass of warm water. When buying the pad, he had also purchased a new water cup from the supermarket next door. The cup had a straw, making it convenient to drink while lying down. After drinking, Lin Weier pressed her lips together. I'm sorry I gave birth to the child on my own, and it has nothing to do with you. I can raise the child alone, whether you take responsibility or not. Foolish little Tian even remembered to buy roses for himself. How fragrant. Towards her best friend's little brother, she was quite familiar. The child was a bit silly, usually mischievous, often making her laugh. When her best friend got married, she was the bridesmaid, and Su Tian was the best man. Gradually, their relationship leaned more toward friendship. Su Tian's expression stiffened. You mean you want to raise the child alone? Lin Weier spoke. What's wrong with raising it alone? I decided on my own to get pregnant and give birth, hiding it from you all along. You don't have to take responsibility. Thank you for coming to sign. That's how hospitals work. For a cesarean section, they must have a signature, otherwise they truly wouldn't dare perform the surgery to deliver the baby. If she had followed the normal delivery process, the risk to her and the baby would have been high. The doctor told her that a cesarean section would end the pregnancy to reduce maternal and infant mortality. In fact, even if Su Tian hadn't come to sign, the pregnant woman had the right to sign herself. Lin Weier, Su Tian's voice choked, as if something was stuck in his throat. Have you thought about what the future holds? When the baby grows up, can you bear to tell them they have no father? That night I hurt you. Puffed Su Tian. She was too weak and exhausted to roll her eyes at Su Tian or even slap him. But she wished she could. Don't mention the past, she said weakly. The moment she found out she was pregnant and decided to have the baby, she had already prepared to be a single mother. Oh, Su Tian continued. I am the father of the children. Now that the babies have been safely born into this world, I cannot shirk my responsibility. As a man, I must have a sense of responsibility. So, Su Tian's voice grew tense. I want to take responsibility for the 3 babies. From now on, let's raise them together. Is that okay? Su Tian took a deep breath. Looking at the foolish man, Lin Weier smiled. Aren't you afraid of what others will think? What does it matter? To give birth, but not raise, is no different from a beast. I don't care about outsiders' opinions as long as. Weier, you don't mind. These words were spoken by Su Tian with reddened eyes. With his looks, even if he had to work as a male escort in a bar, he would make sure the 3 little angels had good milk powder. Something occurred to Lin Weier, and her expression darkened. I'm 26 this year, soon to be 30. I wouldn't mind even if you were a 46-year-old aunt. If she weren't lying in the hospital, Lin Weier would have grabbed a piece of chalk and thrown it at Su Tian's head. You're the aunt. You're the one who's 46. At that moment, a young nurse entered the room. Su Tian grinned foolishly. Nurse, what do you need? Help change your wife's pad. The one underneath needs to be thrown away. Oh, okay. Lin Weier blushed. No, nurse, you change it. The nurse smiled awkwardly. Sister, it's more appropriate for a family member to do this. Let your husband change it for you. Su Tian grinned. He'll do it. You? Lin Weier panicked. The nurse turned and left. Dr. Wang Meili, perhaps seeing that he was young and seemed like a jerk, specially reminded him that after childbirth the mother would have lochia, which could be unpleasant, and told him not to despise his wife. After all, his wife had a cesarean section and gave birth to 3 children. Su Tian pulled the curtain closed and prepared the pad. Why does the incision still hurt? She shook her head. No, feeling it doesn't hurt. Look at me while I change. Look at you while I change. Look into my eyes. She said sternly. Okay. Su Tian gently lifted her legs and changed the medical pad. Lin Weier closed her eyes tightly, a weak flush spreading across her cheeks. Within 2 minutes, Su Tian had changed the pad. Asleep? Shh. No, all done. Yeah, didn't you feel? I'm numb from the waist down because of the anesthesia. I should have looked just now, he said playfully. Lin Weier, afraid you'd find it disgusting. No, I wouldn't. Just then the patient in the bed next to Lin Weier was pushed into the room by a nurse. Su Tian worried the babies would be woken up, but fortunately the doctor and family next door remained quiet. Only one family member was allowed to stay in the ward. The man and Dr. Wang Meili were quite polite, speaking in hushed tones. The woman next door had given birth to a baby girl. The child's father glanced at Su Tian. Brother, no matter what, you must be there when your wife gives birth. These days you should give up your social engagements. As a father, I really want to slap you. I've seen jerks, but never one as bad as you. Su Tian smiled back. You're right, it's my fault. Sighed. The man sighed deeply. Young man, go take good care of your wife and children. Puffed. Su Tian walked over and sat by the bedside. Lin Weier forced a smile. I told the man next door that the child's father was on a business trip out of town and couldn't come. Sorry to put you through this. It's a small matter, no hardship. Can I have my sister come help take care of you? You don't wanna? Her express. Sure, I already asked my roommate dog to take leave. Lin Weier asked, how old is your sister? 27, 1 year older than you. She has a 4-year-old child and experience in childbirth and baby care. Oh, you've met her. In high school, my sister came to school for parent-teacher conferences. I remember. What about your best friend, my sister-in-law? Lin Weier said, after my belly started showing, I took leave and quietly stayed in a rental house to recuperate alone. Actually, Lin Weier was quite thin-skinned. She didn't dare tell anyone she was pregnant, not even her best friend. After all, Su Tian was considered her best friend's younger brother, and she was 4 years older than Su Tian. She would definitely be laughed at. How did you hide it from your family? Su Tian asked gently. She pouted slightly. I said I want to study for a doctorate in another city. Anyway, my family lives in the old district, and I secretly stayed in the new district. They haven't found out yet. Having a baby makes you a little silly. Su Tian left the room. He called his sister. His sister and brother-in-law ran a bakery in the new district. It wasn't far from the city hospital, but it was already past 9 at night, so he asked his sister to come over the next morning. Wang Meili walked back into the room with documents. Call me when the babies wake up, they need some health checks. Okay, Sister Wang. Su Tian called out sweetly. The sound of a baby crying came from the room. Su Tian, they're awake. Aren't you going to check? And the other babies too. Wang Meili rolled her eyes. Su Tian walked to the door and waved. Lowering his voice, he called out, they're really awake. Oh wow. The newborn babies cried vigorously, leaving Su Tianxin in a state of confusion and anxiety. Lin Weier looked at the novice father in front of her, unconsciously noticing that Su Tian seemed even. Calling you Teacher Lin feels a bit awkward. It's more appropriate to just call you by your name regardless of whether you agree or not. I decided to call you. Su Tian was so anxious that he didn't dare to hold the baby, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Look at how nervous you are, Wang Meili said as she walked into the room. Beside them was another female doctor responsible for checking the newborns. Sister Wang, hurry, tell me how to. Don't rush, Su Tian called out. Since there are 3 babies at Su Tian's home, Wang Meili first checked the baby closest to the door of the nursery. After the examination, they walked to Su Tian's baby. The female doctor picked up the eldest baby and examined it thoroughly. Su Tian frowned and asked, be good, Sister Wang, auntie, be gentle, while checking my child. Hearing the baby's cries made him even more anxious. Xiao Tian, it's okay, trust the doctor. Lin Weier comforted him. In truth, she was very nervous. But Su Tian was still just a child. If they were to date, it would inevitably be a May-December romance. The female doctor and Sister Wang carefully turned the babies over, and Wang merely smiled, saying, "Everything is normal. The 3 babies are very healthy. Just make sure to keep them warm." "Thanks for your trouble, Doctor," Lin Weier said. Su Tian smiled widely. "Thank you, Doctor." "Silly, speak softly. Don't disturb the other new mothers next door. Be a cultured father." After the doctor's examination, surprisingly, the 3 babies stopped crying. The second baby smacked its lips. "Sister Wang, where's the cafeteria?" Lin Weier must be especially hungry after giving birth. She needs to go get some light meals. Wang merely chuckled lightly. "Your wife just gave birth and needs to pass gas before she can eat. Make sure she only eats light food and drinks nutritious soup. Well, then you help her pass gas." Wang merely looked at Su Tian, who seemed childlike. "Don't rush. Passing gas isn't something the doctor does. It depends on your wife's body condition, and when she can pass it all out." "Silly, stop asking." Lin Weier closed her eyes. "How embarrassing." "Oh, okay." Su Tian nodded. "Thanks for your hard work, Sister Wang. You truly are the most beautiful doctor in our obstetrics and gynecology department." "Puffed." Sister Wang laughed and turned to leave the room with the female doctor. Lin Weier asked, still so mischievous, "Did you have a girlfriend in college?" "I dated one, but we broke up in less than a day." "Oh," Su Tian said worriedly, "aren't you hungry?" "You're such a fool. My stomach is bloated. Can't you tell? Did the air get inside during the cesarean section?" Lin Weier gritted her teeth. "There's no chalk nearby, and I don't have a textbook. Should I smack you hard? Luckily you're not my student. If you were, I'd make you copy off on Palace 1,000 times and stand by the wall during 3 classes, then stand in the office after school to recite 10 essays of Chao Gui discusses war." "Wow, devil. It's been more than 3 years since graduation. Those demonic high school lessons are too scary to even think about. Go grab the bag from the cabinet, the first row on the left, the topmost one, the black shoulder bag." "Okay." Su Tian fetched the bag. "Open it." Her hands could move, but she had no strength, feeling unable to open the shoulder bag. Su Tian opened the bag. She said, "There's a bank card. You take it and pay for some hospital fees. The password is 6 zeros. "No, I have money." Su Tian refused hurriedly, putting the shoulder bag back in the cabinet, wanting to do something for Lin Weier. "Even if it's just to pay a fee." She continued, gritting her teeth. "You're going to drive me crazy. You're a student. Do you even have money? Even if you do, how much can you have?" "I've earned some money from my part-time job, barely enough to get by." "What are you doing for a part-time job?" she asked curiously. Su Tian scratched his head. "I'm not brave enough to say." "Say it." She pouted. "Model. Model, male model." She took a deep breath. Her child's father actually became a model. Truly, he was fortunate to be alive after having a baby. He was going to be driven crazy by Su Tian. The impression of male models was that they were in KTV with rich women singing and drinking. Su Tian hurriedly reassured her, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's not that kind of selling yourself." The more he explained, the less Lin Weier believed it, simply closing her eyes, afraid that continuing the conversation would truly drive her mad. "Weier, can I not call you Teacher Lin anymore, and just call you Weier? After all you've never taught me. You can do as you wish." She kept her eyes closed, her hands clenched tightly together, her heart pounding with tension. Su Tian carried a pen with him and went to the nursing station to ask the nurse for 3 small cards. He wrote "eldest baby, second baby, and third baby" on them and stuck them on the blankets wrapped around the babies. He truly found it hard to distinguish between them. Suddenly the little second baby gripped Su Tian's finger tightly. "Why the baby has such strength?" Su Tian's eyes trembled. "Ding dong, system bloodline detection in progress." Ding dong. Bloodline detection completed. "Congratulations, host. You are bound to the perfect daddy system. Bloodline detection is 100. The system has officially certified that the host is the biological father of the 3 babies." The mechanical prompt echoing in his mind made Su Tian's heart skip a beat. Perfect daddy system. Reward red envelope money. Red envelope money. 3 red envelopes have been issued. "Ooh, please check your backpack, host." When he came, he had a black backpack that he had just thrown at the nursing station. He gently loosened the little baby's hand and walked to the nursing station to open the backpack. 3 red envelopes. Each red envelope was about the thickness of 10,000 yuan. This was the perfect daddy system's congratulatory money for the babies. Note: during the time the babies are aged 0 to 5 years, as long as the host takes care of them, corresponding rewards will be given. Rewards can be skills, cash, or items. System detected that the host is a novice daddy, and there is still a long way to go to become a perfect daddy. Please work hard to become an outstanding perfect daddy. Bound to the perfect daddy system, Su Tian's feelings became even more complicated. Excited, overjoyed, confused. He felt completely dumbfounded. At least with the system's support, he wouldn't have to continue being a model. The joy was that he truly was the biological father of the babies. Although he believed Lin Weier 99, there was always that one of doubt in his heart. Now that one of doubt was completely dispelled. Back in the room, Su Tian looked at Lin Weier with tenderness and filled with affection. Why are you really not hungry? Huh. Not hungry, I have gas, there's a puff of air in my stomach, do you understand? Got it. Su Tian nodded like a wooden man and asked, is passing gas just a matter of letting out a few farts? Puffed. The new mother next door laughed and cried, huh? Husband, it hurts. She, like Lin Weier, had a cesarean section, and Su Tian's words made her laugh, feeling as if the anesthesia had instantly worn off, and the pain was unbearable. Nearby, the man hurriedly called for the nurse. Lin Weier gritted her white teeth, struggling to pick up the rose beside her. She wanted to throw it at Su Tian, but couldn't bear to do so. It was the first time in her life receiving roses from a man, and it was from the father of her child. Seeing the bunch of bright red roses, her mood lifted. She noticed Su Tian sitting beside her, and reached out her small hand to fiercely pinch Su Tian's ear. Ouch! It hurts. After that, Su Tian asked the nurse. The nurse said there were many ways to pass gas, and farting was one of them. Continuously farting can achieve smooth gas passage, it just depends on whether you can let it out. Why do you have milk? Don't be angry, Su Tian is the biological father of the children. Lin Weier repeated to herself. Su Tian was the father of the 3 babies. No milk. Su Tian frowned. No milk. What do we do then? The babies have to eat dinner. Should I go buy some formula? Come over here and try see if you can squeeze out any milk. Lin Weier said. Upon hearing this, Su Tian was shocked for 100 years. Squeeze milk. I once milked a cow at my aunt's farm when I was little. Su Tian blushed. Weier, I dare not squeeze, afraid you'll think him a pervert. If you don't dare, go ask the nurse how to stimulate lactation. Cough. She coughed, anxiously irritated by the child's father. Darn it, seeing his excited blush, was he really planning to come over and squeeze? She was so mad. Drink water. Go find the nurse. She closed her eyes. Such a childish father. If she had to raise the children with him in the future, it would be like raising for kids. That idiot, what's wrong? And on top of that, Su Tian in a drunken moment had agreed to the bet. With an ordinary girl, he truly could not have brought himself to be so scummy. At these words, this was the legendary handsome guy effect. Su Tian asked seriously, my wife has no milk, how to stimulate lactation? Can we give the babies plain water tonight? Some pregnant women have milk before delivery, but it hasn't been tapped. Try squeezing, or let the babies suckle the nipple, see if there's any milk. The nurse was extremely nervous, almost stammering these words. Usually not nervous, but facing a young and handsome father, she unconsciously became nervous. What if there's still no milk? The nurse said, if not, buy a tool to try. If that fails, go see a lactation consultant. All right. Su Tian nodded. He turned and walked back to the room. Weier, the nurse, said, babies are born knowing how to nurse. Should I try holding the eldest? Oh, Lin Weier blushed. Let's try. Though very embarrassed. She couldn't let the kids go hungry. If the baby can't suckle, it'll really squeeze hard. Squeeze through the clothes. Lin Weier gritted her teeth. Heavens, she felt that ever since Su Tian came to the hospital tonight, her mood had been nothing but utterly mortified. The curtain was always drawn shut. The mother next door had milk, and her baby was already gulping it down. Su Tian held the eldest baby, slowly walking to Lin Weier's side. He knew Lin Weier was well endowed, but didn't expect it to be so big, even when lying flat. For most girls, anything below C doesn't look big when lying flat. Looks like the future food supply for his 3 babies was worry-free. Lin Weier's beautiful eyes were shy with a hint of anger. What are you staring at? Hurry up and feed the baby. Don't rush. Su Tian gently wiped with a tissue. After all, it was the baby's first time nursing, so it had to be clean. Feeling Su Tian's movements, Lin Weier trembled all over. She wanted to die immediately. Just let her die. The eldest baby was naturally smart, accurately found the food source, and started nursing with a ruah sound. But the clumsy one couldn't latch on, and kept losing its grip. He'll hold it. Don't ask, just do what you want, and keep quiet. She was so nervous she could die. She wanted to buy a block of tofu, and crash into it. To be honest, there was a bit of shyness, a bit of tension, a bit of excitement, but mostly sheer mortification. Her lower body was numb from the anesthesia, but her upper body was sensitive. Su Tian held the eldest baby with his left hand, and with his right hand supported the baby's food source. Soft. Lin Weier secretly opened her eyes. Shyly she said, if you look at me with improper thoughts, I'll slap you later. Don't keep staring at the baby, I'll look out the window. Fine, look out the window. Su Tian nodded, then smiled wryly. But if I don't look at the baby, how will I know if the baby is actually nursing? Lin Weier snorted. I can feel it, you don't need to look. Puff puff. The eldest baby choked, probably drinking too fast. Su Tian gently patted its back to burp it. The eldest should be full. Oh, go get a towel first. Lin Weier took a purple towel and covered her face. Out of sight, out of mind. For the baby to nurse smoothly, she swallowed her pride. Let Su Tian do as he pleased, but he was so annoying, his hands were particularly restless. Actually, it wasn't that Su Tian was restless, but the third baby was uncooperative, clumsily unable to find the food source. Unlike the second baby, who accurately found the food and enjoyed its midnight snack. Feeding the babies took a full hour. Su Tian shook his right hand, his wrist felt happily sore. Heavens, let her die. The place no man had ever touched was now held by Su Tian's hand to align with the baby's tiny mouth for so long. Couldn't he just support it with his hand? Why did he have to grasp? She couldn't be overly sensitive and refused to let him touch, leaving the three babies hungry. For the babies to nurse smoothly, she had to endure. But she felt so wronged. No man had ever. Forget it, shed, rather not think. The more she thought, the more embarrassed she got. She really wanted to buy a block of tofu and crash into it. He lifted the towel off Lin Weier's pretty face, gently wiped the baby's food source, and with a tender expression buttoned up the loose hospital gown. Because after a section, the wound needs to be disinfected. Pregnant women are not allowed to wear bras during delivery. This made breastfeeding much easier. Luckily, the child's mother was well endowed, so the baby didn't have to lie flat on her chest. They could nurse sideways, which was super convenient. The mother with the smaller chest next door was having a hard time. Feeling the man's gentle movements, a shy smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She had always liked Su Tian, but never dared to confess her feelings. Even after getting pregnant, she often thought of him. Countless times in the middle of the night, she opened WeChat contacts, but never had the courage to message Su Tian. If she hadn't called him, though he didn't come, and she had to sign the section consent form herself, she might have given birth without even daring to face the child's father. But liking someone was one thing, they hadn't even dated, and that was mortifying. Why are you asleep? Lin Weier continued to pretend to sleep. The urge to urinate came, and she blushed as she relieved herself. She had a catheter, which made it convenient. With Su Tian beside her, she kept pretending to sleep. Little did she know Su Tian was staring wide-eyed at the yellow liquid flowing into the urine bag. So even goddesses urinate, and quite loudly. Actually, with the catheter, there was no ding. The host has completed the task of assisting the mother in breastfeeding the baby. The system rewards a small gift pack, 3 baby bottles, 3 packs of diapers. Already stored in the cabinet. Host, please check. The system's prompt sounded. Su Tian was slightly surprised. This system sure knows how to save him money, huh? So hungry. The father next door was eating instant noodles, while Su Tian was pitiful. Stepping outside the ward, Su Tian asked the nurse, "Can I order takeout for a midnight snack and have it delivered upstairs?" The nurse said, "No, the elevator stops at 9 p.m. Oh, and the stairs are locked. You can't go down until 6 a.m. tomorrow." Oh, he had to endure the night. Tomorrow morning, he would ask his sister to bring food. Just then the father next door overheard Su Tian's conversation with the nurse. He said, "Young man hungry. I have instant noodles. Go make a bowl. With triplets you probably won't get any sleep tonight." "Thanks, bro." Since the noodles had a strong smell, the two men ate their noodles and chatted in the hallway. "How much does your baby weigh?" Su Tian asked. The man smiled at girl 7. 8 pounds. This? Su Tian's hand holding the noodles trembled, so heavy. "My babies are only over 4 pounds. That's normal. With triplets they're lighter than twins or singletons. The weight is pretty good. Health is what matters. My wife only had one, a girl nearly 8 pounds. The man said, his face beaming with happiness. Hearing this, Su Tian relaxed. "Sorry, I'm a new dad and don't know much. Bro, I'm not one to talk, but as a man." The man rambled on about how Su Tian didn't come to accompany his wife during childbirth, and not even his relatives came. This made Su Tian feel awkward. "What's your name, bro?" Su Tian asked. The man smiled. "Li Shengjun." Su Tian. "I've heard of you." Li Shengjun chuckled. "What kind of work kept you so busy?" "Model." Li Shengjun sighed. "Even as a model you should have come to the hospital early to accompany your wife. I heard from your wife and mine that you had a child before marriage. She didn't even dare tell her family. She bore you 3 children. From now on, don't be too playful. Take good care of your children and wife." "I was young and foolish." Su Tian scratched his head. They chatted for a while and exchanged WeChat contacts. Li Shengjun's daughter and his 2 daughters and 1 son were born on the same day, just a few hours apart. Their birthdays were all on March 3rd. They agreed to stay in touch and let the little ones play together when they learned. That evening, some pregnant women with big bellies struggled to walk back and forth in the corridor of area it holding onto the wall. There were also mothers who had just given birth naturally. They were walking to help pass gas. Thinking of Lin Weier carrying triplets, Su Tian's nose unconsciously tingled with emotion. She must have felt so helpless during her pregnancy. He quickly threw away the instant noodle cup, wiped his mouth, and walked back to the room. "You're back." "Shout Yin, it hurts a little." "Did the anesthetic wear off?" Su Tian frowned. The mother beside her said through the curtain, "Weier, I felt the anesthetic wear off too. The doctor said if the pain is unbearable, I can take a painkiller, but I can't breastfeed the baby for a while after taking it. It's not too painful in DR. Wang said I can get out of bed and start walking in about 24 hours. This varies based on individual constitution. After all, it's a cesarean section, not a natural birth." "Thank you, Sister Lu." The two of them had almost entered the same maternity room one after the other, both with their big bellies. They both knew each other. The woman's name was Lu Ting. "You're welcome. If it hurts a lot, just call the nurse." "I feel fine, there's a pain pump, just a little discomfort, nothing unbearable." Su Tian sat at the head of the bed holding Lin Weier's delicate white hand. Due to her pregnancy, both her face and little hands had a bit of baby fat. "Let go," Lin Weier shyly said. "The baby has been born." They hadn't even held hands. Their romantic relationship was completely blank. Su Tian sighed. "The baby's mother. Weier let me chat with you to distract you from the pain, and you won't feel it anymore." Lin Weier rolled her eyes. "Xiao Tian, I'm afraid to chat with you. Talking to you might infuriate me. You should have told me from the beginning that you were pregnant." "Oomph." Lu Ting in the next bed looked bewildered. "Weier, what's going on?" Lin Weier knew she couldn't hide it anymore, and blushed as she explained. No wonder Su Tian hadn't come to take care of her. It turned out she hadn't told the baby's father about her pregnancy, and Su Tian had been unaware of it all. Just now Su Tian said he was a model. He must have been lying. It seems Su Tian is a university student. "Weier, let me tell you a joke. Once one night, there was an old sow." For some reason, when she heard the words old sow and saw the smile on Su Tian's face, she couldn't help but start to laugh. "Don't tell it, it might hurt my wound if I laugh." Su Tian nodded. "Okay, I won't tell it. Tell me an interesting story from your university days." Su Tian softly said, "Speaking of university, I have to mention the experimental teacher. Weier, you know him in university now, and I can't even sleep in class, or I get penalized. What's worse is that she actually called me a little turtle. Puffed university teachers should be gentle, right?" Lin Weier laughed and suddenly thought of something. "What's your teacher's name?" "Maybe I know her. I have a childhood friend at the science university, and..." "Who else?" "Quickly say what was the name of the fierce teacher you just mentioned." Su Tian helplessly said. "Yin Suxian, her name sounds ethereal, but she's just like a fierce female tiger. Weier, she feels even more detestable than you, with a particularly volatile temper. However, the students all respect her as she usually takes good care of me, but she's a bit strict." "Say it again, what is your teacher's name?" Lin Weier covered her face. "Yin Suxian, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, you can continue." "Oh dear. Should I tell Xiao Tian that Yin Suxian is my mother? Or rather your future? No. Current mother-in-law. Her mother only acted as a counselor to take care of the younger sister, born later, feeling it would be easier." Listening to Su Tian's wild complaints about his mother-in-law, Lin Weier playfully said, "Let's change the topic. It's not good to discuss teachers behind their backs." She asked, "In high school, did you often discuss that I was a fierce teacher with your classmates?" Su Tian's expression became slightly flustered. "No, absolutely not. I only discussed with my classmates which man would be lucky enough to marry a goddess teacher like you, Weier. Actually, it was a discussion about which man could withstand the fierce temper of a female tiger. Who would dare to marry Lin Weier? As a result, he became the child's father. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say it even if he was beaten. No sweet talk allowed." Lin Weier's charming face turned a shade of rosy cloud. She was shy and had never been in a relationship. For her, who was like a blank slate when it came to romance, hearing Su Tian tease her made her blush like a blooming lotus flower, vibrant and dripping with beauty. Su Tian's gaze trembled, lost in admiration. "Wow." Suddenly the baby's crying echoed. Su Tian immediately got up and gently checked. "Weier, she pooped." "If she poops, you change her diaper and take care of it. There are diapers I bought in advance in the cabinet." It was inconvenient for her to buy diapers while hospitalized due to pregnancy, so she asked a runner from same city delivery to buy and deliver them to the nurse's station, and the nurse helped put them in the maternity room cabinet. "Okay." Su Tian nodded and opened the diaper. "Wife, why does the baby's poop seem a bit off? It looks like it's dark green." "What? Dark green?" Lin Weier was startled and said in a panic, "Quick, go call the nurse." She was worried something was wrong with the baby's health. When she had just given birth, the doctor had shown her the 3 little babies. She looked left and right, fearing that the newborns would be missing arms or legs, or that some body parts were lacking. Seeing the baby was whole, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huffed, Lu Ting laughed. Weier, this is probably the first poop after the baby was born, but it's meconium. Since it's your first birth, you wouldn't know this. The milk you drank probably hasn't digested yet. By tomorrow, when the baby poops for the second time, it will return to normal. It's meconium. Thank you, Sister Lu. I really didn't understand. Lin Weier took a deep breath, feeling much more relaxed inside. Lu Ting said, don't be surprised by the color of meconium. He'll still call the nurse. The new dad had no idea how to do it. System, how do I change the diaper? Su Tian cried for help. The system ruthlessly mocked, don't rely on the system for everything. What use is this new dad? Better find a nurse, sister. Su Tian murmured to himself and ran to the nurse's station. The nurse looked up at Su Tian. What can I do for you? My daughter pooped, come teach me how to change the diaper. He had just been holding the baby to feed her and was sweating profusely from his forehead. He was nervous, afraid the baby would be uncomfortable in his arms. He was a little hesitant to hold her. It wasn't out of timidity, but fear of hurting the little one. Changing the diaper was even more daunting. Naturally, the nurse couldn't refuse a handsome guy's request. She followed Su Tian into the room. When the baby poops, it's best to wash her with warm water first. Don't use wipes. Go get a basin of warm water. Okay. Su Tian nodded and patiently washed the baby's bottom with warm water. He was sweating drop by drop from his forehead. Even with the nurse's guidance as a new dad, he was extremely nervous. Looking at Su Tian's gentle demeanor, Lin Weier couldn't help but smile happily. The baby's father is so gentle, and his profile is so handsome. But, is he this nervous? Silly, hold the baby like this first. The diaper has 2 little ears. You need to lift the baby right and separate the 2 little ears. Under the nurse's guidance, Su Tian patiently changed the baby's diaper. He was careful and slow with his movements. After finishing, everything sweat was covering his forehead, and he felt as if he had run 3 kilometers in one breath, utterly exhausted. He was convinced that if he changed the diaper a few more times, he would become proficient. The nurse couldn't help but smile. The new dad who calls himself silly will become skilled after changing a few more. Nurse, could you please not call my husband silly? He's not silly, he's a top student. Lin Weier said with an unhappy tone, immediately defending her man. Su Tian awkwardly smiled. It's okay, the nurse is very patient in teaching me how to change the diaper. Oh, sorry about that. The nurse, seeing how handsome Su Tian was, couldn't help but call him silly, finding it amusing. After Lin Weier reminded her, she felt that she indeed lacked manners by calling him silly in front of Su Tian's wife. But she meant no harm. Su Tian seemed like someone who could take a joke. Ding dong. System prompt, the host has successfully completed changing the baby's diaper for the first time. With full love, the system rewards complete postpartum meal plan. It has been sent to the host's mind. Ooh, please check. Su Tian was stunned. Complete postpartum meal plan. He usually enjoys cooking. His mind was filled with 100 nutritious recipes and the specific cooking methods for each dish. When the nurse left the room, Su Tian smiled slightly. Why, you just called me husband? No, you heard wrong. She closed her eyes and her charming face flushed again. Oh dear, she had said the word husband so naturally. It's all Chu's fault, as she often whispers husband in her ear, which must have influenced her. Su Tian smiled brightly. Oh, don't call me wife. Su Tian's mouth curved into a smile. I just wanted to call you teacher. You're overthinking it. You're really going to infuriate me. The baby's food supply fluctuated up and down. Once she was discharged, if Su Tian often came to take care of the baby, she felt she could argue with Su Tian 3 times a day. No, 10 times. That night, Su Tian endured particular torment. The babies did not defecate or urinate simultaneously. Instead, they took turns tormenting their father. Diaper changes required not just wiping, but washing with warm water. The newborn baby's skin was delicate, so Su Tian was extremely careful when washing their bottoms and changing diapers, afraid that any rough movement might hurt them. In the middle of the night, the baby girl in the next bed woke up crying. Su Tian yawned and continued lying on the hard, dry chair, trying to sleep. At a little past 6 in the morning, Su Tian received a call from his elder sister. Su Jing, an impatient woman, shouted anxiously over the phone. Xiao Tian, I'm at the hospital. Can you tell me what happened? Did you get a girl pregnant in college? Or what? Sis, just come up and you'll know. Obstetrics and gynecology, 6th floor, zone A. He'll wait for you at the elevator entrance. You child, really? My own brother. My own brother. Why are my sister is here? Oh. Her little heart pounded nervously, and she felt an involuntary unease in her heart. I want to wash my hair, put on makeup, get dressed up, and change into some clothes. Su Tian couldn't help but chuckle. My sister is only 2 years older than you, so it's not like meeting the parents. After you're discharged, I'll tell my mom. Why, you can become sisters with my sister. She's very kind, so don't feel pressured. That's true, but... Lin Weier bit her lip and took a deep breath. Go get your sister. He could be considered the younger brother of Lin Weier's best friend. Su Tian walked out of the room. He walked to the elevator entrance. Sis, you're here, Su Tian said, forcing a smile with dark circles under his eyes. Su Jing frowned slightly. I gave birth to Tong Tong in Zone B on the 5th floor. Tell me what exactly happened. Did you really get a female classmate pregnant? Female classmate? Huh. You guessed too low? It's a female teacher. Did you send Tong Tong to kindergarten? Yeah, I asked your brother-in-law to send her today. Su Jing grew tense. Xiao Tian, what on earth did you do? Sis. You're going to be an aunt. I knew it. Su Jing took a deep breath. You. Xiao Tian, are you really a father? Su Tian grinned and nodded. Yes, sis, I'm the father now. If mom finds out, she'll scold you to death. Not only did you date in college, but you also had a child. In high school you weren't allowed to date, and in college you went straight to having a baby. Su Tian, you really went all the way, huh? Sis, don't talk about me. You're not mom. After 3 days apart, I really have to look at you in a... Su Jing gave her brother a glare. Here, breakfast, fried dough sticks, buns, and soy milk. Sis, you're so good to me. I'm starving. He pushed open the door. He walked into the room. Sis, inside, Su Jing walked over. There, Lin Weier's pretty face was tinged with a blush. Although she was not in good shape after giving birth with no makeup or just light makeup, her delicate and exquisite features still revealed she was a great beauty. She was much plumper than before, but her face hadn't gained weight. Sis, let me introduce you. This is Lin Weier, the mother of the children. Su Jing felt that the face of the mother on the bed seemed very familiar. As soon as she heard the name, Lin Weier, she immediately knew who the child's mother was. She couldn't help but gasp, her voice trembling. Xiao Tian, isn't Weier your sister-in-law's best friend? At his cousin's wedding, Su Jing had met Lin Weier. Yes. Hello, Xiao Tian's sister, Lin Weier said softly. Hello. That little rascal Xiao Tian really surprises me. He even goes after his sister-in-law's best friend. Lin Weier felt a bit embarrassed. Xiao Tian's sister, there's water here. Xiao Tian, go pour your sister a cup of water. It's fine, I'm not thirsty. Su Jing asked with concern. Teacher Lin, did you give birth last night? Yes. Just call me sister, Su Jing said with a smile. No matter whether she was a female classmate or her sister-in-law's best friend, she was ultimately the mother of the children, her own sister-in-law. Xiao Tian had gotten his sister-in-law's best friend, and they had a child together. This truly shocked her for 100 years. Xiao Tian, look at you eating by yourself without asking if Weier is hungry. You just know how to eat. Su Tian chewed on a bun. Sis, Weier hasn't passed gas yet. The doctor said she can only eat breakfast after she passes gas. She gave birth last night, she should have passed gas by now. Su Tian smiled helplessly. Weier had a section. The doctor said it might take until this afternoon, probably within 24 hours. A section. Teacher Lin, you've suffered. Su Jing's eyes flickered, and when she saw the 3 babies she was so shocked her mouth hung open. All 3. Lin Weier answered softly, yes, triplets. 1 older brother and 2 younger sisters. Amazing. Su Jing continued to ask with concern, have you started breastfeeding? I have colostrum. I fed the babies last night. That's good. Colostrum is highly nutritious. Keep breastfeeding first, and if the milk supply is insufficient, then consider formula. The two chatted briefly about postpartum topics. Su Jing asked about some of Lin Weier's situation. Upon learning that the baby's birth was an accident, not from a normal romantic pregnancy, Su Jing's expression darkened. She slapped Su Tian on the arm. You've got some nerve? After drinking you sent teacher Lin home, and ended up in a hotel. Lin Weier said anxiously, don't scold Xiao Tian. He's still young. I insisted on having the children. It has nothing to do with Xiao Tian. Sigh. Su Jing sighed. Xiao Tian is not young anymore. He's 22. Xiao Tian, tell me, what are your thoughts? What are your specific plans for the future? Sis. Su Tian smiled bitterly. The children have come into this world. As a man, I must take responsibility for everything I've done. I've decided to temporarily continue studying while raising the babies with Weier. Weier has agreed. Her sister-in-law's best friend, but now she was called Weier so intimately. Su Jing really admired. His skin is thicker than a city wall. Actually, Su Tian had no choice. If you're not thick-skinned, you can't get a bride. Alright, since you're willing to take responsibility, and Weier lets you take responsibility, then I'm relieved. Lin Weier remained silent. Oh my. Although she had liked Xiao Tian before, she hadn't agreed to raise the babies with him yet. Really? Shameless. Xiao Tian, this matter must be told to mom no matter what. I can't come every day to take care of Weier. Let mom come this afternoon. Sis, no, I don't dare tell mom. When will you tell them? Su Tian scratched his head. After discharge, when we go home for confinement, or move to a confinement center, then tell mom and dad. Also bring Mom to meet Weier, and well, listen to Weier's opinion. After all, as the saying goes, an ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. Lin Weier felt deeply touched. Wow, Su Tian is really considerate. Meeting Su Tian's parents now, she felt a bit unable to accept it in her heart. After all, the two of them didn't have a normal romantic relationship leading to childbirth. They hadn't even dated, but went straight to having a baby and meeting the in-laws. Not even a plane could be that fast. At 8 in the morning, Wang Meili along with another female doctor and 2 nurses conducted their routine rounds. They first checked on the new mother Lu Ting, who was positioned near the door. They arrived at Lin Weier's side. Whooshed. Wang Meili directly lifted the blanket. Puff, Doctor, why are you lifting the blanket? Lin Weier was taken aback. What was happening? She had given birth without wearing any underwear. Especially with Su Tian witnessing this scene, his face turned beet red. For a moment, everyone was stunned. This scene, Lin Weier glanced at Su Tian and immediately covered her face in shame. Oh my God. She had never felt so embarrassed in her life, especially in front of her own student. This social embarrassment was worse than the previous night when she had fed the baby. It was simply a world-class moment of social embarrassment. Although Su Tian was the baby's father, they were not in a romantic relationship. We're all women, why be shy? Wang Meili chuckled. Lin Weier internally wailed, Su Tian is still here. You've released quite a bit. Wang Meili pinched Lin Weier's lower abdomen. Does it hurt? Lin Weier shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Have you passed gas yet? No. The 2 nurses replaced the bedding and brought out a fresh mat covering her with a blanket. Lin Weier lowered her hands from her eyes and instinctively looked towards Su Tian. She saw him still in a daze, seemingly stunned by the earlier scene. She just wanted to escape from this hospital that had caused her such embarrassment. Su Tian, remember not to let your wife eat greasy food. After passing gas, she absolutely cannot eat spicy food as she has officially entered the nursing period after giving birth. The noon breeze is not cold, it won't affect the baby, so ventilate frequently. Change the mat regularly as bacteria can grow if it stays too long. After the nurses finish their rounds, you need to help give the baby a bath, and the navel should be simply disinfected with iodine. Dr. Wang Meili earnestly reminded. Generally, newborns can take a bath after being kept warm for 6 hours. However, Lin Weier had given birth at 10 o'clock last night, so 6 hours later would be midnight. This delayed things until morning. The baby just born had some vernix which would protect them. Only the amniotic fluid needed to be washed off. The vernix did not need to be deliberately removed. Do you understand? Wang Meili asked. Su Tian nodded, understood. He had unwittingly been staring into space. But he couldn't be blamed. The scene was simply too distracting. Once the nurses finished their rounds, Su Tian pushed the baby stroller following the nurse to a room designated for bathing infants. He queued up to bathe the baby. When it was his turn, he smiled and said, Li Laoj, you bathe your daughter first. I'm slow with these 3 babies. All right, no need to be polite. Li Shengjun carried the little baby to the nurse. The nurse gently took the baby and started to undress them. The masked professional baby washer doctor placed the baby into the sink, washing them while casting a frown at Su Tian. He had expected the bath would take place in a basin he brought. But it turned out to be a wash basin. I can't believe it. Su Xiao, brother, I'm heading back to my room first. Okay. Su Feng handed over the eldest baby and asked, Nurse, do I just need to watch? Don't I need to wash them myself? This little one has delicate skin, how can you wash them? The nurse's remark left Su Tian speechless. Well, it's better to listen to the professional nurse. But did she know how gentle the female doctors were when washing? He handed over the eldest baby, removed the diaper, filled the sink with water, and after a vigorous wash, the doctor's actions made Su Tian raise his eyebrows, his heart racing as he cautioned, Doctor, please be gentle. The doctor smiled. Don't worry, I wash many babies every morning. Su Tian watched terrified, fearing the doctor might hurt the little one. The eldest and second baby didn't cry, but the youngest was wailing the loudest. The sound of the baby's cries was piercing, making Su Tian's heart ache. Once he finished putting the third baby in a diaper, he imitated how adults comfort young children, holding the baby in his arms and bouncing gently. Don't cry, Daddy will take you to find Mommy for milk. He placed the baby back in the stroller and pushed it back to the room. Su Tian anxiously said, The little one has been crying since the bath. I think they are hungry. Quickly put the baby on the bed, I'll feed them. Lin Weier couldn't stand the baby's cries for even a second. Don't I need to support you? Su Tian asked with a smile. Lin Weier rolled her eyes. No need to support, just lay on your side to feed. Su Jing had asked the doctor, who said that after a cesarean section Lin Weier could move her body slightly after 6 hours. She could turn over and lean back. Aren't you going to hurry up and go out? Lin Weier glared. She still wanted to take advantage of her. She had already been taken advantage of by a man last night. So embarrassing. Su Jing pushed Su Tian. Xiao Tian, just go outside, can't you see Weier is blushing with embarrassment? Why are you like this, bro? Don't always think about taking advantage of Weier, you aren't married yet. They weren't married, but they had a child. Just joking. Su Tian mumbled in frustration. I didn't say I wouldn't go out. Turning around, he left the room. Lin Weier was lying on her side, feeding the third baby. As the little one tasted the sweet breast milk, their cries ceased instantly. Su Jing smiled gently. Xiao Tian is a bit naughty. Lin Lauscher, no, Weier, you need to be more tolerant of him. Don't worry, I know his character a bit. He's just a little brat. Su Jing sighed. He's not just a kid anymore, he's already a father, the dad of 3 kids. I hope he matures a bit more in the future. 3 babies were being fed. Just feeding them was enough to exhaust Lin Weier. Luckily there was enough milk. Su Tian stood bored outside the room. Xiao Tian, a bald man with black-rimmed glasses, was seen assisting a petite pregnant woman who was walking with great difficulty, her expression almost distorted. The bald man widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at him. Wang Gu. Su Tian was startled. What the heck? How could he run into an acquaintance in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Wang Gu, whose real name was Wang Yin, was a close friend of his cousin Su Feng. It was like the relationship between himself, Ergo, and Xiao Kuli. When his cousin Su Feng got married, he had served as a groomsman alongside Wang Yin, so they knew each other. What are you doing in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Me. Su Tian awkwardly smiled. My girlfriend gave birth. Ooh, I'm here in the hospital with her. I can't believe it. Wang Yin was stunned, his mouth agape as he wanted to say something. Su Tian hurriedly said, you better help your sister-in-law. Okay. Wang Yin nodded with a smile. Xiao Tian, if I remember correctly, you haven't graduated yet this year, right? I still have 3 months until graduation. Haha, so you haven't graduated yet. They'll have a good chat with you. Xiao Tian, come in. Su Jing called. Su Tian walked back into the room, and the 3 little babies had already sweetly fallen asleep. Su Jing was chatting with Lin Weier. As a teacher, Lin Weier's personality was not shy or timid. She was just a bit shy since it was her first time casually talking with Su Tian's sister. After chatting for a while, her inner shyness had already disappeared. Su Jing was very nice, advising her on various aspects to pay attention to during her confinement. Suddenly, Lin Weier felt a surge of gas escape from her abdomen, transforming into a fart that leaked out. Sister Su, I'm sorry, Lin Weier said, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. She couldn't even control her fart. What was worse was that Su Tian was standing right next to her. Those 2 sounds of flatulence left her feeling quite awkward. Su Jing comforted her, saying, it's okay, farting helps with gas release. It means you are starting to expel it, and you'll be done soon. Oh, she nodded slightly. To her surprise, in the next moment, puff, puff, came another 2 sounds. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Lin Weier felt her face turn crimson, wanting to cry as she pulled the pillow from under her head and directly covered her face with it. She had always been thick-skinned, but today farting repeatedly in front of Su Tian and Su Jing was too much. Even with her thick skin, she couldn't handle it. After all, she was farting. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh, teasing. Weier, it turns out even a goddess can fart, and loudly too, a real symphony of farts. Puffed. Su Jing nearly spat out her drink from laughing. Under the pillow, Lin Weier's face was as red as blood, her delicate body slightly trembling, and her right hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. You come here, huh? Su Tian looked confused as he walked over. Lin Weier reached out with her left hand and pinched Su Tian's cheek. Ouch, that hurts, it really hurts. Su Tian's face immediately contorted in pain as he whimpered in grievance. If you joke around again, I'll pinch you to death, got it? Got it, Su Tian obediently nodded. After that, Lin Weier finally released her grip. Girls fart too, don't be silly. I know, but you're the one letting out a symphony of farts. Sister Su, you deal with him for me. Lin Weier took a deep breath. Oomph. She was furious. Su Jing looked at her brother and the little Lin teacher, flirting playfully, a smile creeping onto her lips. Although the child was an unexpected arrival, given how these 2 were flirting, they should be together soon. Especially since a baby is a woman's soft spot. Of course, whether Lin Weier would be willing to co-parent 3 children with Su Tian after discharge had to be respected. If you joke around with little Lin teacher again, it'll teach you a lesson, Su Jing said, twisting Su Tian. Ouch, Su Tian complained. I won't joke around anymore. Lin Weier smiled slightly, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. Why did chatting with Su Tian make her feel both angry and a bit sweet inside? By noon, Lin Weier no longer felt bloated. In fact, she was even a little hungry. Su Jing smiled and said, Xiao Tian is going to the cafeteria to get food. Little Lin teacher should eat something light, try to get some porridge. Okay. Su Tian nodded. He saw Wang Meili dressed in casual clothes and took the initiative to greet her. Sister Wang off work? Yes, off work. Wang Meili stretched, having worked the night shift until now and still had a strong impression of Su Tian the fool. Is your home far? Wang Meili looked at Su Tian in surprise. Why was this kid asking if her home was far? Not far. Sister Wang, can I borrow your kitchen? Since he obtained a comprehensive guide for postpartum meals from the system, he naturally wanted to personally cook lunch for Lin Weier. There was a rice cooker in the dorm, but it was a bit far, and he hadn't figured out how to explain to his roommate why he was taking leave and suddenly becoming a father. If it came to that, he'd have to buy food from the cafeteria. Wang Meili said, you give off a very unreliable vibe, a kid acting as a father. I wonder if you'll be a reliable dad. Hey, I'm reliable, definitely reliable. Follow me. Wang Meili's home was in the neighborhood near the municipal hospital. It was just next door, a 5-minute walk from the hospital. She also needed to cook lunch for her daughter, who was in elementary school. Su Tian went with her to buy ingredients at the vegetable store at the neighborhood entrance. He did this naturally with a purpose to get closer to the female doctor. In the future, if Lin Weier felt unwell, she could easily consult him. He even took the pile of vegetables and fruits that Wang Meili bought and was eager to pay for them. After cooking a nutritious lunch, Su Tian added Wang Meili on WeChat and hurriedly made his way to the hospital. He grabbed 2 servings of stir-fried cauliflower rolls from the cafeteria for himself and his sister, jogging towards the obstetrics and gynecology building. Where did you buy lunch? It took you 40 minutes. Su Jing asked. Why was Su Tian drenched in sweat? Lin Weier had long been hungry, her stomach growling. After expelling the gas, she said, Dr. Wang Meili lives next door. I borrowed her kitchen to personally cook lunch for Weier. Huh. Su Tian's words left both women dumbfounded. Lin Weier asked, Xiao Tian, did you really just go to the female doctor's house? Huh. Su Tian's words left both women dumbfounded. Lin Weier asked, Xiao Tian, did you really just go to the female doctor's house? And she agreed. Su Jing awkwardly smiled. Xiao Tian's social skills have always been bold. Sister, you feed Weier, Su Tian said. Su Jing rolled her eyes at her brother. Little Lin teacher has given birth to 3 children. Do you want to be a father for free? Hurry up and feed her yourself. Little Lin teacher, let Xiao Tian feed you lunch. From now on, he should learn to take care of his wife, and love the mother of his baby. Su Jing's words were too direct. Lin Weier couldn't help but feel her face slightly flush. Su Tian felt helpless. Sister, can we be a bit more subtle? Without even being established, she wanted to start teaching him to love his wife. Su Tian placed the thermal lunchbox on the bedside and opened the lid. A fragrant aroma wafted out immediately. Xiao Tian, what did you cook? Sister, it's red date yam and millet porridge. Weier had a cesarean section and lost a lot of blood. Her body needs to replenish some qi and blood. Oh, Su Jing was eating the stir-fried vegetables and rolls that her brother had prepared for her. Su Tian scooped up a spoonful of nutritious porridge, looking gently at Lin Weier. He mimed for Lin Weier to open her mouth. Lin Weier was amused, saying, Are you trying to coax a baby? You big head ghost. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Su Tian blew on the porridge to cool it down, gently feeding Lin Weier. 1 spoonful. Another spoonful. Lin Weier gazed blankly into the man's eyes. As the spoonful of porridge was brought to her lips, she opened her mouth to eat. This was the first time in her life she was being tenderly cared for by a man, and it was from the man she liked. Since her best friend got married and she was the maid of honor, while Su Tian was the best man, her feelings had been budding from the heart. During that time, she tried to put her feelings for Su Tian aside. But no matter what, she couldn't do it. Until last night, when she saw Su Tian again. Xiao Tian, did you really cook this porridge yourself? Lin Weier asked. Su Tian nodded slightly. Of course, the last spoon. Hurry up and eat. You can cook. No, I consulted my brother Su Feng, who told me the specific steps, and then I cooked it up. Oh, that's thoughtful of you. It's delicious, very tasty. Su Tian's cousin Su Feng was the husband of her best friend and worked as a chef. She knew all this. After finishing the last spoonful of nutritious porridge and biting on the soft yam, she contentedly pursed her lips. Next time I'll wipe my mouth myself. Lin Weier felt Su Tian wiping her mouth with a tissue, and she was super unaccustomed to it. But his actions and gaze were truly gentle. Su Tian grinned. Drinking brown sugar water can also replenish qi and blood. While cooking porridge, he had soaked a thermos of brown sugar water. His sister Su Jing was right. He couldn't just be a father for nothing. Next, he had to start learning to take care of the mother of the child. Are you full? I'm full. Su Tian held a bowl of potato, cabbage, and vermicelli meatball stir-fry, taking a fragrant bite of the roll followed by a bite of the stir-fry. The hospital food was not bad, much better than the food in the school cafeteria. It's my first time feeding a girl. I'm so shy, Su Tian said, deliberately expressing his emotions while eating. Look at your unwilling face. Lin Weier, in a good mood, playfully spat at him. Su Jing blinked, sensing a hint of romantic tension starting to permeate the air. These two's tone and demeanor were like they were showing off their love. Su Tian and little Lin teacher. There was hope. That handsome guy. The nurse wanted to call him a fool, but thinking of the protective mother, she decided again. Hearing the girl call Su Tian handsome, Lin Weier's expression turned slightly unnatural. Then she thought about it and was startled. Hearing the girl call Su Tian handsome, Lin Weier's expression turned slightly unnatural. Then she thought about it and was startled. Did she really feel jealous over a mere handsome guy? How terrifying, that thought was too frightening. What's wrong? Su Tian asked. The nurse handed over a form and said, "This is a document. It's the birth medical certificate. Take it to window 8 on the first floor to process the birth certificates for your 3 babies. You will need your ID card, marriage certificate, and household registration book. Remember, do it quickly because only after processing the birth certificate can the newborns get vaccinated." Oh, thank you. Su Tian's mind was in a whirl. Birth certificate. Is it okay without a marriage certificate? It's fine, but you must have the household registration book, either the man's or the woman's. The nurse nodded. Many young couples are pregnant before marriage. The hospital is quite humane. To process the baby's birth certificate, a marriage certificate and birth permit are not required. Su Tian walked back to the room with a worried expression. Wire, to process the birth certificates for the babies, we need certain documents. Did you bring the household registration book? No, Lin Weier shook her head. I can only go home to get it. Sister, please help look after Weier while I go get it. His home is in a village near Launching. Since he entered university, his family had moved to the city. Their home is in the old district where his father has been a carpenter all his life, renovating houses and making cabinets and beds. His mother used to help his father with renovations. Last year she opened a flower shop. Deep down she was conflicted about whether or not to tell her mother that she had become a parent. That. Xiao Tian, the teacher, has thought of the baby's nickname, but not the formal name, Lin Weier said. She again referred to herself as teacher. She was used to it. She looked at the documents Su Tian handed her. To process the birth certificate for the baby's name needed to be filled in. Su Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Naming, huh? Weier, what do you want the nickname to be? Nuan Nuan Mao Mao Dodo. Su Tian was struck dumb at the names given by the mother. Weier, Nuan Nuan is nice, but are you sure Mao Mao and Dodo aren't names for your pets? Su Jing couldn't help but laugh. The two discussed the baby's name. She had no say. Lin Weier playfully pouted. Aren't Mao Mao and Dodo nice? Not nice, pick another one. Weier, you are a Chinese teacher, show your skills. Su Tian shook his head. Lin Weier said seriously, the first baby is a boy, let's name him Can, hoping his future will be bright and cheerful, becoming a sunny boy. Can. Su Tian murmured twice, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. Good, Can sounds nice. The second baby is named Nuan Nuan, hoping they can be a warm baby at home. Nuan Nuan sounds nice. Su Tian nodded. Lin Weier pondered for a moment. How about the third baby's nickname? Isn't it a nice name? Hoping the little one can be safe and sound. Anun. Su Tian nodded. You can name the formal one. Is that okay? I'll name the nickname, you name the formal one. Su Tian asked. How about 2 babies take the surname Su and 1 takes Lin? He considered Lin Weier. Hearing this, Lin Weier shook her head. The child must have the same surname as the father. It's fine if they all take Su, it's more traditional, and you're still alive. Su Tian was startled. So, it seems he would have to change his last name to Lin after he died. Well, he must live strong. Su Tian smiled and said the first baby's nickname is Can, the formal name is Su Can. Good, Su Can. This name is perfect for a protagonist in a novel. Su Tian, just hearing it sounds like a supporting character. Lin Weier said, the second baby and the first baby should have 3 characters in their names, while the first baby can just have 1 character. Su Tian looked serious. The second baby is named Su Nuan Nuan with Su and in B2. Too hasty. No, it sounds nice. The two exchanged glances. They decided on the names for the 3 babies. Nicknames Can Nuan Nuan and In. Formal names Su Can Su Nuan Nuan Su and In. Lin Weier pointed at the cabinet. The ID card is in the bag. All right. Su Tian opened Lin Weier's bag and found her ID card. Glancing at the ID number. Weier, your birthday is on Christmas. There are still over 9 months to Christmas. By then the baby should be able to say happy birthday, mommy. But Su Jing couldn't help but laugh. Weier is giving birth to a monster. It would be good if the baby can call mom and dad after 10 months. Quickly go home and get the household registration book. Lin Weier shouted anxiously. To process the birth certificates for the babies. They must speed up. Su Tian glanced at the plain photo on the ID card. A stunning beauty. How can someone look so good even without makeup? Her exquisite features were as if crafted by God himself. Sister, take good care of Weier and my baby's eye. Quickly go home and get the household registration book. Lin Weier shouted anxiously. To process the birth certificates for the babies. They must speed up. If there's no traffic jam, it will at least take an hour for the round trip. Don't worry, we women have plenty to talk about. Su Jing smiled. She decided to help her brother a bit more. Su Tian left the hospital and immediately called a taxi heading straight to Xiao flower shop. Su mother is named Wu Xiao. Arriving at the flower shop, he got out of the car. Su mother was teaching an elderly lady how to take care of flowers. The elderly lady left with a pot of chrysanthemums, smiling from ear to ear after paying. Mom, Su Tian called out. Su mother was startled. Xiao Tian, you come back, without even calling or messaging on WeChat. Su Tian smiled broadly. How's business at our flower shop? Pretty good. Business will be better in a few days for International Women's Day on March 8th. The flower shop generally had steady business. During certain holidays such as Mother's Day, Women's Day, and Valentine's Day, the business was quite good. Last month on Valentine's Day, just from selling roses, they sold them all day long. Especially now with International Women's Day being turned into Goddess Day by some netizens, the flower shop's business would definitely soar. Additionally, Su's father frequently took on renovation jobs, and with the flower shop the family's life was quite comfortable. They may not be rich, but they had no worries about food and clothing. Xiao Tian, don't you have class this afternoon? Right, no class. Su Tian lied. Mom, I need to register for the student council at school, and I need the household registration book. Where did we put it? Household registration book. It's at home. Su mother's eyes flashed with doubt. Are you sure? Do you need the household registration book to register for the student council? Don't try to fool your mother, this rural woman. I'm not lying. Soon I will give you a super big surprise. What surprise? Su mother asked. Su Tian smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon enough. Su mother stopped asking, guessing it was because Su Tian's grades were excellent and he got a scholarship. The keys are with you. Go home and get them. Mom, I'm leaving. Su Tian grabbed the keys and hurriedly ran towards the happy community behind him. After rummaging through the drawers, he found the household registration book and quickly ran downstairs towards the flower shop. He dropped off the keys. Mom, I'm going back to school. Su mother scolded. Why are you in such a hurry? Running around without a clue about what you're doing. At this moment, a man slightly taller than him passed by with two baby girls. The baby girl had a top knot and was bouncing adorably as she walked. Xiao Tian. Su Tian hurriedly greeted. The man was his cousin Su Feng, the son of his aunt, who worked as a chef. He currently ran a noodle shop at the entrance of the happy community and business was quite good. Unfortunately, he married young and had 2 daughters early. No, 3 daughters and 1 son. Why are you running when you see me? Su Feng teased. Su Tian scratched the back of his head and smiled. I'm in a hurry to get back to school. There's a little matter at home. Hello, uncle, the baby girl said. Su Tian bent down. Are you Xian or Yin? I'm Yin, the little girl said. Su Tian asked, how old are you? Ba, how old is Yin? Yin looked up at Su Feng. Su Feng said, you're 4 years and 9 months now, and will be 5 in May. Uncle Yin is 4 years old. The little kid directly skipped the 9 months. No problem, 4 years and 9 months is indeed 4 years old. Looking at his 2 little nieces, Su Tian couldn't help but smile widely, thinking of his own daughters Wan and An. Brother, I have to go now. I have something urgent. Go on, Xian, and Yin say goodbye. Xian, goodbye, uncle. In this day and age, even obtaining a birth certificate for a baby requires waiting in line. Su Tian rushed back to the city hospital, prepared all the necessary documents, and hurried to the first floor. After waiting for 40 minutes in line, it was finally Su Tian's turn. He quickly handed over the documents. The female staff member was slightly surprised and couldn't help but glance at Su Tian a couple of times, wondering how someone so young could already be married. Where is the marriage certificate? She asked. Su Tian smiled. Sorry, I haven't registered with the babies. The names are confirmed. The birth certificate and the name for the baby's household registration must be the same, otherwise the process will be quite cumbersome. Confirmed. Su Tian nodded. After spending over 10 minutes, the female staff member handed Su Tian 3 small booklets. These were the birth certificates for his son and daughter, stamped by the hospital. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have completed the task of obtaining the baby's birth certificate for the Perfect Daddy system and received a starter fund of 300 yuan, which has been transferred to your Alipay. Including the gift money from the system for the baby's birth, he now had a total of 600 yuan. The system was indeed generous. He opened his Alipay. He saw that he had become friends with an ID account called Perfect Daddy System, which had transferred 300 yuan to him. He couldn't help but marvel again at the wonders of the system. He took the elevator to the obstetrics and gynecology building and rushed back to the maternity ward. The baby's birth certificate has been processed. Su Tian smiled slightly and handed the birth certificate to Lin Weier, who was half reclined on the bed, her face full of joy as she looked at the baby's birth certificate. You've worked hard, Su Tian. Su Tian shook his head. It's nothing tough. How can getting a certificate for my baby be called hard work? Su Tian, did your mother not ask you why? Su Jing asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Weier's delicate face tightened. She perked up her ears and listened carefully. Su Tian smiled helplessly. Of course she asked, but I just casually gave her some excuse to brush it off. What excuse? Lin Weier sighed in relief. She truly didn't dare to face Su Tian's mother while his sister was of the same age and seemed more manageable. Having a child without informing her family, her parents thought she was studying for her doctorate in Jintian City. Even now, after the baby was born, she still didn't dare to tell her family. She decided to wait until she was out of confinement before finding an opportunity. Su Tian said, the reason is that I need to sign up for the student council and I need the household registration book for registration. My mom was a bit confused and definitely couldn't guess that she already has a grandson and 2 little granddaughters. In the stroller, the 3 babies opened their eyes, cooing and babbling as they observed this beautiful world without crying. Su Tian looked down and wanted to gently kiss the baby. The greatness of maternal love, he marveled. However, in the next moment, Su Jing stopped him with her hand. You can't kiss the baby yet, wait until they are 30 days old. Moreover, you can't kiss too often, and do you know your mouth has bacteria? Is that so? Su Tian asked in confusion. He couldn't even kiss yet. Lin Weier said, just listen to Su Jia. If you can't kiss, then you can't. All right. Su Tian bent down, his handsome face full of smiles. Kin wan wan and I am your daddy, I am your daddy. Lin Weier rolled her eyes weakly. The more she looked at the man, the more she felt he was unreliable. The nurse walked into the room smiling softly. Daddy of the baby in bed 6. Please take the stroller to the vaccination room to get the baby vaccinated and bring the birth certificate. Okay, thank you, nurse. Let's go, it's time for the shot. Lin Weier said, watch out for the wind. Got it. Su Tian nodded. He pushed the baby to the vaccination room. The female doctor was very young, so young that Su Tian doubted whether she could give vaccinations. There was only one baby ahead getting vaccinated, and after waiting a few minutes, it was Su Tian's turn. The baby's birth certificate. Here you go. Triplets. While you are really fortunate, but you must treat your wife well. Su Tian smiled and said, of course, that's a given. Doctor, are you an intern? No, I've been working for 3 years already. Oh, good. Su Tian smiled. By the way, may I ask what vaccine we're giving? Hepatitis B vaccine and BCG vaccine. We need to give 2 shots. Su Tian frowned, glancing at the obedient 3 little ones, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. The female doctor recorded the information on the computer. Pick up Su Can and sit him on the chair. Okay. Su Tian picked up the eldest. The eldest stared blankly at the female doctor. Seeing the needles, Su Tian's brows furrowed. Hold him well, don't move, it will be quick. As she spoke, the female doctor gently held the baby's tiny arm, and the needles slowly pierced in. Wow. With a slight pang of pain, the eldest's facial features seemed to scrunch together as he let out a cry. Don't cry, big treasure, you are a man. Men don't cry, you must be strong. The new dad obediently soothed his son in his arms. It's done, just gently press on the spot where the vaccination was given. The female doctor pressed a cotton swab on the vaccinated arm, saying, just press for a few seconds. Just like stopping the bleeding after and for a cold, you have to press the small wound from the injection with a cotton swab. Understood. Next, the female doctor lifted the other arm of the eldest. After this shot, he cried again. All right, press here. Su Tian held the eldest in his arms, gently rocking him. It's done, big treasure, don't cry, you are a man. A man can't cry when getting shots. The female doctor was speechless. Do you think the baby can understand that? It's quite normal for a new dad to comfort their baby. Soon Wan. The second baby was super strong. During the shot, she merely hummed and didn't cry, gripping Su Tian's finger tightly with her little hand. Wow, the second baby is really amazing, even better than the older brother. After the second baby was done, Suanin, while the third baby is even more obedient, better than both the older brother and sister. Indeed, Su Tian had fully immersed himself in the role of a dad. The third baby, Inan, was particularly well behaved, not crying at all, as if the needle had no effect on her. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have accompanied your baby for the first vaccination, completing the task of heartfelt companion. The system rewards you with a small electric car, which has been parked in the hospital parking lot. Please check it out. That was quite stingy. Only a small electric scooter as a reward. He realized that as long as he devoted himself to the baby, the system would provide rewards. It was simply too simple, too happy. However, even without the system, his love for his son and daughter would not diminish by even a fraction. The female doctor stamped the vaccination certificate and reminded, "Be careful not to let the vaccinated area touch water for now. Infants have very low immunity at this stage and are prone to bacterial infections. If you want to bathe the baby or wipe their body, you must wait at least 24 hours. Understood. Thank you, beautiful doctor." The female doctor smiled happily. "The vaccination book has the date for the next vaccination. Don't forget it." "Okay, thank you, thank you." Su Tian glanced at the vaccination book. The number of vaccinations within the first year is quite high. Vaccinations continue until 2.5 years old to complete the newborn's immunization schedule. It seems he will have a lot to do in the future. "Sister Su, will the flowers wither?" Lin Weier, holding a bunch of bright red roses, sniffed them with a blissfully silly expression. "They won't, they can last for a few days. Tomorrow sister will help you get a vase, put the flowers in it, change the water regularly, and add some preservative, and this bunch of roses will thrive." "Thank you, sister." Su Jing asked directly, "Weier, do you like Su Tian?" "I." The sudden question made Lin Weier's face flush, her small hands holding the roses trembling slightly. "No need to answer, sister knows." A girl liking a boy can be seen from her expressions and demeanor. If she didn't like Su Tian, she would only feel awkward upon hearing this topic. And not like the roses in her hands, blooming beautifully, yet shyly resembling a little woman. "Actually, I used to like Su Tian, but later I tried to let go of those feelings. However, ever since that gathering, I began to like him again." "As long as you like him, Su Tian must have always liked you too, secretly in love. Otherwise, how could he have taken you back home instead of to a hotel?" "Don't be shy, sorry sister, won't say more." Lin Weier's face turned even redder. That night, she shamelessly kissed Su Tian. And then Su Tian couldn't hold back. "I don't blame Su Tian." "Sister Weier, what were you two talking about?" Su Tian pushed the baby carriage and asked curiously. "Nothing." Lin Weier took a deep breath, looking at the babies, and asked, "Did the babies cry during the vaccination?" The brother cried, but the two sisters didn't cry, especially Sambao Anan, who was super well behaved. "Well, let me take a look at the vaccination certificate." Su Tian handed it over. Lin Weier carefully noted the dates for the next vaccinations and committed them to memory. Su Jing stood up and said, "Sister is going to pick Tong Tong up from kindergarten and will come back tomorrow morning. You've worked hard, sister. Thank you for taking care of Weier, sister." "You're welcome, but you are my sister-in-law." Su Tian, remember to fill a basin with water tonight to wipe Weier's face. For the body, just use a warm towel to wipe the simple areas. "Got it, sister, but you mustn't tell mom or she'll fly to the hospital immediately." "Don't worry, sister, After Su Jing left, Su Tian sat by the bedside chatting with Lin Weier. The babies had closed their eyes in a daze, entering a sweet dreamland. Newborn babies sleep even more soundly than his orange cat at home. For dinner, Su Tian simply bought Lin Weier a bowl of porridge, a boiled egg, and a bag of milk. The milk was placed in the room for morning and evening consumption. After dinner, it was time to change the pad, Su Tian said with a smile. Lin Weier looked embarrassed, her small hands nervously clenching together. "Su Tian, you go to the cabinet, there's another bag with a coat. Just put the coat on the teacher's thigh, and then change the pad." The more she spoke, the shyer she became. "I wish I could wear underwear." "Okay." Su Tian was a bit speechless, but understood well. It's normal for a girl to be shy. Although she is the mother of the babies, after all, they haven't been in a relationship. He opened the cabinet and rummaged through her backpack. "Hey, what's this?" "Weier, is this it?" Su Tian shook it in his hand, but it wasn't right. "This seems to be a pair of little underwear, but isn't it too big?" "Hurry, put it in the bag." She was anxious to turn over and get out of bed, and seeing this, Su Tian was startled. Don't move, it's not time yet. In 2 hours the babies will be 24 hours old, and then you can get out of bed." "Then why are you still holding it in your hand?" Lin Weier's face turned crimson, her chest rising and falling. At that moment, Su Tian was holding her white cotton underwear. "Hey, this is too big, right?" Su Tian chuckled and immediately put it in the bag. "This underwear is 2 sizes larger than his roommate, the fat guy. Long. Too scary." "Su Tian, don't think too much. This is what I wore during the later stages of pregnancy with triplets, and it's a super large size." "Don't laugh, you mustn't laugh. Having triplets. Naturally, the underwear is super large." Su Tian stopped laughing, but a smile still lingered at the corners of his mouth. "You've worked hard. Wearing such a large size must not be easy." Lin Weier pouted. "Don't talk about that, quickly find the coat." Su Tian found Lin Weier's coat. He grinned and asked, "Is this a coat for a dinosaur? You're going to make me mad." All right, don't wake the babies." Su Tian restrained his smile and dared not joke anymore. He covered the coat over her thighs. Swiftly, Su Tian changed her pad and took off the coat. He walked to the water room, filled a basin with warm water, and pulled the curtain. Weier. Teacher Lin. Don't call me teacher, you naughty student. After washing the towel with soap, Su Tian gently wiped her face, arms, hands, and neck. Do you want to wipe your body? Su Tian asked softly. She had been sweating all over and felt particularly uncomfortable. She wanted to take a shower. After pondering for a moment, you can only wipe your back, take off your top. Su Tian said. I. Lin Weier allowed Su Tian to lift her loose maternity clothing. Su Tian earnestly wiped her back. Feeling Su Tian's gentle movements, her bright eyes revealed no hint of shyness, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a lot more at ease. After he finished wiping her body, she only then realized she was blushing, too shy to look into Su Tian's eyes. She never expected that one day a man would be willing to serve her. After wiping her back, she simply wiped her front, put her clothes back on, and fastened the buttons, feeling cool and comfortable. Looking at Su Tian again, he had already started to sweat. Xiao Tian, is your body lacking exercise? You seem weak. Weier. Su Tian felt it necessary to explain himself as a man. I'm in good health. I am on the school's basketball team. It's my first time wiping a girl's body, and I was nervous, suppressing the impure thoughts in my mind, which made me sweat. Lin Weier shot him a glare. Don't think impure thoughts. Alright, I won't think about those things. Lin Weier felt warm inside, and her gaze towards Su Tian softened a few degrees. Recalling his stiff and serious expression when he was wiping her body, her mood instantly brightened. She had found a warm-hearted big boy. Xiao Tian, thank you. At that moment the babies woke up and began to whimper. Sambao Anan cried out loud. Hurry, bring them over to feed the babies, are hungry, and it's time for dinner. Just taking care of the babies 3 meals a day. Su Tian felt it would take a lot of time. Their mother really had just taking care of the babies 3 meals a day. Su Tian felt it would take a lot of time. Their mother really has it hard, and he needed to do more for her and the babies. After feeding, the babies were no longer sleepy. Su Tian wore a beaming smile, teasing the 3 little treasures. I can't wait for the 3 little ones to call me dad. Lin Weier said they will definitely call out for mom first. Lin Weier also had a pain pump and a urine bag with a catheter inserted. The pain pump made her drowsy easily. After wiping her body and chatting for less than 10 minutes, she had already fallen into a sweet, deep sleep. Su Tian gently unfolded the folding chair bed beside him, lay flat on the small bed, and closed his eyes to rest. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Su Tian was awakened by the whimpering sounds of the babies. Lin Weier was still sleeping like a log, perhaps dreaming sweetly, as she even stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips. Su Tian with sleepy eyes got up and checked everything. It turned out that all 3 babies had peed and pooped at the same time. Don't cry. Daddy will change your diapers. After changing the diapers, the second and third babies were still crying. Helpless Su Tian wanted to wake up the carefree Lin Weier, but seeing her sleeping so sweetly, he decided against it. He turned on the small light in the room and gently unbuttoned Lin Weier's clothes. With one hand nervously supporting the baby's food source and the other holding the baby, he let the baby find the food on its own. The crying abruptly stopped. What a magical little foodie. The third baby stopped crying but kicked it. Lin Weier frowned, a blush of shyness spreading across her pretty face. She had actually had an erotic dream, dreaming that Su Tian was eating the baby's food source. Feeling a strange sensation on her chest, she slightly opened her eyes and saw Su Tian's handsome face. Sure enough, it wasn't a dream. She was being secretly taken advantage of. What are you doing with your hands while I'm asleep? She said, raising her hand and knocking on Su Tian's forehead. Weier. Su Tian looked bewildered. Lin Weier then realized that the baby was having a midnight snack. Xiao Tian, I'm sorry, she said. I thought you were secretly taking advantage of me. Su Tian said in a frustrated tone, the baby is taking advantage of you, not me. Oh, I see. Sorry, she said with a blush, feeling terribly embarrassed. So it turned out he was helping the baby feed. She had wrongly blamed Su Tian, but still she suspected Su Tian definitely wanted to take advantage, yet she had no proof. Su Tian wasn't deliberately taking advantage, he was forced to. So sleepy, Lin Weier yawned. Anyway, she had already been taken full advantage of, so a little more didn't matter. Truly a new mother, her sleepiness outweighed her shyness. She murmured, Xiao Tian, after feeding the first baby, feed the second. The teacher is going to sleep first. She thought the baby feeding was the firstborn, but it was actually the third baby, Anan. Su Tian felt that she was truly exhausted. Otherwise, Su Feng's mind was in a daze. She just woke up, said a few words, and then went back to sleep. Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm still feeding the baby, and you're the baby's mother. Gulp. Watching the second baby suckling contentedly, Su Tian's gaze froze slightly. He couldn't help swallowing. He was a normal man after all. Chin up, chest out, stomach and deep breath. Actually, Lin Weier wasn't asleep. Su Tian was helping to feed the baby. Su Tian actually took the initiative to unbutton her shirt in the middle of the night to feed the baby. That was too perverted. But Su Tian was thinking of the baby, afraid the baby would be hungry. Even so, she was extremely embarrassed, so she might as well just close her eyes. The next morning, Su Tian was sleeping soundly on the chair. Perhaps too tired, drool even trickled out. It wasn't until the cry of a baby from the next bed reached him that Su Tian opened his eyes and rubbed his sleepy eyes. The first thing he did upon waking was to glance at the three babies. It turned out it wasn't his own baby crying, so he lay down and closed his eyes again. Lin Weier was speechless. She had been awake for a while, staring blankly at the man's sleeping face. These 2 days must have worn Su Tian out. After a while, Su Tian was awakened by his own baby's cry. Oh, it turned out the baby had pooped. He wiped the baby's bottom clean and skillfully changed the diaper. Then he went downstairs to the cafeteria to get food. After breakfast, Wang Meili came to check on them, gently pressing Lin Weier's belly. Do you still feel bloated in your stomach? No, I don't. Lin Weier shook her head. Wang Meili asked, Su Tian, how is your wife's lochia discharge? It's fine, it's been coming out. I'm asking about the amount. Su Tian smiled. It's getting less each time. Lin Weier looked anxious and asked eagerly, Dr. Wang, when can I get out of bed and walk? She felt like she was going to waste. She had already given birth and her body felt so light, she wanted to get out of bed and experience the feeling of being unloaded. Walking with a big belly in the late pregnancy was too uncomfortable. Well, remove the pain pump and catheter at noon, and you can get out of bed and walk, Wang Meili said, then walked over to the neighboring patient Lu Ting. You can go through the discharge procedures today. After discharge, remember to pay attention to hygiene and avoid infection in the important areas. Lu Ting nodded excitedly. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Hearing this, Lin Weier was full of envy. She had been lying in bed since giving birth. Lu Ting had a natural delivery and told her that she gave birth with a plop. Without even feeling the effort, she just unloaded. She could get out of bed immediately, but the doctor advised her to rest in bed. By the morning after giving birth, she could already walk. Cesarean section, on the other hand, was more painful and troublesome. Lin Weier called out, Dr. Wang, how long until I can be discharged? Wang Meili replied, 5 to 7 days, depending on individual constitution. At least 5 days of hospitalization to observe the healing of the incision. I understand, thank you, Dr. Wang. After the doctor left, Lin Weier pulled open the curtain. Sister Ting, I'm so envious of you. You can already be discharged. Natural delivery is like this. Weier, let me tell you, my husband insisted on me having a section, saying that natural delivery would loosen things down there. But I'm not going to suffer that. Why have surgery if I can deliver naturally? Just for his happiness. Women should live for themselves. Lin Weier blinked. A flicker of confusion passed through her eyes. She didn't understand. What's wrong with natural delivery? Why would her husband be unhappy? Gosh, Su Tian's eyes flashed with understanding. He got it. So dirty. At that moment, the neighboring man Li Shengjuan returned with water, and the woman Lu Ting stopped talking. Su Tian asked, Weier, are you renting a house? Teacher Lin was a rich woman. He knew that. He remembered that when he was in high school, she drove a BMW 3 Series. Later, when he graduated, she drove a small Mercedes. How much could a high school teacher's monthly salary be? It's a rented house only 1 kilometer from the hospital. The lease still has 3 months left. Su Tian nodded and said, how about you go straight to my place after discharge? No. The rented house has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. You have classes during the day, just come over and help change diapers when you have time. She had thought it through thoroughly. She lived alone during the early and middle stages of pregnancy. In the later stages, even going downstairs was inconvenient as she was afraid of falling, so she hired a nanny to take care of her. Last month, she had even found the contact information for a postpartum caregiver. Fortunately, her grandfather gave her 30,000 yuan as pocket money, afraid she would be mistreated while studying for her PhD far from home, so it was enough for now. Thinking about how she had been lying to her family, her expression couldn't help but turn blank. Su Tian pinched her fair and tender cheek. Weier, don't pinch my face. Do you think I'm a little girl? Okay, good thing I like him, otherwise I would really have blown up. You're infuriating me. Just wait until I finish my postpartum confinement, they'll see how to bully you. Mercy. At around 11 o'clock, Wang Meili and a nurse helped remove the pain pump and also took out the urinary catheter. They reminded her, the wound may hurt a bit as it varies from person to person. If the pain becomes unbearable, remember to call the nurse. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Wang Meili smiled slightly. This is what we doctors should do, no need for As the doctor left, Lin Weier exerted strength in her waist, trying to sit up from the bed, but accidentally pulled at her wound, involuntarily frowning. Don't be anxious, Su Tian said, shaking the auxiliary device at the end of the bed. The head of the bed immediately propped up. Su Tian, I can't hold it anymore. Just after the urinary catheter was removed, the urge to urinate hit her without warning. They'll carry you to the bathroom, Su Tian said with a mischievous smile. No, Dr. Wang said I could get out of bed myself. Lin Weier shook her head, but even as she slowly moved her large bottom, holding on to Su Tian, it was still slow. Seeing her in discomfort, Su Tian couldn't bear it any longer. Weier, hold on to my neck tight. Su Tian slightly squatted down. Oh, she gave in and wrapped her arms tightly around Su Tian's neck. In the next moment, Su Tian grimaced in pain. Are you trying to choke me? You said to hold tight? Her cheeks flushed red, feeling extremely embarrassed. The ambiguous actions without a romantic premise only made her shy, even slightly flustered. Su Tian used his arms to lift her in a princess carry. Lin Weier thought to herself, before having a baby, I weighed 170 pounds, and now I'm still quite heavy. Compared to before my pregnancy, it's like I'm two different people. Will he mind that I'm fat? Teacher, you're so heavy it's exhausting me. Just as she was thinking whether Su Tian would dislike her for being overweight, Su Tian spoke up. She blushed and retorted, after having a baby, which woman isn't a bit heavier, humph? Not heavy, not heavy, a little meat is good. With such a large bottom, no wonder she could give birth to a son. Lu Ting helped open the bathroom door, saying, young couples flirting, I really envy you. Su Tian helped her sit on the toilet. Teacher, can you pull down your pants by yourself? Do you need my help? Lin Weier pinched Su Tian's face. Go out and close the door. Okay, I will wait for you at the door, my esteemed teacher. Su Tian said playfully, closing the door and standing at the bathroom entrance waiting for the mother of their baby. After 3 minutes, Su Tian finally heard the sound of running water followed by the sound of the toilet flush. Lin Weier was sweating profusely, her pretty face slightly pale. Even with the urinary catheter, there was still some discomfort, and getting up tugged at her wound, making her secretly annoyed with herself, thinking, Lin Weier, your constitution is too poor. While thinking, she leaned against the sink, taking one step at a time to open the bathroom door. Su Tian saw Lin Weier covered in sweat and looking unwell, and he was immediately alarmed. Weier, are you okay? I'm fine, stop lying. It really doesn't hurt, come here, I'll support you. Oh, okay. Lin Weier held onto Su Tian's arm tightly. The doctor said to keep exercising, let's go outside for a walk, and then come back. They'll accompany you. Step by step they moved slowly. Su Tian asked with concern, does it really not hurt? You look like walking is quite strenuous for you. It doesn't hurt, it's much better than before I was pregnant. Walking makes me feel like having a baby is really so easy. Lin Weier shook her head. Su Tian chuckled. Of course, now that you've delivered it must feel easy. Puff, just say I delivered, why make it sound so bad? There were many pregnant women and new mothers walking in the corridor. After walking a few dozen meters, she found she could no longer move. Her fair forehead was already covered in sweat. I don't have any tissue, let's go back to the room to wipe off the sweat, hold on to my neck. Therefore Su Tian carried her back to the bed in a princess carry. After filling a basin with warm water, seeing Su Tian patiently helping her wipe her forehead and face, she couldn't help but start to think, Su Tian, does he really like me like he said? Or is he doing all this for the 3 babies? Su Tian's meticulous care made her feel a bit emotional. Su Tian, you are doing this for the babies. At that moment, Su Jing walked into the room, carrying lunch. Weier, what were you about to say? Nothing, nothing. She took a deep breath. Sister Jing. Su Jing smiled slightly and said, Weier, this is the carp tofu soup I made. Eat some fish and a few pieces of tofu. Su Tian, feed Weier lunch. No need to feed me, I can sit up now. She sat up. Su Tian placed the food tray on the bed. Su Jing opened the lunchbox and asked with concern, does it hurt today? It doesn't hurt. Su Tian, just help me walk a few meters, and it will be fine in a while. Sister, what food did you bring for me? Su Tian asked with a smile. Su Jing pointed to the thermal lunchbox, stir-fried vegetables, beef, potatoes, cabbage, vermicelli, and meatballs. Puffed stir-fried vegetables again. Su Tian opened the lunchbox. Your brother-in-law wanted stir-fried vegetables today, so you can only eat stir-fried vegetables. All right. Su Tian smiled helplessly. Fortunately, the stir-fried vegetables were paired with rice, not steamed buns. Lin Weier tasted the fish soup and tofu, praising, Sister Jing, your cooking is really good, the fish soup is delicious. If it's good, eat more. You are in the confinement period now and need to breastfeed the 3 babies, so your nutrition must keep up. Lin Weier nodded shyly. After she finished eating, there were still some fish and fish soup left, along with a few pieces of tofu and half a bowl of rice. Su Tian, you ate all of Weier's leftover food, Su Jing said. Su Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Sister, I've already eaten my fill. After you're full, out a bit more, it's nothing for a big man to eat more rice and vegetables. Sister Jing, let's wait until dinner to heat it up before I continue eating. Lin Weier blinked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sister Jing made such delicious carp tofu soup, yet there were leftovers. But she really couldn't eat anymore. It won't be fresh tonight, let's drink chicken soup tonight, Su Tian eat. I'll eat. The big sister made the order, and how could Su Tian not comply? He picked up the remaining fish soup and gulped it down. He poured the remaining fish soup and tofu over the rice, mixing them together to blend the fragrant flavors, and swallowed it all in one go. So delicious. Even Lin Weier couldn't help but be astonished. Burp. Su Tian let out a satisfied burp, patting his stomach. Weier, don't leave leftovers next time, otherwise in a few days I'll weigh more than you. As it turned out, Su Tian still disliked being overweight. Lin Weier retorted with annoyance. You better become a 200-pound fat man. I'm not that fat. Su Tian, you're quite a clever kid. Why are you as clueless as your brother-in-law? Can Weier possibly weigh as much as you? You're 182 centimeters tall. Your weight should be about 140. Oh, right. Exactly 140. Weier can't possibly weigh 140 pounds. Su Jing was completely speechless with her younger brother. Lin Weier nodded along. There's still dinner left, Su Tian, you must finish it. If you don't finish it'll punish you to write high school essays. Fine. That's too harsh. To make someone who just finished the college entrance examination write high school essays. Isn't that self-inflicted pain? Su Tian smacked his lips. I won't talk next time. I won't say anything again. I once found it hard to extricate myself from the vast world and became immersed in its dreams. The phone rang, and Su Tian glanced at his phone, which displayed Mother Tiger Teacher. Because his academic performance was excellent, and he was well-behaved, but often late, the lab teacher had left his phone number. Plus, he was quite capable in experiments and had direct contact with the teacher. Su Jing asked, is it a classmate? No, it's my Mother Tiger lab teacher and homeroom teacher. Su Tian chuckled helplessly and said, I guess she wants me to personally go to school to ask for leave, but definitely won't be accepted if a student asks for me. His theoretical knowledge of chemistry was not the best in the class. However, during lab experiments, even the teacher Yun Suixian felt inferior. Lin Weier nervously said, Su Tian, put the call on speaker. I want to hear how your Mother Tiger teacher. Actually, she wanted to hear her mother's voice. Su Tian said his teacher's name was Yun Suixian. Her mother was also named Yun Suixian and worked as a teacher at a polytechnic university. 100%. They were the same person. What good is it for the teacher to scold me? Su Tian grinned and finally answered the call, putting it on speaker. Su Tian, hello teacher. This is me. Yun Suixian scolded over the phone. Don't you know students aren't allowed to ask classmates to submit leave requests on their behalf? You should call your teacher yourself. It's much better. A 3-day absence is acceptable, but anything longer requires a formal leave application form signed by school leadership. Lin Weier's eyes crinkled into gentle crescents as she pressed her lips together. In same familiar tone, the same familiar voice, the same familiar warmth. Sorry, I really had an urgent matter. Reprimanded so sharply, Su Tian's expression flickered with faint embarrassment. How many days are you requesting? Yun Suixian asked curiously. In about a month. No, 40 days. In what? 40 days. School has only been in session for 2 days, and you're already asking for 40 days off. We'll handle your duties as class study representative. Teacher, I sincerely apologize. Something urgent came up at home. And what happened? Nothing serious. Yun Suixian's voice softened with quiet concern. Su Tian chuckled reassuringly. It's nothing. Actually, it's good news. So what's the real reason for such a long leave? 40-some days. Su Tian paused briefly. Then decided honesty was the only path forward. No other excuse could justify such an extended absence. My girlfriend just gave birth. I'm a father now. She's still in the hospital, and I won't be able to return to class until she completes her postpartum recovery period. Graduation was less than 4 months away, and attending classes had become inconsequential. And what? Na startled cry burst from Yun Suixian's end of the line. Beside him, Lin Weier's cheeks flushed deep crimson, her delicate hands twisting tightly together. And who had ever agreed to be Su Tian's girlfriend? He was speaking so freely, not just embarrassing her with the word girlfriend, but doing so while conversing with her own mother. She'd even claimed they'd had a baby together. Su Wei, what's wrong? Su Jing asked, puzzled. Lin Weier didn't strike anyone as easily flustered. Yet that single phrase, girlfriend, had painted her face in radiant rosy hues. No, nothing. Lin Weier whispered, lowering her voice. And over the phone, Yun Suixian sounded utterly stunned. Your girlfriend gave birth. Yes. Su Tian beamed. Yun Suixian offered a wry, half-teasing compliment. I truly saw your potential. I never misjudged you. Even during university, you've managed to win over a girlfriend who bore you a child. So you've been dating since last year, have you? Heh. And Su Tian grinned foolishly. And hehehe. Wonder whose daughter fell under your spell. Yun Suixian laughed lightly. Su Tian had long grown accustomed to her sharp-tongued tiger-like demeanor. Na woman whose words cut like knives, yet whose heart remained tender beneath. Teacher, I'm resigning as class study representative. You'll need to appoint someone else. I'm deeply sorry, but caring for my girlfriend through her postpartum recovery is already overwhelming enough. You're truly stepping down, and the significance of the role wasn't lost on Su Tian. Typically, study representatives held privileged access to resources, reports, assignments, evaluations that ordinary students couldn't obtain. It also honed leadership skills, valuable not only for graduation credits, but for future employment prospects. And my decision stands. And Lin Weier shook her head repeatedly, but Su Tian's resolve was unshakable. Very well, I'll send you the leave application form now. Fill it out completely. Since your requested absence exceeds 1 month, you must visit campus tomorrow to obtain official approval and leadership signatures. I lack that authority. Got it. Thank you, beautiful teacher. Su Tian teased playfully before hanging up. And Lin Weier pouted, slightly exasperated. Daring to speak so cheekily to his future mother-in-law. Mei was practically courting disaster. And, Weier, what's the matter? Su Jing asked. And something about Lin Weier felt distinctly off. Her expressions had shifted dramatically while Su Tian spoke with his university teacher. And, nothing's wrong, Jingjia. The class study representative role is vital. Positions like study rep or youth league branch secretary carry privileges ordinary students don't enjoy. Ah, I see. Well, then it makes perfect sense she resigned. To care for you and the 3 babies, of course. That may be true, but still. And Lin Weier sighed helplessly. Su Tian completed the digital leave form and sent it via WeChat to Yun Suixian. Xiao Tian, hand me your phone. And huh? What for? Su Tian blinked, bewildered. And, what do you mean, what for? I'm checking your WeChat chats. Your mouth is so sweet. Does it charm every female classmate with compliments about their beauty? Alright. Su Tian smiled faintly and passed over his 3-year-old Xiaomi phone. The one he affectionately called his warmth bringer. All chat logs from his bet with roommates about pursuing Yu Lily had long been deleted. He'd even blocked her entirely. Confident Lin Weier would find no trace of flirtatious exchanges with other girls. Lin Weier had no intention of scrutinizing. He handed over the phone, and she immediately tapped open Yun Suixian's WeChat profile. Then scrolled eagerly through her moment's feed. Most posts featured photos of her younger sister, just 6 years old, whom Yun Suixian had given birth to at 40 and who'd only begun elementary school last autumn. Scrolling further, she found photos of herself and her mother together. Panicked that Su Tian might glimpse them, she quickly opened settings and disabled her mother's moment's visibility. As long as Su Tian didn't deliberately navigate to her mother's WeChat profile, he'd never see those updates. Inthi simply wouldn't appear in his feed. Su Jing teased. Weier's already slipped so effortlessly into the role of girlfriend. Checking Xiao Tian's phone already. Jingjia, Lin Weier murmured bashfully, it's just curiosity. And then she tossed the phone back to Su Tian. Su Jing chose not to expose Lin Weier's quiet anxieties. After all, any young woman who'd just delivered triplets would naturally feel vulnerable and sensitive. Su Tian hurriedly opened his dormitory group chat. 99 unread messages. Not quiet sigh of relief escaped him. He'd narrowly avoided Lin Weier opening that chat. His boisterous roommates regularly flooded the group with risque content and photos of newly debuted AV actresses' commentary on their physical attributes. And Long, a 200 giant, relentlessly shared gossip links. Yet right now the chat, 99 messages, and over half tagged him directly. Naviri single one pinged, Azure Sky, Ni's WeChat username. Apparently Ergo had been cornered by Xiao Kuli and Long interrogated about why he'd bought Su Tian a bouquet of roses the previous night. Nand under pressure confessed Su Tian was currently at the obstetrics gynecology department. Obstetrics gynecology, what was that place? Confused they'd turned to Baidu, a department treating women's illnesses and assisting childbirth. One doesn't buy roses for sick relatives. And according to Ergo, nearly every person entering that building had a visibly swollen belly. Add Su Tian's request for roses, and the conclusion became unavoidable. He'd secretly courted a girl, kept their relationship hidden, and gotten her pregnant. After exhaustive debate, this remained the sole plausible explanation. Illness, visiting friends, or other excuses were categorically ruled out. Would anyone deliver roses to a stranger's wife giving birth? That would be sheer idiocy. And surely he wouldn't take leave for someone else's family emergency. Coupled with his silence, refusing to reply to their WeChat messages. Only one conclusion remained: the pregnant woman was Su Tian's secret girlfriend. The clincher. Not only had he concealed the romance, but he'd also made her pregnant. And the more they pondered, the more astounded they grew. Was this truly the act of a loyal brother? And they'd always assumed Su Tian was an innocent, passionless youth. None who never even clicked on the very resources they shared in the group, let alone downloaded them covertly. That sly little rascal. How deeply he'd hidden his true nature. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm, with a sideways smile. Seeing his roommates chatting excitedly in the group, Su Tian sent a message adding an emoji. Damn it. His best friend and roommate. Clearly they all live in the same dormitory, yet they insist on discussing this in the WeChat group, as if they want him far away in the hospital to see all this chat analysis. Long Tian go, what's going on? What big thing have you done behind our backs? Come on, confess. Xiao Kuli, how dare you secretly date someone, and even stay in the obstetrics and gynecology ward? You really are Tian Gano Tian Yi. Ergo Xiao Tian, I didn't say anything. Long Xiao Tian, hurry, and tell us it's killing us, quick. Su Tian knew he couldn't keep this from his roommates any longer. After all, they were a few close friends. So he sent a message. I once had a one-night stand with a girl, and then she got pregnant and gave birth to the child. What the? The three people in the dormitory exclaimed in unison with a Chinese classic phrase. Each of them widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the phone screen. This news is too explosive, right? The few of them were directly dumbfounded. Long Shock swallowed his saliva and typed, Xiao Tian, did you take over? Take over my ass, I am the biological father of the baby. Su Tian replied immediately. Xiao Kuli, a role model for our generation, truly a role model. Ergo no wonder you wanted to sleep with your head to the south in the middle of the night and asked me to buy roses. Xiao Tian, you really are something. What are you planning to do next? As a man, one must pay the price for one's impulses, so I will temporarily take a leave of absence from school to take care of the baby. The few of them gossiped like a group of aunties. They asked left and right. How old is the girl? What does she look like? Does she match you? Su Tian simply answered the questions. Xiao Kuli still didn't know that the baby's mother was Lin Weier. If he knew, he would absolutely be scared to death. Xiao Kuli and Su Tian were classmates in high school, while Lin Weier was a well-known goddess teacher at the city's #1 high school. Xiao Kuli could never have imagined that the baby born by teacher Xiao Lin was actually the child of his best friend Su Tian, or just thinking about it was terrifying. Long, is it a boy or a girl? Triplets, one brother and two sisters. Long, what the hell? Awesome. The other two sent long strings of. Su Tian, I am already the father of 3 babies now. You no longer need to call me dad. I'm not going to be your dad. Dog brother Xiao Kuli, long, you 3 can fight to be dads among yourselves, ha. In front of the screen, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Tian's mouth. His 3 roommates were instantly petrified. Damn it. With a little baby, are they going to abandon the 3 big babies? At that moment, the 3 roommates exchanged glances. Ergo took a deep breath. Long, Xiao Kuli just started school. I brought 3 months worth of living expenses, only 4,500. I have 6,000. Xiao Kuli said. Long said, I have over 10,000. Long had always been the richest in the dormitory. His family in Longsheng was quite well off, so his 3 months living expenses amounted to over 10,000. Long said seriously, Xiao Tian has become a dad. He has money, but it must not be enough. We 3 should pool together and transfer some to him. Okay. Ergo nodded. He was the closest to Su Tian. After a discussion, they decided they would just have to eat instant noodles for a few months. It was not to the point of eating instant noodles. When they had no money, everyone let Long support them as his parents ran a company. He was definitely a proper rich second generation. So Ergo took out 3,000. Xiao Kuli prepared 5,000. Long directly prepared 8,000. Ergo and Xiao Kuli transferred a total of 8,000 to Long. Long directly transferred the money to Su Tian through WeChat. When Su Tian saw the transfer, he was instantly stunned. Long replied, Xiao Tian, you are now the dad of 3 babies. Part-time modeling can earn money, but it's far from enough. The 3 little babies waiting to be fed are depending on you. This is the 16,000 pooled together by me, Xiao Kuli, and Ergo. If it's not enough, just let us know. Then he accepted the money. He sent a message in the group, making a joke. Thank you all, consider this a gift for my son and daughter, no need to return it. Then he accepted the money. He sent a message in the group, making a joke. Thank you all, consider this a gift for my son and daughter, no need to return it. Xiao Kuli, no problem, consider it a red envelope. I won't buy diapers for my niece and nephew. Long, ha, my brother hasn't graduated from college yet and has become a dad. If I tell this outside, I can also boast about it, no need to return it. Su Tian, what do you mean by happy to be a dad? If you're a dad, then you're a dad. Don't add the word happy. Just making a joke. Everyone has a hard time. Oh, I'll hold on to the money for now, and we'll talk about it when I have money later. His roommates, Goodwill, worried that he couldn't afford to raise the baby. Su Tian decided to find a reason to brush it off in a few days and return the money to them. As a college student, no one has it easy. Long asked Su Tian, when are you coming back to school? Probably in a few days to get some daily necessities. Please don't tell others about this. I don't want to become famous in school. I'm shy and have thin skin. Xiao Coolie dog Su Tian, I've never seen such a shameless person. Ergo hee ha. Long cold sweat, you scared me. Tian Ge, before I met you I really didn't know how thick a person's skin could be. It could reach the thickness of a city wall, thicker than Gang Zi's belly. Gang Zi is you Lily's roommate. His nickname is Watermelon Sister, or Gang Zi. Moreover, he is in the same class with a stout physique. When walking, his belly and the flesh on his face jiggle. His figure resembles that of a dinosaur, very scary. Xiao Coolie, this silly guy, randomly gave him a nickname. Demon Wave Gang. The few of them usually jokingly refer to him as Gang Zi or Watermelon. Xiao Tian, go back to school or home to sleep and come back in the evening, said Su Jing. Her brother had slept in the hospital for 2 nights, and there were faint dark circles under his eyes. Su Tian smiled and shook his head. I'm not that sleepy. It's too far to go back and forth between school and home. Xiao Tian, go get teacher's bag. What for? Asked Su Tian curiously, but he still fetched the bag. Lin Weier took out the key to her rented apartment and said softly, go sleep at my place. It's less than a kilometer from the hospital. Also pick up my packages and bring them inside. Is that appropriate? Asked Su Tian, looking foolish. Su Jing glared at her dense brother, thinking, letting you sleep at Weiner's place shows she has no guard against you, perhaps even accepts you as the father of her child. Why can't your steel-straight man's brain figure that out? Lin Weier sweetly pursed her lips. What's there to be inappropriate about? You've been taking care of me these past 2 days. It's been hard on you. Actually, having a woman take care of her felt quite nice. Su Tian felt shy and awkward helping her change the medical pad. It's not been hard. Weiner, why didn't you say so earlier? I could have saved myself the trouble of asking Dr. Wang Meili. He'll bring dinner. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, Su Tian left the hospital. He didn't forget to retrieve the system-rewarded electric scooter from the parking lot. It was brand new, capable of speeds up to 60 kilometers per hour, and he enjoyed the breeze as he rode along. Just then Lin Weier called. You idiot, you didn't even ask the name of the neighborhood. Where are you heading? Su Tian was dumbfounded. Weier, I was just about to call you. Taoyuan Neighborhood, Building 3, Unit 4, Apartment 901 East Unit. Remember to pick up the packages from the Sanyao Post Station. Just give them my phone number. And don't rummage through my wardrobe. Got it? Got it. Hanging up, Su Tian smiled to himself. Afraid head Snoop through her dinosaur print panties. Arriving at Taoyuan, he registered at the gate. When he went to pick up the packages, Su Tian was stunned. The old man at the post station handed him a large nylon sack. Then one bag after another was stuffed inside. All of these were daily necessities. Lin Weier had ordered online baby clothes, toys, and her own garments piled high in the sack. Su Tian hoisted the sack onto his shoulder, found Building 3, Unit 4, and took the elevator up. Ding, he opened the door alone. The apartment was small, only about 70 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The entrance faced the bathroom, with the kitchen to the left and the small living room to the right. On either side of the bathroom were the master bedroom and the second bedroom, both facing south. On the drying rack by the balcony, 2 large white maternity underwear caught his eye. Su Tian took a look around the apartment. It was clean and tidy, with even the bedding neatly folded. When he saw the cartoon pattern on the bedsheet, he couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the girl from Disney's Frozen? A mature woman still has a girlish heart. Ring, ring, ring. A familiar WeChat notification came through. Lin Weier initiated a video call. Su Tian could only see half of her delicate face. Xiao Tian, look for the baby clothes I bought online and the baby powder. Bring them over. Okay, got it. Su Tian raised a hand. Don't rummage through things. Su Tian flashed his white teeth. Weier, little Weiwei, do I look like someone with no manners? Go away, you idiot. What are you yelling? Weiwei is something you can call me. A blush crept across Lin Weier's pretty face, embarrassment flooding her heart. Calling her Weier wasn't enough. He dared to use her nickname Weiwei. That little brat. Su Tian was too bold. She was so embarrassed. It's less than a kilometer to the hospital. I can't drive there. Nowhere to park. He'll start the car for a bit and let the engine run. It's less than a kilometer to the hospital. I can't drive there. Nowhere to park. He'll start the car for a bit and let the engine run. Oh, remember to open the windows for ventilation. Click. The video call ended. Su Tian prepared 3 small baby outfits and opened them to inspect. They had patterns of Peppa Pig and little bears, all made of pure cotton. The designs were cute and adorable. Looking at the baby clothes, the father Tobe was instantly filled with a doting maternal smile. He dozed on the soft bed for over 2 hours, then went to the neighborhood grocery store to buy ingredients. He also took Lin Weier's car, a white Mercedes-Benz C260, for a spin around the neighborhood, perfect for a young woman. After cooking dinner, Su Tian returned to the hospital around 7 in the evening. Lin Weier was sitting at the foot of the bed, somewhat roughly changing the diaper for their eldest son. Her movements were terribly clumsy. Watching her, Su Tian frowned, his heart aching for the baby. Weier, even if Dabao is a boy, you don't have to change his diaper like that, do you? That's your son, your baby, not a Barbie doll or a toy. If she kept raising him like this, whether the boy would survive to age 3 was a question. Lin Weier spat lightly, her face reddening. I'm a novice mom, sorry. You do it. A novice mom still needs to be gentle. You're such a pig. Su Tian teased. Embarrassed and angry, Lin Weier reached out and grabbed his ear. You're the pig. It's my first time changing a diaper, she said, her face flushing. Su Tian said, sis, can't you teach Weier hand in hand? Babies aren't that fragile. Every novice mom goes through this. When I had Tong Tong, I was even clumsier than Weier, and she survived. These two women were truly something. The sister-in-law and daughter-in-law could be best friends. Dad's good boy, your clumsy mom is really not gentle with you. Su Tian gently changed Dabao's diaper. Su Jing picked up the food containers. Xiao Tian, I'm heading back first. They'll come again tomorrow noon. Sis, bring a fish fragrant shredded pork rice bowl tomorrow. I don't want stewed vegetables anymore. Su Jing rolled her eyes at her brother and left the room. Lu Ting from the next bed had already put on her coat, and her mother was carrying large bags of luggage. Her baby, less than a week old, was wrapped tightly and held in Li Xingjin's arms. Lu Ting smiled. Weier, I'm off now. If you have any questions about breastfeeding, just WeChat me. Okay, Sister Ting. I'm so jealous of you. She had given birth later than her, but was being discharged earlier. No need to rush. You'll only be here another 3 or 4 days. Take care, bro. Su Tian called out. All right, young man. Take good care of your 3 little angels and work hard to earn milk money, said Li Xingjun. The bed next door was empty. The feeling of tranquility was truly delightful. However, within half an hour, a petite girl under 1.60 meters with a prominent belly walked into the room. I'm so hungry, I feel like I'm going to starve, the little girl exclaimed. Her husband, looking to be around the same age as Su Tian, replied, Eat quickly, have some biscuits, don't let the baby in your belly go hungry. The woman quickly opened a pack of biscuits, crunching on the snacks. Mom, I want to eat spicy hot pot, the little girl shouted. The aunt accompanying her to the cabinet scolded, All you do is eat, you know pregnant women can't eat spicy food, right? Eating spicy will affect the quality of your milk. You can only eat spicy hot pot after the baby is born and weaning. Okay. Hearing that tone, it was definitely a biological mother-daughter pair. There wouldn't be such a tone of conversation between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Oh my, it's triplets. Little girl, you are so lucky. Without drawing the curtains, the aunt immediately spotted the 3 babies. The 3 little monkeys opened their eyes, neither crying nor making a fuss, staring blankly at this beautiful world. Lin Weier smiled. Thank you, aunt. The daughter is truly beautiful. The children will definitely be adorable as they grow up. Su Tian was amusing the son and daughter, shaking a small rattle in his hand. The first and second babies remained quiet, while the third baby opened its mouth, pouting as if suckling, with its lively little legs kicking against the mat. Weier, she will definitely kick. Lin Weier looked at the baby with a motherly smile and said, The third baby will surely be very mischievous as they grow up. As midnight approached, the girl in the next bed suddenly cried out in pain, continuously muttering, it hurts, I'm about to give birth, Husband, hurry and call the doctor. The man ran out anxiously. Today it was still Wang Meili on duty. Wang Meili drew the curtain and bent. After checking, a few fingers dilated, she directly touched the cervix with her hand. 7 centimeters dilated, but not enough, it's difficult. We'll check again tomorrow morning. However, 2 hours later, the pregnant woman was making such a racket that even Su Tian and Lin Weier couldn't sleep. The aunt hurriedly said, Sorry, little girl, I'm sorry to disturb you. It's okay, Lin Weier replied. The pregnant woman called Dr. Wang over again for another check, saying that it was time to give birth. The nurse directly wheeled the bed out of the room. After 15 minutes, Su Tian had just dozed off. He was awakened once more by the sound of a baby crying from the next bed. Did she give birth? Su Tian was startled. Glancing at the time, it was only 20 minutes since then. The little girl surprisingly walked back to her room slowly on her own, without needing anyone to help her, which made Lin Weier quite envious. I gave birth to a baby boy, husband. I gave birth to a construction bank for you. Work hard in the future. The man looked troubled, but still revealed a smile. I'll work hard to earn money, work hard to earn money. The little girl patted her belly. Wow, the feeling of unloading is so comfortable and relaxing. I finally don't have to carry this big belly anymore. I can wear beautiful slim clothes now. Su Tian nearly laughed out loud. Couldn't she stop being so humorous? Lin Weier looked on with even more envy. This energetic state was hard not to admire. The little girl had given birth, and she could walk directly out of the delivery room even without her husband or mother supporting her. She walked back by herself. I'm hungry, I want an apple. The aunt hurried to grab an apple and peel it. After finishing the apple, the little girl was still not satisfied and ate a banana. With a look of enjoyment, she munched away happily. Little Tian, It hurts. Lin Weier turned over feeling a faint pain at her incision. She really couldn't compare herself to the little girl in the next bed. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Her constitution was simply too poor. This wasn't her fault. After all, she had a cesarean section and gave birth to 3 babies at once. It wasn't the noise from the next bed that kept her awake, but the fact that the pain relief pump had been removed at noon, and she had been feeling vague pain. If she didn't sleep during the day, it was fine. While playing on her phone, she hardly felt the pain. But at night, for some reason, even the slightest hint of pain made it difficult for her to fall asleep. Is it very painful? Su Tian asked gently. Lin Weier shook her head. Just a little, but I can't sleep. Weier. Su Tian suddenly grasped her soft little hand. What are you doing? Her tone trembled. For her, such a gesture of holding hands was already quite intimate. Although she had already grabbed the baby's milk supply. We will take care of the baby together in the future. Do you agree? The teacher agrees. Her fingertips trembled slightly. She really wanted to ask if it was to take care of the baby together that he wanted to live with her. Or did Su Tian's heart have her in it? She bit her lip, wanting to ask, yet her shyness held her back. Little Tian, I don't know much about you. Tell me about your family. Do you want to marry me? How vain. The two spoke softly while the girl next door, who had just given birth surprisingly, didn't feel sleepy. It seemed her body wasn't very weak as she put on headphones and started binge-watching shows, looking nothing like a new mother full of energy. Su Tian said, My father is a carpenter, and our family moved from the county seat to Longsheng after he graduated from high school. My mother is a rural woman who loves flowers. After learning about flowers, she opened a flower shop. My grandparents live in the countryside. During holidays, sometimes on weekends when I miss them, I go back to see them. It's not far. It takes just an hour to drive back to the countryside. My sister married early and has a daughter named Tong Tong, who's currently in kindergarten. The family runs a cake shop and business is not bad. Lin Weier is the mother of the baby. There's nothing that can't be said. This is basically the situation of his family. What about you? What do your parents do? Lin Weier took a long breath. My family is all engaged in education work. My mother is a university teacher. Su Tian was surprised. Your aunt is actually a university teacher. That's impressive. Lin Weier continued, My father is a retired traffic police officer, enduring the hardships of sun and rain for many years. There's also a little sister who's 6 years old. Your little sister is that young? Who knows what my mom was thinking, wanting another child at 40, probably hoping for a son. Suddenly she realized something was off and pouted. Who's your little sister? Don't talk nonsense. That's my sister, not your little sister. Su Tian chuckled. What's your sister's name? Lin Weier. Sounds good. When she grows up, she can play with Kin Wan Wan and An. Why are you a rich lady? Lin Weier huffed. Are you still thinking about eating soft rice? In fact, her family was of average conditions, considered a moderately prosperous family, not particularly wealthy. Her grandparents were wealthy. Her grandfather ran the largest driving school in Longqing, managed by her. Her second uncle worked in education as a deputy director. Only her father had the least ability, being just a traffic police officer, though he had a small share in the driving school. Her usual pocket money and car expenses were given by her grandfather. As she thought about it, Little Tian, when the teacher has finished the confinement period, find a time for you to meet my parents. Off. Su Tian was startled. I can't. What if your dad beats me with his belt? Lin Weier pursed her lips and smiled. If my dad absolutely won't beat you, maybe my mom will. Her temper is quite volatile. That's terrifying, really terrifying. Su Tian took a deep breath. It was truly frightening. If he were to live with Lin Weier in the future, meeting her parents was an inevitable issue that couldn't be avoided. Little Tian, I tell you, I went on 20 blind dates last year. She didn't dare to refer to herself as teacher anymore. It felt strange, as if she was dating a student. What the heck? Su Tian exclaimed. 20 times. Didn't you find a suitable man even once? Lin Weier foolishly thought. Silly little Tian, I've always had you in my heart, secretly in love with you. How could I marry someone else? If you had pursued me actively, my family wouldn't have introduced so many stinky men for blind dates. Little did she know that she was actually the silly one. Would Su Tian dare to pursue her? No matter how bold he wouldn't dare. If this got out, she feared he would be expelled from school. He had to wait until Su Tian went to university. She spoke up. What's more excessive is that my mom found me a freshly graduated intern asking me to date him for a month and then get married. That's too much. Ahem, Su Tian chuckled awkwardly. Your aunt is indeed too much. How can one get married without a foundation of feelings? The girl next door yawned. I'm so sleepy I'm going to sleep now. Good night, husband. The man smiled good night. The aunt said, Shall we gently carry the chair over and sleep at the door? Saying this, she directly locked the door. The man looked a bit confused and could only carry the chair to the door. Just like the chair Su Tian slept in at night, it could unfold into a simple small bed. The hospital's accompanying bed chair costs 20 yuan a day. Mom, why do I have to sleep at the door? The man looked at his mother-in-law with a puzzled expression. Now there are so many bad people. What if the baby gets stolen? You won't even have a place to cry. Tonight you sleep at the door, and remember not to sleep too deeply. Shao, I'm sorry for you. The man was speechless to his mother-in-law. What era was it now? Who would steal children? The corridor outside was filled with surveillance cameras. In reality, child theft has decreased, but child swapping happens a lot. No matter what era, there have always been bad people. It's just that now, compared to the 2000s, it has become less frequent, but cases of swapping children often occur. The little girl and the aunt, both petite, squeezed together in one bed, while the poor man lay at the door. The next morning, Wang Meili checked Lin Weier's cesarean section incision. The nurse applied iodine for disinfection and changed the gauze. The pain had mostly subsided. The little girl in the adjacent bed had no breast milk, and the cries of the newborn had begun around 6 in the morning. The man in a panic could only rush to the baby store to buy formula. The little girl's mother anxiously asked, Excuse me, beautiful lady, my grandson has no milk. Could you please feed my baby some? My son-in-law went to buy formula. Upon hearing this, Lin Weier felt embarrassed and smiled slightly. I'm sorry, but my 3 babies have to wait in line to eat, and I don't have enough milk. Without a second thought, she directly refused. Her 3 babies were already not enough to feed. They needed to be fed 8 times a day. How could she possibly lend her milk to others? Su Tianjing was dumbfounded. He had seen people borrow money, cars, and things, but this aunt actually wanted to borrow Lin Weier's breast milk. It's fine. You have 3 babies. I understand. The aunt smiled helplessly and could only feed the baby some boiled water, which finally quieted the infant. After breakfast, the aunt from the adjacent bed left. A new aunt arrived, seemingly the little girl's mother-in-law. The mother-in-law frowned as she watched the baby drink formula, saying it's unhealthy for a newborn to drink formula. They must have breast milk. Don't you have any? The little girl's face instantly turned ugly. Clearly there was a conflict in the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. It's not that I don't have milk. If I had milk, would I not feed my son? The mother-in-law said, displeased. During your pregnancy, you were eating junk food, like spicy hot pot and rice noodles. How could you have milk? Sai son, go find a lactation consultant. You must produce milk. It's unhealthy for my grandson to drink formula, and it's not good for his development. The little girl pouted and exploded. I gave birth to your son. Husband, why is your mother speaking to me in such a tone? Is she out of her mind? What are you saying? The man hurriedly comforted Mom. Don't blame my wife. Oh, what can we do without milk? We can only give him formula. The mother-in-law's face turned blue with anger as she waved her sleeve and stood silently aside. This scene left Lin Weier frightened, her pretty face turning pale as she beckoned to Su Tian. Weier. Su Tian leaned in closer. Xiao Tian, it's a good thing I have milk. What would happen if the baby had no milk to drink? Su Tian joked, if there's no milk, just give formula. Formula is unhealthy. That's not entirely true. It's just that in comparison to breast milk, the nutritional value is not as high. There are plenty of moms without milk. I have no requirements as long as the baby can survive. TCH, do you think this is like raising pigs? Lin Weier pouted playfully, exuding a hint of femininity that made Su Tian's eyes widen in surprise. Xiao Tian, your mother. The mother-in-law of the adjacent baby was unreasonable. The expression and demeanor were too intimidating. What if? Su Tian worried that his mother would be like this. Before she got pregnant, she had fantasized about how to deal with the conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law after marriage. In the future, what should be done? Su Tian understood her concerns and gently said, Don't worry, my mom is understanding and gentle with a really good temper. If you give her a grandson or granddaughter, she'll treat you like a treasure and cherish you every day. Puff, she smiled sweetly, pursing her thin lips. The wrinkles on the baby's face have disappeared a bit. After a while, they'll be adorable. He one, and then will definitely be prettier than my sister and my brother's daughter, and our son will definitely grow up to be a handsome guy. TCH, as if that's even a question. The two whispered to each other, inaudible to anyone else. As noon approached 11 o'clock, Su Jing arrived with a clear broth from an old hen. Su Tian had to go to school to request a leave of absence. If the leave exceeded a month, it required the leader's signature. Plus, he had to prepare 2 copies, which made it quite troublesome. Lin Weier was worried that Su Tian would mention her name when asking for leave, wanting to remind him. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to say it properly. So she could only change the subject. Su Tian, remember to brush your teeth, take a shower, and wash your hair. Your hair is getting greasy. A cool breeze blew. The gentle wind was pleasant. Su Tian rode his little electric scooter back to school in a hurry. Look Lily at Su Tian. A strong and robust roommate of Yu Lily, comparable to a sumo wrestler from Sakura country, shouted. Yu Lily said Humphrey relied on his handsome looks to attract me, then dumped me. What's the use of being handsome? In today's society, a good family background and having money are everything. Gongzi said dreamily, but he is really handsome, Lily. Do you think he discovered that the Mercedes uncle is not your... Is that so? Yu Lily was stunned. Suddenly she realized that Su Tian had broken up with her. Could it be that he discovered her dealings with the Mercedes uncle? But then she thought it shouldn't be possible. Su Tian was just guessing right. Only her roommate, Gongzi, knew about this matter. The other roommates thought the uncle was her uncle picking her up from school every week. I really liked him before. He's handsome and nice, and he's very good at talking. Although we chatted on WeChat for a few days, I was very happy. Even though I'm a bad girl, Xiao and I, do you think if I open my heart and be honest with Su Tian, willing to let him spend the money I earn, would he get back with me? Yu Lily asked her roommate. Watermelon's sister Gongzi is actually named Wang Xiaoni, a very delicate name. Gongzi analyzed. I think Su Tian won't agree to get back together. Men don't like women who are indecisive, they only like women who are wholeheartedly good to them. Oh, Yu Lily nodded with some disappointment. Su Tian really is handsome, so handsome that just sitting together in a movie theater makes her feel giddy. She initially really wanted to get Su Tian into bed. Little did she know that Gongzi had told Su Tian's roommate about her dealings with the Mercedes uncle every week. Because Gongzi secretly had a crush on Su Tian and didn't want the naive and handsome Su Tian to be taken advantage of by her good friend. Su Tian didn't even have time to return to the dorm and ran all the way to the head teacher's office. Besides needing the counselor's signature, he also needed the head teacher's and the school leader's approval. Damn it, taking a leave is really troublesome. He saw a short-haired woman with maplelia-colored curls deeply focused on organizing documents. Her cheeks bore some lines from the passage of time, indicating she must have been very beautiful in her youth, definitely a great beauty. Sister Yun. Su Tian panted as he spoke. This run had exhausted him. To build a good relationship with the teacher, he always called her sister. Yun Suetian looked at Su Tian in surprise and asked Xiao Tian, what's with those dark circles under your eyes? My girlfriend just gave birth to a baby, and I've been staying in the hospital with her. Didn't sleep well last night. You little rascal really hides it well. You look honest and simple, but I didn't expect that during college you made your girlfriend pregnant and are now a dad. Even someone as thick-skinned as Su Tian felt a little embarrassed. I don't know which girl you messed with, but if she gave birth to your child, treat her well. Don't think just because you're still a college student and young that you can take this matter lightly. There are students who get married and have children while still in school. Oh, don't pay too much attention to what others think. You must go on well with her, and when you have your wedding, remember to invite me. Yun Quixian's mouth was usually a bit nagging, but she had a heart of gold. Saying this, she handed the 2 leave request forms to Su Tian. Su Tian grinned. Understood, I will definitely invite you to the wedding and for the banquet. Seeing a little girl with a Neza braid quietly doing her homework at the desk, Su Tian was surprised and asked Sister Yun, you are so young and already have a granddaughter. What granddaughter? This is my daughter. Oh. Su Tian was dumbfounded. This little girl is your daughter. I'm sorry, your daughter is very beautiful and cute. The little girl jumped off the chair and sweetly complimented brother, you're really handsome. Brother can't be described as beautiful, brother is handsome. Brother is very handsome. The little girl giggled. Su Tian smiled proudly. Sister Yun, I'm leaving now. Not coming to school for now, thank you. The little girl said, Mommy Schwer is hungry. I want to eat fish-flavored shredded pork. Okay, Mommy will take you to eat fish-flavored shredded pork. In the dormitory. Dog brother, I don't want to go to the canteen to get food anymore. Can you help me get a portion? Xiao Ku yelled. Long, let's jump to P City this round. Long said, I'm afraid to jump, there are too many people in P City. The last time we jumped there we didn't last a minute before getting eliminated. This round let's jump further away and play stealthily, surviving all the way to the final circle. Nonsense, don't be cowardly, just jump to P City, we can handle it with our guns. The 2 were playing PUBG, having already been eliminated several rounds. The calm and steady Ergo was scrolling through Douyin dully. Su Tian pushed the door and entered. What the hell? Who is it? Xiaoku was startled thinking that a member of the student council was violently checking the dorm. Upon taking a closer look, it was Su Tian. Long quickly stood up. Xiao Tian, you finally came back. Hurry and take us to play games and get chicken dinner. Xiaoku is such a rookie, I can't keep up with him. Oh, we need you, the gaming master, to guide me. Su Tian smiled helplessly. Long, I'm already a father, I can't play right now. The three immediately surrounded Su Tian, their expressions filled with excitement, gossiping like market aunties, as if they had all become fathers. On the nearby table, 2 laptops were still running games. As soon as the 2 characters landed, they were killed instantly. Xiao Tian, honestly, do you have a picture of your girlfriend? Xiaoku asked. Long said, Xiao Tian's girlfriend must be really beautiful, no need to see, but I want to go see the baby. Ergo asked, do your parents know about this? Su Tian felt a headache coming on. Don't you mind the smell? I haven't brushed my teeth in 3 days. Go brush your teeth, take a shower, and wash your hair first. The 3 had no choice but to patiently wait for Su Tian to finish washing up. Refreshed, Su Tian changed into a new set of clothes. He wore simple gray sports pants, fake Yeezy shoes, a light blue short-sleeve shirt, and a blue jacket. Just got back to the dorm, and you're leaving already? Ergo asked. Su Tian nodded. Yeah, I need to hurry to the hospital to take care of the baby. Do you have a picture of your girlfriend? Xiaoku asked curiously. Su Tian shook his head and smiled. No, when my girlfriend comes out of the confinement, I'll invite her to have a meal with everyone. Long said with concern, Xiao Tian, if you don't have enough money, just tell everyone. We can always ask our families for more. Don't worry, there's enough money. The 3 had pooled over 10,000. He didn't need it at all. However, the kind intentions of the few were still saved in his WeChat wallet to be given to them at the beginning of next month. After chatting with his roommates, Su Feng rode his electric scooter all the way to the hospital. On the way, Lin Weier called. She asked him to go back to the rental to get her little underwear. The doctor just finished checking the conditions, saying it wasn't too much, and that she could wear underwear now, just using sanitary pads for the time being. With Su Tian taking care of her, the feeling of being without anything was really super shy. She didn't need to disinfect anymore, she could finally wear underwear. Su Tian rummaged through the package for 10 minutes before finding her newly purchased underwear, which had a SpongeBob design on it. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did this mature woman really have a childlike heart? He didn't dare to open the package, as handling a girl's intimate clothing could be seen as inappropriate. He hurried back to the hospital. Why did the girl in the next bed leave? Su Tian asked in surprise. Lin Weier took a deep breath and sighed. Xiao Tian, a woman and her mother-in-law had a quarrel over food at noon. And it was also about the baby drinking formula, so the woman took the baby and left. It's not all the mother-in-law's fault if the woman didn't watch her diet during pregnancy and caused a lack of colostrum. That's indeed a problem. Su Tian chuckled. Fortunately, Weier has the strength of 3 little cuties. My clothes. Su Tian hurriedly handed them over. Lin Weier instantly pulled the curtain. Su Jing helped her hurriedly put on the underwear. Su Tian simply stepped out of the room and stood in the corridor. Xiao Tian. A bald man waved at him. Su Tian rushed over, laughing and asking, Brother Wang, did your wife give birth? Yes, she gave birth to a big chubby boy last night. Wang Yin nodded, his face showing excitement. Congratulations, Brother Wang. You really are hiding your capabilities. Your brother just graduated and has a child, but you managed to become a father while still in college. Truly, every generation surpasses the last. Su Tian chuckled. For now, don't tell my brother. He'll find a chance to tell him later. Don't worry, Brother Wang will keep it a secret for you. Is it a son or a daughter? Triplets, 1 brother and 2 sisters. Awesome, you got both a son and daughter, at once a winner in life. You need to mature a bit and focus on earning milk powder money. Su Tian smiled brightly, of course. The 2 chatted for a while. His brother's close friend had good character. Wang Yin worked at an IT gaming company and was said to often stay up late for work. As a result, at not even 30, he was already bald with not a single hair in sight. Wang Yin laughed. Add me on WeChat. When your son grows up, he can become good friends with your brother's son. Sure, no problem. When the kids are 1 or 2 years old, they can play together. Saying this, Su Tian opened the WeChat QR code. Brother Wang, what name did you give your son? He asked. Wang Xian. Su Tian was surprised. His son Su can share the same name, a name only protagonists in novels would have. After chatting, the 2 added each other as friends and returned to their respective delivery rooms. In just 3 days, Lin Weier and Su Jing had become like sisters, appearing even closer than the day before. Su Jing helped Lin Weier walk to the restroom, patiently assisting her in removing her pants and attending to some physiological needs. Su, can him your dad? The baby stared blankly at his innocent father. Nwan him daddy, and then can daddy grow up with you? Nuan quietly opened her eyes and stared blankly at Su Tian. Su Tian gazed at the delicate little angel, a warm smile spreading across his face as his heart melted. San bowed and looked at him, her little body wiggling as her tiny feet began kicking the sheets. Su Tian playfully touched An's small foot. Ah, and then opened her little mouth and made a soft sound. Weier, did you hear that? Anan spoke. Su Tian said joyfully. Lin Weier looked at him in exasperation. Where did she speak? You're making a big deal out of nothing. How does that count as speaking? Of course it does. She made a sound other than crying. Su Jing had finished cleaning up the lunchbox. Weier, how much longer do you have on your rent? I rented for a year, so there are still about 2 months left. Lin Weier replied. Then just stay for 2 months. I'll rent a bigger place near the school later, so it'll be more convenient to get to school. Su Jing shot her brother a glare. What a wooden head. You're about to graduate. Where are you going to school? Tell Mom about Weier giving birth in a few days. Ask Mom for money to buy a house. If you don't have enough, borrow from relatives and friends. The new house will be your and Weier's wedding house, and when the baby is older you can have a wedding directly. Su Tian and Lin Weier were dumbfounded. Marriage. Lin Weier's face turned red with embarrassment. Sister Jing, I think we should rent a place to live first. Exactly, Weier, and I should try dating first. Once we have a foundation for our relationship, we can think about marriage. The 3 babies are still so young and we can't think about anything else. An impromptu marriage won't sit well with Weier. He didn't care. Marrying the goddess teacher home, he wouldn't be at a loss. Lin Weier agreed wholeheartedly with Su Tian's words. A marriage without feelings was something she absolutely did not want. Lin Weier sweetly thought, big idiot, who would want to date you? A week passed in the blink of an eye. The babies were now 7 days old. After breakfast, Su Tian called his sister Su Jing to come to the hospital early. Su Jing helped take care of the 3 babies. Su Tian gently supported Lin Weier as she went through a series of medical examinations, including ultrasound and transvaginal ultrasound. After the checkup, Wang Meili reviewed the reports and advised, your body is recovering well. Whether you go to a postpartum care center or stay at home, pay close attention to your diet. Chinese women are different from Western women, while poor postpartum recovery can leave lasting health issues. You can complete the discharge procedures anytime now. Lin Weier smiled. Dr. Wang, thank you, and thank you all the nurses who stayed up late to watch over us. Wang Meili was sitting at the nurses' station surrounded by nurses, so Lin Weier included them all in her thanks. Wang Meili said, I've added your husband's WeChat. If you feel unwell or have any questions you can ask me directly. Okay. Su Tian laughed. Sister Wang, thank you for everything. They'll have a banner made for you to hang at the nurses' station inscribed with Dr. Wang Meili, a physician with a benevolent heart, an exemplary virtue and skill. That line represented both her character and medical expertise. Wang Meili was delighted. Don't be silly, young man. It's just my duty as a doctor. Then Lin Weier eagerly urged Su Tian to complete the discharge procedures. Su Tian thought it would cost tens of thousands, but it was only 3,000. Including the previous cesarean section surgery fees, the total was just 10,000. After completing the discharge, Su Tian sent Wang Meili a red envelope of 200 yuan. But Wang Meili sternly scolded him and refused to accept it. She told him not to do such things again, as raising 3 babies was already a challenge. Save the money for milk powder. Su Tian was not joking. He would make a banner for the hospital when he had time. Walking out of the hospital, Lin Weier took a deep breath of fresh air. Wow. From today on she was going home to be a nursing mother. Su Tian carried the first and second babies in his arms while Su Jing held the third. Lin Weier hailed a taxi and asked the driver if he was willing to wait a few minutes. There were many odds and ends from the hospital stay plus fruits and milk they had bought. It would take 2 trips to carry everything. The driver readily agreed. Triplets. Congratulations. Thank you, Lin Weier replied. She and Su Jing sat in the back of the taxi holding the babies. Su Tian carried the remaining half carton of milk and newly purchased bananas along with a large bag of Lin Weier's oversized clothes from her late pregnancy. The driver asked where to. Su Tian pointed ahead. Sir, turn right at the next traffic light and go 600 meters. Teo Weiyuan residential area. Got it. Buckle up, young man. There's been a crackdown on drunk driving lately, and you'll be fined for not wearing a seatbelt. Okay, driver. Driver, could you please drive directly to the building entrance? My wife just gave birth and has trouble walking. Sure, no problem. Lin Weier bit her lip. He was brazenly taking advantage of her. Su Jing truly admired her brother. His skin was incredibly thick, unmatched. He called her my wife, Weier, and darling so naturally and fluently as if it were second nature. He completely ignored whether Lin Weier could handle it. Fortunately, she liked him. If she didn't, Even if Su Tian were the biological father of the babies, it would still be considered harassment. The car drove steadily into the neighborhood and stopped at the building entrance. Thank you, driver. Su Tian readily scanned 66 yuan on his phone. The driver heard the WeChat payment notification and quickly said, "Young man, that's too much. It's 8 yuan. The base fare for taxis in Longcheng is 8 yuan. Haha, you worked hard, driver." After getting out of the car, and the driver left, Su Jing, holding the first and second babies, said, "Xiao Tian, you're really generous giving the driver so much extra money. I'm in a good mood. Consider it a tip." "The driver works hard," Su Tian said with a smile. He didn't mind. The money wasn't much. If the driver hadn't been willing to take the time to enter the neighborhood, he might have only paid 8 yuan. Back home, the three little angels lay on the master bed, crying for milk. Lin Weier turned her back to him to feed the babies. Su Tian dutifully went to the living room. After feeding the babies, fell asleep peacefully. Lin Weier slowly walked out of the room. "Weier, let me help you." "Sister, I don't need help anymore. I can—" "Oh, okay." Lin Weier walked to the bathroom and was stunned to see Su Tian had placed his toiletries from his backpack, toothpaste, shampoo, facial cleanser towel, on the bathroom shelf. His towel was hung next to her pink one. He was bent over washing his face with a scrubbing sound. After drying his face, Su Tian grinned, showing his white teeth. "Weier, they'll stay here for now, and take care of the babies with you." Hearing this, she said teasingly, "I agreed to take care of the babies together, but did I agree to live together? But as the father of the babies, it's only reasonable for me to live with you, right? You're recovering from childbirth, and a father taking care of the mother's meals is also reasonable, right?" "You're so thick-skinned," Lin Weier muttered. "Get out." Oh. Inside, her feelings were mixed. Joy, anticipation, nervousness, and even a little fear. Oh my God, she was going to live with Xiao Tian. They hadn't even dated, and now they were living together. While Lin Weier was in the bathroom, Su Jing called Su Tian over seriously. He walked over and sat obediently on the sofa. "You need to talk to Weier about meeting our mom. And tell Mom that she has grandchildren now. Ever since you went to college, Mom has been running the flower shop alone every day, tending to her flowers. She's been waiting for you to graduate, get married, and have children so she can be a grandmother. This big news can't be kept hidden any longer. Mom will scold you, but deep down she'll be happy. She's finally going to be a grandmother. I have to pick up Tong Tong from kindergarten every day, take care of your brother-in-law's meals, and manage the cake shop. I can't come over every day to take care of Weier. You have to tell Mom about this." Hearing his sister's serious tone, Su Tian's brows furrowed into a deep frown and his heart grew uneasy. "Okay." He gritted his teeth. He nodded firmly. "Weier said she doesn't need my help because I'm a woman. But you should take the initiative to help her. Physical contact helps feelings warm up quickly. Go help Weier." His sister was personally teaching him how to win a girl's heart. I've accepted Weier as my sister-in-law. From now on, don't even think about other girls. Just focus on being good to her. Don't worry. Just then Lin Weier came out of the bathroom. Su Tian rushed over. "What are you doing? Running so fast?" "Weier, let me help you." Lin Weier waved her hand. "No need. It's too tiring for you to lean against the wall. Let me help you. Go lie down and rest." Su Tian bent down, took her hand, and placed it on his shoulder. Lin Weier blushed, her heart warm, and said, "Silly Tian." Watching Su Tian act like a simp, Su Jing couldn't help but laugh. A simp is someone who relentlessly pursues another person, often referred to as a dog in the context of dating. But Su Tian was the father of 3 babies, and Lin Weier was essentially his wife. Being a simp for one's wife isn't called being a simp, though it's not shameful. It's called being a good husband who loves his wife. "I'll head off now. I won't disturb your little world." Su Jing winked at her brother, grabbed her bag, and left the room, gently closing the door behind her. Only Su Tian and Lin Weier were left staring at each other. The days ahead were going to be interesting. "Xiao Tian, bring over the packages from the bag." Lin Weier felt a hint of awkwardness in the air as she saw Su Tian sitting dumbly by the window, not saying a word. Big idiot, he should at least say something. Su Tian took the half-nylon bag of packages. "Weier, you can start unpacking while I check out a baby store I passed by in the taxi to see if they have a crib." "Oh, you go ahead." "Weier, the baby's grandmother is coming to see you tonight. You need to be mentally prepared." With that, Su Tian quickly walked out the door, taking the keys since Lin Weier wasn't going out. Xiao Tian, stop right there. She wore a panicked expression. Wasn't the baby's grandmother Su Tian's mother? "Oh my!" she shouted in realization, startling the nearby Nuan, who immediately burst into tears. "I'm sorry, Nuan, I'm sorry Mommy scared you." She picked up Nuan and cradled her. Don't cry, it's time for Grandma." Su Tian walked several hundred meters and arrived at a larger baby store by the roadside. The store owner was an elderly woman. She warmly said, "Young man, what are you looking to buy?" We have imported Australian milk powder, baby toys, clothes, everything you need. It seemed the physical store industry was not doing well, as there wasn't a single customer in the store. Su Tian glanced around. Do you have cribs for triplets? Triplets? We only have cribs for twins, and there are only 2 left. What a pity, I guess I'll have to look up. The elderly woman's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, Young man, most baby stores don't carry cribs for triplets. They usually don't sell. It's quite rare for someone to have triplets. If you want a crib for 3, you'll have to order one from a carpenter. Alright then. His father is a carpenter. But for such a simple task, he didn't want to bother his dad. I suggest you buy 1 single crib on one side and 1 double crib on the other. This way it will be easier for the mother to take care of the babies. Oh. The elderly woman directly grabbed Su Tian's arm, startling him. Take a look and feel the quality of this wood. They're all solid wood cribs, just need to install some railings for the babies to sleep safely. Since summer is coming, if you buy a stroller, we will give you a mosquito net for free. With 3 babies, each one is the apple of their parents. We can directly give you 2 mosquito nets to set up on the cribs. Triplets. This is a major customer. No matter what they buy, it's always in 3s. Clothes in 3s, milk powder in bulk for 3 families, and plenty of diapers as well. Such major customers must be kept in the store. Facing the elderly woman's enthusiasm, Su Tian felt a bit dazed. Oh, okay, how much? Su Tian asked. The elderly woman replied, Our quality is better than others. The double crib is 1,200 euro and the single crib is 800. That's robbery. Su Tian complained. Did they think he was easily fooled just because he was young? For a crib like this, he could have his own father buy good quality wood. Assembling a crib shouldn't cost more than 300. The elderly woman laughed. Young man, this is all good wood. The marked price is the price. How much do you want to pay? 1 single and 1 double crib will give you a maximum of 1,000. 1,000 is too little. I'll add a bit more for me. Just 1,000. Do I have 3 babies to keep alive? Life is tough. 1,000 is really too little. Su Tian truly didn't know the price of cribs, but he heard that baby items are more expensive than adult ones. It's not like going to a mall to buy clothes where they can negotiate down. Su Tian, not holding back, said 1,000 feels like too much already. What the heck? The elderly woman was taken aback. She almost cursed. How could someone as young and handsome as Su Tian bargain like a married woman? To say that 1,000 is too much. How could he say that? Oh dear young handsome guy, 1,000 is really not much. This includes 2 cribs and 1 baby crib, brand new, not secondhand. Fine, seeing you are young and not easy, you'll let it go for 1,000, but I want to take responsibility for delivery. What about the mattress? Is it free? The mattress is included. Su Tian readily opened WeChat to scan the payment. The elderly woman smiled broadly, saying, Young man, do you need milk powder? Su Tian shook his head. No need, the baby is currently breastfeeding. Oh, if you need it, be sure to come to my store to buy, we'll give you a discount. Take a look at these baby toys, we have ones for ages 1 to 3. And this baby bath basin, babies have delicate skin and need special baby shower gel. How much is this plastic bath basin? Aside from the cribs, other supplies and clothes are not negotiable. The bath basin is a flat price of 88.44, you still make a profit. Su Tian chuckled, his thick skin unbeatable. Negotiating right down the middle. If they wouldn't sell to him, he'd just go home and shop on some online platform. Damn it, that online platform must be cheaper than this. Raising 3 babies, he certainly needed to save every penny. Young man, you really dare to bargain. Do you think this is like buying clothes in a mall? 88 directly cut to 44. Seeing you so young and knowing raising a baby is hard, take it for 44, and the shower gel is 68. Don't bargain, he'll throw in 2 baby towels for you. 3 towels, I have 3 babies. Alright, 3 towels it is. The elderly woman suddenly felt that business is tough, and she happened to encounter such a stingy customer. She even thought about not wanting to do business with Su Tian anymore. Young handsome guy, next time you need milk powder, be sure to come to my store. No problem. Milk powder is the most profitable. Hopefully Su Tian will come to buy milk powder next time. That bath basin's cost price is only 36. After paying the bill, Su Tian went to the corner to find the delivery man waiting at the bridge head. The delivery man rode an electric tricycle and only needed to carry simple items upstairs. He charged Su Tian a flat fee of 50. At the community entrance, he unloaded the goods. Su Tian sat down on the steps, took a deep breath, and dialed his mother's WeChat video call. After ringing for 30 seconds, Su's mother answered the call. Son, out of money. Su Tian shook his head with a smile. Mom, I graduated from high school a long time ago, and you know I've been working part-time recently. Mom, congratulations. Xiao Tian, what nonsense are you talking about in the afternoon? I'm busy watering the flowers. Some flowers in the shop need sunlight, and they can't reach the sun inside, so they have to be moved outside to water and sunbathe. Su Tian smiled and said, Mom, congratulations, you're going to be a grandmother. Going to be a grandmother. Who's going to be a grandmother? Su's mother was stunned. Her watering can continuously pouring water on a pot of money plant, and she saw the water almost overflowing. The water directly overflowed onto the ground, and her expression was slightly dazed. I told you you're going to be a grandmother. Su's mother came back to her senses, dropping the watering can onto the ground. Son Su Tian. You said Mom's going to be a grandmother. Do you have a child? Yes, I have a child. Really or not? Su's mother took a deep breath and hurriedly picked up the watering can. She started placing the pots of flowers back in the shop. Su Tian, don't lie to me, but it's not funny to joke about such things. They'll send you my location. You can take a taxi and see your grandson. If you don't believe me, ask my sister if she knows. Then Su Tian hung up the call. Su's mother was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, hurriedly locking the door and pulling down the rolling shutter. It was too sudden. She was a bit at a loss. Oh dear, Su Tian, thank goodness I don't have heart disease. Oh my, I'm going to be a grandmother. Su's mother showed an excited smile and hurriedly dialed Su Jing's phone number. After the call, Su's mother was overjoyed. I'm really going to be a grandmother. Su Tian, this child, quietly found a daughter-in-law and had a child. In high school, he wasn't allowed to date, and in college he goes and has a baby. Time to go home and change into a new outfit. Su Tian, it's so hot. Your phone is really hot. Lin Weier used Su Tian's phone to consult Wang Meili about how often to bathe the baby. Wang Meili replied that in March the weather isn't too hot, and it depends on how much the baby sweats. Generally, bathing every 2 days is sufficient. If you don't want to bathe, just wipe the body with a baby towel to keep it fresh. It's normal for the phone to be hot. I'm using a Xiaomi warm hand baby, and it gets even hotter in summer. Su Tian bent down to install the guardrails of the crib. The guardrails were installed. He laid down the mattress, new sheets, and a thin blanket. Su Tian gently transferred the 3 little babies onto the bed. Mission accomplished. Su Tian clapped his hands. Up. The active anen started kicking again. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't kiss them, Su Tian really wanted to smother the 3 little angels with kisses. At that moment the phone rang. Su Tian answered the call. It turned out that his mother had come over. That was indeed a bit fast. Seeing Lin Weier still browsing on a shopping site for baby products, Su Tian quietly left the room. He then took the elevator down to the entrance of the building. Su Tian, Su's mother called eagerly. Su Tian smiled widely. Mom, you came. You little rascal, are you afraid that Mom will oppose your dating? You went to high school for your studies and college. Free love is fine, I don't care, but you actually jumped straight to having a baby. Su Tian, you can have fun, but you need to pay attention to safety measures. Now that you have a baby, what about your studies? The key is, can you treat the girl right? You should have at least held a wedding first before having a baby out of wedlock. Su's mother started with a barrage of scolding. Su Tian listened in confusion. He wasn't really worried about his family objecting to dating. He had directly gone to the next step. It was a case of karmic fate. Mom, it's too late to say anything. Su's mother glared at her son. He'll teach you later. If your dad finds out, he will definitely slap you twice. In an instant she smiled joyfully. Oh, let me see my grandson. The elevator dinged. They arrived at the 9th floor. Su's mother rubbed her hands. Su Tian, it's my first time meeting my daughter-in-law. I'm a bit nervous. Su Tian helplessly said, don't worry, your daughter-in-law has a generous personality and is very nice. I'm here. Upon returning home, he said, Weier, my mom is here. Lin Weier was leaning against a pillow, video calling her mother. She had some words she wanted to say, but when they reached her lips, she swallowed them back. Upon hearing Su Tian's call, she immediately hung up the phone and set it aside. So beautiful. Su's mother couldn't help but praise Lin Weier. As a woman, Lin Weier's stunning features amazed her. She had big eyes like grapes, a fair face, and a high look at her delicate fair skin like milk curds and her gently arched willow eyebrows. She was a bit plump, but that was fine. Oh, a plump woman is blessed. Look at her delicate fair skin like milk curds and her gently arched willow eyebrows. She was a bit plump, but that was fine. Oh, a plump woman is blessed. Since she liked Su Tian, and he was the father of her child, she had to accept Su Tian's family. Alright, hello. Upon taking a closer look, she felt a bit familiar. Seeing his mother's confusion, Su Tian explained, Mom, the baby's mother is called Lin Weier, teacher Lin. She is my sister-in-law's close friend and taught at City No. 1 high school before. They hadn't seen each other for several years. Su Tian's explanation left Su's mother stunned. Why did her son actually pursue his sister-in-law's close friend? You little rascal, you even dare to pursue your sister-in-law's friend. Weier is really beautiful. It was Weier who pursued me, Mom. Su's mother raised an eyebrow. Huh. Her son was so charming. Lin Weier secretly clenched her small fist, wanting to get him mad. Humph, jerk eye. When did I ever chase you? How dare you make up such lies? She was too shy to say the word like, let alone pursuing. Su's mother looked sternly at Su Tian. You better treat Weier well, do you hear me? If you don't treat her well, I will be the first to tear your skin off. She carried a baby for 10 months, it's not easy. Turning around, her face softened. Looking at Lin Weier gently, she smiled and said, Weier, you just gave birth and are in confinement, you must rest well. If you need anything, just tell Su Tian. Don't worry about this little rascal, he has taken a great advantage. Oh my, Su Tian married his high school teacher. He really took a great advantage. After marrying into the Su family, she received preferential treatment from Su Tian's grandparents, valued as a member of the family. Lin Weier is a high school teacher, a stable job with government benefits. A high school teaching position is definitely not easy to come by. Su Tian felt that his mother's affection for him seemed to vanish in an instant. Oh, too beautiful. Turning back again, Su's mother widened her eyes upon seeing Anan held by Lin Weier. There's another one. Mom Weier gave birth to 3 triplets. Wow, triplets. Weier, you are really amazing. Su's mother was beaming as she leaned over the crib to admire the 2 little ones. As a grandmother, is this the first treasure or the second? Lin Weier said, the one close to the edge of the crib is the second treasure, and the one beside is the first treasure, can the one in my arms is the third treasure, and Su's mother was a bit confused. She mentally organized her thoughts. First treasure, can. Second treasure, third treasure, an. Su Tian said, Mom, Su can means brilliant, soon Su and. Those names. Su's mother turned her head, her smile vanished. What are you laughing at, you little rascal? Your daughter-in-law gave birth to triplets, and you didn't even tell me. You've kept such a big secret until now. Go to the kitchen and cook. I want to chat with Weier. She brought a hen eggs, along with 2 crucian carp and some vegetables. Su Tian was choked up and couldn't say a word. Weier, I'm going to cook rice and stew fish. The system rewarded confinement meals with 100 recipes, including cooking methods for clear stewed fish. Go ahead. Lin Weier waved her hand. Su's mother took out a thick, red envelope from her bag. Weier, this is a gift from Annie for your first meeting. Lin Weier glanced at it. The envelope read 1 in 1,000. Inside was 1,001 yuan, which was 10,001 yuan. Giving a 1 in 1,000 meeting gift represents that the male side values the female side and the daughter-in-law. Auntie, I have enough money, no need for cash. Lin Weier said straightforwardly. Su's mother grasped Lin Weier's hand. Oh my, so fair and tender, such good skin, smilingly said, just accept it, this is a gift from Annie for you. Other girls have it, so our Su family can't be lacking. Raising 3 babies is not easy. Facing the warm-hearted Su's mother, Lin Weier clearly couldn't resist and had to happily accept the money. It didn't matter how much it was. As long as Su's mother valued her, she would feel happy. Before Su's mother came, she was worried about encountering an unreasonable mother-in-law. Su's mother had a kind face and obviously wasn't a wicked mother-in-law. Inside, Lin Weier couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Tian, as if he were a mere tool, had prepared a hearty meal of clear braised fish and cold sesame sauce cold noodles. Mom Weier, dinner is ready. Su Tian called out. He was wearing a cute apron that read Kitchen Expert. This apron was Lin Weier's. Previously, when they had meals and chatted with his elder cousin's sister-in-law and Lin Weier, he had heard that Lin Weier was completely clueless about cooking, seemingly the type who could blow up the kitchen. How could there be a kitchen expert apron in the kitchen? Su's mother called out, Su Tian, Weier can't move easily. Come over and carry her to the sofa. It's more comfortable to eat on the sofa, don't sit at the dining table. Lin Weier said shyly, Auntie, I don't need Su Tian to carry me. I can walk by myself. Su's mother was too enthusiastic. Walk? You can't move easily. Haven't your section wound healed completely yet? Just don't use your abdomen and it won't hurt. Let Annie take a look at your wound. Lin Weier lifted her loose, short-sleeved shirt. Just then Su Tian walked into the room. While he had been taking care of Lin Weier in the hospital, when the doctor changed the dressing and disinfected the wound, Su Tian had always waited outside the curtain, so he had never seen the section scar. Seeing it this time, he couldn't help but be startled. Lin Weier noticed Su Tian's expression and her face became utterly gloomy. Disappointed, she said, the stretch marks on my belly are really ugly, aren't they? Purple and densely packed, the skin on her belly was very loose, like an old woman's. The rest of her body was fine. Only that small part of her belly. Women pay a price for giving birth. No, this is the great trace of maternal love you left behind after giving birth. Su Tian explained. Regardless of whether Su's mother was present, Lin Weier said unhappily, your eyes clearly show disgust. She had given birth to triplets. During the late pregnancy, her belly had been stretched very large. After delivery, her belly was looser than that of most mothers who had just given birth. Su Tian said flusteredly, no disgust. It's just my first time seeing your little belly, it's very cute. TCH. Su's mother quickly glared at her son. It's all because of you, you scoundrel. From now on you have to cherish Weier twice, or 3 times over. You can't be a father for nothing. You're graduating in 3 months, don't even think about grad school. Work hard, and earn money to support Weier. Su Tian didn't dare to respond to his mother. Su's mother's eyes flickered. Hurry up, and carry Weier to the sofa to eat. Okay, Weier, hold tight around my neck. Su's mother walked out of the room. Lin Weier fiercely reached out her delicate jade hand, and pinched Su Tian's cheek, pouting angrily. I told you to be disgusted. I told you to be disgusted. It's infuriating. She was so aggrieved that tears almost streamed down. She had never dared to show Su Tian the stretch marks on her belly because she was afraid he would be disgusted by her. No disgust. It will definitely recover in the future. Taking the opportunity, he gave her soft little belly a feel. Are you asking for death? Her pretty face flushed, she spat lightly, then reached out her hands, and wrapped them tightly around Su Tian's neck. Su Tian picked her up and walked toward the sofa. System, can you figure out a way to remove the stretch marks on the baby's mother's belly? They'll do anything. When in trouble, asked the system. Yes. The system replied. Su Tian's expression showed ecstasy. Lin Weier's disappointed expression from just now had fallen completely into his eyes. Undoubtedly, the stretch marks on her belly after childbirth must have made her very sad. All you need to do is persist in taking care of the baby for 1 month with at least 3 hours of companionship each day. After completing the preliminary achievement of a doting father, the system will reward you with a miraculous ointment. After applying it, you can remove all traces of childbirth. The miraculous ointment can even remove section scars. The system's mechanical prompt made Su Tian's lips curl into an excited smile. System, I love you. Moi? Moi. System. He gently placed Lin Weier on the sofa. Su's mother moved the food from the dining table to the coffee table, scolding. Look at you, you don't know how to cherish Weier at all. Eating on the sofa is definitely more comfortable than eating on a chair. You're not attentive. From now on, eat on the sofa. Got it. He was not attentive enough. Weier, during the postpartum confinement period, your body is prone to sweating. Drinking some loofah and crucian carp soup can clear the lungs, detoxify, and dissipate heat. Su's mother picked up a small bowl and cheerfully served Lin Weier. Lin Weier felt a little shy inside. Oh my God, was she being waited on already? She ate some fish, gulped down some soup, and said, Su Tian, did you really make this meal? Of course, who else could be in the kitchen besides me? Your cooking skills are amazing. Lin Weier praised in disbelief. In all these years, this was the first time she had tasted such delicious crucian carp soup, rich and flavorful. After drinking it, even her little belly felt much warmer. Compared to the fish soup Su Jing had brought her in the hospital, this was far more delicious. Su's mother tasted it and was surprised. Su Tian, your cooking has improved. Auntie, I didn't expect Su Tian to have a talent for cooking. Did you consult your cousin Su Feng again? No. Su Tian boasted. Actually, I've always been a master chef. My cooking skills are in no way inferior to my cousin Su Feng. Although my cousin's cooking is impressive, he only knows how to knead dough. If we compare overall culinary competence, he's a mere rookie. Lin Weier laughed. You're flattering yourself. But Su Tian's fish stewing skills really felt amazing. Wow. She had even envied her best friend for marrying a great chef. She never expected Su Tian, the baby's father, to be so skilled in cooking. Su Tian, why don't you open a restaurant after graduation to earn money to support the 3 babies? Su's mother asked. Su Tian was speechless. Mom, I'm a top student from the University of Science and Technology. I at least scored 628 on the college entrance exam. Isn't being a chef a bit degrading? Didn't you say that after graduation you can't even get a salary of 10,000 in Dragon City? Only in first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou can you. And you'd also need to take the graduate exam, go to grad school. The urgent matter is to earn money to support your grandchildren. Su's mother retorted. Su Tian said, I'll decide later. I can earn over 10,000 a month as a Taobao model, and I only need to shoot once a week. If I shoot more often, I can earn even more. Alright. Her son had the looks. As long as he could make money being a model was fine. Lin Weier took a sip of the fish soup, pouted, and said, You're not allowed to be a model. The money you earn from modeling won't be used to buy milk powder for the baby. Su's mother was startled. Oh my, with that expression and tone, her son would definitely be under strict control in the future. The good days were over. Su Tian asked in confusion why. The money from modeling is clean, that's just taking photos. Anyway, it's not allowed. You're so handsome. And you'll be taking model photos. What if a rich woman sets her eyes on you? Actually, it's not that she thinks modeling is bad, but Su Tian's model photos would definitely be posted on Taobao. Being seen by men was okay, but being seen by women all over the country browsing Taobao would be unbearable for her. If worst came to worst, she could ask her grandparents for more pocket money. Su's mother glanced at her son and daughter-in-law, smiled helplessly, and said, "Did you hear what Weier said? No modeling. Think of another way to make money." "Fine. I guess." Lin Weier nervously stole a glance at Su's mother and began to overthink. Was she being too assertive? Would Annie think she was hard to get along with, an unreasonable woman? Little did she know that Su's mother thought this was good. Since Su Tian started college, she had been unable to control him. Now that there was a baby, it was the wife's turn to manage him to keep her mischievous son in check. After dinner, Su's mother said with a smile, "Su Tian, help Weier walk around the room, once then carry her back to bed. He'll wash the dishes and clean the kitchen." Su Tian was stunned. Wasn't walking difficult and bad for her health? Why not just carry her straight to bed? Actually, it wasn't that serious. A walk after a meal can prolong life to 99. The same applies to new mothers. Su Tian suddenly understood. Oh my. His mother seemed to have been giving him a helping hand all along. After dinner, Su's mother hugged the eldest, the second, and the third baby. Looking at the three little ones who had just been born a week ago, Su's mother was all smiles, filled with joy, taking photos and videos to share with Su Tian's father when she returned home, as such an important matter shouldn't be kept from the baby's grandfather. "Mom, take care, he'll come over tomorrow afternoon." Su Tian called out. "Mom, why don't you just stay here?" Su's mother shot him a glance, reminding him that this was not his house, but Weier's. "You can't just stay, Weier has to agree." Lin Weier said, "Auntie, if you love your grandchildren, it would be nice to stay and accompany them." "No, Weier, the flower shop is still very busy. I must work hard to earn milk money for my grandchildren. I will come back tomorrow afternoon." With that, Su's mother left the room and gently closed the door. Actually, Lin Weier was afraid of the awkwardness. She wasn't quite used to being alone with a man. She was shy and anxious. "Weier'll sleep in the guest room. The baby will take a bath tomorrow evening. If there's any noise during the night, call me." Su Tian voluntarily walked towards the guest room. He was quite bold, but he didn't dare cross any principled boundaries. So he chose to sleep in the guest room first. Maybe someday, when Lin Weier was feeling generous, she might invite him to sleep in the master bedroom. Lin Weier looked at Su Tian, who was suddenly acting mysterious, and said, "What if the baby cries in the middle of the night, and you can't hear it?" She was worried about not being able to take care of 3 babies by herself, especially as a new mother. Su Tian chuckled. "Then Weier, let me sleep in your bed, in your dreams. You can sleep on the bay window, put down a cushion, and move the blanket over." Su Tian. He had no choice but to lay a cushion on the bay window, spread a sheet, hugged a pillow, and lay directly on the bay window. The bay window was very close to the third baby, an in, and the father unreasonably waved his big foot in front of an in. "Stinky Su Tian, don't bully my daughter. I'm just playing with an in. I'm calling my mom, you be quiet." "Okay," Su Tian nodded. Lin Weier dialed her mother's WeChat video call. Once connected, Su Tian's university teacher Yun Quixian's face appeared on the phone screen. Yun Suixian smiled and said, Wei, do you miss your mom?" "Cut it out. I don't miss the old tiger, I miss Schwer. Let me see her quickly." Yun Suixian asked in confusion, Wei, why is your hair so messy? You seem a bit haggard compared to usual. If the doctoral studies are too tough, just come back. It's not that I want to say this, but at your age, why are you still pursuing a PhD? "Oh, let me see Schwer quickly." A cute and playful little girl's face appeared on the screen. Sister, is Schwer being good? Have you fought with classmates since starting elementary school?" Lin Schwer waved her little fist, giggling. "Schwer is so strong, the boys at my desk cried after Schwer hit them. No one dares to bully Schwer." Sweat. Lin Weier was speechless at her sister. Lin's father beside her said angrily, "Who dares to bully the daughters of the Lin family? From your mother down to you all are fierce tigers. Can you be a bit gentler? Otherwise, who would dare to marry you? By the way, Wei, is there a boy you like while studying for your PhD? What is Schwer eating?" Lin Schwer replied, "Mom made steamed buns. They were so hard that I almost lost my teeth biting them. Puff, then soak them in porridge to soften them before eating. Also, Dad, stir fry is so delicious." "Don't change the subject," Lin's father asked. "Do you have a boyfriend or not? If not, your mother and I will start looking for one for you." Lin Schwer shouted, "Sister, have you found a brother-in-law for me?" Su Tian really wanted to run over and shout, "Brother-in-law is here, brother-in-law is here." Lin Weier was left speechless. Lin's father scolded, "You didn't come home for the new year, why not just give up on your PhD and come back? Your mom will find you a good boy to marry off quickly." Yun Suixian looked at Lin's father and said loudly, "What do you mean come back? We are living just fine as a family of 3, dear husband. We are so happy now. Remember, if you don't bring your son-in-law home next time, then don't come back." "Oh, my dear mother." Lin Weier bit her lip in frustration. Su Tian was laughing so hard he couldn't breathe. Oh my god, this father-in-law and mother-in-law are indeed a bit fierce. Lin Weier pouted, going all out. Fu says I can't get married. Next month, I will definitely bring my son-in-law home. I am already living with a man now. Saying this, she raised her phone high, moving the camera away from the three babies and focusing on a laughing Su Tian. 3 seconds. She only gave Su Tian 3 seconds of screen time. Su Tian understood and waved to the future father-in-law. Suddenly the video call went quiet. Lin's father just happened to see the camera, but deep down, he also missed his daughter. Suddenly, he saw the shadow of a man for 3 seconds on the screen. Instantly, he was dumbfounded, frozen in place, and when he came to his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. After raising his daughter for so long, she really is living with a man. Fortunately, Su Tian didn't see Su Tian, otherwise she would have recognized him as her student. Lin's father truly wanted to marry off Lin Weier, but when he learned that his daughter was with another man, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. After raising a little princess for 26 years, the cabbage he cared for so dearly has really been pushed by a big pig's trotters. How old is the other party? What do their parents do for work? Wei, what does your boyfriend do? Does he smoke? Drink? Does he have tattoos? How long have you two been together? When did you start living together? Lin's father gulped down a glass of white wine and asked a barrage of questions. Su Tian listened to Lin's father's voice on the phone and suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. Oh no, is Lin's father checking on his household? Lin Weier looked at her father's anxious and foolish appearance and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Hang up, don't reply to messages, don't be curious about what your son-in-law looks like. I will bring you a good son-in-law home next month. After saying this, she directly ended the video call. In the Lin family, while having dinner, Su Tian smiled slightly. Wei has finally come to terms with it, as she knows to live with a man now. Lin's father, feeling upset that his daughter was with another man, grumbled, "What are you laughing at? Who knows where she found that wild man? How do we know if he's from another city? We don't know his character. Let me tell you, if my daughter marries far away, I absolutely won't agree." On the other side, Su Tian, who was lounging on the bay window, couldn't hold back any longer. "Ha ha, Weier, your mom is so awesome." Saying this, he imitated his mother-in-law's tone. "If you don't bring your son-in-law, then don't come home." After a long day's work, Su's father lay on the sofa, smoking mindlessly, scrolling through Douyin. As a construction worker, he felt exhausted every day. Due to his excellent skills and high reputation, he was never short of work. He always collaborated with a friend on renovation projects, and the schedule was booked until next month. On average, he could earn 400 to 500 a day. Although it was tiring, he had no health issues. Working in renovations was physically demanding, which also served as exercise. Once his son Su Tian got married, earned some money, and blessed him with a grandchild, he could finally retire. Old Su, take a look. Su's mother, full of joy, leaned next to Su's father and took out the new Apple phone she bought with the money Su Tian earned from his part-time job opening the photo album. Su's father furrowed his brows, staring at the screen where 3 plump, white babies were cooing. He asked solemnly, "Are you going crazy wanting a grandchild? Whose baby is this?" Congratulations. You are already a grandfather. This is Xiao Tian's child. I am already a grandmother." Su's mother's eyes were filled with smiles. However, the words that came from Su's father's mouth instantly changed the mood. It felt like a bomb exploded on him, causing his whole body to tremble, and it took him a moment to regain his senses. With a cigarette in hand, he asked, "What did you say?" "This is Xiao Tian's child. Don't joke with me, my heart isn't good. It's true. Look, this is your eldest grandson, this is your second granddaughter, and this is your third granddaughter." Su's father frowned and asked, "What on earth is going on? How long are you and Xiao Tian planning to keep this from me?" Saying that, he took a couple of puffs of his cigarette and extinguished it. Su's mother, with a beaming smile, said, "I just found out about this today. Xiao Tian has been hiding it from me. Xiao Jing has known all along, but didn't tell me. I am a grandmother now." Xiao Tian is really something, having a baby without any emotional foundation. His wife must be tied to the Su family's boat. Su's father was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, pacing back and forth in the living room. "Don't worry, my son is already living with her." "Well, that's what you say, but they haven't registered their marriage or held a wedding. Who knows what the situation is?" Su's father sighed and lit another cigarette. "He'll go see them tomorrow and ask Xiao Tian personally." "No, you can't go. The daughter-in-law is still in confinement. It's not convenient for a big man like you to visit. Wait until Xiao Tian and teacher Xiao Lin have developed a solid emotional foundation, then you can go." All right, can't I just make a phone call?" The Su family had always been led by Su's father. Su's mother was gentle, hardworking, and managed the whole household. She was completely different in character from her sister-in-law, Su Huijuan, and was not at all a tiger mom. Thus Su's father dialed Su Tian's phone number. Su Tian was busy changing Sambayo's diaper. The little guy was cooing and trying to grab Su Tian's face with his tiny hands. Su Tian leaned in, and the little cutie reached out and pinched him, making Lin Weier burst into laughter. "Why are she so mischievous? Daddy loves you." Su Tian sent a flying kiss to his daughter. Then he sniffed the changed diaper and looked thoroughly satisfied. Lin Weier covered her mouth in urgency, frowning. "You're a weirdo. Why are you smelling the baby's poop?" The baby's poop doesn't smell at all. It was no longer meconium. The yellow poop had no odor, probably because she was still young and being breastfed. At that moment, Su Tian's phone rang. "Shoo, it's my dad." Upon hearing this, Lin Weier immediately perked up her ears. "Dad." Su's father immediately scolded him. "You still call me dad? Do you still see me as your real father?" "Of course not, you're in my heart." Su Tian replied mischievously. Inside, he felt anxious. It seemed that his unreliable mother had already told his father about the grandchildren. He had repeatedly emphasized waiting until Lin Weier finished her confinement before revealing everything. "Tell me what happened. I want to hear the details. Why do you have a child? Explain everything." "All right, details. Su Tian chuckled helplessly and said, "Well, the specific situation is like this." He did not hide much, explaining that it was a moment of impulse as a man. He hoped that his father as a man could. Su's father scoffed. "Haha, understand what? Your drinking habits are terrible. Since the deed is done, you must face the consequences of your actions. I won't scold you anymore. You have 1 month to register the marriage with your girlfriend, have both families meet, hold a celebration for the eldest grandson's full moon, and set a wedding date. Once the wedding is done, this matter will be settled." Lin Weier's fair face turned as rosy as a blooming rose, shyly covering her head with a pillow. "Oh, my Su's dad is so scary." He made it all so clear with just one sentence. Su Tian was left in a daze. "Dad, what did you just say?" "Little brat, do I need to repeat myself?" No need. Su Tian, meek as a kindergarten child, said, "Dad, isn't this too fast? My mom has already told you about Weier and me. We need time to develop our feelings." "Fast? Nonsense. You need to register the marriage first and get a household registration for the grandchildren. Do you want them to be unregistered? This isn't fast at all. You must agree to this, or he'll drive over to find you right now." Please don't come." He'll agree. He was not afraid of Su's father meeting Lin Weier. He was afraid of receiving a slap from him. From childhood to adulthood, he meant it when he said head hit him. Su's father then smiled broadly. "That's more like it. My little brat is making progress. Say hello to teacher Shaolin for me." Doo-doo. The call disconnected. Su Tian realized his palms were sweating. "Weier, my dad has already arranged our future." Su Tian shamelessly climbed onto the bed and whispered in her ear. "Get down, who allowed you on the bed?" Lin Weier said shyly. "Oh." Su Tian obediently lay on the windowsill. Lin Weier moved the pillow aside, her delicate face glowing. "What is it? Your dad is too scary." She felt a complex mix of emotions about the future. She could only take one step at a time. She planned to think about other things after her confinement. However, Su's father's words scared her, laying out the future so clearly. Registering for marriage, getting the baby, a household registration, holding a full moon celebration, and then having a wedding with Su Tian. It was simply a honest op service. "Oh my, this is too scary. Weier, stop overthinking. Although I promised my dad, we still need to let things develop naturally. We need to cultivate our feelings." "Huh? Who wants to cultivate feelings with you?" She spat lightly, turning over and hugging the blanket, pouting her little bottom, leaving Su Tian with a wonderful view. "Silly, your underwear is showing." Su Tian said. "Who cares? After all, he was the father of the child. If he wanted to take advantage, so be it." With a soft thump, Lin Weier reached out to turn off the bedside lamp. Then, with Su Tian pulling the curtains shut, the room was plunged into darkness. Lin Weier recalled Su's father's recent words about her, and Su Tian registering for marriage, causing her heart to race nervously. "Weier, good night," Su Tian said, closing his eyes. But how could he fall asleep? Lin Weier whispered, "Good night." "Good night, moi. Who wants to moi with you? Hurry up and sleep." The two, secretly in love, found themselves accidentally pregnant and had a baby. To care for the 3 little angels, they had no choice but to stay in the same room. Lin Weier's complex feelings included joy, fear, and even a bit of excitement. She maintained a girl's modesty. However, when the baby cried for the second time at 4 in the morning, all her modesty was completely thrown away. "Weier, you feed her." The eldest baby was quiet that night, while the second baby, Nuan, and the third baby, Inen, kept their parents on their toes. Lin Weier listened to the baby's cries, her drowsy eyes barely opening, and she directly rolled up her loose bare tank top. "You feed her, I'm tired." "If you won't let me on the bed, how can I feed her?" "On the bed," she murmured with her eyes closed. Su Tian had no choice but to sit on the bed holding the baby. The second baby, Nuan, was happily munching on a midnight snack, making smacking noises with her little mouth. There was also Lin Weier's gentle snoring. At that moment, Su Tian was in awe of Lin Weier, doubting whether he could care for the baby himself. Could this Buddhist-style nanny really manage to take care of 3 little cuties? You really are the baby's biological mother. Last night he worked hard. When Lin Weier woke up, the sun had already streamed through the gap in the bedroom door, illuminating the room. The curtains were completely closed, so even though the sunlight was glaring, it couldn't reach inside. The first day of cohabitation. A happy life begins. Last night, how unrestrained I was. Lin Weier looked at the soundly sleeping Su Tian, glancing down at the baby's plump and soft food supply, thinking, I let that silly Tian take advantage of me. I must stay alert tonight, stay alert. She muttered something to herself, recalling, he worked so hard last night. I really am a lazy mother. The baby's cries were like a radar to Su Tian. As soon as the baby cried, he could instantly open his eyes no matter how tired he was. He could climb down from the windowsill. Lin Weier felt so lazy. In the middle of the night, when the baby cried, Su Tian patiently changed the diaper. When the baby was hungry, Su Tian held the baby in her arms and fed him. But the second time, she was too tired to feed the baby and had to let Su Tian do it. She felt lazily like a milk dispenser, simply providing breast milk for the babies. My sleeping posture is so elegant. Lin Weier felt foolish fixing the slipping strap off her shoulder. Lin Weier, you no longer live alone. There's a man at home. Be modest, definitely stay modest. Afraid of waking Su Tian, she quietly got out of bed, holding onto the bedside, then to the wardrobe, and walked out of the room. After a quick wash, she entered the clean kitchen. Since Su Tian worked so hard, I must make him a heartwarming breakfast. A certain girl excitedly opened Dian's tutorial for heartwarming breakfast. There was flour at home. And a frying pan. Let's make a pancake. Half an hour later, Su Tian groggily heard a series of popping sounds. Is there a fight? Is there thunder? Is it raining? She suddenly pulled open the curtains, and the sunlight was especially dazzling, making his eyes squint. San bowed and kicked his little feet, staring blankly at his father. Good morning, moi. Big bow air, bow. Good morning, moi. Another round of popping sounds made him frown. Is that noise from the kitchen? He put on his slippers and walked out of the room, seeing Lin Weier in the kitchen in a flurry. The stove was covered in spilled oil, and there was a pile of flour on the cutting board scattered over the sink, the cutting board, and the basin. There were also several empty eggshells lying aside, and the sound of the range hood buzzed. Even the floor was cluttered with lettuce. Su Tian, she spoke softly, stealing a glance at Su Tian's expression. She saw Su Tian assessing the mess she had made. Su Tian, why does it make a cracking sound when I pour oil into the frying pan? It scared me to death. The pancake flour is a success. 100 grams of flour, 50 grams of water, but there were no scales at home, so I just guessed. Then she began to knead the dough to make pancakes. If there was too much water, she would add flour. If there was too much flour, she would add water to the bowl. That's how her mother used to knead the dough. And so this endless cycle continued, ruining a whole bowl of flour. Finally, the dough was kneaded well, resting for a few minutes, and rolled out into a pancake shape. Su Tian chuckled. Tell me, who said you were a goddess? I promise I won't beat him up. Goddess refers to looking beautiful. It was just the office teachers who egged it on. Another single male teacher courted her by buying breakfast, pursuing her. Even a male classmate secretly wrote her a love letter starting with goddess teacher, which was discovered by other classmates. That's how she got this title. Am I really that foolish? Lin Weier asked, feeling wronged. Su Tian tapped her forehead. Not just foolish, you're blowing up the kitchen. This is just making breakfast. If you were to stir-fry a few dishes, wouldn't you blow up the kitchen? Pa, that's not how it is. She blushed. Su Tian took a deep breath, completely in awe of her. Lin Weier was absolutely the worst cook he had ever seen. But she didn't think so. She thought she was very brave. She had never cooked before. At most, she had only made instant noodles once, and that was soaking, not cooking. She didn't know whether to add the seasoning first or the noodles. This time, she confidently searched for heartwarming breakfast tutorials on Douyin, wanting to make a heartwarming breakfast for Su Tian. Unexpectedly, she messed it up. So wronged. So sad. What is this? Su Tian asked. She saw a plate with a blob of something black on it. Fried egg, fried egg. Su Tian twisted his mouth. This fried egg would make even the stray dogs on the street shake their heads. Are you trying to send your baby's father away? No way. Lin Weier was too shy to look up. And this pancake, properly cooked ones are golden and crispy. Yours is black like the bottom of the frying pan. If you opened a restaurant specializing in dark cuisine, your business would definitely thrive. Cut it out, it's not that exaggerated, it was just a bit overcooked. Next time he'll lower the heat. Is it just a matter of being a bit overcooked? Go sit on the sofa and wait for me, I'll make breakfast this time. If you get up early next time and feel hungry, you might as well order takeout. Su Feng retorted, holding her waist, walking step by step to the sofa. You're so dismissive of me, Lin Weier pouted, feeling wronged. Who wouldn't be dismissive when cooking like this? Don't touch me, go away, you're driving me crazy. In almost an instant, tears filled with grievance streamed from her eyes, as if she were crying over her own cooking skills. Was this fried egg really that bad? It was just a bit black. She turned around, ignoring the pain in her abdomen, and directly took the egg, ignoring Su Tian's obstruction, and stuffed it into her mouth. Wow, so bitter, she spat it out immediately. It was truly awful. Su Tian couldn't help but ask Weier, are you really 26 this year, not 16? She was so childish. In front of the one she liked, she only wanted to act like an immature little girl. Su Tian wiped the tears from her eyes. I may be dismissive, but seeing you so beautiful and charming, I'll forgive your clumsy cooking. As he spoke, he helped her sit lightly on the sofa and sneakily pecked her cheek. It was salty. The taste of tears. Ah, you're going to die. She reached out and pinched Su Tian's soft flesh at his waist. Su Tian yelped in pain until she released him. Weier, you should just wait to eat. Walking to the kitchen, he couldn't help but laugh. This dough is too big. By the time it's ready, lunchtime will already be here. No more talking. She shyly touched her right cheek that Su Tian had kissed, her heart racing faster. Naughty little Tian. Su Tian boiled a pot of water. After washing the vegetables, she cut the dough into small pieces and covered them with a bowl to rest for a few minutes. Kneading the dough, she started rolling it out. Hand-rolled noodles were cut with a knife. Looking at the handsome figure busy in an apron, Lin Weier couldn't help but smile with happiness. So happy, I'm so happy. She took out her phone and secretly snapped a few side photos of Su Tian, wanting to post on social media to show off. When the water in the pot was boiling, Su Tian added the cut noodles and vegetables. He also poured in the leftover fish soup from last night, adding a little salt and sesame oil. Before serving, he sprinkled in a handful of chopped green onions. Unfortunately, there was no cilantro at home. On another stove, he fried 2 eggs. Here, fish soup, noodles, and fried eggs, steaming hot and fragrant. Hurry and eat. Lin Weier gave a thumbs up. Xiao Tian, why don't you open a restaurant? He'll be the boss and you can be the chef. Her best friend is the boss and her best friend's husband is the chef. She felt that opening a restaurant would be both profitable and fun. Let's discuss this after the baby is out of the confinement. Su Tian had thought about starting a business too, but he would wait until Lin Weier was out of confinement to think about these things. Oh, it's delicious, so good. She happily took a picture first, picked up her chopsticks, slurped the noodles, and drank the soup. The fish soup noodles were super delicious. How did she not think of making a bowl of fish soup noodles? So foolish, blaming herself for always calling Su Tian a big fool. After the two finished breakfast, they couldn't wait to return to the room to be with their 3 little babies. Lin Weier was responsible for nursing after feeding the eldest baby. Su Tian took the eldest away and then placed the second baby in her arms. After feeding the second baby, they continued with the third. What surprised Su Tian was that Lin Weier actually nursed the baby without turning her back to avoid his gaze. Xiao Tian, do you think I'm very foolish, unable to stir-fry, unable to make breakfast, or even fry an egg? Lin Weier asked in a disappointed tone. Although she was somewhat carefree, she still cared about Su Tian's dismissive words. Su Tian chuckled. I've seen kitchen disasters on Douyin, but seeing one in real life for the first time. Weier, you've truly broadened my horizons. With all this disdain, I will definitely improve my cooking skills, working hard to raise my culinary level. She waved her little powder fist, and then asked, do you think the teacher is very foolish and useless? You worked so hard last night, and you can't even make your own breakfast. Not at all, you have milk. Bang! A little bear pillow flew directly at Su Tian. Help teacher Fu up. We must tidy the kitchen before Annie arrives, as she'll surely laugh at the mess. Lin Weier gripped the headboard, attempting to climb out of bed. Mom's gone to the countryside and won't return until this afternoon. I'll clean it later. Today Su Fu postponed a renovation job he'd taken on and drove their old Santana back to Yuan village in the countryside. Su Tian's grandparents had run a chicken farm in their youth. Now advanced in years, they could no longer manage heavy labor, but small-scale tasks remained well within their capacity. Only about 100 chickens occupied the coop in the courtyard. They supplied eggs regularly to the village's supply cooperative, enough to sustain the elderly couple comfortably with modest surplus. Su Fu decided to withhold from his parents the news that Su Tian had fathered 3 infants, given the complicated circumstances surrounding Su Tian and Lin Weier. Su Fu slaughtered 2 hens and carried a large basket of fresh hen eggs. He also brought along 2 live chickens, intending to raise them in the small courtyard on the ground floor of Xingfu residential complex. Once these 2 hens were consumed, he would slaughter the other pair and deliver them to Lin Weier, whose postpartum nourishment was paramount as she nursed 3 newborns. Su Mu believed her nutrition must be meticulously maintained. Not a single grandchild must go undernourished. En route from the countryside back to the city, Su Fu appeared anxious and irritable, puffing a cigarette. Xiao, I simply must see my grandchildren. I can't focus on work otherwise. This restless unease gnaws at me, and Lin Weier won't complete her confinement for another month. Yet here I am, a grandfather, unable to meet my own grandchildren. How can I bear it? Fine, I'll call our son and ask whether Lin Weier would consent to seeing you. Su Mu understood her husband's anguish. Su Fu scoffed. How utterly submissive your thinking is. With Su Tian present, how could she possibly refuse? You misunderstand. This isn't mere protocol. Our son and Lin Weier conceived unexpectedly without courtship. We must honor her dignity and autonomy as a young woman. Go ahead, call her. Just let me stay for a few minutes, then I'll leave, Su Fu said impatiently. The car glided smoothly back into the city. Su Tian readily agreed to his father's visit. Lin Weier harbored no pretense. Meeting the elders early would bring peace of mind to all. Upon learning of Su Fu's arrival, she changed out of her pajamas into formal attire, presenting herself with poised elegance. Nursing demanded practicality. She preferred not to wear a bra, yet feared sagging. Milk often leaked during feeding, spilling across her chest. With 3 infants, one inevitably refused meals. Desperate, she consulted Dr. Wang Meili, who recommended nursing pads and front-clasp bras, both supportive against sagging and convenient for breastfeeding. At last she breathed easy. Coincidentally, it was dinner time. Following instructions sent by his mother, Su Tian steamed 2 batches of fragrant flour roll buns. Lin Weier had kneaded flour that morning, producing a dough ball larger than her head. Wasting it was unthinkable. So she steamed 1 batch of plain buns, another of savory scallion rolls. Wow, so soft, so white. Lin Weier exclaimed, gently pinching the snowy bun. The flour rolls looked even more appetizing, coiled with delicate ribbons of scallions. Su Tian's culinary skill was exceptional. On the coffee table rested scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried seasonal greens, and lean meat congee. They're 10,000 times better than my mother's buns. Have uncle and aunt eaten dinner yet? Lin Weier asked with a smile. Yes, they had beef noodles at my brother's noodle shop. They should arrive any moment. A sharp rapper-prap echoed at the door. Lin Weier instantly set down her chopsticks, fingers tightening nervously, too flustered to eat further. Su Tian opened the door. Su Fu arrived dusty and weary, clutching eggs and plump hens. Su Mu carried an array of vegetables and a silvery crucian carp. Crucian carp, rich in nutrients, enhances lactation, ideal nourishment for Lin Weier's postpartum recovery. Dad, you've come, Su Tian greeted. His mother had always indulged him, yielding graciously to his wishes. His father, stern and quick-tempered, had disciplined him physically, then retreated alone to smoke in silent brooding. Fatherhood, once incomprehensible in childhood, now resonated with profound clarity. His father's pedagogy was clumsy yet sincere. Su Tian resolved to raise his own sons with greater wisdom and compassion. Su Fu's gaze locked onto Lin Weier the instant he entered, ignoring Su Tian entirely. As he approached and said, "Hello, Teacher Lin." To address her as Weier would be inappropriate. He remained uncertain how deeply their relationship had progressed. Calling her daughter-in-law would be premature. Teacher Lin struck the perfect balance of respect and propriety. Uncle, hello. Lin Weier rose gracefully, offering a warm smile. Su Fu hurriedly urged, "Please sit and speak." Su Tian sat and reached for his chopsticks. "Did I tell you to sit?" Su Fu's tone turned severe. Su Tian sprang upright instantly. This boy truly lacks basic manners. As Su Fu raised his hand to strike, Su Mu seized his wrist firmly. "What are you doing? Hitting your own son? Does he even resemble a decent human being anymore? Your coddling made him this way. His conduct, both sober and intoxicated, shames me as a father." Only Teacher Lin's forbearance spared him arrest. Su Tian. Lin Weier interjected anxiously, "Uncle, please don't blame Su Tian. He bears no responsibility. I chose to carry and deliver these children of my own volition." Su Fu felt immense relief. His future daughter-in-law stood loyally beside his beloved son. Yet his words remained unyielding. "Ah, this reckless boy." He sighed deeply. "The rice is cooked. What do we do now?" Lin Weier fell silent, too unnerved to reply. Su Fu's temper seemed volatile, and that slap had been terrifyingly real. "Dad." Silence. Su Fu whirled, glaring at Su Tian. Lin Weier remained mute, not from defiance, but uncertainty. "Well then, 3 infants have already arrived. What choice remains?" "In my humble opinion, though Su Tian may lack polish, his handsome bearing makes him a match worthy of you. Truly a pairing of talent and grace. Let him spend his life making amends to you and your 3 children." Affection may grow gradually, but marriage must come first. Rest assured the Su family owns no fortune. His elder sister married young, Su Tian, is our sole son. All we earn belongs to him, and sustaining 3 children poses no hardship. Whatever life you envision, Su Tian will strive to provide it, and so will we. One thing admits no delay: marriage. Without official registration, how will the children obtain household registration? Must they remain undocumented? When others host full moon banquets, Shao can wan and then be denied theirs. Su Mu suppressed a quiet chuckle. Her husband's forcefulness had left the young woman speechless. Yet, wasn't such brusqueness discourteous? Dad, you frightened Weier, Su Tian said, voice edged with displeasure. Lin Weier nodded gently. Uncle, please don't worry. I won't flee. Su Tian and I will discuss marriage registration soon. After all, he is the father of my children. And he was the man she loved. Could she truly walk away? Her father's urgency betrayed genuine fear she might vanish. Noticing Lin Weier's stiff expression, Su Fu worried his tone had been too harsh. Suddenly his own heart. Teacher Lin, I spoke too hastily. Please accept my sincere apology. Above all, for the sake of your 3 children's well-being, I beg you to marry Su Tian without delay. It's quite all right. You're only thinking of the babies, Lin Weier replied with a light, reassuring smile. Was Su Fu truly terrified she'd disappear? His stammering, flustered demeanor starkly contrasted his earlier commanding presence, making him seem far less formidable. Indeed, Su Fu genuinely feared Lin Weier might flee. His nephew Wei, son of his elder brother, had paid a staggering betrothal gift of 1/8 of his yuan to wed a university-educated woman. She bore him a son, but just 2 weeks after her confinement ended, she vanished, taking the infant with her. She didn't even seek divorce. She simply disappeared, carrying away the cherished grandson whom the entire family adored. Su Fu dreaded that Su Tian might suffer the same fate as his nephew Wei. Mother Su smiled. Eat quickly, the sumptuous dinner is getting cold. Weier, let's eat first. The elderly couple gently walked to the master bedroom. Father Su gazed at the deeply sleeping triplets Anan, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. The little one is so adorable. Speak softly, don't wake the baby, Mother Su said. Father Su walked to the other side of the bed to look at Can and Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan was already awake, her eyes slightly squinted, staring blankly at her cheap grandfather. Is this the eldest? He's awake, Father Su asked. Since the babies were all wearing diapers, Father Su couldn't tell which one was his grandson. Mother Su wore a kind smile. The one sleeping beside is the younger grandson, the second treasure. Nuanyuan is awake, not crying or fussing, so well behaved. After speaking, she walked out of the room. Father Su still stood there, dazed, staring at his little grandson and granddaughter. Unconsciously, the image of Su Tian as an infant surfaced in his mind, but it seemed long forgotten, and tears flickered at the corners of his eyes. Su Tian is 22 already, with a son and a daughter. From now on, he must treat teacher Lin well. That brat has a glib tongue, better at coaxing girls than his father, which is reassuring. Father Su muttered to himself, almost in a trance. 10 minutes later, after lunch, Mother Su was puzzled while helping to clean up and wash the dishes. Su Tian, why did you steam so many flour rolls and steamed buns? Su Tian blinked. Mom, Weier likes flour rolls and steamed buns, so I steamed a few extra. Lin Weier said, blushing. Annie, I like flour rolls and steamed buns. Actually, it was the leftover dough from messing with flour. Kneading the dough. Too much flour, add water. Too much water, add flour. As the dough was kneaded, it just grew. Mother Su nodded. Oh, I see, no wonder that brat kept asking me how to proof the flour and how much yeast to add. At that moment, Father Su walked out of the room. Su Tian, Dad asked you, are you still going to graduate school? Su Tian shook his head with a wry smile. Taking care of the babies, how can I have time to study for the graduate exam or attend school? The path of graduate studies is long, I'm giving up. Then don't go if you don't want to. Father Su sighed. 1 baby was manageable. 3 babies would make it hard, even to focus on working. Father Su asked with concern, not attending graduate school, will you work after graduation this summer? Any plans or intentions? Let's wait until after graduation. Most likely you'll work part-time and start a business like pushing a food cart to sell some snacks. If that doesn't work out, I have Weier's job to support me. Father Su said angrily. I'm trying to have a serious talk with you, and you're being all flippant. Weier's teacher salary can barely support the babies, let alone you. Dad, the babies are still little. Thinking about these things is a headache. The cart will find its way to the bridge when it gets there. Your son, no matter what job he does, will be the best. Father Su was silent. That was true. Su Tian had been smart since childhood. He grew even more clever. Teacher Lin, uncle will take his leave now. Su Tian has been a brat who needs a beating since he was young. Father Su left a note with his phone number on it. If Su Tian dares to bully you, Or if you want to teach him a lesson and he resists, call uncle immediately. His mother spoils him, but uncle's slaps have never spared him. Spare the rod, spoil the child. That was his way of parenting. Lin Weier felt a warm smile rise in her heart. Thank you, uncle. With your words I feel at ease. Son, if you need money for the babies, tell mom. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, uncle. Mother Su didn't forget to remind, make sure to take good care of the little grandson and granddaughter. The elderly couple felt awkward staying too long. Before leaving, they filled the refrigerator with a full stock of meat, fruit, and vegetables. When the fridge was opened, a pile of vegetables nearly fell out. Su Tian felt he could stay home for a week without going downstairs. What do you think of my dad? Lin Weier gave a sweet smile and waved the little note in her hand. If you dare bully me, you'll call uncle to complain. He really will hit you. You're ruthless, Su Tian pouted. Weier, is your BMW 3 Series still around? Yes. Give me the keys, save me from buying a car. Lin Weier smirked, head dream on. Then, thinking of something, she walked to the door and took the car keys from her bag. It hasn't been serviced in almost a year. Take the time to go to the 4S shop to change the oil and maintain the car. Su Tian. Stepping out of the elevator, Father Su took a long breath and lit a cigarette. He looked at Mother Su with a troubled heart. Xiao, do you think my tone and attitude left a bad impression on Teacher Lin? His voice carried a hint of regret and remorse. Being a father-in-law for the first time, he felt incredibly clumsy. Probably not. Teacher Lin. Weier won't overthink it. But you were a bit pushy, old man. The babies are already born, it's not like Teacher Lin will run away. Feelings need to be nurtured slowly. Father Su said anxiously, your elder brother's son Away's wife ran away, taking the bride price, and even the baby. Oh, Weier is not that kind of person. She's a teacher, and besides, our son is so handsome. Where would she find such a handsome husband if she ran away? I'm just worried. Even if you meddle, it's useless. Nowadays, even married couples can divorce. Even if the rice is cooked into thick porridge, it doesn't matter. The key is to trust Su Tian. Mother Su then asked, Lao Su, if Weier is in confinement, can I come to take care of her every day? Don't come. If you take good care of her, fine. If not, you'll be resented. The younger generation's ideas are completely different from ours. If you miss the little grandson and granddaughter, come over and see them, then leave. All right. Then, Mother Su opened her mouth displeased. Before our son and Teacher Lin get the marriage certificate, don't go around telling people you have a grandson and granddaughter. It doesn't matter for our son, but Teacher Lin's reputation must be protected. Nowadays, urban prices are rising fast. A pound of pork costs 26 and baby items are even more expensive. How much money did you give our son? Mother Su shook her head with a smile. Su Tian didn't want it, saying he has money. Nonsense. Father Su's face darkened. First, give him 30,000. In recent years, the family had moved from the county town to the city. They bought a house outright, and with daily expenses, the remaining money was not much. The old couple had saved about 200,000. It was definitely not enough if Su Tian wanted to get married. Car, house, bride price, wedding banquet. Money. Su Tian, your sister transferred me 15,000, saying it's the gift money for the babies, 5,000 per baby. Lin Weier looked at the WeChat transfer, hesitating for a long time, not daring to accept. That's good, it relieves financial pressure. Accept it. Su Tian said. Lin Weier bit her lip and hesitated, but it's really embarrassing. Su Tian laughed. What's embarrassing? My sister is a brother-supporting demon. She'll still pay when I get married. Lin Weier glared at him. That's so ugly. What brother-supporting demon? Careful, your brother-in-law might come after you with a knife. He wouldn't dare. I taught him the cake business. I helped him get rich. TCH, Su Tian snatched the phone and directly accepted the money. The brother-supporting demon was just a joke. After he started a family, he would definitely support his sister and brother-in-law. Besides, when his sister married his brother-in-law, she only asked for a 30,000 bride price, but gave back 150,000 dowry. With that money, they opened a bakery together, paid the down payment for a house, and lived a stable life. Su Tian sighed. 3 babies, the gift money is indeed a lot. Why didn't you give birth to 7 or 8? Lin Weier blushed with anger. Do you think him as so, giving birth to a litter of piglets? Weier, about what my dad said to you. Do you want to get a marriage certificate with me? Lin Weier had a thin skin. She set aside her shyness and became brave. Yes. Lin Weier nervously asked, are you with me for the baby? Or? As she spoke, her charming face flushed. Su Tian gently replied, I like you. I started secretly admiring you since you were my sister-in-law's bridesmaid. Really? She felt so embarrassed. Su Tian was only 18 at that time. Did he secretly admire her back then? Absolutely true. Is this considered a confession? Lin Weier couldn't bear to look at him anymore. The courage she just gathered vanished instantly. I like you like the wind travels for 80,000 miles without asking for a return date. Lin Weier playfully punched his chest. Don't say things like that to tease little girls. Doesn't she know how much impact such words have on an older woman like her? She was about to die of embarrassment. Do you want to take care of me for a lifetime, treat me wholeheartedly, not look for a mistress, not cheat, and love only me in the future? Su Tian chuckled. Why does that question sound like something a green tea bee would ask? You are the green tea bee. Lin Weier angrily tugged at Su Tian's ear. They were about to get married. She had never dated before. Was it wrong to ask such questions before getting the certificate? Quick, say it. I do. Su Tian asked back with a smile. Then teacher. Why do you want to treat me well? Of course. Lin Weier said generously. Wear sexy clothes only for me, treat me wholeheartedly. Are you trying to kill me? She was so embarrassed that she turned her head and stopped talking. Can I sleep in the bed tonight? The bay window is a bit hard. No, a firm bay window is good for the cervical spine. My dad likes sleeping on the bay window. I'm not your dad, Su Tian murmured. So shall we start dating first, holding hands and kissing? Oh my, this conversation. If Su's mother finds out, she would think Su Tian is an old man from the 70s. Lin Weier was as rosy as a ripe red apple, making her feel bashful. Was their earlier conversation mutual confessions? Breathe deeply. You can't appear too shy. Actually, it's not impossible for Su Tian to sleep in bed. After giving birth, she sweats easily and feels hot. If Su Tian lies beside her, she would definitely be too hot to sleep. She consulted Dr. Wang Meili, who said it's normal to sweat post-delivery. The body hasn't completely cleansed itself yet. Her heat is quite strong, and after a few days of exercise post-delivery, she will return to normal. Disliking the heat, she only wore a tank top at night and made Su Tian feed the baby at midnight. She had already taken all the benefits and was still thinking of taking more. Such a naughty girl. Going downstairs to get the package. After adjusting her state with a deep breath, Lin Weier looked a bit more natural. Su Tian helplessly asked, what did you buy again? Diapers. Next month, in April, the weather will be hot. Lu Ting said that using diapers can dissipate heat easier. Otherwise, it's easy to get prickly heat and rashes. It's better to use diapers when it's hot, but they need washing. Okay. Su Tian went downstairs to get the package. Lin Weier selected breathable, pure cotton diapers online. In simple terms, they were diapers. Times have changed. The older generation used to cut old clothes at home with scissors or a sewing machine to make diapers. At night, Su Tian prepared a basin of warm water. She nervously prepared to bathe the baby. The little ones didn't look like they were just born, and their skin was wrinkled and red like little monkeys. Now their skin was tender and smooth, and the fetal fat hadn't completely shed. You bathe the eldest baby, Lin Weier said. Su Tian gently held the eldest baby, puzzled. What's wrong? I'm shy. The eldest baby is a boy. I can't believe it. Even if he's a boy, he should at least wait until he's 3 years old. Su Tian grinned. The baby's mother was truly exceptional. Why wasn't she shy when breastfeeding? Oh, Su Tian carefully placed the eldest baby into the basin, starting with his little feet. Wow, the eldest baby instantly cried. Don't cry, Lin Weier nervously coaxed. Although the eldest baby resisted bathing, there was no way around it. He still had to be washed. Placed in water, she gently wiped his body. The little guy began to kick the water vigorously in protest. Since his tear ducts weren't fully developed, yet he cried silently, which broke Lin Weier's heart. She said with concern, how about we just wipe him down and not wash him? Let's just clean him up with our hands. Although she bought baby shampoo, the baby was still under 3 months old. Su Tian dared not use shampoo and only rinsed him with plain water. Don't cry, let's get you all cleaned up. Daddy will sing you a song. I love bathing, my skin is so good. A ho, wear a shower cap and sing and dance a ho. Wash up and down, scrub left and right, and when you have time, let's shake hands. The baby miraculously stopped crying upon hearing Daddy's song. Lin Weier was greatly impressed. Su Tian, you're amazing. The eldest baby really stopped crying. Once Su Tian stopped singing, the eldest baby continued to cry. Su Tian, sing quickly. Su Tian, I love bathing, my skin is so good. Daddy's big boy, be good. When you grow up, girls will like you. After a simple wash, the eldest baby was dried off and covered in baby powder. Good boy, eldest baby, it's time to bathe the youngest baby. Lin Weier truly admired Su Tian, murmuring to herself. Regardless of whether the baby understood or not, she wore a joyful smile, completely immersed in the role of a doting father. In contrast, she appeared very clumsy as a wet nurse. After the eldest baby is washed, it's time for the second baby. Su Tian changed to a new basin of clean water. The second baby, Wan, was a little lady, obedient and didn't cry. She only whimpered slightly, and it's time for the third baby, awaken. To Su Tian's surprise, awaken had quite a bit of strength. She was less than 10 days old, and when her little feet touched the water, she cried loudly. Don't cry, little princess. Let's get you cleaned up, the fragrant little princess. Daddy moi, I love bathing, my skin is so good, but... Singing didn't work on Sanbao Anan. She continued to wail, causing the couple to panic. Su Tian, Lin Weier was in a panic. She felt so dumb. When the baby cried, she could only feed her to soothe her. She didn't even consider if the baby was hungry. You silly girl, bathing and breastfeeding can cause choking. But she's still crying. In the next second, Su Tian felt something sticky in his hand. Why was the water in the basin turning yellow? Turns out she pooped. Su Tian was speechless. Anan is so naughty. Oh, look how well-behaved your sister and brother are. Su Tian hurriedly washed his hands and picked her up. Wow, so cute, so fair and tender. Daddy kisses her stinky little feet. Su Tian kissed her feet. Don't cry, after the bath mommy will feed you. Is that okay? In an instant she stopped crying. Why did you understand? Su Tian was startled by his own words. Anan's foodie trait was off the charts. Lin Weier had already dumped the yellow water, cleaned the basin, and filled it with warm water again. Both of them directly placed the bathing basin on the old-fashioned double-tub washing machine to bathe the baby. The washing machine was just the right size to hold the baby's bathing basin. Let's get you all cleaned up. As her little feet touched the water again, the little cutie started crying. This time, no matter what Su Tian said, she wouldn't stop crying. Even holding a squeaky duck toy wouldn't soothe her. Who would have thought that Anan, who was once most afraid of water, would be better at swimming than her father at the age of 3? After the bath, they dried her off, applied baby powder, and put on a diaper. Lin Weier felt heartbroken as she held her in her arms while soothing her. The little one cried so hard that her features were all scrunched up. She worried Anan would faint from crying, so she held her and began to breastfeed. Once she got milk, the crying finally stopped. Su Tian, next time, just wipe Sanbao's body after bathing. Ew, I feel like my heart is breaking from the crying. Bring the eldest and second babies. Lin Weier shouted. Anan ate a few bites and then stopped. Su Tian first picked up Anan. He saw that Anan's face and mouth were covered in milk. He had no idea how she managed to eat. Su Tian curiously licked a bit and cleaned the milk off the little one's face. This scene was just seen by Lin Weier. Her eyes trembled, and she extended a trembling fingertip. Su Tian, you're crazy. How can you? Huh? Su Tian was a bit confused. Anan doesn't eat properly. She wastes breast milk, so I was curious and tried a little. Oof, no tasting, no eating. You're such an unreliable baby daddy. It seems I need to reconsider getting the marriage certificate. Su Tian patted Anan's back. The little one burped and tightly grasped her father's hand. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for bathing the baby for the first time, completing a small achievement of fatherly love. The system rewards you with the complete collection of nursery rhymes, hoping the host will continue to strive and become a qualified and excellent daddy. Hearing the system's feminine voice prompt, Su Tian's mind was suddenly filled with the melodies of 100 nursery rhymes. What the heck? A complete collection of nursery rhymes. Can't you give something practical like a car, a house, or money? The system replied, every song in the collection aids the baby's sleep and soothes the infant, incorporating lullaby elements. It has a significant effect on calming babies aged 1 to 3. Alright, got it. Su Tian responded to the system with resignation. Su Tian, do you play Honor of Kings? Lin Weier asked. She had been finding Tetris a bit boring during her pregnancy. Her classmates all played Honor of Kings and PUBG. She tried a few rounds and found it quite enjoyable, so she kept playing whenever she was bored. Yes, I do. Lin Weier asked curiously, what's your rank? Platinum. He didn't play Honor of Kings. Back in the dorm, he usually played League of Legends and PUBG. After all, he was a gold master in Noxus, so Honor of Kings was a breeze. He only reached Platinum because Zio Kuli Long forced him to play together. He had only played a few hundred matches. Oh, I'm gold, so we can play ranked matches together. She smiled excitedly. So they teamed up to play Honor of Kings. It infuriated Su Tian. She insisted on playing a mage despite her lack of skill, ending up with a 0-12 score as Daji in the mid lane. He played as Monkey King, nearly smashing his staff to pieces, but in the end they successfully destroyed the enemy's crystal. They started another round. Su Tian lay on the bay window murmuring, Weier, come here, I'll give you a blue buff. But she had already tossed her phone aside and fallen into a sweet sleep. Su Tian led the team of 4 against 5 and barely won a ranked match. Thus days passed one after another. The baby was about to turn 1 month old. That day Su Tian called his mother over to help take care of the 3. Tomorrow Lin Weier wanted to go shopping as she felt she was becoming a couch potato. Su Tian, I want to eat pig trotters. I heard they're full of collagen and great for promoting lactation. After a month her milk supply was still abundant thanks to proper nutrition. The complete confinement meal guide Su Tian got from the system consisted entirely of nourishing stews like chicken, fish, and soups. She was an absolute foodie. In 1 month, Su Tian had made her plump and rosy. Every meal of the day was fattening, and she had moved beyond slightly chubby to moderately chubby. Her face, however, remained slim. All the extra weight went to her bottom and belly. Shopping on Taobao and JD.com, she could only pick plus-size or loose-fitting clothes as anything else looked terrible. Su Tian didn't think she was fat. He found this figure perfect, surpassing 90% of women. She was indeed a bit plump, but her charm was still unmatched. She could easily hold her own in the entertainment industry. She wasn't the slim, skinny type like a monkey. Instead, she possessed a womanly voluptuousness. "I'll ask my mom to bring some pig trotters along." Lin Weier nudged his waist. "Don't bother, Auntie. It's no trouble. She'll just pick up some trotters and corn on the way. Tonight we'll have braised pig trotters with corn." Lin Weier beamed, rubbing her hands together. "One last indulgence. After the confinement period, I'll start dieting. I can't fit into my pre-pregnancy clothes anymore, and they were expensive. I'll definitely slim down. You can do it." Su Tian smiled, not wanting to dampen her confidence. She was such a glutton. She could eat 2 bowls of rice in one meal more than he could. After a while, Su Tian's mother arrived with pig trotters and corn. Since it wasn't autumn yet, the corn was vacuum-packed greenhouse corn or last year's corn. But braised with trotters, it would still be delicious. "Auntie, am I too fat?" She felt that even a standard wedding dress wouldn't fit her now. Summer was coming and her legs seemed thicker than before pregnancy. She couldn't even wear skirts. Su's mother laughed. "No, a plump woman brings good fortune." "Thank you, Auntie." Lin Weier smiled happily, deciding to use her private savings to buy some jewelry and clothes for Su's mother the next day. Well, her private savings amounted to 100,000 yuan. She had asked her father for money for the first time recently, and he had directly transferred 100,000 to her. Previously, she had always asked her grandfather. This time she asked her father. Father Lin, thinking she might be suffering in her cohabitation with a man, angrily transferred 100,000. Su's mother advised, "Even after the confinement period, continue to watch your diet, especially spicy food, since you're still breastfeeding." Lin Weier nodded like a chick pecking rice. "I've completely quit chili peppers." She used to love spicy food. She couldn't enjoy a meal without spice. After not eating it for a long time, even the sight of fragrant chili peppers didn't appeal to her. "Weier, what do your parents think of Su Tian?" Lin Weier panicked. "Annie, my parents haven't met Su Tian yet. They'll bring him home in a few days. They have good tempers, and will definitely be happy to have him as their son-in-law." In her 26 years, she had never brought a man home. Bringing Su Tian made her nervous. She didn't know if her parents would accept an age gap relationship. Anyway, the baby was already born, so they had to accept it. "Remember to bring your household registration booklet when you go home, so you and Su Tian can get your marriage certificate." Lin Weier said happily. "We've already discussed it with Su Tian. We'll get the certificate on May Day, so the holiday can be our anniversary, making it easy to celebrate each year." "Wonderful, wonderful." Su's mother was grinning from ear to ear. Su Tian stood in the kitchen wearing an apron, braising the pig trotters. He stewed them for nearly an hour. By then, Lin Weier and Su's mother were chatting, without any awkwardness, watching TV and talking. "The fragrant pig trotters are here." Su Tian brought a large bowl of trotters to the coffee table. Lin Weier washed her hands. "Su Tian, where's the rice?" "Huh. Corn is the staple. Whole grains are filling and help with weight loss. Eating corn is great." "Oh," Lin Weier nodded, thinking to herself, "He thinks I'm fat, so he's cooking corn now." Su's mother said, "Weier wants rice, Su Tian, go cook some." "Auntie, no need." Lin Weier shook her head shyly. In front of Su's mother, she wanted to appear restrained. Su Tian complained, "Hey, it feels like I'm raising pigs every day. I should open a pig farm and make a fortune." Lin Weier bit her lip and tapped Su Tian's arm with her chopsticks. "That's so mean, you're the pig. Men are all big pigs." Looking at her plump figure, Su Tian suddenly thought of Gongzi. Too terrible. No, Weier was still far from being like Gongzi. Su's mother scolded, "If you can't talk nicely, just eat more. A plump woman brings good fortune to her husband. Your father used to complain that I was too thin." "Oh my God, I really am too fat." Lin Weier pursed her lips, secretly licking them. The pig trotters in the bowl were a feast for the eyes, nose, and taste buds, with the unique aroma of braised trotters filling the air. Although her determination to lose weight was strong, the food Su Tian cooked was simply irresistible. Could she really do justice to his master chef's cooking without eating 2 bowls of rice? After dinner, Su's mother went to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes and wash them. Lin Weier hurriedly ran over, took Su's mother's arm, and affectionately said, "Auntie, you go watch television in the living room or accompany the little ones in the bedroom. He'll take care of the dishes." Seeing this, Su Tian was moved to tears. Has she finally come to her senses? After serving her for a month, she finally took the initiative to wash the dishes. Could it be because his mother is here that Lin Weier is so eager? It must be. Su's mother declined. What are young people doing washing dishes? Just take good care of Auntie's little grandchildren. The little ones are sleeping soundly. You should take a break, Auntie. Lin Weier led Su's mother to the sofa, saying he'll handle it. All right. Su's mother smiled happily, pleased that her daughter-in-law is so understanding. Seeing the messy bedding and pillows on the bay window, Su's mother fell into a daze. Has Su Tian not been sleeping in bed this past month? Well, that makes sense. Lin Weier in her confinement was feeling quite fiery. Su's mother opened her phone and dialed Su's father's video call. The old man thought about the little grandchildren every day. Lin Weier tied on an apron, first washing the pots, and then the dishes, ultimately cleaning the sink. She applied dish soap around the stove and scrubbed it down. Watching Lin Weier diligently washing dishes with her hair tied up in a bun, Su Tian couldn't help but smile with happiness. Is the goddess starting to become a housewife? Weier, you're doing great. You finally understand the importance of washing the dishes on your own, Su Tian praised. Lin Weier rolled her eyes and whispered, with your mother here, I naturally have to show that I'm a bit more diligent. The words nearly choked Su Tian. He chuckled helplessly, hee, then let my mom come over. Let her come. I also want to work hard to become a diligent woman. After cleaning the stove, she washed her hands. Tomorrow we're going shopping. Finally, I can enjoy a nice day out. Since her pregnancy began, she had hardly gone out. The only time she ventured outside was for a walk downstairs, and during the later stages of her pregnancy, she hardly went downstairs at all. Shopping and buying things. I need to get clothes for the baby. We'll go to Tianyan shopping mall in the old city, and since I have a membership card, I still have over $100 left at a spicy hot pot restaurant. Su Tian looked at Lin Weier, who was about to break free from her confinement, as lively as a lark. Weier, teacher Lin, I feel like your personality is just like that of a little girl, don't you like it? She asked with a serious face. Her personality had always been like this. During her pregnancy, she felt a bit depressed and didn't like to talk. Now she had completely recovered. Usually when teaching at school, she would maintain a cold and stern demeanor in front of colleagues and students. That was really tiring. I like it very much. She went to take a shower. After showering, she dried her hair and changed into a beautiful nightgown. After Su's mother finished washing up, she said, son, I'm going to sleep in the guest room. Good night, Auntie. Good night, Weier. Back in the master bedroom, Su Tian immediately closed the door. Weier, today, I want to sleep in bed, Su Tian shamelessly said, since he had already enjoyed himself enough. What's a little more? Lin Weier snuggled under the covers and shyly said, can you give the teacher a little more time? Nervously referring to herself as teacher again, she thought Su Tian wanting to sleep in bed meant he wanted to do something intimate with her. But she wasn't ready yet. It was too sudden. Although the postpartum discharge was clean, that kind of thing. At the very least, they should hold hands first, then kiss. Little did she know Su Tian had no other thoughts. He simply wanted to sleep on a soft, big bed. All right, I respect your wishes, Su Tian said gently. Lin Weier blinked. Thank you, Su Tian. After an hour, the system's notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully accompanying the baby for a full month, completing the Little Heart Companion beginner task. Reward magical ointment has been issued to the host's backpack, please check. Applying it can remove any scars. Su Tian took a long breath. It finally came. I finally waited for. Ding dong, Little Heart Companion intermediate achievement. Accompany the baby for 100 days to receive a better reward from the system. Understood. Su Tian was very excited. Every time Lin Weier breastfed the baby, she would glance at the stretch marks on her abdomen, her expression dimming a bit. A girl who loves beauty having terrifying stretch marks on her belly must be really sad. Su Tian checked the information. This thing appeared during the later stages of pregnancy, caused by the skin fibers tearing as the belly expanded. As long as one gets pregnant and has a baby, whether they are an ordinary woman or a goddess, they cannot avoid it. At 2 in the morning, the soft cries of the second baby, Nuan, rang out. Su Tian instantly opened his eyes, robotically got out of bed, and checked around. It turned out she had. Su Tian, is the baby hungry? No, she pooped. You sleep? Well, I'll just change her diaper. Lin Weier reached out her hand, pulled Su Tian over, half opening her eyes, her soft lips pressed against Su Tian's cheek. With a peck, Su Tian, thank you for your hard work. In her sleepy state, she rewarded Su Tian with a kiss. Then she continued to sleep with her 4 limbs sprawled out. Su Tian found it both amusing and exasperating. Is this it? She still wants to be a single mom, what a joke. After changing the diaper, he held Nuan in his arms and comforted her. Don't cry, Daddy is here. Nuan stopped sleeping, her small hands grabbing Su Tian's face. It took Su Tian 10 minutes to lull her to sleep. Remembering something, he quietly walked to the living room and took out the magical ointment rewarded by the system. He carefully opened the ointment's lid and returned to the room, closing the door behind him. At the same time, he turned on the flashlight on his phone with one hand. I didn't mean to. He lifted Lin Weier's skirt and suddenly saw SpongeBob almost bursting out laughing. Gently applying the ointment on Lin Weier's belly, he thought, should I apply it on the scars? Or forget it? This is the great mark of maternal love from a cesarean section. It should be left as it is. It doesn't matter. Besides, if I remove the scar, Weier will definitely suspect something. Just removing the stretch marks will do. Meanwhile, Lin Weier was dreaming sweetly, a hint of drool escaping her mouth, dreaming about swimming with Su Tian. With a splash, she jumped into the water. Feeling the coolness on her belly, it was a very refreshing sensation. After applying the ointment, Su Tian lay down gently on the bay window. System: how long after applying the ointment will it take to see results? 2 hours. Su Tian smiled, knowing that tomorrow when Weier sees the stretch marks disappearing from her belly, it will definitely be a big surprise. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the baby cried and woke up, and Su Tian, still half asleep, drifted back into slumber. If this continues, he feels he will inevitably go bald. By around 7, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the room. Lin Weier opened her eyes and rubbed them, wondering why it felt cool down below. Looking down, she realized the hem of her nightgown had lifted to her chest, exposing her fair long legs and SpongeBob-themed underwear to the air. Nervously, she stole a glance at Su Tian, relieved to see him deep in sleep. I've exposed myself. She thought. I can't wear a nightgown to bed again tonight. Oh, my tummy. Lin Weier suddenly remembered something and immediately lifted her skirt. She touched her soft little belly. To her astonishment, the purple stretch marks on her smooth, fair belly had vanished completely. It felt as if she had returned to the time before her pregnancy, with only the scar from her cesarean section left, and even that had faded significantly. The scar seemed like a birthmark with no trace of having undergone surgery. She excitedly climbed out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. She looked in the mirror. The stretch marks had truly disappeared. Oh my God, thank you heavens, I need to exercise more, eat less, and keep my tummy tight and slim. Weier, you're awake, Su's mother greeted her. Lin Weier nodded. Good morning, Auntie. What's got you so happy? Su's mother noticed Lin Weier was as excited as a child, her eyes crinkled with smiles. Lin Weier beamed. Auntie, the stretch marks on my tummy have disappeared, my belly has returned to normal. I remember they were still there last night when I took a shower, and they've mysteriously vanished after just one night of sleep, Su's mother laughed. Such a kind girl like you must be favored by the heavens. Auntie. She hugged Su's mother like a little girl for a few seconds. Let's wake up, Su Tian, Su's mother. Lin Weier shook her head. Let him sleep until he wakes up naturally. Auntie, you and I will take the baby to the living room to feed him. We need to buy a stroller for the baby while we're out shopping today. Oh, all right. When Su Tian woke up around 9, the first thing he saw was Anan wide awake. Anan completely ignored him, staring blankly at the ceiling as if contemplating life. Kinkin, one, good morning. Kinkin murmured, letting out a small sound. Little piggy must protect his 2 little sisters when he grows up. Daddy gives you a kiss regardless of whether he could kiss or not. Su Tian pecked the eldest cheek. In the living room, Lin Weier was bending down, mopping the floor and tidying up the house. Weier, good morning. Su Tian. She had initially wanted to share her joy about the disappearance of the stretch marks with Su Tian. What if Su Tian wanted her to lift her skirt to take a look? Would she agree or refuse? What's the matter? Nothing. Su Tian smiled slightly, realizing she must have noticed her belly was smoother and fairer than before, but felt too shy to mention it. After all, a girl's belly is definitely considered private. There are pancakes Annie made in the pot, and some rolled ham. They'll heat them up in the microwave for you. In the evening, when the baby cried during the night, it was always Su Tian who took care of him. She could help soothe the baby and feed him in the first half of the night, but by the second half, she simply left everything to him. When daytime came, she knew she had to serve him and reward Su Tian. Thank you, Weier. After breakfast, Su Tian finally started to wash up, brushing his teeth and washing his hair. By the time he finished, Lin Weier had already changed her clothes. Her outfit made Su Tian's eyes widen in surprise. She wore white casual sneakers, loose light blue split denim pants, and a white short-sleeved t-shirt. Over it, she had a yellow Chanel-style jacket, and her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. What stood out was that she had put on makeup, drawing her eyebrows and applying lipstick. This look and outfit for shopping were definitely not something a typical college girl could pull off. It showcased her maturity. She chose loose-fitting clothes, and though her face wasn't thin, she looked great. This was simply amazing. He was curious about how she managed to look slim in clothes while having curves without them. His eyes widened as he stared in fascination. Su's mother noticed her son's expression and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Su Tian, hurry up and change your clothes. Oh, okay. Lin Weier grinned with satisfaction. Haven't you seen a beauty before? I've never seen such a you little rascal. Compared to her, Su Tian was dressed quite simply. He wore white sneakers paired with gray casual pants and a red-black long-sleeve shirt, a rather rough outfit combination. In this season, wearing short sleeves could be a bit chilly, long sleeves were necessary. Auntie, please take care of the baby, Lin Weier said. Su's mother smiled. You two go shopping, he'll take good care of the little grandson and granddaughter. What about the milk? How will he drink it? Lin Weier replied, it's already stored in the fridge, Annie just needs to heat it up. Mom, I'm heading out. If anything happens, call me. He'll be back after lunch. All right. Stepping out of the room and going downstairs. Lin Weier stretched lazily. Silly, should we take the BMW or the Benz? Listen to that tone. She's definitely a rich woman. Of course the BMW. Lin Weier gracefully settled into the driver's seat and started the car. Su Tian, looking like a gigolo, shifted the passenger seat back and casually crossed his legs. Sit tight. Lin Weier playfully patted Su Tian's thigh. Oh. Su Tian chuckled. Weier, do you think this counts as our first date? It was originally our first date. She felt sweet and beautiful inside. Dating and shopping with the boy she liked. This was something she had once fantasized about in her dreams, and now it had finally become a reality. Let's first go shopping in the old town, though I'm not familiar with the malls in the new area, and I don't want to go to Wanda either. As the car drove out of the neighborhood, Su Tian, I missed the baby, should we go back? Lin Weier pressed the brake. A van next to them quickly overtook, and the driver scolded, do you even know how to drive? Is this how you brake? Almost rear-end us. Female driver, stop talking, said the aunt in the passenger seat. Puffed. Su Tian chuckled helplessly. Sister, we just left, and you've already put on makeup. How can we not go shopping? Don't worry, my mom takes better care of the baby than you do. Don't call me sister, it makes me sound old. Lin Weier took a deep breath. Weier, focus on driving. Don't think about the baby right now, we'll be back after lunch anyway. Oh, her driving skills were excellent. She had 8 years of driving experience. She learned to drive at 18 and had been behind the wheel ever since. She had just started to miss the baby. After not being away for even 10 minutes, she felt uneasy and unconsciously pressed the brake. They set off towards the old town. The car came to a stop in the parking lot. Su Tian couldn't help but glance at the fee notice board. 1 hour of parking costs 6 yuan. That's daylight robbery. Lin Weier dismissed it. It's always been 6 yuan. It's hard to park nearby with heavy traffic, and the traffic cops will ticket you. The two walked side by side toward Tianyun Mall. Lin Weier's right hand brushed against Su Tian's left hand, intentionally or not. Seeing him still unmoved and unresponsive, she bit her lip and immediately took his hand. On a date, you have to hold hands. Hold my hand, Lin Weier said. Su Tian quickly grasped her soft, smooth hand. Okay. So clueless you don't even know to hold hands. Last night you wanted to get into bed and do bad things, huh? Idiot, you want to skip the whole courtship process. The two entered the mall. Su Tian said, my brother's close friend Li Xiaotao runs a maternity and baby store. Let's go check it out. Dummy, then Wenwen will know I had a baby. Li Xiaotao's wife is Lu Sherwen. Although their relationship wasn't particularly close, they all moved in the same circle and knew each other. All right. Fine. The two casually walked into a maternity store. The shop owner, an older woman, saw Lin Weier, tall, elegant, and strikingly beautiful, and immediately broke into a smile. Young lady, you're a mother so young. What are you looking for? A baby stroller. Oh, all right, take a look at these models. Lin Weier asked, do you have a triple stroller? Good heavens, with such a slim figure I never would have guessed you had triplets. We have twin strollers side by side once. I recommend this front and back assembly model. It's easier for one parent to push and more convenient for getting in and out of elevators. Can it fold, eh? Su Tian asked. With 3 babies, no car would be big enough. Folding, disassembling, no problem at all. Su Tian, which one do you think looks best? Su Tian never cared about looks. Only whether the babies would be comfortable sitting or lying down. He touched the material. Though not an expert, it felt decent. Let's go with this black one. White gets dirty too easily. All right, choose this black one, and also a single stroller. Lin Weier said. Su Tian asked, how much? The twin stroller is 1488 after discount, and the single is 898. Okay, well, take them. The shopkeeper beamed. Anything else, miss? Su Tian, look at this little baby outfit. Isn't it cute? Su Tian was exasperated with the mother of his children. Weier, don't pick clothes just because they're pretty. The babies are small. Choose the best quality material so they're comfortable. It's getting hot soon, so we need breathable fabrics. Oh, Lin Weier shot Su Tian a sheepish glare as if she knew nothing at all. She'd have to catch up on mom now. They had already bought some toys online, so they skipped those. Lin Weier generously paid. Su Tian folded the stroller and lifted it easily. Weier, aren't you going to buy clothes? Lin Weier stood at the entrance of a women's clothing store, hesitating to go in. Su Tian couldn't help asking. No, what if I succeed in losing weight and get back to my pre-pregnancy figure? All those clothes would be— Su Tian gave a helpless smile. You who can polish off 2 bowls of rice in 1 meal. Not to sound dismissive, but you're never going to make it. Go ahead and buy. She had grown used to his blunt straight male tone. I will definitely lose weight. I said I won't buy, so I won't buy. Lin Weier still had some temper. The two arrived at a women's lingerie store. Rows of bras, red, white, yellow, blue, black lace straps. Su Tian's eyes were dazzled. Thick-skinned as he was, he actually started examining them seriously. Seeing this, Lin Weier was both furious and embarrassed. It's me who's going to wear them, not him. What does a man know about lingerie quality? Su Tian's earnest scrutiny even made the young shop assistant blush. After lingerie, they bought pajamas. In summer, wearing a dress risks showing too much. Every time she wore a nightgown, she woke up to find it twisted around her neck like a scarf, leaving her waist and rear exposed to the air. What's worse? A few nights ago, she slept in a bear strap cami. When she woke up, it had become a necklace. She was afraid a toss and turn might strangle her. Little did she know that Su Tian was fully aware of her little midnight mishaps. Whenever the babies woke up, he would turn on the light, and he never tired of the view. Sometimes after changing the baby's diapers, he would even pull the covers over her. She chose a silky, breathable nightgown, so she wouldn't have to worry about exposure. She also bought a pair of shoes. In short, she refused to buy regular clothes. The clothes at Tianyan Mall were too expensive. Su Tian was reluctant to buy any. He only bought a pair of shorts which could double as sleepwear and a pair of Antas sneakers. Lin Weier paid. Su Tian felt like he was being kept, and it felt great. Then Lin Weier carefully picked out a gold necklace for Su's mother. Su Tian thought it unnecessary, but she insisted, spending over 10,000 yuan. Next they left the mall and entered a Huawei phone store. Lin Weier spent over 9,000 to buy Su Tian a new phone. She wanted to use it to take photos and record every bit of the baby's growth. Xiao Tian, let's go eat malatang. Su Tian warned, you can eat it, but no spicy. Just the original flavor. They first put the purchases in the car and went to the food court on the basement level. Weier, how much did we spend on malatang? Su Tian looked incredulously at the bill. He hadn't even picked— only some fish balls, sweet potato balls, vermicelli greens, and instant noodles. 82, a bit expensive, but it tastes great. Spendthrift. A real spendthrift wife. Su Tian muttered. At a regular malatang shop, 20 yuan would fill you up. When did it get so pricey? Because we got a membership. Recharge 200 and get 80 bonus. The discount was good, so it ended up a bit expensive, she explained. That locks you into the store. Try not to sign up for memberships when eating out. Oh, we'll never get another one after this. Go order the remaining 30 yuan in the card. Finish it all, so we won't come back. The money saved can buy toys for the babies. In the past, single, and with pocket money, she spent freely. Now with 3 babies, she reconsidered. This bowl of malatang really was expensive. The leftover money could buy more toys and clothes for the babies. It was time to save and strive to be a good wife and loving mother in the future. They'll finish it all in one go. Su Tian grinned excitedly. The mother of his children had finally seen reason. There wasn't much left for 30 yuan, so Su Tian ordered everything. Even so, after eating, Su Tian still felt hungry. Damn, had eaten 70 yuan worth of malatang and wasn't full. No one would believe it. Why want to watch a movie? Dates always involve movies, right? Su Tian had only been on one date with Yu Lily, and it was emotionless. No hand-holding. Lin Weier was overjoyed. Her first date with a boy, and he was the father of her babies. But, no, let's go home. I miss the babies. Xiao Tian, you drive. I want to rest for a bit. I've overeaten. Su Tian looked at her, both amused and exasperated, saying, I'm not trying to discourage you, but can you please stop mentioning the word diet? Mind your own business. Her cheeks flushed as she felt a bit embarrassed. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot. The two of them ended up spending over 3 hours shopping and dining. Su Tian reluctantly paid an $18 parking fee, muttering complaints under his breath. Just after passing the traffic light, they encountered a checkpoint for random breath tests. Noted as a random check. The leader had arranged for a task today, and around 1 in the afternoon, there would be a random breath test. Lin's father, as the captain of the 3rd Traffic Police Brigade in the Old District, personally stood by the roadside with his team conducting random checks. Sure enough, a white BMW caught his eye. That car looked familiar, and his expression momentarily froze. He thought he was seeing things, but upon closer inspection of the license plate, wasn't that his daughter Lin Weier's BMW 3 Series. Hadn't she gone to Jintian City for her PhD? Whose BMW was this? Driven by curiosity, he waved his rubber baton, signaling Su Tian to pull over. Lin Weier wanted to cover her face. How did she run into her father? This scene. Just pretend not to know each other. Su Tian rolled down the window and smiled, saying, Hello, officer, thank you for your hard work. Blow. Lin's father did not show a friendly face. His tone was quite cold. He noticed that Lin Weier in the passenger seat was continuously winking at him. Great. He had just transferred $1,000, and now he was in Longcheng without even going home. His daughter seemed to be in a good mood. The handsome young man in front of him was probably the 3-second man who appeared in the video that day. He was living with his daughter, and he looked decent with well-defined features. From a purely appearance standpoint, he was good enough for his daughter. He scrutinized Su Tian's arms carefully. There were no tattoos, which was good. He almost wanted to strip Su Tian down to inspect him thoroughly. In terms of temperament, he seemed a bit restless. He looked quite young. Every time he introduced Lin Weier to potential matches, they were mature men around 30 years old. Although his daughter was already 26, she was innocent and kind-hearted, having never dated. He was very worried that Lin Weier would encounter some unsavory characters. From an appearance standpoint, he was acceptable. Su Tian blew. Blow harder. Poo driver's license vehicle registration. Lin's father said coldly. What the hell? Was this brat the one who had taken care of his precious daughter for over 20 years? Su Tian nodded, saying, all right. Officer, nowadays we have electronic driver's licenses. Lin Weier chimed in playfully. Lin's father frowned. What did you say? Honey, how could you talk to officer like that? Su Tian said. He took out his driver's license and handed it to Lin's father. Lin's father almost fell over in anger. She called him honey. Don't call me that. Lin Weier shot him a glare. Weier, I won't call you that anymore. Lin's father carefully examined Su Tian's driver's license. Name Su Tian. This name is quite audacious. He's a rural kid, 22 years old, 4 years younger than Weier, a May-December romance. Lin's father was taken aback. Where did his daughter find such a younger boyfriend? Are you a college student? Lin's father asked. Su Tian nodded yes. Have you graduated yet? Graduating in summer. Which high school did you attend? City no. One high school. That's the same school Weier works at. Lin's father thought to himself. Where's your home? Xingfu community. Lin's father still did not give Su Tian a friendly face. Glancing at the smiling Lin Weier, he felt frustrated and said sternly, the passenger in the front seat isn't wearing a seatbelt. Pull over, step out of the car, you will be fined. Su Tian raised an eyebrow displeased and said, officer, don't be so serious. Why are you asking me so many questions? Lin's father replied, sorry, but asking so many questions is because you bear a striking resemblance to a wanted criminal. Step out of the car for an ID check. A photo of the ID is also acceptable. He found a reason that Su Tian couldn't refuse to get out of the car. Who damn it, is there really a wanted criminal as handsome as me? Su Tian felt gloomy. He parked the car on the side of the road. The young man is quite tall, about 1.8 meters, and has a good physique. No wonder he could win over a girl like Weier, whose standards are so high. Previously, the matches he introduced were all above 1.8 meters, yet outstanding men were quite rare. While this traffic officer has an impressive aura. After all, he is the brigade captain. He has a commanding presence. Lin Weier frowned. Xiao Tian, let's go. Weier, don't be anxious. Cooperating with the officer in law enforcement is a citizen's responsibility. Lin's father nodded, indeed, very conscientious. He didn't have his ID on him, but he had a photo in his WeChat favorites which he showed to Lin's father. After checking it, Lin's father issued a warning ticket to Lin Weier, informing her that it had already been recorded. Next time, if the passenger in the front seat doesn't wear a seatbelt, there will be a fine. Xiao Tian, I want to drink some milk tea from Mishuai City. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? I haven't had it in ages. Besides, I've eaten so much spicy hot pot. Drinking 1 cup won't make me gain much weight. I'll buy it for you. Lin Weier dismissed Su Tian, wanting to drink milk tea from Mishuai City. Taking the opportunity to chat with Lin's father. Dad, how could you say that your future son-in-law looks like a wanted criminal? Lin Weier said. The serious expression on Lin's father's face instantly vanished, and he turned into a smiling cat in front of the second tiger mother at home, saying with a beaming smile, Wei, when did you come back to Longcheng and not go home? My mom said that if I don't bring my future husband home, she won't let me in. You child, your mom was just saying that in anger. Calling your boyfriend a wanted criminal. Old comrade Lin, you truly have a way. Lin's father awkwardly smiled. Weier, oh dear, I just wanted him to get out of the car to take a closer look at the man you found. So what do you think? Isn't he very handsome? She said proudly. He is indeed handsome. If you want to fall in love freely, Dad won't oppose it. When are you bringing him home? Dad wants to have a good talk with him. The night before May Day. Can it be today? No. Lin Weier shook her head. Don't think about breaking us apart. I'm determined to marry him in this lifetime. Lin's father helplessly said, Dad isn't trying to break you apart. I just want to understand his situation better. You'll get to know him slowly. Ignoring her father, she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Su Tian came running from across the street, holding 2 cups of milk tea. He got into the car. With 1 push on the gas, they sped away. Lin's father sighed. What charm does this kid have? What kind of love potion did he feed Weier? She is willing to marry him wholeheartedly, and I haven't even started to oppose it yet. Sigh. Su Tian drove gloomily. This traffic officer looks displeased with me. It's wrong to enforce the law with emotions. He even wanted to inquire about my home address in detail. Do I really look like a wanted criminal? Why are you back so early? Aren't you going to the movies with Su Tian? Lin Weier smiled. Auntie, I've been thinking about the baby all the way. I couldn't focus on shopping. Oh, I see. It's normal for a new mom to be preoccupied with her baby while out shopping. It will be better when the baby grows a bit. Lin Weier ran to the master bedroom and stared at the babies for a few minutes, a motherly smile gracing her lips. A one-month-old baby. Every day is either sleeping, feeding, or changing diapers. When will the three little cuties grow up a bit, maybe 2 or 3 years old? This family will be lively then. Little did they know Su Tian's cousin Su Feng wanted to say cherish the obedient days before the baby turns 1. Su Tian unfolded the folded stroller. During mealtime, they could put the baby in the stroller. Lin Weier took out a prepared gift from the box. Auntie, I bought you a gift while shopping with Su Tian. Thank you for taking care of me during my confinement. A golden necklace caught her eye, adorned with a golden curved pendant which was evidently quite valuable. Su's mother quickly waved her hand. This is too precious. I can't accept it, Auntie. Isn't it beautiful? It's a very beautiful necklace. Lin Weier patiently said. Annie has often taken care of the baby, and me, so consider this a gift. Please accept it. Su's mother declined, saying, I'm too old for a gold necklace. Mom, you're not old at all. Even elderly ladies outside wear them. Su Tian chuckled. He could no longer watch the two women pushing back and forth. Auntie, come, let me help you put it on. Lin Weier enthusiastically took Su's mother's hand and sat her down on the sofa. Weier, you shouldn't. It will look great on you. You'll look like a noble woman. Saying this, Lin Weier took the initiative to place the necklace around Su's mother's neck. Look, it looks wonderful, doesn't it? Su's mother still hesitated. Su Tian hurriedly said, Mom, this is Weier's heartfelt gift. She spent a long time choosing this one at the jewelry counter. If you don't wear it, I'll replace it with a thicker gold chain for you. As he spoke, he directly reached out. Su's mother slapped the back of Su Tian's hand. You little rascal, what are you doing? Then she changed her expression in an instant, looking at Lin Weier with joy. Thank you, Weier. The necklace is very beautiful. Oh, I will accept it. Anyone could see how happy Su's mother was. I'm glad you like it, Auntie. Su's mother accepted her gift, equally pleased. When Su Tian and Lin Weier returned to their room, Su's mother took off the necklace and admired it from different angles. Even Xiao Ocean's father had never given her a gold necklace. During their wedding, she only received a gold ring. While the first time in her life receiving a gold necklace, and it was from her daughter-in-law. Su Tian lay on the bay window preparing for a nap, who otherwise had be too tired to keep his eyes open while guarding the baby at night. After exploring the features of his new phone, he took a few pictures of Anan, who was sleeping closest to him. He opened WeChat, and suddenly remembered something. Looking at the money his brothers collected for him on WeChat, he immediately transferred it to Long Long. Long Long replied instantly, I already said it's a gift for the baby, Su Tian. You keep it for yourself. My dad gave me several thousand, it's enough for now. You should give the money to Dog Brother and Xiao Ku Li. Long Long replied, it's not much, just a little gesture from the brothers. Hey, I really do have money to spend. I want to use it for the baby's birthday next year or her 100-day banquet. You can give me red envelopes then. No way, you must accept it. I need to show I have a wealthy wife who owns several buildings. Seeing Su Tian reply like this, Long Long had no choice but to accept it. The money collected by the brothers. How could Su Tian not pay it back? At first he felt embarrassed to refuse the warm-hearted kindness of the three roommates. Now a month has passed, and the mother of the child has completed her confinement. It's time to repay the kindness. Long Long said, Su Tian, when can I visit my nephew and niece? Grinning, Su Tian replied, tomorrow I'll send a location at noon. You, Xiao Ku Li, and Dog Brother come together. We can have a meal and drink some beer. With children and a wife, the relationship with the brothers has inevitably been neglected. It's not like before when they could play video games together every day, go to the basketball court, or gossip about the beautiful girls on campus. Today, which sports car did you drive? A Porsche, a Ferrari, or a Bugatti? Are you sure? Long Long felt a bit puzzled. Su Tian replied, of course, remember to come tomorrow at noon. Let's meet at the rental apartment for a little gathering. Okay, I'll notify Dog Brother and Xiao Ku Li. Wait, I need to consult my sister-in-law's opinion first. Oh, I don't know if she agrees. Long Long said, with disdain. Su Tian, the baby can't drink milk all the time, that can cause heat. Make sure to feed some warm water at appropriate times. At this moment, Su's mother walked into the bedroom with a small tray. On the small tray were 3 small baby bottles. Weier remembered to wait until the baby wakes up to feed her. let the little cutie drink some water first. Lin Weier nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Auntie, I know. Having someone experienced to care for the baby is really super comforting. Su Tian and Lin Weier, the two inexperienced parents, only fed formula. If the baby cried from thirst, they just fed her. As long as there was milk, that was enough. Cough, as long as they can be fed, that's all that matters. Weier. Moi. Click, click. Su Tian aimed his camera at her and took a few pictures. 1 word beautiful. 2 words stunning. Why are you taking pictures of me, you fool? Su Tian laughed. You haven't even taken off your makeup, you look so good. The photos could be used as a phone wallpaper. Without makeup, I look ugly. Lin Weier threw a cushion at him, but this cushion was elastic and hit Su Tian's knee, bouncing onto Ainan's little head. Wow, wow. Ainan received her mother's love and burst into tears, even in her sleep. Don't cry, baby, don't cry, oh, Ainan is the best. Lin Weier hurriedly held little Ainan in her arms, rocking her side to side, gently coaxing her. Mommy was wrong, I'm sorry, little Ainan. Only after placing the bottle in Ainan's little mouth did the cutie pout and latch onto the nipple. Mua, the little cutie made sounds, gulping down the water, and her crying ceased. Su Tian sighed. I just recorded that moment on video. When our little Ainan turns 3, I'll show her how her mother, this foolish pig, bullied her. Delete it, delete it. No way, keep it. You think you can delete it after bullying your daughter with a cushion? Not a chance. Why or when will you bring Su Tian home? Keeping this from your parents isn't right. If your parents think Su Tian is too young, your uncle and I will personally visit to apologize, and let Su Tian write a formal pledge of commitment. The triplets have reached their 1-month milestone. It's time for the full moon celebration. If we skip it, we'll have to wait until the 100-day banquet. Su, arm in arm with Lin Weier, asked warmly, her anticipation palpable. Annie, let me think about it. Lin Weier blushed faintly. Seeing his wife flustered, Su Tian interjected. Mom, these things can't be rushed. Honestly, I think we should cancel the full moon banquet altogether. The baby's immune systems are still fragile, and having dozens of relatives crowd in to see our 3 grandchildren could easily make them ill. That's absolutely out of the question. Lin Weier offered a bittersweet smile. Tomorrow evening I'll bring Su Tian and all 3 babies home with me. She bit her lip. She would take both her man and the 3 babies straight home. This would land like a thunderbolt upon Lin father and Lin mother. Son, I'll follow your lead. If you say no banquet, then none it is. Su Tian took a deep breath and asked gently, Weier, what do you think? Is holding a full moon banquet appropriate for the babies? Whatever Annie says is fine. You little thing. Su beamed at her daughter-in-law, genuine affection shining in her eyes. Su Tian declared firmly, as the father, I've made up my mind, no full moon banquet for the babies. He clenched his teeth and weighed the reasons carefully. First, neither his nor Weier's extended families knew anything yet. An unwed pregnancy, followed by childbirth without a wedding, had already complicated matters. Holding a grand ceremonial full moon banquet would be excessively conspicuous. Moreover, Lin father and Lin mother had not yet accepted him. His future in-laws remained entirely unaware of the situation. Would their first family dinner truly be the full moon banquet itself? That would be utterly absurd. And critically, this was an unwed pregnancy, making everything far more delicate. The full moon banquet served 2 purposes: blessing the infant's health and prosperity, and gathering red envelopes from beloved kin and friends. Weier, let's hire an exceptional photographer to capture adorable portraits of the babies. Albums will hang proudly in our future bridal chamber. Spending generously on exquisite full moon photographs, then sharing a toast with wine, dedicating it to the baby's well-being. That in essence is our full moon celebration. Weier, do you agree? I'll follow Auntie's lead, Lin Weier said, linking arms with Su. In truth, she shared Su Tian's view. She had never wanted a full moon banquet, a 100-day banquet would suffice. Yet Su longed so deeply for the celebration that Weier resolved to make her happy, even if it meant bringing Su Tian and the babies home tomorrow night. Not only would she introduce her new husband, but also her 3 grandchildren. 5 souls returning together would surely detonate like a seismic shock. How thrilling, yet terrifying, to confess everything to her parents. For the past year, she hadn't gone to Jintian City to pursue her doctoral studies. She'd planned to enroll, but discovered her pregnancy before the program began and quietly withdrew. She'd rented an apartment in Longqing throughout her pregnancy, her cover story already polished and ready. Su smiled. Son, I'll trust your judgment. Fine, then no full moon banquet. We'll hold the 100-day banquet instead, and next year the first birthday celebration. You'll need to tell your father yourself. He's the stubborn mule in this house. I certainly won't dare speak to him. All right. After all, Su's father had always ruled the household with quiet authority. Su Tian dialed his father's number. Ever since learning of his grandchildren, Kankan, Nuan, and Anan, Su's father worked with renewed vigor, determined that his son could provide for them all. At first the unyielding Su's father refused, but when Su Tian mentioned the unwed pregnancy, he fell silent, then reluctantly acquiesced. Under such circumstances, announcing the news to relatives truly felt inappropriate. "Shall we take the babies out for the full moon photos?" Lin Weier asked. Su Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "No, we'll invite the photographer to our home." "Oh, all right," she nodded. Su paused briefly, then returned to manage her flower shop. Lately the shop had been tended by Ergo's mother, Aunt Wei, and Su's elder sister-in-law, Su Huiwan. "Weier, tomorrow my university roommates will visit the babies. Shall we all share a meal? Do you agree?" Su Tian asked, smiling. Lin Weier looked surprised. "Why wouldn't I agree? How are you and your roommates getting along?" "Very well. Then let's dine together." Unlike her own college dorm, where 6 roommates were divided into 3 rival factions, Su Tian swiftly messaged Long, sending the neighborhood address, and instructing them to arrive at noon tomorrow bringing no gifts whatsoever. Upon reading Su Tian's instruction, Long instantly understood. The implication was unmistakable. They were expected to bring gifts. Xingfu Residential Community, Xiaoxiu Flower Shop. Su Huiwan was arranging bouquets beside Aunt Wei, who helped run the shop. "Xiaowan, why has Xiaoxiu been acting so secretive this month? Always asking me to cover the shop?" Aunt Wei asked curiously. She'd even abandoned her square dancing group to assist Suyu at the flower shop. Su Huiwan teased, "Xiaoxiu's figure looks fantastic. She must be secretly dating some mysterious man. Even her own brother can't keep track of his wife." Aunt Wei recoiled slightly. "Don't jest about such things. Old Su is so domineering. How could Xiaoxiu dare?" Just then Suyu entered the shop, her face radiant with joy. Well, our busy woman snuck off to meet her lover again," Aunt Wei quipped. Suyu shot her a sharp glance. Su Huiwan stood right there. How could she speak so recklessly? Not at all. Suyu leaned in, eyes gleaming with playful curiosity. "Xiaoxiu, tell me the truth. Have you fallen for someone else? Betrayed Yunjia? As Yunjia's elder sister, I'll keep your secret safe." "Sister, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Oh my," Su Huiwan gasped. "Xiaoxiu, when did you get that gold?" Aunt Wei's gaze shimmered with envy. "That necklace must weigh quite a few grams." Su Huiwan added, "Yes, and gold prices have soared lately. Over 500 yuan per gram." "Xiaoxiu, did another man give you this necklace?" Suyu flushed crimson. "Nonsense. Quick, let me examine it. Confess honestly, or I'll tell your husband," Aunt Wei insisted. Keeping silent any longer was unsustainable. So Suyu finally confessed, "It was my daughter-in-law who bought it for me." "Daughter-in-law?" "Xiao Tian found a wife." Suyu beamed. "Not only did he find a wife, but he's given me grandchildren and granddaughters." Su Huiwan and Aunt Wei stared wide-eyed and disbelieving. Grandchildren and granddaughters. So Suyu recounted the entire story, from beginning to end. They remained stunned. No wonder the shop had closed repeatedly these past days. Rents on this street were exorbitant. Anyone willing to shutter their business must have faced something extraordinary. Goodness, her dearest friend Suyu was already a grandmother. Suyu opened her phone album and showed them the photos. Plump and rosy at just 1 month old. Look at those cherubic cheeks, those soft round faces, clearly well-nourished by mama. Those big luminous eyes, they're simply exquisite. Goodness, 3 babies. Heavens, 1 grandson and 2 granddaughters. Xiaoxiu, you're only 46, yet already grandmother to 3. Aunt Wei exclaimed in awe. Su Huiwan sighed thoughtfully. My own daughter-in-law also conceived before marriage. Xiao Feng became a father far too soon. And now Xiao Tian too. Ah, today's youth, so impulsive. Not a shred of precaution taken. The next morning Su Tian rose early. After washing up and having breakfast, he bundled the babies up with Lin Weier, wrapping them so tightly that only their mouths and eyes were visible. Today was the day for the babies to receive their vaccinations. The second dose of the hepatitis B vaccine was due. While the babies got their shots, Lin Weier needed to undergo a follow-up examination. Although her lochia had cleared Dr. Wang Meili still recommended a transvaginal ultrasound. As for registration, she waived it, saying she would personally check the recovery of the incision scar. The couple arrived at the hospital with Su Tian pushing a double stroller. He had also put adorable little masks on the babies. The hospital was crowded and the babies had weak immune systems. They had to be carefully protected. After the vaccinations and the ultrasound, they took the elevator to the obstetrics and gynecology office. Sister Wang. Su Tian waved. Wang Meili had a strong impression of Su Tian's outgoing nature. When she saw the silk banner in his hand, she burst out laughing. The other female doctors and a few nurses in the office were utterly bewildered. It was the first time they had seen someone give a silk banner to an obstetrician-gynecologist. The banner bore 8 large characters and a line of smaller text, physician with a benevolent heart, virtuous and skilled. The smaller line read, to the most beautiful OBGYN, Dr. Wang Meili. You child, why are you randomly giving me a banner? Wang Meili said with a helpless smile. There was a department director and she was just a minor doctor. Hanging a banner would be far too ostentatious. Su Tian said, how about it? Hanging this in your office would be quite impressive, wouldn't it? Miss Lin, control this mischievous man of yours. Lin Weier shook her head. He insisted on giving you a banner. He said a promise is a promise and he had to deliver. In fact, giving a banner was indeed a high honor for a doctor, even for an OBGYN. So Lin Weier did not stop him. All right, thank you for the banner. He'll accept it. Wang Meili took the banner with a smile. She could only frame it at home. The hospital wasn't her clinic, and the only banner on the wall belonged to the director, which was rumored to have been requested by the director from a patient at their own expense. There was no way to display her banner. She left Su Tian in the hallway to look after the 3 little ones while Dr. Wang took Lin Weier to an empty examination room. Lift your shirt, and let me see the scar. Lin Weier obediently lifted her shirt. A loose, fair, and chubby belly came into Wang Meili's view. I've gotten so fat during the postpartum confinement, am all flab. I can only wear clothes 2 sizes larger. Lin Weier said awkwardly. Wang Meili laughed. It's normal to gain weight after childbirth. You can gradually exercise to recover and make your belly firm again. The scar is healing well, much better than most women after a section. The stretch marks on your belly are gone. Excellent, no need for further checks. Some postpartum women neglect wound disinfection and proper care, leading to infection or inflammatory edema. Wang Meili reviewed the ultrasound images. Okay, no residue. The lochia is completely cleared. Remember, avoid intimate activities for a while to prevent intrauterine infection. What activities? Lin Weier asked in confusion. You know? Wang Meili said with a smile. Marital relations, sexual intercourse. Avoid getting pregnant again right after completing confinement. It's not good for your health. Got it. Lin Weier's face turned crimson. How embarrassing. Fortunately, she had held her ground and refused to sleep with Su Tian. In her innocent mind, Su Tian wanting to sleep in the same bed meant he wanted to make love. All right, you can go back now. Lin Weier nodded. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Sorry for the trouble. Waiting in line for vaccinations, having the ultrasound, and the checkup had taken nearly 4 hours. It was already past 11 when they left the hospital. They stopped at a vegetable shop in the community, bought some ribs, potatoes, yams, and lamb, and then got some pig trotters from a deli. After all, that little piggy Lin Weier loved pig trotters. As soon as they got home, the 3rd baby Anan started whimpering with a pout, looking uncomfortable. Did you poo-poo? Daddy will change your diaper. When there were visitors at home, the babies wore diapers. Lin Weier said that nowadays babies weren't like when they were little, running around in split-crotch pants. They had to pay attention to protecting their sons' and daughters' privacy. Protecting the privacy of the daughters and Anan was necessary. But their son Kankan's little chick was fine being exposed. When only the couple was at home, especially since the weather was getting warm, they just used cloth diapers day and night, covering the little legs with a small quilt. Xiao Tian, these yams are so sticky. Yams are said to promote milk production, so Su Tian bought some. He planned to stew them with lamb. Lin Weier volunteered to help in the kitchen. She wanted to learn how to cook. What if in the future she had to take care of her mother-in-law and ended up blowing up the kitchen? That would be very awkward. Su Tian chuckled. Yams are definitely sticky. A woman who can't even peel potatoes or yams. It seems I'm going to marry a pampered young lady who never gets her hands dirty with housework. I'll work hard to become a little kitchen expert. Lin Weier waved her little fist, washed the yams, and secretly slid one across Su Tian's neck. Hey, that's not a toy. Su Tian was startled. Damn, why would you smear yam on someone? This stuff is incredibly itchy. It's so itchy, so itchy. Lin Weier stood on tiptoe and reached out to scratch. Don't scratch. Miss, go play on your phone in the living room. Su Tian immediately rushed to the bathroom and wiped his neck with a wet towel. Even so, it was still unbearably itchy. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got. It's driving me crazy. Seeing Lin Weier actually sitting on the sofa watching TV with her legs crossed, he walked over, cupped her face, and gave her a big kiss. Are you trying to kill me? Lin Weier blushed. Oh my God, has the man gone crazy? Is he getting horny? Why are you driving me crazy? Look at my neck. Su Tian bent down and crouched. It's so red and scary. Lin Weier reached out to touch it. Don't touch. Now do you realize how itchy it is? You can't play around by smearing yam on people. Looking at the man's aggrieved expression, she pulled Su Tian onto the sofa, blushed, and pecked him on the cheek. He'll kiss you on purpose. Don't be mad anymore, Su Tian felt. Like when he was a kid his dad would slap him, and then his mom would give him a sweet date to make it better. If you kiss me on the mouth, I'll forgive you. Dream on. Who told you to mock me for not knowing how to peel potatoes? I've already peeled them. When they went to get their marriage certificate on May Day, if Su Tian wanted to kiss her, she would give him her first kiss. Su Tian grinned happily. You'll wash the dishes later. Fine, I'll wash them. Just as Su Tian put the ribs and potatoes onto stew and started cooking the lamb and yam on the other burner, a soft knock suddenly sounded at the door. Lin Weier, who had been laughing on the sofa, immediately stopped smiling. In an instant, she looked like she was about to lecture her students. At a glance, her cozy homemaker aura vanished. She transformed into a cool, aloof goddess. The sudden change in just 1 second left Su Tian speechless with shock. Was this a professional skill of high school teachers? Why are you scared me? Was that expression change really necessary? Lin Weier said calmly, go open the door. Your roommate is here. Oh, okay. Su Tian opened the door. Xiao Kuli Long and Ergo cautiously entered the house. Ergo interjected, this is for the diapers and toys for my nephew and niece, not for you. This reason left Su Tian speechless. The three of them placed large bags of baby supplies on the empty dining table. Hello, sister-in-law, Ergo greeted. Actually, he should have called her junior sister. The three of them placed large bags of baby supplies on the empty dining table. Hello, sister-in-law, Ergo greeted. Actually, he should have called her sister-in-law. Xiao Tian, are you teacher Lin from the high school department of City No. 1 high school? Xiao Kuli stammered as he asked, stunned to see Lin Weier. Isn't she a high school teacher? Lin Weier nodded yes. Hello, teacher Lin. I graduated from City No. 1 high school 3 years ago. Our class Chinese teacher was on leave, and teacher Lin, you took over the class. You might not remember me, but I have a very deep impression of you. As he spoke, his you turned into you. The former teacher had actually become his sister-in-law. Oh, young Xiaofei, I have some impression of you. Actually, she had no impression. Hiss. Long gasped, looking at Lin Weier in disbelief. This, Xiao Tian's high school teacher. High school teacher. Sister-in-law is Xiao Tian's teacher Lin. Ergo was completely bewildered, somewhat incredulous. Amazing. Su Tian had long guessed that this would be a shocking revelation for everyone. Come sit down. Su Tian settled them down and took out cold beer from the fridge. Ergo and Long were fine, but Xiao Kuli was very reserved. Xiao Tian had actually married his high school teacher. Moreover, she had given him 3 babies. This was too impressive. Aren't you all here to see my daughter and son? They are in the bedroom still sleeping, so be quiet. The 3 followed Su Tian to the bedroom. Lin Weier was a bit speechless. She never expected Xiao Tian's roommate to be a classmate from City No. 1 high school, and he recognized her. Wow, Ergo's paternal love overflowed. 3 little angels, they are really too cute. The 3 little cuties melted everyone's hearts. Xiao Kuli was stunned. My goodness, with 3 babies, just the milk powder alone must cost a lot. Xiao Tian, you need to work twice as hard to support your nephew and niece. Should speak quietly, Long said. The few of them watched the babies for a few seconds and left the room to go to the living room. Lin Weier was serving boiled lamb and yam as well as braised pork ribs with potatoes. Not knowing if it was cooked or not, she tasted a bit and found it edible and super delicious, so she scooped some into the bowl. There were also peanuts, cold cucumber salad, and purchased braised pig's trotters. Are the ribs cooked? Su Tian asked. I tasted it, it's ready to eat. Su Tian had a skeptical attitude and personally tasted it. Lin Weier bit her lips secretly. Did she really not trust her after she tasted it? Can't she tell if it's cooked? Su Tian did suspect her intelligence. It's cooked. The few of them opened their beer bottles with chopsticks. Xiao Kuli was very timid, looking very reserved. In contrast, Long was all smiles, raising his glass first. Congratulations to Xiao Tian for becoming a dad. Let's celebrate him starting his super dad life. Thank you. The few of them gently clinked their glasses. Xiao Tian, can you drink beer? Ergo asked. Of course. Why not? After drinking, it's just right for a nap. Ergo sighed. We agreed to stay single after graduation together, but you secretly went off track, and not only went off track, but also have a baby. Yes, we are still single dogs, and you already have a child. The tone of the few was filled with envy. Su Tian took a sip of beer. What the heck, I'm about to enter the grave of marriage early. Lin Weier was speechless, nibbling on ribs and pig trotters. If Xiao Tian's roommate was not at home, she would have put on disposable gloves and started eating. When are you holding the wedding? Long asked. At this moment, wow, the warm cry of the second baby rang out. The voices of the few were still too loud, probably because the sound rang out when they clinked their glasses. I'm full. You all chat, I'll take care of the baby first. Lin Weier said. Ergo replied. Okay, sister-in-law, go ahead and be busy. Dog brother, you are older than me, just call Weier junior sister. Alright, junior sister, you go ahead. Lin Weier wanted to laugh. Is she really a junior sister now? Su Tian's few best friends are students younger than her. She is Su Tian's wife, so she is definitely a junior sister. Xiao coolly followed up, teacher, you go ahead and be busy. Lin Weier returned to the room and closed the door, preparing to feed the baby. Su Tian's close friends and roommates were eating together, and they seemed particularly reserved while talking and eating. It was more appropriate to give the men some space and return to the room to take care of the baby. Xiao Kuli's expression was exaggerated as he fiercely twisted Su Tian's hand. Dude, you married the goddess teacher from our city now? One high school. Heavens, this is too impressive. The words amazing cannot describe you. Su Tian, you are our role model, our role model. Long exclaimed. Ergo shrugged. A life of privilege needs no explanation. Su Tian's experiences are always so plain and unadorned. Returning to the earlier topic, when will the wedding be held? Ergo asked curiously. His mother called him yesterday, asking if Su Tian had found a girlfriend and even had a child. Ergo's mother, is Aunt Wei a good friend of Su's mother? Su Tian raised an eyebrow. Well, we haven't even started planning yet. My situation with Weier is quite special, as we belong to the category of premarital pregnancy. We'll take care of the baby and see how it goes. When the time is right, we will get married on time. This big pig hoof isn't different. Weier, we'll definitely need some time. Ergo smiled helplessly. All right. He'll be your best man at the wedding. No problem. Are we still going to take the postgraduate entrance exam together? Xiao Kuli asked. He definitely plans to take the exam. Otherwise, finding a job now requires at least a master's degree. Especially since his major requires it, otherwise he won't be able to find a good job. Don't think that being from a 211 school is enough. If you choose the wrong major, you might as well not graduate, as you would be less than a college graduate. Graduates from 211 and 985 schools are often seen delivering takeout. Su Tian smiled bitterly. My future plans have long been in tatters. I definitely won't be taking the exam. Are you three going to take it? No, I want to work. I've already found a job. Long said. Upon hearing this, Su Tian and the other two were shocked, staring at Long in disbelief. Long chuckled. There's no way around it. Studying takes too much time, so after graduation I'll drive the president of Agricultural Bank as a chauffeur. Su Tian replied, that job is good. If you don't have connections, you can't even get a job as a bank security guard, let alone drive the president. Taking advantage of drinking. The three pressed Long to find out what kind of business his parents were in. It turned out that his family owned a children's toy factory with an annual income of millions. That's great. My son and daughter won't lack toys before elementary school. Su Tian raised his glass and said, kids always love toys before elementary school. Sister-in-law, we are leaving now. Teacher Lin, goodbye. After lunch, Ergo and the others bid farewell. Once Ergo, Xiao Ku Li and Long left, Lin Weier took a deep breath. Although she used to be Xiao Ku Li's teacher, the classmates had turned into brothers. She felt quite nervous. Then Lin Weier walked over to the sofa, put on a disposable glove, and continued to eat the leftover pig's trotters from Su Tian and the others. Her little mouth was munching happily. Weier, weren't you full already? Su Tian was dumbfounded. Lin Weier nibbled on the pig's trotters, saying, I only ate a little, how could I be full? Pig's trotters are high in protein and won't make you gain weight. She was looking for excuses. Su Tian was speechless. Pig's trotters are fatty meat after all. Moreover, they are hard to absorb and digest, with a fat content higher than that of ribs. Su Tian played on his phone in the living room for a while before returning to the room to accompany the little cuties. Lin Weier finished a piece of pig's trotters, had some ribs and potatoes, and began tidying up the somewhat cluttered coffee table. The empty beer bottles had already been taken down by Long and the elevator tossed into the trash bin on the way. Although Lin Weier couldn't cook and had poor culinary skills, she was quite adept at cleaning and washing dishes. When she returned to the room after tidying up, she saw Su Tian crouched down, kissing their son's chubby little feet. Little pig trotter, your mother is really a foodie. After kissing the big treasure's feet, he couldn't kiss the face, but the milky little feet were still okay to kiss, right? Then he kissed the second treasure, Nuanyuan, and the third treasure, Ainen. Holding the little feet, he kissed them with great enjoyment. The little ones drink milk every day, and there's still a hint of milk fragrance on them, which smells especially pleasant. Ainen kicked at Su Tian's face with her little feet after being kissed on the soles. The little feet kept kicking, and the adorable little one was surprisingly strong. Su Tian pretended that Ainen was giving him a massage. Little Ainen is bullying daddy, daddy wants a kiss on the face. Saying this, Su Tian stood up and pecked a kiss on Ainen's cheek. Then he didn't forget to clean up. What a daughter slave. Lin Weier covered her mouth with a smile. Having such a daddy for the babies was their happiness. I want to kiss the baby's little feet. They're so cute, Lin Weier said. Su Tian chuckled, cute. They're all covered in my saliva. Oh, then I'll kiss them tomorrow, she said disdainfully. Nap time. She took off her shoes and laid down on the— What are you doing on the bed, Oi? Lin Weier asked, her face flushed. When a man wants to sleep in bed, doesn't that mean he wants to get intimate? Just taking a nap. Ooh, I feel tired after drinking beer. Seeing the man stubbornly closing his eyes and covering himself with her blanket, Lin Weier snorted and lay on the bed, turning her back to Su Tian, pulling the blanket tightly around herself. You think sleeping in bed is enough? You also want to steal my blanket. After drinking, Su Tian began to snore lightly. Lin Weier, used to rolling over, suddenly saw a handsome face. His profile is so handsome. Letting you sleep in bed. She treated Su Tian as a teddy bear, scooting her bottom closer, blushing as she lifted her leg to rest on Su Tian, her head resting on his arm, curling up like an octopus holding onto the man. Of course, Su Tian pretended to snore. Sleeping next to a goddess made him quite nervous. The thoughts of the goddess teacher were a bit hard to fathom. Shouldn't he be kept out of bed? After being shamelessly invited to bed, Lin Weier took the initiative to hug him. Once Lin Weier fell asleep, Su Tian turned over and wrapped his right arm around Lin Weier's tiny waist. So fragrant. Napping. Su Tian was sleeping particularly soundly, dreaming sweet dreams, holding a beauty in his spring dream. Who else could compare? Wow. Wah. Big treasure. Can's crying brought him back to his senses, and he slightly opened his eyes. He saw Lin Weier like an octopus holding on to him, already awake and disturbed. What kind of mother are you? The big treasure is awake. Hurry and check if he needs a change. Oh. She held on to Su Tian, somewhat reluctant to let go. Fearing to let go, she lacked the courage to continue holding on. She got up and checked. It turned out little pig trotter Can needed a change. After changing a diaper, she didn't dare to lie back down on the bed. Su Tian got up and stretched. The bed is still comfortable. Ooh, I've had enough of this bay window. Oomph. Lin Weier pouted her cute little lips, her voice soft. If you don't bully me, I'll allow you to— Bully? What does that mean? Su Tian asked with a laugh. Was he really afraid of bullying her? It means no bad deeds. You must wear pajamas when sleeping. She couldn't say it out loud. Girls are shy, and how could she speak of intimate matters? Su Tian was just too naive. I promise to only hold you. Is that okay? Su Tian said innocently. Really? More real than gold. My self-control is quite good. What do you mean? Lin Weier looked puzzled. Su Tian took a deep breath. Forget it. I'll sleep in the bay window. Why complicate things? You idiot, I'm allowing you to sleep in bed. A certain girl's inner voice roared. Holding on to Su Tian to sleep was also quite comfortable. When night fell, and it was past 10 after feeding the baby, she changed into the cool pajamas she bought while shopping. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, her eyes slightly squinted, watching Su Tian playing on his phone in the bay window. Su Tian, bring the pillow over. Huh. Su Tian was a bit confused. Let's sleep together. Okay. Su Tian did not hesitate for a second. He grabbed the pillow and lay directly next to Lin Weier. Lin Weier leaned closer, resting her little head on his chest like a newlywed young woman. Dr. Wang Meili said to pay attention to postpartum care, and couples should avoid doing bad things to prevent possible infections. She said simply. Su Tian was puzzled. Why explain? Did he ever mention wanting to do anything? He used to think the goddess teacher was a mature ice princess. He never expected her to also be a naive sweetheart. They were just lying in bed together, is that all? Moi. She was shy and nervous, her heart racing. Help me scratch my back. Su Tian lifted his shirt and turned his back to her. Hello, Best Angel Children's Photography, may I help you? When Su Tian arrived at a children's photography studio the next morning, a young lady in a shirt and suit approached to greet him. How can you take newborn photos for my baby? Su Tian asked. The woman said, how should I address you, sir? My surname is Su. All right, sir. We offer comprehensive children's photography services, including newborn photos, 100-day photos, and first birthday photos. You can call me Miss Wu. Here is the price list for newborn photo packages. Please take a look. Please have a seat. The young lattice reception was very professional. Su Tian opened the package price list and glanced at it. The cheapest package was 99 yuan, offering 10 photos. The home service fee was uniformly 120 yuan. Next was 1298 yuan for 16 photos. The store manager recommended 488 yuan for 28 photos. There was also the upgraded premium package at 688 yuan, which included 42 photos personally retouched by the store manager. The rest were street scene photos. Mr. Su, for your baby's first photo album, I recommend the 488 yuan package. If you can afford it, you might as well upgrade to the 688 yuan package. The older generation didn't care much about these things. They would just spend a few dozen yuan on photos and stick them on the wall or put them in an album. But today's young parents are very particular about taking photos of their babies. If you have the means, you naturally choose better photos. For packages over 1,000 yuan, we offer free home service. We'll prepare props and backdrops at the studio. The store manager's recommended package also includes a free 100-photo album, which you can use for future 100th and first birthday photos. Su Tian was a decisive man. He didn't dawdle. 488. Ms. Wu smiled. All right, young man. You can schedule for this afternoon or tomorrow. Su Tian said, around 3 in the afternoon the lighting at home will be better. Okay, please pay a deposit of 300 yuan first, then add me on WeChat. You can choose some background images from WeChat. It was the shop's policy, so Su Tian didn't argue and paid the deposit without hesitation. The 488 yuan package was quite good. Nothing flashy but solid. If it were too expensive, Su Tian could afford it, but he didn't see the need. If Lin Weier were choosing the package, she would definitely go for the most expensive one. At noon, after lunch, Lin Weier didn't take a nap. She wore a casual long dress. Looking at Su Tian, who was lying on the bed like a dead pig, but up sleeping, she said, Xiao Tian, your phone is ringing. What a sleeping posture. So ungraceful. Sticking his butt out. Su Tian rubbed his eyes. The people taking the baby's newborn photos are here, he answered the call. After the phone call, the photography team knocked on the door. Opening the door, there were 2 women and 1 man. Hello, miss. Wu quickly greeted him. Wow, the mom is so beautiful and the dad is so handsome. The baby will definitely be absolutely gorgeous, another young girl exclaimed in surprise. The 3 of them had a lot of photography props, all chosen by Su Tian. There were plain backgrounds and starry sky backgrounds. The man suggested moving the coffee table to the balcony and pushing 3 cribs together. Wow, they're so chubby and cute. Ms. Wu praised. The other woman joined in. The man continued praising. A flurry of flattery made Su Tian and Lin Weier feel proud. Triplets. You're amazing, sister. Lin Weier returned the compliment. You're so young and already a photographer. That's even more impressive. Not really, I'm just an assistant. Brother Yu is the main photographer. Brother Yu was the man in the photography team. The 3 of them helped move the cribs to the living room. This is a little suit set, easy to put on. Let's dress the 3 babies first. Ms. Wu continued, don't worry, miss, these are all disposable and unopened specifically for photography. They're free to keep. You can throw them away or keep them as you wish. Okay, Lin Weier agreed. The sunlight at around 3 in the afternoon streamed through the window directly into the living room. Ms. Wu put sunglasses on the 3 babies. Nuan whimpered a little, looking unhappy. Probably shy around strangers, she squinted her eyes, wanting to continue sleeping. Can, however, was full of curiosity. The restless and opened her bright eyes, babbling and kicking her little feet incessantly. Even as a baby, she showed a lively personality. Another young girl helped put on small hats. Suits, hats, sunglasses. Even Su Tian put on sunglasses and sat behind the babies, supporting them. The babies were too small to sit upright. They could barely recline for a few tens of seconds. Click, click, brother, you took photos. Great, the whole family is photogenic. Lin Weier was speechless. What kind of photography package did Xiao Tian pick? It was fine to dress the eldest son Can in a suit, but Nuan and then the 2 little girls were dressed up as little gentlemen. After taking a few shots, brother, you called out, lay the baby flat. Okay. Taking newborn photos was a technical job. After the first set of photos, they moved on to the next set, starry sky photos. The young girl and Ms. Wu set up a starry sky backdrop, drew the living room curtains, and turned on the indoor lights. Mr. So you hold the eldest and second babies. Ms. Lin, you hold the 3rd baby. Support the baby's body so they appear to be floating in the air. Okay. The 2 of them held the babies and cooperated with the photographer. Click, click. After the second set of photos, the adults would be edited out in post-production, leaving only the babies. It looked like they were floating in the night sky among the stars. Ms. Wu said the results would be very good. Then came the standard photos. Brother Can lay in the middle. Sisters and Nuan lay on the left and right sides with a small red flower pinned beside each of their foreheads. The young girl praised triplets. The big brother guarding his 2 little sisters. Wow, I'm so jealous. For this set of photos, they changed to a different background. A blue sky and white clouds drifting pattern. The effect would show the babies lying on clouds in the sky. Lin Weier really wanted to mock Su Tian's taste. For the last set, and kept her eyes closed the whole time. She just wouldn't open them. Su Tian and Lin Weier were worried. Well, if she wouldn't open them, so be it. Can we take one family photo at the end? Su Tian asked with a smile. Of course, Ms. Wu said. So Su Tian and Lin Weier sat leaning against the headboard. The 3 babies rested in their arms. Lin Weier's pretty face flushed, and she was extremely shy. Her expression showed embarrassment, nervousness, unease, and bashfulness. They hadn't even taken wedding photos, they didn't even have a simple photo together, and now they were taking a family portrait. Click, click, wah wah. The second baby Nuan Nuan started crying in frustration. She was so sleepy. Her terrible parents wouldn't let her sleep. Lin Weier asked, "In the family photo we just took were Nuan Nuan's eyes open?" "They were open, Ms. Wu said with a smile. "We'll leave you 5 to your family. Brother you," and the young girl packed up the props. The beautiful bedsheet backdrop that Su Tian had brought was too troublesome to set up, so they didn't use it. "Okay, you'll transfer the remaining money via WeChat. Bye-bye, sister." The young girl waved. "Bye-bye." The entire photo session took over an hour. And wasn't sleepy. After Su Tian coaxed Nuan Nuan to sleep, he picked up An and placed her on the scale. He was curious. Among the 3 babies, she looked the plumpest and roundest. Goodness, just a few days past 1 month old, she weighed 9 pounds. Even before 2 or 3 months, she already had baby fat. Her chubby little face was super cute. Kinkin weighed 7 pounds 6 ounces, over a pound lighter than his sister An. Weier and An's weight has doubled. "Your breastfeeding is amazing, vulgar." She's a little foodie herself, eating much more than Kinkan and Nuan Nuan. Lin Weier gave her child's father a disdainful look. This made her feel like a dairy cow. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the gift of love. The system rewards culinary master for successfully capturing the memories of the baby with the full moon photo to better raise the baby in the future. Ding dong, the skill has been granted. Maxed out culinary skills. Is this forcing me to become a chef? However, even at maximum level it won't become my main profession. Loving to cook and prepare meals doesn't necessarily mean I have to become a chef. But for now I have to use my culinary skills simply to support the baby. The family photo has been taken only to realize I didn't properly do my makeup and feeling so lazy. Ever since I got pregnant, I've become extremely lazy. She stood in a corner of the living room where a full-length mirror was placed. This mirror was purchased from a certain online store, as the bathroom mirror could only reflect her cheeks. Gazing at herself in the mirror, she regretted not putting on makeup earlier. Weier, I want to find a part-time job. Lin Weier's unexpected pregnancy and the arrival of the baby had disrupted his original plans. Originally, he planned to pursue graduate studies and work as a part-time model to earn living expenses. After graduation, he intended to have a normal job. Now Lin Weier does not allow him to model. He had to abandon that idea. He needed to think of other ways to earn money. From the time spent in the hospital until now, he had already spent 20,000 yuan. He only had 40,000 left, which was barely enough to support 3 small babies. Seeing Su Tian's serious tone, Lin Weier felt a sudden panic. With her almond-shaped eyes flashing, she said, "If you work part-time, how can the teacher take care of 3 babies? You said it yourself, the teacher is a useless mom." Her nervous little hands clenched together. Su Tian smiled helplessly and said, "I was just joking. You are the teacher. How could a teacher not take care of the babies? What kind of job? How many hours will you work in a day?" Lin Weier asked eagerly. Su Tian replied, "Set up a stall. First we'll set up a simple stall to ensure we have an income every month." "Oh, how long will you set up for?" "After dinner we'll set up for about 6 hours. "Where will you set up?" "There's a food street near Wanda Plaza. It's very lively every evening with a large flow of people." "Oh, Weier, what are you worried about?" Su Tian gently wrapped his arms around her waist, their faces close together in a flirtatious manner. Lin Weier did not resist Su Tian's actions. Her body slightly trembled as a blush unconsciously rose to her cheeks. She could see the handsome Su Tian and her shy, flushed face in the mirror. "I want to work and earn money to support you. You can be a full-time dad at home," Lin Weier said. Upon hearing this, Su Tian replied, "No way. How can a grown man rely on a woman to support him? We can't rely on our families for a lifetime. Wouldn't that make us useless, mom and dad? Let go, don't hold me, it's embarrassing, you know." Lin Weier pushed Su Tian away. Their faces were close and Su Tian's warm breath brushed against her cheek. Her body felt soft. Su Tian laughed. "I don't know who was hugging me like an octopus last night and wouldn't let go all night long. Day and night are different. Let's just hug while we sleep. What's different about it? It's just different. At night when the lights are off, hugging Su Tian doesn't make me shy. During the day, I feel particularly shy, especially next to the mirror." "Oh." Su Tian nodded, no longer dwelling on the issue. "Then I'll try setting up a stall tomorrow night." "Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you to come home." Su Tian asked, "Don't you want to continue working at school?" "Of course I do. I really enjoy fixing bad students." Lin Weier chuckled, "But for now I won't go back. I'll wait until September to take on the first years again. Last year I had the second years, and they're about to take the college entrance examination this year." She was the head teacher of the class. If she went back to work at the start of the school year, she would definitely have to resign as head teacher. Being a high school head teacher is tough. How about teaching elementary school? Elementary school teachers have it easier, right? Su Tian suggested. Lin Weier shook her head with a bitter smile. Elementary school is easier. I can leave by 4 in the afternoon. But it's harder to be an elementary school teacher than a high school teacher. Nowadays, parents all think their children are exceptionally clever, capable of getting into Tsinghua or Beida. Little do they know many of them are quite dull. Yet parents think they are especially clever. They are mostly parents from the 80s, and even some from the 90s. Especially now, elementary school students are incredibly disobedient, and I refuse to be subjected to the whims of parents and unruly children. When discussing her understanding of teaching, her eyes were filled with smiles as she continuously complained to Su Tian about how difficult it is to be an elementary school teacher. Elementary school students are hard to handle. The parents of elementary school students are even harder to deal with. If possible, when school starts in the fall, I'd like to transfer to the middle school section. As long as I'm not a head teacher, middle school teachers are easier than high school teachers. Although middle school students have serious rebellious tendencies, it's the head teachers who have it rough. Not being a head teacher is still quite easy, especially now that the country has mandated no classes or tutoring on weekends. With a 2-day weekend every week, it's even easier. In the evening, Lin Weier's landlord called to ask about the upcoming month's rent expiration. The landlord wanted to know if she wanted to renew the lease. If not, they would look for new tenants. After discussing with Su Tian, Lin Weier decided to renew for another 6 months. Both of them felt somewhat lost. Su Tian didn't want to rely on his parents. He wanted to save his parents hard-earned money for their retirement. However, the elders had different concerns, worrying that Su Tian was too young to earn enough for baby formula, especially since they were raising 3 babies. This is why Su's father was desperately trying to help Su Tian earn money. Lin Weier was carefree. Worst case, she could ask her grandfather for a house, and he would definitely give it to her. The rent for the current place wasn't too expensive, reasonable at 1,000 yuan a month, totaling 6,000 for half a year. Lin Weier renewed the lease for another 6 months, and the landlord readily agreed. At that moment, a familiar WeChat notification rang. Lin Weier widened her eyes. My best friend is calling. She answered the call. On the video screen was Lin Weier's best friend Chen Yuchu. She was also Su Tian's sister-in-law and a high school English teacher. Her sister-in-law was initially his teacher, but after getting married, she resigned to focus on raising her kids. Later, she had a second child, ending up with 4 kids, and now she was either nursing or on her way to nursing. Xiaowei. Choo, it's me. Long time no see. What have you been busy with recently? Lin Weier asked. Chen Yuchu replied, busy taking care of the babies. With 4 of them, I'm exhausted every day. Guess why I called you? Why? Is it because you miss me? Hee. Chen Yuchu hummed. Someone is much better than me giving birth to 3 at once. You can outdo my big yellow dog in terms of births. That's ridiculous. Comparing a guard dog to me. But how did you find out? My mother-in-law told me. You're really impressive. Su Tian leaned over, affectionately pressing against Lin Weier's cheek. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Tian, you're really impressive, managing to win over my best friend, and even having 3 kids with her. Su Tian smiled proudly. On the call, Su Feng teased, haha, Lin teacher teaches you knowledge, and you teach Lin teacher how to raise kids. Quite impressive, you can even win over the goddess teacher. Xiao Tian, you really have skills. Brother, how can I compare to you? You have 4 kids, I only have 3. Let your goddess teacher give you another batch. Chen Yuchu covered her mouth and laughed. Do you think I'm a breeding sow? Lin Weier smiled shyly. Wait, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Weier, where are you? Send me an address. Okay. Just as she hung up the call, Lin Weier's phone rang again. Who is it? Su Tian asked. Phones kept ringing one after another. Another childhood best friend. We grew up together, our parents knew one another, we lived in the same neighborhood, and even the same building. So many best friends. De Gubi, you finally answered. When the call connected, a brazen female voice, Su Tian nearly spat out his juice. What kind of friendship is this? Zhang Yutong, why are you cursing at me? Have you lost your mind? Lin Weier replied irritably. Zhang Yutong snorted. We agreed to stay single together, yet you secretly found a man and now live with him. A year apart, and I truly look at you with new eyes. How do you know? Your mother told me. Lin Weier was speechless. Does her mother really need to tell the whole world that she is living with a man? Don't be so stony-faced. I've called several times, and you didn't pick up. Do you still care about your older sister? Zhang Yutong shouted. She was a few months older than Lin Weier. She always insisted on calling herself the elder sister. By you filthy woman, I'm angry and won't talk to you. Don't hang up, I'm wrong. Isn't this just me complaining that you ignore me? If you found a man and no longer pick up your sister or your good friend, I bet living with him feels pretty great, huh? Sure as if. Lin Weier was furious. So shameless. This friend truly deserved a smack. The two had competed since childhood. If Chen Yuchu was the gentle friend, then Zhang Yutong was a fearsome tigress. Wei, I really miss you. are you in Longsheng? Mind your own business, whether I'm there. Zhang Yutong called, little fairy Weiwei, come give your sister a kiss. Not a chance. Do I have a man? Do you? Lin Weier scoffed. Lin Weier snorted. Hearing that Zhang Yutong looked wounded, putting on an exaggeratedly sorrowful face. Sighing, she said, last year we suffered together, went on blind dates with you, watched movies and shopped together. And in the blink of an eye you have a man and forget your girlfriends entirely. Such plastic friendship is heartbreaking. But stop pretending. Lin Weier couldn't help laughing. Is your husband handsome? The most handsome in the universe. Really? Come on, let sister have a look. Humph. He Weiwei's made progress, secretly living with a man. Su Tian felt the voice growing familiar and stole a glance at the chubby woman on the screen. Good heavens, Weier, isn't that my university instructor? Who? Who is your instructor? Zhang Yutong asked. Su Tian wanted to hide his face. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Lin Weier hurriedly said, gotta hang up now, we'll eat together when we have time. Bye, Zhang Yutong replied. Weiwei is your childhood friend, called Zhang Yutong. Yes, Zhang Yutong. Su Tian said wryly. Isn't she my university instructor? I'm floored. Really? Lin Weier was equally stunned. You say your mother is a university teacher and your friend is a university teacher too. Is she the foul-mouthed woman who berates you mercilessly, eh? Lin Weier pouted, don't be angry. Her swearing at me is normal. We curse each other like that, call each other bitch, oh, we're used to it. Well, I don't really understand women's relationships. Men joke differently. At most they tease, kid, I'm your dad. Even so, the other party has to be someone who can take a joke. Weier, I feel we are truly fated. My university teacher is your best friend. Is that so? Lin Weier covered half her mouth, stifling a small laugh. You don't know that the teacher who took leave last time might be your future mother-in-law. That night Debao woke up 3 times. The little one left Su Tian and Lin Weier feeling utterly exhausted. Fortunately his father was still young, the sort who could weather sleepless nights. If this continued for years they might start losing hair. The next morning they did not rise until 9. Lin Weier woke and sat up in bed, cradling Debao and air about to feed them. Feeding 2 at once was rather convenient. No sooner had they finished washing than cousin Su Feng and his wife, Qin Yuchu, arrived with their brood. For babies in total, his sister-in-law had more children than Lin Weier. She had them across 2 pregnancies, first twins, then a mixed pair. The first gave 2 daughters, for the second, she had hoped for a son. Lin Weier had triplets at once, instantly giving them both sons and daughters. Weier, you're sly. Having 2 babies behind my back, impressive, Qin Yuchu praised. Lin Weier smiled modestly. You're more impressive. You had 4. Su Tian hurried to pour water. Brother, sister-in-law, have some water. Xian Yan Yan, and these are Xiao Dai and Qin Shun, right? Su Tian pinched their small cheeks. Gu Jia, Xiao Dai and Qin Shun were almost 1 year old. They could not yet say much beyond mom and dad. Su Feng teased, quite the accomplishment. Secretly married the female teacher and even won over your sister-in-law's friend. Little Tian, you're something else. Everyone knew Lin Weier's standards were unusually high and that she had the proud temperament of a young miss, especially difficult to win over. Su Tian scratched his head, a little embarrassed to have ended up with his sister-in-law's friend. He had only harbored a quiet crush before, now they were living together. Haha, Xiao Tian, I'm rooting for you. Su Feng patted him on the shoulder. Su Tian asked with a smile, brother, isn't your noodle shop busy? It's fine, the people I hired are enough. Your sister-in-law looks after Qin Shun and Xiao Dai, oh, I look after Xian and Yin Yan. Our days are entirely given to our children. Staying up every night is enough to drive one mad. Thank goodness they only had 3 children. 1 more, and they would surely collapse. With 4 children, mealtimes truly felt like going to war. But whether 3 or 4, it was much the same. Little difference in the end. Hello, uncle, Xian said politely. Hello, uncle, Yin Yin replied obediently. Their cousin and preschool teachers had taught them good manners. Do you want cola? Su Tian squinted. Yes, cola want cola. Yin Yin shouted. Xian nodded and licked her little lips. Uncle Xian wants cola. When Su Tian pulled a huge 2.5-liter bottle of Pepsi from the fridge, the 2 nearly 4-year-olds' dark eyes widened in astonishment. It was their first time seeing such a large bottle of cola. Cola. Drink. Uncle, drink cola. Yin Yin cried, eager. Xian could hardly sit still on the sofa. Su Feng looked bewildered. Xiao Tian, you keep bottles that large at home? I always bought small bottles for my daughter, now it's ruined. When they go home they'll demand big bottles. Su Tian explained, Weier and I both like cola. You said Weier so sweetly. Didn't you used to call her teacher Lin? Su Tian felt slightly embarrassed. Of course, we are the children's parents, we can't keep calling her teacher Lin forever. Lin Weier, however, occasionally still referred to herself as teacher. a habit not yet broken. Here 2 little cuties have some cola. Su Tian poured 2 cups. Cousin's younger daughter, Yin at first refused, pouting as she grabbed the big bottle, trying to drink straight from it. Her father scolded her, and she obediently took the glass. Su Tian laughed. Yin is so strong. She can hold such a large bottle of cola. She eats more than the others. Lin Weier and Chen Yuchu went to the master bedroom to chat, and even locked the door. Old friends who haven't seen each other in a long time. Who knew what they'd talk about? Su Tian stayed to chat with his cousin. Xiao Tian, these are my daughter's toys from when she was small, they're piled up. Save yourself the trouble of buying toys. Su Feng unwrapped a large plastic bag and smiled. All kinds Ultraman Barbie dolls, Pleasant Goat, and Grey Wolf, and their beloved Peppa Pig family. The toys are all good quality. They'll buy my own, Su Tian said. Keep them for Qin Shun and Xiao Dai to play with. They were not short on toys. Su Tian had already bought a pile, and so had Lin Weier. On the second day after the babies were born, she had already bought over 1,000 yuan of small toys online, while still in the hospital bed. But the babies were too young to play out. Su Tian had to jiggle the toys by hand to amuse the little ones. Only at 5 months, 6 months, or 1 year would they be able to play with many toys. Xiao Tian, the toys I'm giving you aren't even 1/5 of what we have. The toys at home have piled into a small mountain. Brother, the baby is still small, so I can only cook at home, Su Tian said. The refrigerator was stocked with chicken legs, a hen, grass carp, and various vegetables. Su Feng waved his hand with a smile. Eating at home is quite good. With my daughter and son plus your children, we have 7 little ones and 4 adults. It's more troublesome to find a restaurant for gatherings than for an ordinary family. Indeed, Su Tian chuckled, it will be better when they grow up. What good is that? We should cherish the happy days we have now. Who knew back then that we would wait for the babies to grow up? Look at how things are now. Su Feng glanced at Xian and Yin who were drinking cola. No more cola, A2. 5L mega bottle of cola. In just a few minutes they had already consumed half of it. If one is not careful, the 2 little girls could finish it all. Yin rubbed her bloated little belly and said, Daddy, I'm full. No more. No more, Xian said. She was also full. Su Tian helped adjust the TV program. The television was connected to the internet, and Lin Weier had purchased a year-long VIP membership. Su Tian searched for a Chinese version of Pokemon suitable for children to watch with his 2 nieces. Xian and Yin were immediately captivated, obediently sitting on the sofa engrossed in the animated series. Brother, let's cook together, Su Tian said. Sure, Su Feng nodded. The 2 chefs cooked together. With his brother the master chef around, Su Tian simply cut the ingredients. The 2 of them cooked much faster than ordinary people, preparing 3 dishes and a soup: yellow braised chicken, scrambled eggs, with chives, stir-fried greens, and fish soup. Additionally, there were fried peanuts and cold shredded potatoes. Dinner is ready, Su Tian called out. Only then did Lin Weier and Chen Yuchu come out of the room. Their cheeks were flushed from chatting, and it was unclear what they had discussed. Lin Weier had been asking Chen Yuchu for parenting advice. After all, she was a senior. The new mother had a wealth of knowledge. Sister-in-law, where are Xiao Chun and Xiao Dai? Su Tian asked. Chen Yuchu smiled. I borrowed your and Xiao Wei's bed. The 2 siblings fell asleep. Oh, my brother made a steamed egg custard for them. Su Feng said, let's put it in the steamer for now. We can heat it up when the siblings wake up. Yin shouted, Daddy, I want cola. I have to drink cola with my meal. No more cola, you've already had quite a bit, Su Feng replied, pouting slightly. The 4-year-old little kids had managed to drink over 1L of cola combined. If one is not careful, they would gulp it down. Yin retorted, oh, but the cola I drank has already gone out. The elder niece was relatively obedient. If Xian allowed her to drink, she would. If not, she absolutely wouldn't. The younger daughter was more mischievous. Did she just pee out the cola she drank? Everyone was speechless. Su Tian chuckled, go ahead, uncle will pour you a cup, but you can only drink 1 glass during the meal. Thank you, uncle. Lunch was very harmonious. The 2 families chatted happily. When Su Tian mentioned that he did not plan to hold a full moon banquet for the baby, Su Feng gave him a thumbs up in praise. Indeed, getting pregnant before marriage was not very appropriate. When the baby turns 100 days old, they can hold a grand 100-day banquet to invite friends and family. After lunch, Xiao Chun and Xiao Dai woke up, and cousin Su Feng fed them some solid food. After lunch, Su Feng asked Su Tian about his future plans. After chatting for a few minutes, cousin was in a hurry to take Xian and Yin to kindergarten. Before leaving, cousin transferred 10,000 yuan to Su Tian via WeChat. As a college student raising 3 kids, it was quite difficult to make a living without a job. Su Tian insisted on not accepting it, but his elder brother and sister-in-law were both stubborn. He had no choice but to accept it. For a relative like his cousin, a red envelope of 10,000 yuan was quite substantial. However, the 2 had always had a good relationship since childhood, and treated each other as buddies. Being the younger brother and having an older brother to take care of him was quite nice. After eating, Lin Weier thought about the topics she had discussed with her best friend and blushed. Just now, Su Tian's sister-in-law Chen Yuchu had secretly taught her how to refuse when Su Tian suggested going to bed, given that she was pregnant before marriage. Chen Yuchu told her to maintain an air of mystery with men and to hold on to the last line of defense until the wedding day. If Su Tian told her that he couldn't hold back any longer, she could use her hands. Lin Weier was too shy to speak and didn't know how to use her hands. Chen Yuchu taught her to ask Su Tian. All men are taught by someone. For example, Su Feng once told Chen Yuchu. Those awkward matters were taught to him by a teacher from Sakura country. These embarrassing topics were discussed by the two women for a full 20 minutes before dinner. Lin Weier was speechless. After all, she was the teacher herself. She was too shy to even kiss, let alone do anything else. Xiao Tian, if the teacher takes you home, will you be very scared and nervous when you meet my parents' grandparents and my second uncle and aunt, as well as my two cousins? Oh my Weier, you're scaring the baby's father to death. Don't say it like that, otherwise I won't dare to go home with you. Right? Su Tian said seriously, the first time I meet your parents. As for relatives, we can visit them separately when we have time. Oh, she nodded. The two planned to get their marriage license on May Day. They must go home. Otherwise, they couldn't register for a marriage certificate without their household registration book. I'll go wash the dishes and clean up. She still had self-awareness. She was a big foodie, and her cooking. Su Tian took care of the baby diligently every night and had to be more understanding if she had already recovered from her confinement and could help out. At night, Su Tian worked hard to guard the baby while she took care of all the household chores, including preparing 3 meals and washing dishes. A virtuous wife and good mother, Su Tian praised. Lin Weier pouted and asked Xiao Tian, how long will it take for the baby's full moon photo to be ready? I was told it would take a week. That's really slow. Su Tian complained. It costs extra for 3 days to get the pictures done faster. Su Tian was too lazy to pay extra. It's okay, a week isn't too slow. Just remember to save a copy on your phone. Got it. In the afternoon, Su Tian gave up his nap and went to the second-hand market with sleepy eyes. He needed to select a food cart to set up a stall. Most of them were welded snack tricycles. The food street next to Wanda Plaza was a full 2 kilometers away from the community. He spent 5,000 yuan to buy a cart for setting up a stall. An electric food cart specifically selling skewers. When it comes to what snacks are the simplest and most profitable, without a doubt, it's various boiled skewers. Some pancakes and stinky tofu were continuously being prepared. Lamb skewers took too long, and it was impossible to manage alone. But the skewers could work. Skewers are similar to Odin. You just need to prepare a pot of broth in advance and cook the skewers in it. Then add instant noodles and vermicelli and some fried starch sausages. You only need to boil the skewers, count them, and collect money. He drove the electric cart back while making a custom advertisement banner to stick on the food cart. Xiaosu skewers. The promotional slogan in small letters: in this world, only love and food should not be forsaken. Oh, love is hard to seek, but food is easy to obtain. After getting everything ready, he stopped by the vegetable market to buy some vegetables. Beef, fish balls, ham, luncheon, meat, chicken, gizzards, chicken hearts, beef balls, vegetables, including dried tofu, tofu skin, cilantro, tofu rolls, tofu puffs, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, lotus slices, etc. Riding back in the food cart, he prepared to set up shop. He was now somewhat of a boss. Su Tian returned home carrying large bags of vegetables and meat. Lin Weier tiptoed to help him take off his coat. You've worked hard, she said. The baby's father wants to start a business. He wants to set up a stall. Whatever he does, she must fully support him. Su Tian was surprised and said, Weier, you're becoming more and more like a virtuous wife and good mother. She pouted coquettishly. The baby just had milk and fell asleep again. Is there anything I can help with? Yes, you can thread the skewers. Oh, Su Tian placed the vegetables and meat he bought on the coffee table. The two sat on the sofa threading skewers. Fish balls, shrimp, dumplings, sausages just needed to be threaded together. The preparation was simple. Xiao Tian, how much can we earn from these boiled skewers? Lin Weier asked curiously. She used to love eating spicy hot pot skewers, especially super spicy ones, and hadn't had them for a long time. Usually between 60 to 70 profit. 1 yuan per skewer, we can earn about 6 mao. For beef and chicken, the profit is higher, 2 yuan per skewer. The target customers are young people, college students, high school students, or recent graduates. After all, most people who visit Wanda Food Street are young couples. After watching movies, visiting bars, singing at KTV, or shopping, many people eat street food. This profit margin is really high. Lin Weier was delighted. Su Tian nodded with a smile. Yes, summer is coming soon and vegetable prices at the wholesale market are very low. If winter prices rise, profits might shrink a bit, but boiled skewers will definitely make money. Lin Weier helped thread skewers. Just then Su's mother arrived. Su Tian had called her to help. After all, the flower shop had little business at night. Son, what are you doing? Mom, I'm going to set up a stall and work hard to earn milk money. I support you. Su's mother took off her coat, put on slippers, and joined the fray. Weier, go rest. Auntie will help thread the skewers. Lin Weier shook her head with a smile. No, Su Tian said, I'm a useless mom, and even a useless mom has to work hard. Su's mother scolded. You little rascal, what nonsense have you been saying about Weier again? Oh my, is my son about to take charge? I didn't say anything, just Weier overthinking. Su Tian was cutting beef. The beef was washed and marinated for half an hour before they started threading the skewers. Some fishball sausages and tofu puffs were threaded, then washed, blanched, and cooked before being packed into bags. The preparation took nearly 3 hours. 1,000 vegetable skewers. 500 meat skewers. In total, if sold out, they would bring in 2,000 yuan. If all were sold, the profit would be about 60. This already deducts the cost of gas. A gas cylinder has now risen to 120 yuan. Fried starch sausages, instant noodles, and vermicelli were already placed in the food cart. After 8 o'clock, Su Tian hadn't even eaten dinner. He kissed the feet of each of the 3 little babies. Daddy is going to earn milk money, bye-bye, Lin Weier said. Put this phone holder on the cart, remember to call the teacher. Video call. She wanted to go but had to take care of the 3 babies and couldn't get away. Okay. Su Tian put the phone holder in his pocket. Ride the tricycle slowly. Su Tian shamelessly bent down and offered his cheek. Kiss since Su's father came. After deciding to get the marriage certificate and going shopping together, the two were in a romantic relationship. As for what stage it needed, gradual cultivation. Silly. Lin Weier pouted, playfully blushing, and mustered the courage to ignore Su's mother's presence. She puckered her cherry pink lips and planted a smooch on Su Tian's cheek. Then her pretty face flushed crimson, and a layer of blush spread to her ears and neck. Actually, it was okay. The main thing was that Su's mother was watching her being intimate with Su Tian. Go on, Lin Weier waved. Kiss before setting up the stall tomorrow. Kiss my ass, go die. Su's mother had a big smile on her face, fed up with their lovey-dovey display. Even the air seemed filled with a sweet love vibe. Teacher Lin is quite bold. This food street was mostly a night market food street with stalls open until at least 2 or 3 in the morning. So they set up very late, not until 8 o'clock. It was said that 9:30 to 10:30 was the peak time for foot traffic. But many street vendors arrived early to make preparations. Su Tian didn't compete for a spot with others. Instead, he set up at the entrance of the food street. Many people set up here because the actual food street inside required a monthly management fee of 2,800 yuan, but the advantage was no need to worry about being chased away by city inspectors. To his left was an aunt selling pancakes, and to his right was an uncle selling fried jelly. Young man, you're so young to be setting up a stall. The aunt greeted him, thinking Su Tian looked like a high school student, just like her grandson. Su Tian smiled. Hello, auntie, I already have a child. You have a child? Doesn't look like it. You look like a kid. Haha, auntie, you're praising my youth. I'm already 26. Su Tian lied about his age, making himself the same age as Lin Weier. The aunt chuckled. Nowadays, many young people set up stalls, but someone as young as you is rare. The young people she referred to were all around 30. Su Tian placed the prepared skewers in a long stainless steel box, arranging them one by one. The specially made chili sauce and sesame sauce were placed aside. The containers were bucket-shaped disposable ones. Customers could pick the skewers, put them directly into the container, and eat with their left hand. Besides, instant noodles and vermicelli were prepared for boiling. Boiled instant noodles, 5 yuan per serving. Vermicelli, 3 yuan per serving. Starch sausages, 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 4. At this time, many couples holding hands, groups of male students, and occasionally groups of female friends passed by. The aunt's pancake stall had already started business, but Su Tian's skewers and the uncle's fried jelly still had no customers. Su Tian first fried a few starch sausages and ate one out of boredom. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. One word, delicious. A couple passed by, arms linked. The girl said, I want to eat boiled skewers. The boy waved his hand. There are so many snacks inside the food street, they must be better. At the entrance, didn't you see no one is patronizing? It must be terrible. Hearing this, Su Tian smiled helplessly. Damn it. Is the food inside any better? Is the entrance any worse? Handsome, I want 1 starch sausage, shouted the short-haired girl. Xia. Want chili? Su Tian asked. Zhang Xiaomi beside her said, yes, 2 with extra chili. Sure thing, you. Are you Su Tian? Asked the long-haired girl Zhang Xiaomi. Su Tian looked at them in surprise. Xia. Zhang Xiaomi. Xia said, it's us. Long time no see. You're not in school, and started a stall. Su Tian nodded. The two were his high school classmates. Now that they were college students, they had lost their former innocence. Wearing makeup, lipstick, and fashionable clothes, they knew how to dress up. Zhang Xiaomi bit her lip, her expression slightly complicated. Then, why aren't you studying anymore? Your grades were so good. Weren't you at Polytechnic University? Seeing Su Tian again reminded her of how she had confessed to him in senior year only to be rejected with the excuse that dating would affect academic performance and hinder the college entrance exam. Thinking about it now, she was still so angry. Zhang Xiaomi was quite pretty with above-average looks. But compared to Lin Weier's beauty, she was still far behind. The key point was that she was only 150 centimeters tall, often teased by Su Tian in high school as little gas canister. Su Tian smiled. I haven't given up on school. I'm doing an internship in my senior year and starting a stall business. Oh, your 2 starch sausages are ready. Su Tian handed them over. The two ate them directly, and Xie Xiaoxia picked a dozen skewers, including beef and chicken. They picked quite a few and handed them to Su Tian. Su Tian prepared the sesame sauce and chili. How much? Total 52. Zhang Xiaomi scanned the code to pay. WeChat received 52 yuan. The payment notification sounded. Finally, a difficult start. The first order came from a high school classmate. Xiaomi, how about I ask Su Tian if he still has a girlfriend? You've become so much prettier since high school, he would definitely agree to be with you. No, I stopped liking him a long time ago. Zhang Xiaomi shook her head. Look at your complicated expression. Haven't you noticed that Su Tian has become more handsome looking, just like the big star Chen Guoxi? I wouldn't even like someone who looks like Peng Yuyan. Quick, try the boiled skewers, are they good? Xie Xiaoxia popped a skewer of beef into her mouth. Wow, so spicy. So fragrant. She chose the super spicy option. The chili seemed to dance with a soul in her mouth. The spicy and fragrant flavor lingered on her lips and teeth. Super delicious, so good. Xie Xiaoxia ate another skewer of bean curd skin and fish balls. Zhang Xiaomi nodded. I didn't expect his cooking skills to be this good, it's really delicious. Xiaoxia, I just can't understand why someone with such excellent grades would set up a stall selling snacks. It's too spicy. Xie Xiaoxia stuck out her tongue, panting. If you can't understand, then don't think about it. Everyone has different dreams and pursuits. Isn't it courageous for a college student to set up a stall selling snacks? That's true. The two of them finished their skewers at lightning speed. 52 yuan, oi, and no discount for old classmates. They didn't even round off the 2 yuan change. Humph. Zhang Xiaomi grumbled. Xie Xiaoxia chuckled. Su Tian is so stingy. Should we go eat somewhere else? We can just run away without paying after we finish. That would be bad. At that moment, the crowd in the food street was growing larger, yet Su Tian's stall remained without customers. He dialed Lin Weier for a video call and set his phone on a stand. Lin Weier could just see his busy figure from the side. Is anyone eating? Lin Weier asked. I've sold over 40 yuan worth already. That's impressive. Su Tian glanced at the phone screen. Are you and Mom still threading skewers? How can I sleep? I'm threading skewers while watching TV. How are the babies? They're sleeping soundly after just changing their diapers. As night fell at 9 o'clock, the crowd grew denser to the point of being jostled. Surprisingly, Su Tian spotted his 3 roommates who walked straight into the snack street without noticing him. Damn it, isn't this bastard Xiao Ku Li the one who loves to eat starch sausages the most? Dog brother. Who called me? Ergo looked puzzled. Long, did you hear someone calling me? I heard it. Long. Another shout. The 3 immediately stopped in their tracks, turning to see where the voice came from, and hurried over to a snack cart. Wow, Xiao Tian, how did you end up in the food street? Xiao Ku Li exclaimed in surprise. Ergo was stunned. Xiao Tian, you're not at home taking care of the baby, you came out to set up a stall. Long asked. When did you start setting up a stall? Su Tian explained. It's because your sister-in-law just finished her confinement and needs to earn money for baby formula, so I'm trying out entrepreneurship to see if I can make some money. Oh, I see. The 3 understood. So he's starting a business. Sai Long sighed. You should have told your brothers if you needed money. Why are you struggling alone to set up a stall? I'm not short on money, but it's good to be prepared. The baby will need money for many things in the future. Especially since he has a son now. The son will need money for tickets, houses, and cars. I'd like a portion of boiled skewers, a little girl. She hadn't eaten boiled skewers in a long time. Coincidentally, she arrived at the food street just after finishing her class, and there was a stall here. Okay, grab a takeout box next to the table. The high school girl strolled through the food street alone, picking only 5 skewers. Seeing this, Long enthusiastically said, absolutely delicious, if it's not tasty don't pay. This is the most delicious skewers in the world. Right, there are small stools here, please take a seat. Little beauty, you can choose more. Ergo shouted. Su Tian smiled helplessly. The little girl was a bit dazed. These three big men were too enthusiastic. She was naturally shy and didn't like to talk much. Usually she wouldn't dare to talk to boys proactively, but now with these several enthusiastic big men serving her face turned red. Because it was at the entrance of the food street, Su Tian only set up a folding table and 4 stools. Thank you, I've picked what I want. However, the older brothers were too enthusiastic, and the little girl picked 5 more skewers. Su Tian watched in speechless amusement. You rough, big men scared the high school girl. Do you want? Yes, put more, and I'll have another sausage. How much is it? The little girl asked. A total of 20 yuan. Oh. The little girl scanned the WeChat QR code to pay and walked inside with the skewers. She still wanted to eat stinky tofu. Su Tian said, you guys shouldn't be so enthusiastic. You scared the little girl. Hee, if we weren't enthusiastic, would she have picked 5 more skewers? At that moment 5 big men, each over 200 pounds, arrived. Boss, how much for the starch sausage? 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 4. I'll take 20 yuan worth. The 5 picked boiled skewers, beef fish balls, shrimp, dumplings, chicken hearts, chicken, gizzards, vegetable balls, and sweet potato balls. They picked a total of 40 meat skewers and 30 vegetable skewers. Wow, this is so good. So delicious. Damn, this is the first time in my life I've eaten such delicious boiled skewers. Boss, do you have a secret recipe? One person praised while eating a skewer. Su Tian smiled. It's a secret recipe, absolutely delicious. The 5 of them finished these skewers in less than 10 minutes and went on to eat 50 more. These people were eating skewers, stuffing 4 or 5 into their mouths at a time, eating with an appetite that rivaled Long Long's quite fierce. As they ate, Su Tian continued to cook. How much? 50 skewers of vegetables, 70 skewers of meat. Su Tian smiled. Including the starch sausages, it's a total of 210. Oh, just give me 200. Young people shopping here wouldn't quibble over prices. 1 yuan per skewer is a normal price, and 2 yuan for meat skewers is also very normal. Perhaps in the old city area skewers are 0.8 yuan each. In the new district this is the common price. Alright, delicious, well come again next time. The fat guy quickly paid the bill. One of the fat guys chuckled. Handsome bro, it would be great if this were an awaken. Haha, then it probably wouldn't be enough for a few big brothers to eat all these boiled skewers. Su Tian laughed heartily. The pancake aunt next door was surprised. She had been busy continuously making pancakes in her hands. After more than an hour of hard work, she had only sold over 100 pancakes. Pancakes are 8 yuan each. Add eggs, add sausages, add crispy pancakes. The young man next door. With this launch, his turnover directly surpassed hers. Long Long and the others went to eat stir-fried cool noodles. Perhaps due to the big brother effect, more and more people came to eat boiled skewers. Su Tian kept cooking skewers and frying starch sausages. Most of the customers were young couples. The number of women eating skewers was higher than that of men, but they didn't eat much. Each person would finish and praise, delicious, good, well come again next time. This is probably the highest compliment for a snack vendor. Xiao Tian, I want a pack of boiled instant noodles with vermicelli. Long Long and the others each picked some boiled skewers. Wow. Xiao Kuli exclaimed, Xiao Tian, with my years of experience eating skewers, yours is definitely the #1 skewer in the world. No one can compare. Really? Huh. Su Tian laughed. The 3 didn't take up table space and stood to eat. After finishing, they stayed with Su Tian selling until 11 o'clock before leaving. They had already agreed to first stroll through the food street and then head to a nearby internet cafe for an all-nighter gaming session. Xiao Tian, how's the sales going? In the video, Lin Weier yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. Su Tian replied, there are a lot of people. I've already sold 2/3. If it goes on for another hour, I should sell out. Oh, I'll wait for you to come home. She and Su's mother had already prepared the skewers for sale tomorrow with wooden sticks. This way Su Tian can save a lot of trouble when he sets up his stall tomorrow night. Oh my, what a handsome young boss. And he really is gorgeous. Let's go grab some boiled skewers. And Hua, could you help me get the boss's WeChat ID? A group of women, graduates for 2 years, born in 1995, stood nearby, savoring stir-fried liangfen. Dressed to the nines, there were nearly 8 of them. They had been eyeing Su Tian for quite some time. En Hua said, you'll need to make a purchase before I can share the boss's WeChat ID. And fine. I'll buy something. What's there to fear? The women approached the food cart. In WeChat payment 68 yuan. In 2 rugged middle-aged men finished their skewers and left still craving more. They'd planned to stroll along the food street, but upon arriving at its entrance they devoured a serving of boiled skewers and suddenly found themselves full. Handsome boss, may we add your WeChat after ordering skewers? Hua boldly asked. Su Tian smiled. Of course, you just have to decide how much you'll order. In the video, Lin Weier, bleary-eyed and yawning as she nursed Sanbao, clenched her tiny pink fist and instantly perked up. No adding. Absolutely no adding. But how could Su Tian possibly hear her? And the women eagerly began selecting skewers. It was already 1130 and only 100 yuan's worth of skewers remained. All 7 women ordered everything at once. Su Tian stretched lazily. It was time to pack up. In WeChat payment 128 yuan. In handsome boss, your WeChat ID please. Hua called out. Su Tian displayed his WeChat QR code. 3 girls scanned it immediately. The others hesitated, too shy to initiate the connection. And goodbye handsome boss. Su Tian began tidying up. And there were 2 buckets of water on the cart. He heated them, then scrubbed the cart clean with dish soap. He discarded what needed discarding and packed the remaining instant noodles into a storage bin. Shift over. In cart packed away. And meanwhile Hua tapped open Su Tian's WeChat profile and scrolled into his Moments feed. And the very first post appeared. First day vending. Dad's working hard to earn milk money for the babies. And the accompanying photo showed the triplets' 1-month milestone portrait, their wide-open cherubic eyes gazing innocently at the lens. Hua groaned. Ugh, so the handsome young boss is married, and already has 3 children. Whoa, I totally misjudged him. Good heavens, handsome men truly marry young. Just moments earlier the group had been debating how best to strike up a conversation with Su Tian. To their astonishment, Su Tian accepted their friend requests. And excitedly, they opened his Moments, only to be utterly stunned upon seeing those 3 adorable baby photos. Boss, no more skewers left, a girl asked. None left. I'm closing up. Su Tian replied with a gentle smile. The Liangfen vendor sat on his stool, puffing a cigarette, patiently awaiting the next customer. And the Jianbing auntie stifled a yawn, still holding her post until her 230 closing time. The lamb skewer vendor wearing a cap grilled diligently. And the Jianbing auntie looked up surprised. Young man already packing up. And yes, I'm done for today. Though foot traffic isn't at its peak now, the midnight movie screenings at the nearby cinema will let out soon. And there are bars nearby. Between 1 and 2 crowds swell dramatically. I've sold out everything I brought. Restocking means heading home. And the Liangfen vendor extended a cigarette. Have one before you go. Thanks, uncle. I don't smoke, Su Tian smiled. And you must have earned quite a bit. Over 1,000 yuan surely, the vendor asked. He guessed Su Tian had made 600 or 700. Got it. You're far ahead of me. I stir-fry Liangfen and fried rice all day, my wrists nearly cramping from flipping pans, and I haven't earned half what you did. Su Tian chuckled modestly. Uncle, you didn't see. It was my looks that drew all those young ladies here. And both vendors burst into laughter. The young man spoke truthfully. I'm off. I've got a wife waiting at home. And the auntie remarked to the vendor, this young man's got real talent. Youthful entrepreneurs clearly hold an edge. Look, he's already packing up before midnight. What youth? He's a handsome man. If I'd been vending 30 years ago, 30 years ago, women of the 70s generation wouldn't have dared ask so boldly for someone's contact details. Lin Weier dozed lightly on the sofa, then snapped fully awake at the sound of keys turning in the lock. She dashed toward the door and reached it just as Su Tian pushed it open. Ni's face bore deep exhaustion, yet his lips curved in quiet warmth. You worked hard. Su Tian waved the lamb skewers gently. Brought these for you, still hot. Eat up, and thank you. Xiao Tian. She longed to say husband, but the word lodged shyly in her throat. Is mom asleep? She's already asleep. In truth, Su Tian's mother had woken, but chose not to disturb her son and daughter-in-law's private moment. Su Tian took a warm shower and stepped out in slippers. Ni's little foodie Wei Wei had already devoured all 6 lamb skewers and 4 beef skewers. Su Tian sighed. Earning milk money for the babies truly isn't easy. And how much did you make? Lin Weier asked, eye sparkling. Let's talk in bed, don't wake mom. Lights off. Back to the bedroom. Nonly, in the enveloping darkness, could Lin Weier hide the blush blooming across her cheeks. Her head nestled softly against Su Tian's chest. Without thinking, Su Tian's hand rose to caress her smooth, delicate cheek. She shyly shifted lower, turned onto her side, and wrapped her arms around his torso. Her face flushed rose pink, half bashfulness, half pure quiet joy. You worked so hard. Su Tian murmured tenderly, and you spent hours threading skewers at home. That was just as exhausting. Cash collected 268 yuan. WeChat red packets started at 0, now stand at 2122 yuan. Total 2390 yuan. Some boiled skewers, starch sausages, and instant noodles were shared with roommates Long Long and Xiao Li. Otherwise, sales would have hit 2500 yuan. At a 60 profit margin, that's roughly 1400 yuan. And actually, ingredient costs were extremely low, far exceeding 60. And even factoring in labor. Still, let's stick with the 60 margin. And wow, Lin Weier whispered admiringly, that's incredible. My monthly salary as a homeroom teacher totals only 5800 yuan. You've earned my entire salary in just a few days. And Su Tian countered, high school teachers enjoy excellent benefits. Gifts from school during festivals, only a few hours of class daily, weekends off, holidays paid. Silly. You still need to prepare lessons. Anyway, you're far more impressive than any teacher. And she praised him, radiant with delight. Not tired man needs praise. Money earned by one's own hands truly tastes sweet. And ding dong. And congratulations, host. You've completed your first arduous labor striving to save milk money for your babies. For fulfilling this act of devoted labor, the system awards 200 yuan. And the system's reward tasted just as sweet. And Xiao Tian. And my breast milk isn't enough for all 3 babies anymore. Just now Dabao cried during feeding. Only managed 2 sips before it ran dry. I don't understand why. At this thought, Lin Weier switched on the bedside lamp. Her almond-shaped eyes furrowed her lovely face, clouded with worry. Naviri time, all 3 babies cried together. She always fed Air Bao and San Bao simultaneously first, then attended to Dabao last. And half an hour ago during feeding, she realized her supply had dwindled. And she resorted to a manual breast pump. But drew nothing. And Su Tian asked gently, could it be the babies are simply consuming too much? Feeding 7 or 8 times daily may have outpaced your supply. Nutrition certainly wasn't the issue. Every day brought nourishing soups, chicken broth, fish, stew, countless galactagogues, all rich, restorative, abundant. Yet, even with such meticulous care, insufficient milk pointed unmistakably to Lin Weier's constitution. What should we do? And don't fret. If supply remains low tomorrow, we'll supplement with formula. And okay, I'll consult Dr. Bien Wang Miley first thing in the morning. Chu Chu told our teacher that when breast milk is insufficient, we must feed 1 baby exclusively with breast milk while the other 2 rely on formula. When Chu Chu gave birth to twin daughters, her supply dwindled within 3 months, and she raised them both this way. As a mother, she would choose exclusive breastfeeding whenever possible. But that night, the 3 babies took turns tormenting Su Tian and Lin Weier. They woke up at 3:30 am, then again at 5:00, and again at 6:00, crying immediately upon waking. Even if they didn't need to pee, poop, or eat, they would cry as soon as they woke up, especially Can and Wan. That night, Lin Weier insisted on getting up to care for the babies and wouldn't let Su Tian help. She understood how hard Su Tian had worked at the stall last night. But how could a habit be changed so suddenly? At 7:30 in the morning, Su Tian was startled awake by a thunderclap. It's thundering. Can and Wan were frightened by the thunder, pursing their little mouths and starting to cry. Wah! Wan, the little girl, scrunched up her face, her features twisted in fear, letting out a baby's wail. Lin Weier held Wan, covering her ears with both hands. Don't cry, don't be afraid. Mommy's here. Mommy will protect my little darling. Son, don't cry. Daddy loves you so much, Su Tian coaxed Can. They're so adorable now. When they grow up and get mischievous, the first one to get a spanking will be little piggy Can. Can Mom come in? Su's mother knocked on the door. Mom, the door's unlocked. Weier and I are both dressed, Su Tian called out. Lin Weier shot him a glare. Oh, my grandma's little sweetheart. The thunder's here, don't be scared, don't be scared, Su's mother said, bending down to look at the crying Can with tender concern. Mom, you take care of Can. They'll look after in. Su Tian placed Can into his mother's arms. Although the Su family didn't favor boys over girls, though his parents never said it, their favorite was undoubtedly Can. Su Tian, on the other hand, doted on his 2 daughters. As for the little piggy, he would wait until he grew up to discipline him. And closed her eyes, her little brows relaxed. Daddy's here. Hearing her father's voice, the little one slightly squinted and peeked at Su Tian. After a glance at her daddy, she closed her eyes and continued comfortably. Daddy's here. Hearing her father's voice, the little one slightly squinted and peeked at Su Tian. After a glance at her daddy, she closed her eyes and continued comfortably sucking her hand. Su Tian felt ignored. Stop eating your hand, he called out. The adorable baby nearly melted her old father's heart. Su Tian gently moved her little hand away. Only then did the little sweetheart open her eyes fully and stare blankly at her daddy. Ollie. Su Tian made a funny face. Yeah, Su Tian wiggled his eyebrows and kept changing his expressions at an end. Ahia, an N made a sound, and the little darling smiled. Su Tian immediately claimed credit. Weier mom, and then just smiled at me. But when he turned to look, she was back to eating her hand. Still eating her hand. Su Tian was defeated by an N. Lin Weier smiled with motherly tenderness. Let her eat. I've heard other babies do the same. Once she learns to play with toys, she'll stop. She held Nuan tightly, afraid to put her down on the bed. She would surely cry, especially with the occasional thunderclaps outside. Can in his grandmother's arms kept crying. Su's mother was quite skilled at soothing babies. She walked back and forth in the bedroom, gently rocking and bouncing Can in her arms. After half a minute, Can quieted down. The bedroom instantly fell silent. Only the sound of raindrops tapping against the window could be heard. Weier, let me tell you a joke. Once upon a time there was a sow that gave birth to piglets but didn't have enough milk. A pillow was thrown hard at Su Tian's head. Don't tell it, don't you dare. As a Chinese language teacher, Lin Weier suspected that Su Tian was using an allegory, comparing her to that old sow. How wicked, he was always picking on her, the great teacher. Su Tian grinned. They'll finish the joke someday. If not, I'll tell it to the three little ones when they grow up. Lin Weier opened Su Tian's WeChat and consulted Dr. Wang Meili. If the milk supply is insufficient but daily nutrition is adequate, consider having the baby's father massage the breast to see if more milk can be produced. How could that be possible? It was too embarrassing. Lin Weier decided to feed the baby without holding her. She simply used a bottle. She had Su Tian bring the bottle. She pumped out some milk. Furrowing her delicate brows, she said disappointedly, "It's only enough for one baby. Xiao Tian, which one should I feed?" This. There was only enough breast milk for one baby. This stumped Su Tian. You two discuss this. If it's really a problem, go buy some formula and make it for the babies. With that, Su's mother left the room and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. With the thunderstorm today, the flower shop business would certainly be poor. They might as well not open in the morning. Actually, Su's mother wanted Lin Weier to breastfeed Can with the breast milk. But she was afraid Lin Weier would think she favored boys over girls, so she dared not interfere with the couple's decision. Su Tian felt the same way. Weiwei, can I call you Weiwei from now on? Idiot, is this the time to think about that? You can't call me Weiwei. Only Weier. Oh, okay. Su Tian gritted his teeth and gathered the three babies together. Let's start with Can. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, pick the one, and off you go. If you don't go, you're a pig. When they were kids, they often played this eeny, meeny, miny, mo game. The last line was originally, "You're a dog," but how could he call his daughter a dog? So he changed it to pig. Xiao Tian, is this how we decide? You're so smart. Lin Weier covered her mouth and laughed. She used to play this game with Zhang Yutong when she was little. Let's do it again. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. If you don't go, you're a pig. The three little darlings lay together. Su Tian pointed back and forth, finally landing his finger on an N. No need to agonize. Well, feed an N with breast milk, and Can and Nuan will have formula. They'll go by formula. Oh, okay. In fact, deep down, Lin Weier also wanted to give the breast milk to Can, but on second thought, that would be unfair to both Can and Nuan. Thus, the eeny, meeny, miny, mo chose an N. Seeing that Su Tian had already decided, she took a deep breath. She picked up an N and fed her from the bottle of breast milk. An An's little mouth clamped onto the nipple, and she guzzled it down. Little foodie, you're always the one who eats the most, Lin Weier said, glancing at Can and Nuan with a flicker of guilt in her eyes. You're the big brother, and you're the big sister. From now on, you'll let your little sister have the breast milk. I'm sorry. Mommy didn't mean to. Mommy just doesn't have enough milk. I'm sorry, Can Nuan. Xiao Tian, it's raining so hard outside. Why don't you wait a bit? The babies aren't crying yet. Su Tian shook his head, put on his jacket, and grabbed an umbrella. No way. How can I let Can and Nuan go hungry? Even if it's raining, hailing, or raining knives, I'm going to the baby store to buy formula. Su Tian selected a can of milk powder priced at 1,200, buying 3 cans. The shopkeeper said it would only be enough for 2 babies for 4 to 5 days. Once the babies reach 5 or 6 months old, it would probably require a can every 3 days. The expensive milk powder is often said to be an IQ tax, but Su Tian dared not give the babies the cheaper milk powder. Phew, my shoes are wet. Su Tian entered, took off his coat, and changed into slippers. Lin Weier rushed out of the master bedroom. The twins are crying terribly. Hurry and prepare the milk powder. Just moments ago the babies cried, and she tried to express some milk using a pump, but it was only a tiny bit. It was gone in just 3 seconds. Su's mother had already boiled the water in advance. Weier, don't worry, Auntie will help prepare it. But when Su's mother opened the milk powder can, she asked, Xiao Tian, didn't the shopkeeper teach you how much to use? I was taught. Su Tian replied. Weier 1 scoop of milk powder can be mixed with 30 milliliters of water. The little babies need 3 scoops for now, and as they grow the amount can gradually increase in a few months. Now the little babies need to eat at least 7 times a day. Occasionally they cry at night and need to eat 8 times. Got it. Lin Weier nodded. Su Tian scooped 3 scoops of milk powder into each of the 2 bottles. The water temperature can't be too high. Su Tian bought a thermometer for the water. The shopkeeper said that water that's too hot will destroy the nutrients in the milk powder, and it should be kept above 50 degrees for the best results. Su Tian placed the 2 kettles together and poured back and forth to lower the water temperature, testing it with the thermometer. As a new dad, he didn't understand these things. He had no choice but to use the thermometer to check the water temperature. After a while, he thought he would know if the water was suitable for preparing milk just by touching it and taking a sip. After preparing the milk powder, he shook it in his hand. Big baby, little baby, it's time for your milk. You fool, you're so slow. Lin Weier lightly kicked Su Tian's bottom with her foot and rushed into the bedroom with the milk bottle. Lift them up, dear, lift them up, or they might choke on the milk. Lin Weier self-reproachfully slapped her forehead. I'm so silly. She hurriedly cradled the big baby in her arms. Su Tian held little baby warmly. Little Warm's crying face was red, looking at her father with a pitiful expression. Time for milk, time for milk. She gently placed the nipple in little baby's mouth. Behind. Little baby latched onto the nipple, making adorable little bubbles with her mouth. It turned out she drank too eagerly, gulping down a mouthful, and milk flowed down her little chin onto her clothes. Daddy's little cutie, slow down, drink more gently. Gulp. Lulu. She drank with all her might. Milk was overflowing from her mouth again. This worried Su Tian. Little cutie, slow down, why are you drinking so urgently? Your brother and sister won't steal your milk, and neither will I. Lin Weier handed over a baby towel, and Su Tian wiped little baby's chin, realizing her clothes needed to be changed. Even though Su Tian didn't have milk, but he prepared the milk powder himself. Looking at the little one with closed eyes and a relaxed brow, contentedly gulping down the milk, Su Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This is the bond of fatherly love. While little cutie is really great, you're drinking slowly this time. She finished the whole bottle of milk. Up. Little baby opened her mouth and made a sound, only opening her eyes after finishing the milk, curiously gazing at her dear father. Su Tian chuckled. I am your dad. Su Tian gently patted her back to burp her, changing the little cutie's clothes. Meanwhile, Kin continued drinking. Big baby drinks so slowly. Su Tian was surprised. Little baby had finished while big baby had only consumed a little more than half. Of course, the third baby drank the most milk. 3 soft and adorable little bundles, everyone wanted to kiss them. Lin Weier said, Big baby drinks like a little lady, ha. Cut it out, is that how you talk about our son? He will be a man in the future. A man, big baby will grow up to be a gentle man who will protect his mother, right? Damn it, Su Tian was jealous of his son. In the future I will protect you, and he will protect his 2 sisters when he grows up. Oomph. Lin Weier mischievously stuck out her little tongue. Big baby finally finished the milk and fell asleep, quietly tired from crying and drinking. Little Warm also sweetly drifted off to sleep. The couple carefully placed the 2 little cuties in the crib. Anan entertained herself, kicking the blanket with her little feet, not settling down at all. She truly couldn't roll over or run, otherwise she would have been down playing around by now. Su Tian chuckled. When big baby grows up, I will train him in martial arts. It would be best if he could handle 1 against 5. If big baby's skills are well trained and he knows martial arts, wouldn't he be able to fight at school? We will educate him. Well, martial arts are meant to protect oneself and family. You're a teacher, and you're worried that you can't educate your child. Oh. She nodded. Teaching children and being a teacher seems unrelated, right? Teaching is for other people's children, but regarding how to educate her own baby in the future, she felt completely lost and in a fog. High school Chinese teacher. If someone didn't do their homework or acted up in class, they would be punished by copying texts. Copying ancient poetry and prose. Copy until your hands are sore. Anyway, she didn't hit students. To avoid some unreasonable parents causing trouble at school. Therefore, she was seen as the devil teacher in the eyes of the students. Su Tian rubbed big baby's little bottom. If it really doesn't work, I'll take out my 7 wolves belt to discipline this little piggy. Puff, the teacher isn't allowed to use a belt on her son. Su's mother shouted. Come and have breakfast, it's getting cold. Coming. For breakfast, Su's mother made several pancakes. Pancakes with chives and eggs along with thin rice porridge. The leftover rice from last night was cooked into thick porridge. Su Tian enjoyed it immensely. Lin Weier even thought about asking Su's mother not to leave and to stay here forever. Her mother is useless in the kitchen, a culinary fool. But Su's mother is a great cook, the gap is so vast. However, thinking about Su's mother's flower shop, she has her own things to do, so it's better to let it be. I must work hard to learn culinary skills. I don't want to end up in the future when the babies grow up and Su Tian goes to work, the mother and children will only know how to order takeout. That would be quite useless. After breakfast, the rain continued until noon. It seemed it wouldn't stop anytime soon. After the thunderstorm, light rain fell from the sky. Thankfully, the thunder had long ceased. Su Tian, I used to love rainy weather, but this morning the thunder scared the baby. Hearing the cries of big baby and little baby, I inexplicably began to dislike rainy days and thunder. When I was pregnant, I worried that the thunder would scare the baby in my belly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, before Su Tian stepped out, Lin Weier looked at the man's shameless expression, blushing as she planted a kiss on Su Tian's cheek. This time Su Tian was bolder. He cupped Lin Weier's face with both hands and slowly bent down. "Oh, what are you going to do?" Lin Weier struggled fiercely, taking a few steps back, yet still fell victim to Su Tian's forceful kiss, landing a heavy peck on her cherry-pink lips. "Ah, idiot." She jumped up in embarrassment, her cheeks and ears flushed with shyness. So soft, the warm, moist lips made Su Tian's heart flutter. "Setting up the stall?" "Fool, you just took my first kiss away from me," she said shyly. Su Tian explained, "Idiot, a first kiss should last a long time. Ooh, just one peck doesn't count as a kiss. Who taught you such nonsense?" Su Tian had already turned to leave the room, pressing the button for the elevator with bags of skewers. "Fool, just wait until we get home." After the rain stopped at noon, Su's mother had returned to the flower shop. Lin Weier went back to her room, where airbound Wan had already woken up. Seeing her mother, the little one furrowed her brows, her pouting lips opening slightly, as she immediately began to cry. Lin Weier sighed. "You don't cry when I'm not around, but as soon as you see me you cry." When the baby woke up, she wouldn't cry until she saw Lin Weier, then she would start crying. Both the Bao and Air Bao were like this. If only she had known, she would have gone to the living room right away. Holding the baby in her arms and comforting her, she pinched Air Bao's tender fair face with her small hand. She pinched again. The soft, delicate face of the little treasure, so gentle it seemed to be able to burst, was definitely smoother than that of any woman in the world. Holding her in her arms and cuddling, the little one finally stopped crying. "You see, your daddy bullies mommy, and you bully mommy too, don't you, little Wan?" With a beaming smile, the woman rubbed her face against Air Bao's, and the little one giggled happily. As Su Tian arrived at the entrance of the food street, the uncle selling cold fried noodles was already busy setting up, having arrived before him. The pancake lady on the left had already opened her stall. After all, most young people have casual dinners and would choose to eat a fragrant pancake. "Young man, how long are you planning to be here today?" asked the cold noodle uncle. Su Tian smiled. "I prepared a bit more than yesterday, and I'll head home once I sell out." Haha, the uncle laughed heartily. Last night Su Tian had a rough time. At midnight the crowd was comparable to that at 10 o'clock. Night shift workers, those finishing up at bars, and KTV patrons after the midnight shows. The traffic at the snack street was steadily high, and it wasn't until after 1 o'clock that the crowd began to thin out. By 2:30, most people started to pack up their stalls. The vast majority of stall owners packed up by 3 o'clock. They would earn as much as they could. After staying until 2, it's no problem to stay an extra hour. Today Ergo came early to the food street to keep Su Tian company. With no classes in the afternoon, Long went home, while Xiao Ku had arranged a few basketball games. Ergo had just rushed over from home. "Brother dog, I'm already busy enough on my own," said Su Tian, swiftly starting to prepare the skewers. "Xiao Tian, it's so annoying. You have no idea what my mom said when I got home today." She said, "Look, Xiao Tian has already made his Aunt Wu a grandmother with 1 grandson and 2 granddaughters. How come you don't even have a girlfriend yet? You're about to graduate, so hurry up and date." Sigh. Ergo sighed, expressing his sentiments with a hint of melancholy. Su Tian chuckled. "It must be that my mom told your mom about me having a son and daughter. Let me laugh, 3 times HHH. Isn't that right? I really can't help but admire her. Does she expect me to find a girlfriend in college and give her a grandchild?" Calm down. Aunt Wei must have seen my mom holding a grandchild and got anxious." Su Tian reassured. "I still need to prepare for graduate school. For what? I figured it out. At worst, I'll come and sell skewers with you after graduation. Who knows, I might meet true love. That might actually be possible." Ergo helped unfold the folding table and set up the small stools. "Xiao Tian, how much did you earn last night?" Ergo asked softly. "Over 1,000. What the heck?" Ergo was shocked. Su Tian nodded. "The profit from selling skewers is quite substantial. Ergo is his good friend and brother, having grown up together since they were kids, so there's no need to hide such matters. Not bad enough to support my niece and nephew." Ergo smiled. Xiao Tian am still torn between pursuing graduate studies and going straight to work. If I don't pursue graduate school, I'll come and sell skewers with you. No graduate school. Can't find a good job. If I do pursue it, gives me a headache. All right, no problem. When the time comes, I'll teach you how to sell other things. Stinky tofu, grilled gluten, fruit salad, all good options. Okay. Ergo nodded confidently. Su Tian understood Ergo's feelings. His family's financial situation wasn't great. Ergo's father and Su's father are both construction workers, one a carpenter and the other a plumber. Hard-working laborers earning their meager wages. Ergo's dad and Su's dad still often work together, so their relationship has always been quite good. Let's start with a starch sausage to fill our stomachs, said Su Tian. Eating too many starch sausages isn't good, some are hard to digest. I'll go buy some fruit salad. Ergo carried 2 servings of fruit salad. While the small size is 6 yuan, and the large size is 12. Su Tian took the fruit salad. The profit from fruit salad can't compare to the profit from these skewers. If you want to try it after graduation, go ahead. At that moment, a high school girl who had visited yesterday walked over to the snack cart, not saying a word, directly starting to pick skewers. Hey, how much is it? The girl asked. Su Tian counted the skewers, 28 yuan. Oh, that's expensive, she muttered quietly. Su Tian maintained a smiling demeanor, pretending not to hear. Extra spicy, super spicy, incredibly spicy. WeChat payment, 28 yuan. Su Tian smiled. Be careful when you go home, your stomach might hurt after using the toilet. Oh, the girl blushed, wondering why this vendor spoke so bluntly. However, his skewers are truly delicious, extraordinarily tasty, spicy, and fragrant, making it impossible to stop once you start eating. At noon, as she only had a cup of instant noodles at school, saving money to eat Su Tian's delicious skewers. She had only 32 yuan in her pocket, not even enough to buy a cup of milk tea. All right. His skewers are sold after being mixed with chili and sesame sauce. This way the food tastes even better for the customers. Of course, the original soup is already tasty. After the girl left, Ergo chuckled. That girl looks so sweet when she smiles. When you mentioned the stomach pain, she blushed. Cough, cough, brother dog, are you here to help me sell skewers, just to see beautiful girls? What? You figured that out? Ergo admitted it. Huh? Su Tian laughed heartily. Oh my, it's Zhangzi. Ergo's pupils shrank sharply as he spotted Yu Lily, who was dressed flamboyantly with dyed yellow hair. Beside her stood Gangzi, stout and heavy like an ox, his mouth wide open, as if he could eat people, along with her 2 roommates. Xiao Tian, it's Gangzi and Yu Lily, along with their roommate. Su Tian smiled. What's all the fuss about? I think Gangzi is quite decent. Didn't Gangzi secretly tell you that Yu Lily got into that Mercedes-Benz driver's car? Yes. So a girl's true beauty lies in her inner virtue, and Gangzi far surpasses Yu Lily in that regard. What the? Ergo was stunned silent by Su Tian's words. Inner virtue, indeed a fundamental quality every young woman should possess. In choosing a future wife, he wouldn't care for appearance. Only kindness toward him mattered. Yet someone like Gangzi. Su Tian truly dared to speak so plainly. Hey, I think I just spotted a classmate of ours, said one of Yu Lily's roommates. A classmate? Yu Lily startled. They'd planned to stroll through the food street, first grab a bite, then head to a bar to flirt and dance. But running into classmates would be deeply awkward. Though unrefined reputation still mattered. It's Su Tian, Gangzi exclaimed. He's actually selling skewers from a roadside stall. Did he take leave just to run a skewer stand? They were all classmates. Su Tian, the former study committee representative, had taken leave, sparking considerable discussion among peers, especially since it stretched 40 days. With the 40-day leave nearly up, Su Tian suddenly appeared on the food street, operating a skewer stall. A flicker of discomfort crossed Yu Lily's face. How much could he possibly earn from this stinking stall? Taking leave just to hawk skewers. How shameless. Su Tian, long time no see. While Yu Lily stood frozen, Gangzi had already stepped forward to greet him. Gang. Wang Xiaoni, hello. Su Tian offered an awkward smile. He'd almost slipped, nearly called her by her nickname. That would have been disastrous, landing flat on his back right there. Gangzi chuckled. You're out here vending skewers, and Lu Yu's here too. Exactly. Brother Go didn't feel like heading to the internet cafe for gaming, so he came to help. Oh, Su Tian, are you facing some hardship? If so, I'd be happy to lend you money, Gangzi asked sincerely and simply. She'd long harbored secret feelings for Su Tian. Was his decision to sell skewers before graduation a sign of financial struggle? Not only Gangzi thought so, Yu Lily and the 2 other classmates shared the same assumption. Su Tian gave an embarrassed chuckle. No hardship at all. I just wanted to savor the simple joy of earning money through street vending. Puffed, stubborn as ever. If nothing's wrong, why vend skewers during graduation season? Yu Lily mused inwardly. Oh Lily, would you like some skewers? Gangzi called out. She resolved to support Su Tian's business. No thank you. Yu Lily couldn't bring herself to speak directly to Su Tian. Yet the other two classmates, fearing Su Tian might hold a grudge, still greeted him politely and selected a few skewers. In dorm life, meals were always split evenly. How much altogether? Gongzi picked his skewers. Dormitory life meant strict cost-sharing over meals. Xiaoni, you're not allowed to eat those. Watch out. They might be poisoned, Yu Lily declared. Su Tian frowned. Are you insane? What poison? If there's no poison, strip bare and parade down the food street. Ergo snapped furiously. He held no admiration whatsoever for university girls who engaged in covert transactions with wealthy older men. Euphemistically termed part-time work, yet in truth little more than selling their bodies. Xiao Tian's right. Gongzi is infinitely superior to Yu Lily. What kind of talk is that, Ergo? Yu Lily retorted, annoyed. She knew Lu Yu's nickname was Ergo. Ergo let out a cold, humorless laugh. Say that again, and I'll expose every dark secret you've buried, turning you into a campus celebrity overnight. Yu Lily flushed crimson with rage. A chilling suspicion seized her had Ergo followed her. Friday. Saturday. Xiaoni, you're forbidden to eat them. Dare to taste even one, and our sisterhood ends today irrevocably. Yu Lily threatened. Su Tian remained a detached observer. Yu Lily's secrets. As long as she left him alone, he cared not at all. Still, wasn't Ergo's revelation better timed for graduation photo day? A strike that kills and wounds the soul. A faint flush of embarrassment tinged Gongzi's round face. Lily, we're all classmates. Supporting Su Tian's stall isn't wrong. Soon we'll scatter across the world. Why sour our final bonds? In any case, you're not eating them. Su Tian smiled. No charge. Help yourself if you wish, you decline if not. Gongzi still selected skewers and handed them to Su Tian. The other two classmates genuinely dared not eat, fearing loss of sisterhood. How much? Gongzi asked, smiling. Su Tian found himself unable to meet Gongzi's gaze directly. His cheeks trembled faintly as he spoke, truly unsettling. Yet perhaps this girl's moral compass, her inner integrity, remained sound. On the house, no charge among classmates. Gongzi insisted. How much is it? Running a stall isn't easy. 89, just take 80. WeChat payment received 100. She paid 100. Let's go, leave Xiaoni behind. Yu Lily seized her two roommates' hands and strode away decisively. Wang Xiaoni. Word has it people call you their drinking vessel, dragging you to nightclubs and bars, forcing you to drink for them, so that shameless woman can stay sober. Ergo bellowed. Uff. Yu Lily nearly spat blood in fury. Had Ergo lacked leverage over her, she'd have lunged to tear his face apart. Wasn't this shattering her bond with Gongzi? Though currently estranged, Gongzi had no friends at school and would inevitably beg forgiveness. After Ergo's remark, Gongzi. In the next instant, Gongzi's expression hardened, like a tiger poised to devour, grim and terrifying. Lily, is it true? Did you use me as your drinking shield, with men? Gongzi demanded. Yu Lily laughed. So what if it is? Every walk with this grotesque girl drew stares and whispers. Though not directed at her, she'd endured enough. Let the truth fall where it may. You deceived me. Tears streamed down Gongzi's face. Yu Lily scoffed. Who else would befriend you? If not me. I'll kill you. Gongzi exploded, dropping the skewers and charging forward in a blur. Holy, Gongzi's violence could get serious. Ergo jumped in alarm and sprinted after her. He grabbed Gongzi's arm. Su Tian leapt down from the food cart to assist, the two flanking her from either side. Together they pinned Gongzi in place. Even so they struggled, barely holding her back. Wang Xiaoni, this person has lost all shame. She's not worth your anger. Ergo pleaded earnestly. Su Tian added, exactly. Have some skewers to soothe your mood. They're delicious. Gongzi finally drew a long, shuddering breath, then heartbroken by her sister's betrayal returned to the food cart to eat skewers while weeping. Her tears frightened off potential customers. Ergo borrowed two sturdier-looking chairs from the cool noodle vendor, placed them side by side, and said, Wang Xiaoni, please sit. I have no friends left. Gongzi sank onto the double chair and burst into inconsolable sobs. She'd long suspected Yu Lily never regarded her as a true sister. Yet she'd refused to confront reality, because she truly had no friends. Though she'd confided Yu Lily's secrets to Ergo, asking him to warn Su Tian, it was only to shield Su Tian from being tainted by such a toxic woman. Su Tian wore an expression of utter helplessness. No one could foresee such a turn. No friends left. No one wants to play with me anymore. Gongzi wept like a child, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all right. If she won't be your friend, Ergo and I, and Long Long and Xiao Kuli, will gladly be yours. Su Tian spoke with quiet sincerity. Instantly Gongzi's sobs ceased. She stared at Su Tian, eyes wide with astonished delight. Really? You don't mind that I'm overweight? Ergo replied, so what if you are? Plump girls bring fortune. Absolutely. We want to be your friends. Ergo add Xiaoni's WeChat and invite her to our dorm group. Let's become lifelong brothers in arms. Alright, I'll add her right now. Su Tian grinned. Just tell Long Long not to post those beauty pictures in the group anymore. At that, Gongzi laughed. Treat me like one of the guys. No need to treat me as a girl. I enjoy looking at beautiful women too. But were Long Long's beauty pictures truly innocent? They were lewd images shared from gossip groups, far from wholesome. Ergo added Gongzi's WeChat and invited her into the dorm group. Simultaneously, he messaged Long Long and Xiao coolly recounting everything that had unfolded that night. Both Long Long and Xiao coolly were utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? Their long-time teasing target, Gongzi, had just officially joined their circle. Ergo saw Gongzi had sent a red envelope. He tapped it open and instantly snatched 102. Brother gang, you're incredibly generous. Hearing the new title, Gongzi blinked, speechless. Su Tian burst into laughter. Damn, it's absurd. Xiaoni sent a 200 red envelope, yet I only grabbed 0. 10 1 Jiao. This red envelope algorithm is broken. The system clearly had flaws. With a chuckle, Gongzi opened his mouth to laugh. After finishing the boiled skewers, she asked seriously, Su Tian, do you really have any difficulties in life? I can lend you money, any amount you need. Su Tian jokingly raised a finger. 1 million. Sure, I can manage that. Wow. Ergo was taken aback, dumbfounded. You can manage 1 million. Su Tian was startled. Sorry, I was just joking. I'm only setting up a stall to train myself before graduation. I don't really have any difficulties. Thank you for your kindness. Oh, I see. If you have difficulties, you must tell me, Gongzi said thoughtfully. I'm very happy today. Oh, I made new friends. Su Tian Lu, you thank you both. They'll treat you to dinner another day. Classmate Wang Xiaoni, what business does your family do? Ergo asked with curiosity. What kind of family can casually say 1 million? I can manage that. After Gongzi left, Ergo marveled. No wonder she eats so well. No ordinary family could afford to raise her. Her family must be wealthy. Su Tian sighed and smiled. Well, let's not call her fat. Gongzi. Wang Xiaoni has her struggles too. Her intelligence and temperament seem like that of a middle schooler or even an elementary schooler. I feel the same way, but how did she get into college being so clueless? I'm not sure, but rich second-generation kids in Longshan likely have connections to get into local universities, just like Long Long. Haha, alright. Su Tian patted Ergo on the shoulder, advising. Brother Go, Gongzi is definitely a rich lady. Marrying her would save you at least 30 years of hard work. Your son wouldn't even need to struggle. You could just relax. Damn. Ergo spat out a mouthful of mineral water, his tone trembling. Don't scare me like that. Oh, I have my limits too. Hey, race, a piece of advice in youth. One doesn't realize the value of a rich lady mistaking a girl for treasure. In youth, one doesn't know the taste of soft rice, mistaking youth for wasted opportunities. Brother Go, life is short. If you can take shortcuts, you should. Stop right there. Business is coming. Selling your boiled skewers. Ergo hurriedly waved his hands. Gongzi and Wang Xiaoni had been crying by the food cart, their sobbing dissuading some customers. At that moment, some customers started to order skewers one after another. The delicious boiled skewers were addictive, captivating those who ate them, even making them weep with joy. Today, 500 more skewers were prepared than yesterday. Even so, by midnight, everything was sold out. The ingredients were still insufficient. The uncle frying the cold noodles was still busy. Not only were there fried rice, but also cold noodles, and fried river rice. Su Tian and Ergo each had a bowl of fried river rice, happily enjoying their night snack. Brother Go, you can't go back to the dorm, right? Come stay at my place for the night. The guest room is empty, just for you. Su Tian shouted. Ergo shook his head. No, I'm going straight to the internet cafe for an all-nighter. Long Long and Xiao Ku are already heading there. Suit yourself. Su Tian, while eating the fried river rice, didn't forget to compliment. Uncle, your cooking is really great. Haha, young man, there are few like you who are willing to set up stalls to earn money. Su Tian laughed and said, they'll take another portion to go, no chili, and add an extra egg. Sure. When Su Tian returned home, Lin Weier was dozing on the sofa wearing skewers, as she was too scared to go to the bedroom. When the baby woke up and couldn't see her, he didn't cry or fuss. As soon as he saw her with his big eyes, he started to cry. After hearing the baby's cries, she went back to the bedroom to check if he needed a diaper change or if he was hungry. Why are you still dressing the skewers? Su Tian said with concern. On the coffee table lay a pile of prepared ingredients for boiled skewers, beef, chicken, tofu rolls, tofu puffs, quail eggs, and more. Lin Weier smiled. I'm bored. You're working so hard, I have to help out. I can't accompany you to set up the stall, so I'll just prepare everything. Hurry up and pack it into the fridge. Su Tian was deeply moved as he neatly placed the skewers into bags and organized them in the fridge. The fried river rice is still warm, a little foodie, eat it quickly. He bent down and opened the takeout box. Wow, it smells so good. But you just said you wanted to lose weight. She pursed her lips. Su Tian stretched lazily. Go ahead and eat, the fat on your belly didn't accumulate in a day. Eating one more late-night snack won't add much weight. Skipping one meal won't lose much, so just eat. That makes sense. Lin Weier nodded in agreement. Actually, her determination to lose weight was wavering. Late-night delicious snacks were hard to resist. She had no defense against the temptation of food. My parents are urging me to bring my boyfriend home quickly. Su Tian, are you ready to go home with me? Su Tian smiled. I've been ready for a long time. We'll return home the day before May Day. Oh, I see, Lin Weier nodded. Su Tian asked, is your dad very scary? Does he have a foul temper? Not really, he's quite cool in front of outsiders, but very gentle with me and Schwer. His cooking skills are amazing, he's a super chef in our family. Ever since we bumped into Lin's father last time, while shopping, Lin Weier has been urged every day to bring her boyfriend home. Lin's mother, using various reasons Schwer misses him, we're having a big dinner at home today, has been video calling her to see what kind of man she is living with. In fact, Lin's father has already met him, but Lin's mother has not met him and keeps urging her. That reassures me. Ew, I just worry about your dad using the excuse that I kidnapped his daughter to beat me with a belt. Don't worry, that won't happen. With the teacher around, no one dares to bully you. On April 20th, at 9 in the morning, Su Tian was awakened by a phone call from his mother. His sleep schedule was somewhat disrupted. He had woken up several times in the middle of the night and needed to catch up on sleep in the morning. Su Tian, guess what shop your father has taken over? Su's father was thinking of saving money to buy a house for his son. Knowing his son was always stubborn, he simply spent 1,000 yuan to take over a shop to make it convenient for Su Feng to take care of the 3 babies. What kind of shop? My dad isn't doing carpentry anymore. Su Tian asked helplessly. Fooling around. A baby store. Your dad said the little grandkids won't have to worry about milk powder in the future. He sprang up. Su Tian instantly woke up and sat up from the bed with a start. A baby store? Children's products. Su Tian thought his father had gone crazy. Su's mother laughed and said, your father doesn't know this business. He contacted your brother Su Feng's friendly shout-out for help. He also runs a baby store and has ready-made supply channels. From today on, the grandkids' milk powder, diapers, toys, baby products, and clothes from 1 to 4 years old. The baby's grandpa will take care of all of them. This way it can save you and wire some money. Since it was a WeChat video call, Su Tian put it on speaker. Lin Weier, who had just finished washing and drying her hair, was stunned. She couldn't help but swallow and pursed her red lips. Su Tian, uncle, opened a baby store. Lin Weier squinted her almond eyes and asked incredulously, oh my god. Just to save some money for her and Su Tian. This can definitely save a lot. Right now, just diapers and change pads cost at least 1,600 yuan a month. And those disposable change pads, you have to buy better ones. A 1,600 is far from enough. At least 2,000. Not to mention milk powder, baby powder, and all sorts of other things. Lin Weier's monthly teacher salary was far from enough to cover the baby's daily expenses. Of course, the two didn't lower their standards. The baby's supplies were all mid to high-end. They dared not use anything too cheap. Mom, dad is too reckless. Su Tian couldn't stop laughing. His father was really fierce, really knew how to save money for his son. Oh, Su Tian, when you have time, come to the store and take a look. See what the little grandkids need, just take it back. Where's the shop? Next to Mom's flower shop in Happy Community. Su Tian frowned. Mom, aren't you running the flower shop anymore? It's still open. Your Aunt Wei helps sell flowers. We've agreed to pay Aunt Wei a salary of 4,000 a month. Su's mother continued. Your brother brought his daughter and son to help sell at the baby store yesterday, and they earned 4,000. Earned that much? We had a promotion for the opening, and also because your nieces Xin and Yan are cute, they were little models in the store. When customers saw the sisters looked good in the clothes, they kept picking the same styles. Xin and Yan were indeed very cute. The customers picked out all the same styles the sisters were wearing. His brother Su Feng then had his daughter put on another outfit to be a little model. The effect was astonishing. The 4-year-old children's clothes sold out in a flash. When you have time, treat Aunt's family to a meal. Already treated them. The two families live in the same community. Your aunt and I often eat together. Today is Sunday, your brother said. He'll bring his daughter to help at the store. You should come to see what the little grandkids need. Okay, I'll head over with Weier later. The babies are almost 2 months old. They've grown chubby and super cute. They can be baby models too. Go on, don't let mom's little grandkids catch a cold. The weather is so nice it's fine. Let me hang up now, I'll come over later. The call ended. Lin Weier laughed and praised, Uncle and Aunt are really amazing, they actually opened a baby store. Alas, parents' hearts are always for their children. They want to save money for their son. Life is too hard. Su Tian sighed, but a smile couldn't stop from spreading at the corners of his mouth. Hurry up and wash up and eat breakfast. I haven't had the braised noodles and lamb trotters from the first bowl under heaven in a long time. Father opening a baby store for mother moved Su Tian deeply. This move of his dad's was mainly to lighten his burden of raising the babies. After all, the wholesale price of milk powder, diapers, and a series of baby products would definitely be cheaper than in stores. Especially milk powder, unlike vegetables and meat prices, the price is not transparent at all, at least 50% profit. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, Su Tian changed the baby's diapers and clothes and wrapped Bao and Bao in small quilts. Lin Weier held Sambao Ainen. They didn't bring diapers, and such as mom's baby store definitely had everything. Old Town Happy Community. At the community entrance next to Xiaoxiao Flower Shop, the store sign had been changed. Xiaoxiao Baby Products. It was still named after his mother. Su's mother was selecting baby clothes for a customer when she saw Su Tian and Lin Weier carrying the babies into the store. Xiao Tian, there's a baby stroller for the little grandkids over there. They can lie down. Auntie, you're so amazing, Lin Weier praised. Su's mother was all smiles. Your uncle wanted to save some money for Xiao Tian and you, so he opened a baby store. Actually, you don't need to. You're working too hard. Xiao Tian and I have enough money to raise Cancan, Nuanyuan, and Ainen. Quickly put the babies in the stroller. Su Tian had already placed Bao and Bao in the double-seat baby stroller. Ah yeah, Nuanyuan opened her eyes and let out a baby voice. Cancan's big gray eyes curiously looked around the store. Ah yeah, Ainen's big eyes spotted the little frog toy on the nearby shelf. Excitedly, her little feet kicked the air with force. There, you're the sharpied one. Su Tian gave Ainen a mua kiss. He placed the little frog on her chest. Her chubby little hands squeezed it tightly. New store opening, 10% off. 3 pieces of clothing total 220 yuan. Su's mother said with a smile. WeChat payment received 220 yuan. Su's mother smiled. Come again next time. Sure, auntie. The young woman led 2 3-year-old boys out of. Su's mother quickly asked, Weier, take a look at what the little grandkids need. Even though she was the baby's grandmother, Lin Weier still felt embarrassed. She chuckled and said, Annie, actually the baby's supplies are always enough. Oh dear, it's the baby's grandfather who insisted on opening a baby store to make it convenient for the little grandkids' daily needs. Don't be polite. Su Tian scanned the store. There were 4 rows of shelves with baby clothes in the middle, milk powder on one side, and toys and diapers and other daily necessities on the other side. His eyes fell on the milk powder on the shelf. Mom, how much profit is there on a 600 yuan can of milk powder? Su's mother looked around. No customers were coming in. She lowered her voice and said, bought at 200, of profit so high. Su Tian was taken aback. Lin Weier's eyes were a bit dazed. So much profit. Let me search on JD.com. She opened her phone and searched for the same brand of milk powder on JD.com, and in the store, the price was actually 620 yuan. It was even 20 yuan more expensive than in the store. At that moment, Su Feng arrived with his 3 daughters and 1 son. Xiao Dai and Xiao Chun were sitting in a stroller. Xin and Yin Yin each held a popsicle, happily eating their little pudding treats. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie, Lin Weier laughed. You 2 little girls, you can't call me Annie anymore. She had previously discussed with her best friend Chen Yuchu to have Xin and Yin Yin call her Annie, because she was a bit older than Chen Yuchu and they were good sisters. Now that she had become Su Tian's wife, naturally they couldn't call her Annie anymore. Why? Yin Yin asked. Su Feng laughed and said, because your auntie married dad's younger brother, so now you should call her aunt-in-law. The 2 little girls' heads were spinning. Xin obediently called out, hello, aunt-in-law. Hello. Su Tian bent down to tease Yin Yin. Uncle, take a bite of your popsicle, okay? No. The little girl snorted, protectively ran to the side, worried that Su Tian would snatch her popsicle. She quickly put the popsicle into her little mouth and bit it down faster and faster until it was all eaten. And how many pieces of the new style clothing did you get in? Su Feng asked. Su's mother smiled, a full 60. That's decent. Xin Yin Yin, go upstairs with your mother to change clothes. Got it. The 2 nieces were very obedient. Chen Yuchu took the short sleeves pants, jacket, and shoes that Su's mother handed her and went up to the 2nd floor. Being a little model isn't easy. Mom, are there really so many people coming in to buy kids' clothes? Su Tian asked. This was neither a shopping mall nor a chain brand mother-ran baby store, but an ordinary shop. Su's mother smiled and said, of course there are. Your brother's restaurant is an internet-famous one with a huge crowd of customers waiting in line. I've been handing out flyers since yesterday, and your brother also helped promote it in his customer groups. Lots of people have come to shop. I see. Su Tian nodded. His cousin's restaurant business was indeed booming. Food bloggers often visited, and every day there were mountains of customers waiting in line. With his cousin's promotion, any shop could thrive. Bro, thank you so much. Su Tian hugged Su Feng excitedly. Su Feng chuckled. Don't mention it. Your mother is my aunt. It's only right to help promote. Still, I need to thank you. This shop was opened by Auntie for you and teacher Xiaolin to cover the daily expenses for Nuanyuan and Anan when they were little. You have to work twice as hard. Su Tian grinned happily with Weier around. Do I even need to work hard? Su Feng teased. You're so shameless about living off your wife. Elder brother Su Feng's life wasn't easy. He not only had to support a family of 6. He had even moved his mother-in-law's entire family to Dragon City, bringing them into the restaurant business. They all made money. His character was absolutely reliable, a true all-rounder. Annie, let me pick out a few outfits for the babies to change into. They can be models too. Lin Weier said affectionately, holding Su's mother's arm. Su's mother shook her head with a smile. No need, the little ones are still too small. It's fine. The weather is so nice. They don't understand anything, you just let them lie in the stroller for the customers to see. At Lin Weier's insistence, Su's mother selected some short sleeves and pants for the babies at 2 months old along with cute little hats. Wow, so adorable. Daddy gives you a kiss. Su Tian bent down and planted a moi on Cancan's cheek. The little piggy was drowsily dozing off. Su Feng, on the other hand, changed the clothes of the 11-month-old Xiaochen and Xiaodai. Just then a young woman entered the shop. Hello, do you have baby bottles? The baby is 3 months old. Su's mother smiled and said, yes, I recommend this curved baby bottle. When the baby is 3 months old, they have more strength and better grip. With this bottle, the baby will be more adept at feeding. The woman glanced at the formula, but her gaze was fixed on Nuanyuan and Anan, as well as Xiaochen and Xiaodai. The 5 little babies lay in a row on the strollers wearing beautiful little clothes, and their cuteness was unmatched among baby circles. Oh my God, 5 babies. So cute, so beautiful. Are they all yours? The woman looked at Lin Weier. Lin Weier laughed. No, I gave birth to 3 little ones. Triplets. So pretty. How old are they? Almost 2 months. Chubby little faces, so adorable. Do you have the same blue short sleeves he's wearing in stock? Lin Weier nodded yes. How old is your baby? 3 months old. Babies grow fast, so it's better to buy a larger size. Su's mother had already fetched the clothes. Most of the women who came here were mothers, and they found common topics to chat about. The woman bought diapers, the same short sleeves, and little hat that Cancan wore along with little pants, and also picked out many toys. Chen Yuchu brought Xin and Yin down after changing. The 2 adorable little girls played with toy cars at the shop entrance while the 6 babies lay by the counter, melting the hearts of the mothers who came to shop. So cute and lovely. Su Tian sighed with emotion. My son and daughter can be models. Weier, see what the little ones need. Toys, clothes. Pick more. Lin Weier nodded. Auntie, I won't be polite then. You child, this mother and baby store was open for the little. Lin Weier selected some clothes, diapers, and baby wipes. The diapers and baby wipes at home were almost used up. She also picked out a few more outfits, then conscientiously asked Mother Su about the prices of diapers, formula, and clothes, silently noting them down. Most customers who came to the mother and baby store were buying diapers. Customers came in an endless stream, and the mother and baby store's business was surprisingly good. Lin Weier was naturally lively and generous, not exactly a salesperson who could talk endlessly about products. But she was no less effective. She could grasp the customer's psychology. As a mother herself, she was very attentive to baby products, especially since most mothers nowadays were from the post-90s generation, willing to spend money on their babies. She also had a knack for reading people. Before she got pregnant, she always wore high-end fashionable clothes, so she could tell if a female customer was wealthy. With a single glance, she knew if the customer's clothes were expensive. Then Lin Weier would specifically introduce some pricier formula clothes and baby products. The morning was a flurry of endless activity. Her cousin's 4 adorable babies plus Su Tian's own 3. The adorable assault of 7 babies made some new fathers exclaim they couldn't handle it. Bye, they had to spend. Su Tian stayed by the baby's side the whole time, changing each baby's diaper once. Around noon, the number of customers finally dwindled. While Anan pouted her little mouth. She was hungry. Auntie, is anyone upstairs? Lin Weier asked. Su's mother replied, no, it's empty up there. There are 2 beds for the little ones to rest. Oh, okay. Don't cry, Anan, don't cry. She carried Anan upstairs. The shops on this street all had 2 floors. Cousin Su Feng went back to the restaurant to work, leaving his sister-in-law, Chen Yuchu, to watch the little ones. Mom is going to the flower shop. Your Aunt Wei still has some things to learn. Seeing few customers, Su's mother returned to the flower shop. As soon as Mom left. Hello, do you have that kind of loose-fitting clothes? I mean the kind of mom clothes that can cover you when you go out holding the baby to breastfeed. A short mother holding a 4-month-old baby girl walked into the shop, looking a bit embarrassed, her voice soft, as she inquired. Su Tian smiled and offered service. Yes, you mean a nursing cover, right? Seeing a man selling mother-ran baby products, the mother blushed and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. You mean the nursing cover? Su Tian raised an eyebrow, getting anxious. Damn discrimination against male salespeople. He hurried forward to stop the mother and gave his sister-in-law a signal. Sister-in-law Chun Yuchu greeted her. Hello, you're talking about the nursing cover, also called a breastfeeding cape. Take a look at these two. Okay. The mother smiled and said to Su Tian, sorry, I'm not used to buying mom products from a man. It's okay. Su Tian waved his hand and shrugged. It's fine. Su Tian waved his hand and shrugged. Chun Yuchu smiled. I recommend this black one. Whether you're traveling or taking the baby out shopping, you can use it. It allows you to breastfeed your baby anytime, anywhere. Oh, how much is it? The mother asked happily. As a new mom, she had never known, as she just wanted to buy some loose clothes. She didn't realize there was actually a nursing cover. This one is 88. This one is 68. Everything is marked. There's a 10 discount for the new store opening promotion. If you spend over 800, you get the 10 discount, and after the discount, you get an additional 50 off. The discount and the spending reduction can be applied together. After all, women are women and mothers are mothers. The sister-in-law chatted with the mother for a long time. The mother ended up buying a full 800 yuan worth of baby essentials. After the discount and reduction, she only paid 670. Before the promotion, Su's mother must have calculated the profit after the discount and reduction. So Su Tian wasn't worried about that. Can you help me carry these to my car? It's parked by the roadside. Sure, no problem. Su Tian said with a hearty laugh. He helped the mother carry the baby products to the car. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. A few words and she bought. Xiao Tian, you must treat Weier well. Otherwise your teacher won't forgive you. This was a real teacher. She had taught him for a few months in senior year. By noon, Su Tian prepared formula for the babies, and the same brand they drank was available in the store. And then finished her milk and fell asleep upstairs. Lin Weier, feeling uneasy alone, asked Su Tian to bring Can and Wan up to the second floor of the mother and baby store. The little cuties became small models, spending the entire morning in the baby stroller, which made Su Tian's heart ache. In truth, they didn't understand anything, yet unaware that their parents were starting to take them to their grandparents' mother and baby store to earn money as baby models. Weier, what do you want to eat? They'll go to my brother's store to get some food. Lin Weier was also tired, lying on the bed while coaxing the two babies to sleep. Anan had already sweetly entered dreamland. Anan is dreaming. Lin Weier raised her finger and quietly shushed Su Tian. She saw the little cutie with her eyes closed, a smile on her lips, occasionally letting out cute sounds like aha and giggle. It was unclear what Anan was dreaming about, but her laughter made the tough-hearted Su Tian's heart melt. She probably dreamed of daddy singing to her, Su Tian said proudly. You watch the babies and he'll go eat. It's better to have the food served in a bowl. Actually, she secretly wanted to eat spicy food. She was a bit afraid Su Tian wouldn't let her. Since getting pregnant, she hadn't eaten spicy food. A little bit should be fine, right? Lin Weier and Chun Yuchu returned to the best bowl in the world, where business was good and customers were lining up in an orderly fashion. Naturally, the two of them cut in line. Lin Weier asked the kitchen to put a little less chili. As she took her first bite of the spicy mixed noodles, a wave of guilt surged within her, and she softly said, I won't eat any more choo-choo. How about exchanging it for another bowl? If you went to another restaurant and made that request, the boss would make you order again. Chun Yuchu rolled her eyes at her best friend. Lin Weier chuckled. I just feel like eating spicy food would let down San Bao. Dr. Wang Meili had advised her. During breastfeeding, eating spicy food is prohibited. Chun Yuchu was savoring spicy lamb trotters, and the fragrant trotters made Lin Weier drool. They smelled so good. However, she was still breastfeeding and absolutely definitely couldn't eat spicy food. She secretly swallowed her saliva, took a deep breath, and reminded herself to resist the temptation of spicy lamb trotters. Chun Yuchu looked at her best friend's conflicted expression and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaowei, it's fine to eat a little. I also had spicy food occasionally while breastfeeding, and the babies are very healthy. Who knows? Everyone's body constitution is different. Lin Weier retorted. Chu-Chu, you're the best. Please help me get another bowl of lamb noodles from the kitchen. All right, I'll eat this bowl for you. Thank you, Chu-Chu, the big eater. Lin Weier smiled happily. When Chun Yuchu brought a bowl of lamb noodles to the table, Lin Weier's eyes lit up. Chu-Chu, thank you. One thank you is enough, Xiao Wei. We are now relatives. You are my sister-in-law now. I guess it is, Lin Weier thought for a moment. She had married her best friend's husband's younger brother, so hadn't she become relatives with her best friend? Oh my, this is too scary. The two of them went from best friends to relatives, and her best friend became her sister-in-law. She became her best friend's sister-in-law. The more I think about it, the funnier it becomes. Lin Weier chuckled as she took a sip of lamb soup. Chen Yuchu munched on the lamb trotters. Isn't it funny? Haha, it's hilarious. Sister-in-law Xiao Wei, why don't you call me sister? Uffed. Lin Weier almost spat her lamb soup out, wiped her mouth with a tissue and smiled. I can't say it, I'll just call you Chu Chu. The two had been classmates in college and were also roommates. This fate truly is something else. After having lunch, Lin Weier returned to the second floor of the mother and baby store, and the two took turns to eat at her cousin's restaurant. Challenged to eat a bowl of smoky spicy noodles, Su Tian announced. Her cousin introduced the smoky spicy noodles, stating that anyone who finishes within 10 minutes not only eats for free, but also receives a reward of 100 yuan. Okay, the cashier asked, do you need anything else? We have lamb trotters, beef, chicken feet, cold dishes, and liangpi. Add a liangpi. You just need to pay for the liangpi first. Seeing Su Tian preparing to pay her sister-in-law, Chen Yuchu quickly smiled and said, Xiao Tian, no need to pay, go find a spot and wait for your food. No need to be polite, I'll treat you and my brother to dinner tonight. It seemed that today they wouldn't be able to set up a stall. There were already skewers prepared in the fridge, so setting up tomorrow wouldn't be late. Su Tian found a spot. Sir, is the spot next to you taken? No, just vacated. Then I'll share. Su Tian sat down. The old man was scrolling through Douyin, seriously watching beautiful women dancing, seemingly a regular at the restaurant, who always took an hour to eat, enjoying the air conditioning and Wi-Fi, while being quite familiar with her cousin Su Feng. Not bad, the old man commented. He swiped to the next video. It turned out to be a video of beautiful legs in black stockings. Su Tian. Your smoky spicy noodles and liangpi are ready. Su Tian was stunned. Goodness, this bowl is bigger than a person's head, and the portion is substantial. Do you want to time it? The waitress asked, knowing that Su Tian was the boss relative. No need, I'll time it myself. You go ahead and get busy, Andy. All right. The waitress nodded and turned to serve other customers, but when she saw old Wang enjoying himself while watching beautiful leg videos, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. This old man spends all day in the restaurant oblivious to others while watching women dancing. Haha, can this old thing still get excited? Su Tian opened her stopwatch on her phone, challenging her cousin's signature spicy noodles. She could eat spicy food exceptionally well and wanted to see if she could finish a bowl of noodles the size of a head in 10 minutes. Su Tian first took a bite of liangpi to cool her throat. Then she mixed the spicy noodles. The small chili, chopped chili and bell pepper were stir-fried with beef, mixed with the chewy noodles. Su Tian quickly dipped the noodles, and it was all right when it went in her mouth. The next second, as her teeth chewed the noodles, a wave of chili fire rushed to her throat, wildly stimulating her taste buds. Even though it was spicy, her mouth didn't stop, furiously shoveling more noodles into it. The old man stopped watching the beautiful videos and stared blankly at Su Tian as she devoured the spicy noodles. At the 8-minute mark, there was only one noodle left in the bowl. The liangpi was half gone. Although he wasn't fat, his appetite was enormous. Wow. You eat noodles like it's a matter of life and death. Wow, are your lips swollen from the spice? This young person. Wow, you're so bold. Su Tian finished the last noodle, feeling like her mouth wasn't her own anymore, as if bitten by a snake, completely numb from the spice. The old man praised, young man, you can really handle spicy food. Wow. Su Tian grinned. It's all right, the flavor of the chili is really good. Yet deep down a thought arose, why not open a food restaurant as well? In the afternoon, Su Tian no longer had the 3 little cuties model for him. He helped his mother distribute flyers for the grand opening of their new store. At the same time, he suggested that his mother create a WeChat customer group and post the group's QR code on the wall. As long as customers shop in the store, they can recommend parents to join the WeChat customer group and inform them that the maternal and infant store occasionally holds promotions offering discounts and small gifts. If they are unwilling to join the group, it's okay. Let these young parents compare prices at other maternal and infant stores. Customers will definitely be willing to join the group. As long as there is a stable customer base, the business can absolutely thrive. Su Tian also told his mother that as long as they purchase 500 yuan worth of baby products, the store offers free delivery service. In business, one naturally needs to have a certain mindset. Just finding a local delivery person will do. At night, Su Tian invited his cousin Su Feng and sister-in-law Chen Yuchu's family for grilled fish. The stall income has reached 2,600. April 28th morning. Lin Weier's childhood friend is coming over. Additionally, they plan to go back to Lin Weier's house together tomorrow. They need to bring the 3 little babies home, so Su Tian doesn't plan to set up a stall at the food street tonight. The profit from boiling skewers is very high, one person can handle it perfectly. That's really impressive. Lin Weier was amazed at Su Tian earning 20,000 in just 10 days. It would take her a long time to save up that much salary. Su Tian smiled proudly. I'm still far from it. When I earn 1,000 a day, that would truly be impressive. That's just bragging. Lin Weier pouted. Can selling snacks at a stall really earn 1,000 in a day? That would require selling 20,000 worth of food just to earn that much. But you have to have dreams. Lin Weier waved her small fist. Xiao Tian, I want to personally cook lunch for my childhood friends, those sisters who go crazy and have fun together. Are you trying to poison your best friend? Get lost. Lin Weier cursed, playfully punching the man's chest. Su Tian took her soft little hand. I'll make lunch a delicious feast that will make your good friend whom I haven't met yet envious, so she can see what a good man and husband you found. That's a good idea. She was slightly excited. Yutong will definitely be super envious. However, I want to use this opportunity to learn some cooking skills. Tomorrow, I'll make fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken for Shuer. Those are her favorite dishes. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Weier raised her brows. You can't take advantage of me with your words. If we're not married, you're not really my husband. She shyly said the word husband. Then let's get the certificate. Lin Weier let go of his hand and urged go quickly to buy the ingredients for fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken. Su Tian really worries about her friend. And the future little sister-in-law. Teacher Lin has a good appetite, but her cooking skills are quite poor. If I assist him in cooking, it's unlikely to go wrong, but I can't guarantee it will taste good. Su Tian went downstairs, and within 3 minutes a knock sounded at the door. Coming San Bao, and then was munching on milk. Lin Weier wrapped the loose shirt around the baby's body, and the little cutie pressed against her mother's belly, happily drinking milk. She first looked through the peephole of the door, and upon seeing her childhood friend Zhang Yutong, dared to open. Wow, Weiwei, long time no see. A chubby woman about 1.6 meters tall, weighing around 110, with a round head and braided hair, walked into the room. She was as enthusiastic as fire and immediately wanted to hug Lin Weier. Get lost, you. Lin Weier dodged. How could she hug while feeding the baby? With that dodge, the little cutie's milk spilled out, and she choked on it. Don't cry, and is sorry. Lin Weier hurriedly patted her back. And then, still a bit dazed, continued to eat happily, drinking her milk. This. Opening the door was a shock. Weiwei, are you feeding the little baby? Zhang Yutong was astonished, her brain slightly dazed. The two hadn't seen each other in nearly a year. She had always thought Lin Weier was studying for her doctorate in Jintian City. This was a direct shock upon opening the door. Yutong, I will explain to you later. Please sit on the sofa first while I finish feeding Sanbao. Sanbao. Zhang Yutong was stunned, quickly sitting up from the sofa. You. Weiwei, not only are you living with a man, but you also got pregnant and had a baby. You. The baby in your arms is Sanbao. Does that mean there's also Dabao and Airbao? How many did you have? Looking at Zhang Yutong, whose eyes were wide open in shock and mouth agape, Lin Weier smirked proudly. If you want me to guess this kind of thing, how many did you really have? 3. Wow. Zhang Yutong exclaimed, astonished. You're like an old sow giving birth to a whole litter. You're really impressive. Immediately she walked around Lin Weier. With a butt this big, I always said you'd definitely have sons if you found a man. Did you really have 3 little chicks? Lin Weier retorted, you're the little chick. I had 1 son and 2 daughters. Don't be mad. While I'm complimenting you, praising you. Zhang Yutong hurriedly waved her hands. Lin Weier returned to the room, with Sanbao now finished with milk. However, just as she separated Sanbao's little mouth, the next second a gurgling sound echoed. Gurgle, gurgle. Sanbao, with her eyes closed, was happily eating. Sanbao hasn't finished eating yet. Lin Weier felt a bit speechless about her daughter. Why is she holding it without eating? Is there really such a thing as bullying mother? For some reason, Sanbao has been drinking breast milk unusually fast lately. Dabao and Airbao drink 6 times a day, while Sanbao and needs at least 7 times, sometimes even 8. Breastfeeding 1 baby is quite sufficient. She also wanted to share the breast milk with Dabao and Airbao, but the older siblings had already gotten used to formula. Thinking about it, she might as well save all the breast milk for the mischievous and impressive tisk, the man's pajamas on the bay window. Lin Weier, you've really made it. Last year, you were still a 25-year-old single virgin, and this year you're cohabiting with a man and have 3 little cuties. Don't say that. Facing her childhood friend Lin Weier, whose skin was originally thick, felt extremely shy hearing her scold her, wanting to find a block of tofu to hide behind. Her eyes narrowed slightly, avoiding the gaze, her expression awkward, yet somewhat bashful, unable to help feeling embarrassed. Daring to do, but not daring to let people talk about it. Zhang Yutong rolled her eyes and asked, did you marry secretly without telling me? No, we haven't held a wedding. Unmarried and pregnant. While Lin Weier huffed, a university lecturer, casually, says, wow, how isn't it because you were shocked? My dear sister Wei Wei, I've long guessed you'd have that expression. Now I'm looking forward to seeing what my mom's reaction will be. Do your uncle and aunt not know you're pregnant and had a baby? You've hidden it quite deep. Zhang Yutong grinned and praised her. I wouldn't dare tell my family about having a baby. With my mother's temperament, once she gets angry it's like a volcanic eruption and I can't withstand it. Haha, this was a carefree childhood friend who only knew how to laugh. What do you plan to do? Zhang Yutong asked. She wasn't worried about Lin Weier being unable to support 3 babies. Just asking her family for some pocket money would be enough to buy milk powder for the babies. My good friend is quite impressive. Luckily she doesn't have a heart condition. Lin Weier smiled. What can I do? We'll take it step by step. Tomorrow I'll bring the babies and their father home. Wei Wei you. Suddenly Zhang Yutong's smile faded. Her expression became serious. Wei Wei, dear sister, you should still tell your uncle and aunt in advance. Bringing 3 kids home without a word is not a surprise but a shock. Is it really that serious? You know full well my parents have been desperate to marry me off. Lin Weier's delicate face flickered with a trace of panic. Shouldn't we just bring the baby home directly? Zhang Yutong chuckled. That's the classic case of the bystander seeing clearly while the one immersed remains blind. Your father yearns for you to marry, yet the moment you truly do, he'll be heartbroken and weep. Hee, Lin Weier giggled. Yutong, my mother complains I eat too much, that I never do housework, that I can't cook, that I'm utterly useless, and that at 26 I still haven't dated or found a partner. She drones on endlessly about how her friend's grandson is already 4 years old enough to fetch parcels and buy soy sauce. If I bring the baby home, my parents ought to set off firecrackers at the gate to celebrate. Haha. Zhang Yutong doubled over with laughter. Mother scolds out of habit, yes, but when the day truly arrives she'll cling to you fiercely. You can't simply march the baby home unannounced. First tell her you've given birth. Oh, you're far too playful. Did she genuinely believe her parents would burst into jubilation the moment she brought her grandchild home? Time had softened them, they needed space to adjust. To spring the baby upon them without warning might well send father and mother Lin into shock. Oh, Lin Weier sighed softly. I hadn't thought it through carefully enough. They'll confess everything to my mother tonight. Exactly right. But why hide your pregnancy from me all this time? I'm your closest kin by marriage after all. Lin Weier noticed Bao had opened his eyes, searching instinctively for his mother. Quietly she tugged Zhang Yutong out of the master bedroom. What are you doing? Shouldn't you tend to him now that he's awake? Shoo. Bao cries only when he calls for me. If I go in now, the moment he sees me he'll burst into tears. Is that so? I don't quite understand. Zhang Yutong puckered her lips. Goodness, her childhood best friend had grown up playing side by side with her, now possessed actual parenting wisdom. This was utterly terrifying. Do you have a photo of the baby's father? Let me take a look. No, none yet. He's gone downstairs to buy groceries and will be back shortly. The 1-month commemorative portraits had long been completed. Lin Weier had asked Su Tian to spend an extra 5,000 yuan, ensuring every photograph was reproduced in 2 identical high-quality sets. One set remained with her, and Su Tian, another went to Su Tian's parents. Tomorrow she would deliver a 3rd set to her own parents, father and mother Lin. Moreover, Su Tian had backed up the original high-resolution images on his phone. Yutong, later I'll showcase my culinary prowess. I'll stir-fry you a plate of fish-flavored shreds of pork. Zhang Yutong recoiled in horror. You're cooking for me? Absolutely. Let's just order takeout instead. No, takeout lacks soul. I insist on cooking for you myself. Practicing on her best friend. Then tomorrow she'd prepare a meal for her younger sister Lin Weier. The apartment is immaculately organized. The sofa, coffee table, floor, kitchen, all spotless. Do you tidy up regularly? Zhang Yutong asked with a smile. Of course. Baby's father works tirelessly each day. I wash his clothes and keep our home in order. TSK, even his underpants. My how time transforms us. A year apart, and you've become truly astonishing. Zhang Yutong teased playfully. She recalled how Lin Weier's mother would often grumble during visits. Can't you lift those delicate little hands and help me with the chores? Zhang Yutong spotted men's t-shirts, short-sleeved shirts, trousers, and even a pair of boxer briefs patterned with 3 cartoon bulls, hanging neatly on the balcony. Truly her best friend's husband possessed impeccable taste. Wei Wei, how long have you and your husband been dating? Tell me, was it love at first sight, or did one of you chase the other? Lin Weier pouted. I won't tell you. And do you wash all the baby's clothes, and the entire family's? Zhang Yutong asked, wide-eyed with astonishment. On the balcony hung tiny garments, pink, blue, white, clustered densely on the drying rack. She remembered clearly her friend had always been notoriously lazy. Sweeping the floor or wiping the table had once been her absolute limit. Of course I do. It's not as if I'm idle. Baby's father tends to him through the night, so I spare him that burden by handling household duties. Oh my, what a paragon of wifely virtue. Still striving toward perfection, Lin Weier lifted her chin like a graceful swan radiating quiet pride. Mention of Su Tian ignited such tender warmth across her features. Her smile luminous, her gaze soft, that Zhang Yutong stared genuinely astounded. What kind of man could inspire such profound devotion in Lin Weier? Weier, how old is your husband? A few years younger than me, a sibling-style romance, delicate to admit, made Lin Weier flush faintly. A few years younger? What does he do for work? He's still a student. You're involved with a high schooler. Get lost. He's no high schooler. He's about to graduate from university. Lin Weier, you sly thing. Dating a younger man, feasting on tender grass. Lin Weier wrinkled her nose. Who's the old cow here? You are. Since he'll graduate soon, he hasn't secured formal employment yet. How will he support you and 3 children? Are you truly planning to rely on your family indefinitely? My husband is extraordinary. He works diligently selling snacks at a street stall every day. He earns over 2,000 yuan daily, nearly 60,000 monthly. Does that sound insufficient to raise 3 children? Daddy Baba is absolutely brilliant. What baby's father? What's his name? Zhang Yutong asked lightly. He says he knows you. And what? I know your husband. Zhang Yutong exclaimed incredulous, her expression spelling out a giant question mark. A soft knock sounded at the door, tap tap. He's back. Lin Weier beamed with delight. Su Tian pushed open the door and entered. Weier, guests have arrived. Su Tian, you took leave to care for your girlfriend during her postpartum confinement, then extended that leave to tend to your newborn. All the way until the week before graduation. Zhang Yutong's voice trembled. She had discussed this very matter with Yun Suixian. Though merely a lecturer herself, while Yun Suixian held the rank of associate professor, she remained intimately familiar with every class representative she taught. Su Tian had requested leave early on. Zhang Yutong's mind went utterly blank. After a long stunned silence, her face contorted with disbelief. You said you were caring for your girlfriend during confinement. That was Weiwei. She gave birth last month. She's your girlfriend, and you're the father of her 3 children. She felt utterly dazed. Her best friend, brazenly wooing the campus heartthrob of the Institute of Technology. That's right, Su Tian replied, cheerfully carrying lunch ingredients into the kitchen. Weier, please entertain Teacher Zhang. We'll start preparing dinner. Still reeling, Zhang Yutong murmured numbly, Su Tian, do you know Lin Weier is my childhood best friend? We've been inseparable since childhood. Our bond runs deep. Ha! Weier already told me. How did you two even meet? Zhang Yutong's voice quivered. Her words trailed off, trembling with disbelief. Su Tian grinned and said, Weier is my high school teacher, my sister-in-law's best friend. We've known each other for a long time, and we even served as best man and bridesmaid together. Hearing this, Zhang Yutong was stunned. Weiwei, Su Tian, are you two having a teacher-student romance? Hearing the words, teacher-student romance, Lin Weier blushed. I never taught Xiaotian. When he was in high school, his teacher was on leave, and I occasionally substituted for his class. Does that count as being his teacher? How can it not count? No, it doesn't count. Lin Weier shook her head. Teacher-student romance, so embarrassing. Still shy? If you dare to do it, you should dare to admit it. Teacher-student romance, sister-brother romance, Weiwei, you're something else. Teacher Zhang, you should find a boyfriend soon. None of your business. You even dare to seduce your teacher's best friend. As Su Tian's lecturer, she spoke in a very imposing tone. I'm destined to be entangled with teachers in this life. Su Tian sighed leisurely. They'll go cook. Zhang Yutong was surprised the study committee member can cook. Of course, otherwise how can I raise my Weier to be plump and fair? Su Tian joked. Lin Weier was speechless at the man. Did he have to show off even this? Sure enough, Zhang Yutong smelled the sour stench of love beginning to fill the air enough to make her oh my Weier raised to be plump and fair. Gosh, these words are so cheesy, and he actually said them out loud. Lin Weier introduced softly. Xiaotian, this is my childhood best friend. Yutong Xiaotian is the baby's father, my boyfriend. Got it. Su Tian smiled. The child's mother is shy. I'm not shy. Su Tian took her hand and walked to the kitchen. He'll teach you how to cook hand in hand. Okay, Lin Weier said shyly. Her best friend was still there. But since it was Zhang Yutong, she didn't. She wanted to show off her love fiercely in front of her best friend to make her angry. Sure enough, Zhang Yutong stood alone in the living room feeling a bit disheveled like a mess in the wind. What's going on? Showing off so blatantly. Lin Weier, look at your sweet expression. She was really jealous. Yutong, wait a moment, Su Tian is teaching me to cook. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhang Yutong watched the two's intimate scene, biting her lip and waving her hand in anger. Su Tian said gently, "I'll cut the shredded meat, you cut the shredded hot peppers with ear mushrooms and shredded lettuce." Oh, Su Tian finished cutting the shredded meat. He mixed an egg, starch, salt, soy sauce, and stirred evenly. Lin Weier clumsily cut the shredded hot peppers. She cut extremely slowly, holding the kitchen knife awkwardly. Slow down, don't cut your hand. Su Tian frowned. The moment Lin Weier held the kitchen knife, Su Tian felt she wasn't going to cut vegetables. He only felt that the fierce woman was about to use the knife to chop someone. I'm already slow enough. After preparing the ingredients for Yuxiang Ro, they prepared gong bao jiding. Peanuts, chopped scallion whites into small sections, diced chicken breast. After everything was ready, they heated oil in the pan. Wire, last time you made fried eggs, after washing the pan you need to wipe it dry. There must be no water droplets. If there's water in the pan, adding oil will cause it to splatter. Oh, so that's it. Lin Weier suddenly understood. She really didn't know much about cooking. The oil temperature is about right. Pour in the shredded meat. Lin Weier shook her head in panic. I dare not pour. I'll teach you. Su Tian smiled faintly. He grabbed her soft right hand and gently poured the shredded meat into the pan. Then simply use chopsticks to separate the shredded meat, otherwise it will stick together. Lin Weier's pretty face blushed, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. Feeling the man's body temperature, especially with her childhood best friend sitting on the sofa, even her ears were covered in a flush of red. So shy, so embarrassing. Su Tian's little heart pounded rapidly. He was taller than Lin Weier. Lin Weier was at home breastfeeding, wearing a large, loose, short-sleeve shirt. Pressed against Lin Weier, he could see a glimpse of her snowy white chest. A faintly visible patch of pale skin, inspiring endless imagination. Is it ready? Is the shredded meat fried yet? Lin Weier asked. Su Tian laughed. Take it out. Oh, she took out the shredded meat. Zhang Yutong glanced at the two, clenching her chubby fists in anger. Too blatant, no consideration for her single status. Especially since Su Tian was so handsome. But Lin Weier was also stunningly beautiful. Looking at them sideways, the handsome and pretty pair really matched well, with a bit of a couple resemblance. Lin Weier was 170 centimeters tall, Su Tian 182 centimeters, perfect height proportion. After stir-frying the Yuxiang Ro, Lin Weier was already sweating all over her face. It's too hot, Su Tian, stand aside. Actually, she was too embarrassed. She felt that the big idiot was leering at her chest. When she was breastfeeding the baby, she didn't avoid him, but he still hadn't seen enough. Even while cooking, he kept looking so embarrassing for her. Men are all animals, their perspective is different, so the feeling is naturally different. Oh, okay, Su Tian took a deep breath. After stir-frying the Yuxiang Ro and gong bao jiding, they started cooking the spicy hot pot. At home, they had beef fish balls, shrimp dumplings, bean sprouts, and some vegetables. They'll cook the spicy hot pot. You prepare the baby's formula. Oh, after feeding the first and second baby's formula, the two little ones slept soundly. The third baby, Anan, wasn't sleeping. Su Tian picked her up and placed her in a stroller, pushing it beside the coffee table. The dining table was just for show. Yutong, help yourself to the food. You're the guest, Lin Weier said. It looks pretty good, but... Are these shredded hot peppers? Why are they so thick? Lin Weier glared. Do you want to eat or not? Yes. Zhang Yutong didn't stand on ceremony, picking up a chopstick of Yuxiang Ro first. Not bad, delicious, really delicious. The meat is very tender. Zhang Yutong praised. Lin Weier smiled smugly. Xiao Ocean's cooking is amazing, even better than hotel chefs. Yutong has my cooking skill improved. Unbelievable. Weiwei has become a chef worth celebrating. Su Tian praised. A few more lessons, and you'll be able to cook on your own. In his heart, even after 10 more lessons, he wouldn't dare let Lin Weier cook alone. With both her best friend and man praising her, Lin Weier smiled happily. Take a photo, the delicious Yuxiang Ro. Su Tian. Suddenly Zhang Yutong thought of something and abruptly stood up. Don't scare people, Yutong. Lin Weier's chopsticks trembled. Zhang Yutong looked seriously at Su Tian. Su Tian, do you know who Weiwei's mother is? She and Lin's mother Yun Suetian were colleagues, and sometimes walked home together after work. Su Tian was the study committee member and usually called her future mother-in-law as Sister Yun. This was huge. His wife was a high school teacher. His mother-in-law was a university class advisor. What? Don't say it. Lin Weier quickly reached out to cover her best friend's mouth. Teacher Zhang, who is Weiwei's mother. Have I met her? You'll find out when you go home with Weiwei tomorrow. Seeing her best friend's anxious and shy look, Zhang Yutong decided not to say anymore. Mysterious, Su Tian picked up his bowl and shoveled rice into his mouth. Not bad at all. Although the cutting of the vegetables is not great, the taste is delicious. Zhang Yutong was eating rice with gusto, having already polished off 2 large bowls. Lin Weier said with a grin, "I'll work hard to improve my cutting skills." Zhang Yutong replied, "The skill of cutting vegetables, as chefs call it, is knife technique. Better take it slow, or you'll cut your tender little hands." Su Tian couldn't agree more. He really didn't dare let Lin Weier cut vegetables alone. After all, she was a culinary novice who could blow up the kitchen. Cutting her hand would be the least of their worries. It would be terrible if she cut off her finger. If Lin Weier knew what Su Tian was thinking, she would be furious. She was just a bit clumsy in the kitchen, not an idiot. How could she possibly cut off her finger? Zhang Yutong wiped her mouth and said with a smile, "I was wondering which man could win the heart of our goddess Weiwei. Turns out it's Su Tian, the campus heartthrob of our university." No wonder. Lin Weier's pretty face flushed slightly. "If you're full, shut up. You're the campus heartthrob?" Lin Weier asked. Su Tian looked bewildered. "How am I the campus heartthrob?" Zhang Yutong said, "Actually, the teachers pay attention to university beauty contests. Girls are voted as campus beauty and department beauty, and boys have campus heartthrobs. Although Su Tian didn't participate in the selection, many people say he is more handsome than the campus heartthrob Hanja." Puffed. Su Tian laughed. "How boring. You Lily is the department beauty, and he didn't even know how she... The campus beauties, heartthrobs, and department beauties are only selected from sophomore and junior students. There's a lot of bias in the selection. Xiao Tian, you're the campus heartthrob, so I'm not losing out," Zhang Yutong added. Weiwei was the campus beauty of one middle school in the city. After graduation, she returned to her alma mater to work and became a goddess teacher. "Su Tian, you're really lucky." "Really?" Haha. Su Tian scratched his head. He had already felt he was incredibly lucky. Lin Weier was perfect in every aspect. He had never seen a woman more beautiful than her. She was tall and slender with bright eyes, white teeth, a small cherry mouth, and skin as fair as milk. Just looking at her was a pleasure, let alone touching her. Her almond-shaped eyes were enchanting and picturesque, like a celestial maiden descending from the Tian Shan Mountains. Her breasts were AC between C and D, and she had perky peach-shaped buttocks. The baby's mother was a treasure from head to toe. It was just that after pregnancy, the flesh on her belly had bulged out. Layer upon layer of soft flesh. She had been well-fed and turned plump and white during her confinement. Su Tian felt that fattening someone up really gave him a great sense of accomplishment. "I'll wash the dishes." Lin Weier stood up. Su Tian waved his hand and said, "I'll take care of it later. Go chat with teacher Zhang. It's not easy for her to come all the way here, so spend more time with her." While Su Tian is really considerate, Zhang Yutong happily pulled Lin Weier back into the room. "Are you going to marry Su Tian?" Zhang Yutong asked. Lin Weier's pretty face was full of happiness. She murmured softly. "Think carefully. His reputation isn't good. I heard he pursued a department beauty, broke up after getting her. Sounds like a player. This story has spread all over our department." "Huh?" Lin Weier laughed. "I know. He told me long ago. It was a bet with his roommate." She recounted what Su Tian had told her. Last time they went shopping together, on the way home, she curiously asked Su Tian if he had ever watched a movie with a girl. Su Tian honestly confessed everything, but after learning the reason, she immediately stopped being angry. Su Tian was absolutely wicked, playing tricks on other girls. On the day of her section, Su Tian had just broken up with that department beauty. So that's how it was. Zhang Yutong was shocked. That makes him even more of a player. A scheming woman deserves to be schemed against. "It's good that Xiao Tian hooked up with her," Lin Weier said. Zhang Yutong was speechless. What kind of twisted logic was her best friend thinking? "Anyway, he treats me well, and treats the baby well. Just those 2 points are enough. All the bonus points are maxed out." Yutong looked. "Xiao Tian can cook, he's a master chef, and he takes care of the baby diligently. After giving birth, he took care of me in the hospital with meticulous attention. That week in the hospital, my heart already belonged to him." Zhang Yutong looked at the deep happiness on her best friend's face and felt a bit envious. "Treating you and the baby well is enough. Marry him as soon as possible and tie him down firmly." Lin Weier pursed her lips and smiled. "We're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau early on May Day to get our marriage certificate. Wow, I'm so envious. Happiness 99. Thank you, Yutong. You're not young anymore. Hurry up and find a partner." Zhang Yutong pouted. Men are all pigs. They only care about looks. I've gained weight recently. No one fancies me. You go on blind dates and you're the one picking others. I go on blind dates and others pick me." Zhang Yutong looked sad. "Ha." Lin Weier laughed unkindly. Actually, her best friend was just a bit plump and round. She had been chubby since childhood, but not extreme. Her figure had always been like this, but she wasn't ugly at all. Whoever dares to look down on you, it'll beat the crap. Zhang Yutong sighed. It's not like that. Last time I went on a blind date with a guy. After the blind date, we went to watch a movie. In the movie, the hero and heroine kissed each other. The blind date guy leaned in to kiss me. I was disgusted. All the good first impression was gone. After I refused the kiss, he didn't contact me the next day. Actually, Zhang Yutong initially thought that guy was okay, she felt a connection. But wanting to kiss on the first blind date really disgusted her. Would he want to sleep with her on the second date? The virgin Zhang Yutong couldn't stand such a man. Ha ha, Lin Weier laughed heartily. Her best friend had such an embarrassing blind date story. Lin Weier asked, didn't you punch that pervert? No, after all, he was introduced by my parents. Zhang Yutong shook her head. On their first meeting, while heading to the cinema, the man tried to hold her hand, and she agreed. She thought that on the first blind date, holding hands was the maximum. Wanting to kiss beyond holding hands was just being a pervert. The first baby Can and Wan woke up. The first baby saw his mother and excitedly sucked his little hand. Oh my god, the little chick is so cute. Zhang Yutong blushed and reached out to touch the first baby's little thing. Oh my sister, don't touch my son there, you old virgin, trying to be a pervert. Lin Weier hurriedly pulled her best friend's hand away, speechless. Zhang Yutong laughed. Sorry, little babies are nothing. If you dare to tease the first baby again, he'll put a diaper on him. First baby Can was wearing split pants, with a diaper under his little butt. I want touch. Ptaha, what do you think when your son grows up? I marry your son. Zhang Yutong said excitedly. Lin Weier's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was shocked. Holy crap. When my son is 20, you'll be 46. What kind of beastly words are these? Hee, maybe your son will fall in love with me. Yutong, you're really twisted. Besides, my son will definitely be as handsome as his father. Do you think he'll fancy an old woman like you? Whoa, Wei, you're bullying me. I'm going to train my nephew to be a warm guy. You clap one, I clap one. One child folds a paper plane, you clap two, I clap two. Two children braid pigtails. After the meal, Su Tian lay on the sofa, holding the third little treasure, Ainen, basking lazily in the sunlight. The noon sun poured through the window and warmed the sofa. The little darling lay across his father's belly, his small bottom puckered. He blinked sleepily, and a trickle of drool dampened Su Tian's chest. Ainen cried. He realized his father had stopped singing, and with a pudgy hand tugged hard at Su Tian's face. Daddy, sing, Daddy, continue singing, you clap, three, I clap three. Three children eat biscuits. After coaxing Ainen to sleep, Su Tian gently placed him in the crib. The two friends, afraid of waking the babies, sat quietly in the spare room and chatted. Weier, does your father have any hobbies? We're going to buy some gifts. Su Tian asked with a smile. Lin Weier smiled back. You don't need to buy anything, the baby is the greatest gift. One should never arrive empty-handed on a first visit, manners must be observed. Zhang Yutong chuckled. Su, classmate, your future father-in-law is the traffic police brigade chief. He won't be short of good presents, so don't buy cigarettes or liquor. Su Tian was stunned. Wasn't the future father-in-law the traffic police officer who stood in the sun and wind every day? How had he become a brigade chief? If we don't buy cigarettes or liquor, what should we bring? Su Tian groaned. For him, cigarettes and alcohol were the customary gifts. Rainong, you're talking nonsense. No matter what Su Tian brings my father, he will be delighted. Can a son-in-law's gift be the same as everyone else's? See, Weier is so thoughtful. Su Tian clung to Lin Weier's arm like a needy child. Lin Weier grinned and said softly, You haven't started working yet, you only graduated in the summer. I suggest you buy my father a blood pressure monitor. Su Tian raised an eyebrow. No, that won't do, that thing is terrifying. My parents already have one. At night before bed, his parents would sit on the living room sofa and fiddle with the monitor, measuring their pressure for no reason, which made their son rather uneasy. He'll think about what to give, Su Tian said, then consulted his married cousin Su Feng. The cousin recommended tea and liquor. Do not buy bottled spirits, Su Feng advised. Buy several gin of high-quality, loose-grain liquor. Also buy a pair of sturdier black shoes. After all, the future father-in-law walks a lot, and a good pair of shoes would suit him. So Su Tian set about preparing. The prospective mother-in-law bought a jade bracelet costing over 10,000 yuan. For the future father-in-law, they selected 3 packs of top-grade Shenyang Maojian tea priced at 180 yuan per pack. They also bought a 3-gin bottle of 53-degree loose-grain liquor and a pair of black Hongxing Erk shoes. Since the future father-in-law lives on a steady income, a domestic brand of shoes seemed appropriate. And for the little sister in first grade, they simply chose an enormous plush bear. Nights spread like water, and a round moon hung high in the sky. The phone rang. The incoming call showed up as Tigress. Lin Weier's heart began to race, and she rubbed her palms together anxiously. Just as she was about to confess everything to her parents, her mother's WeChat call came through. Weier, pick up. Su Tian squeezed her hand and helped her accept the call. Weier, why is your face so flushed? Yun Suishan asked. Lin Weier nervous replied, Mom, it's just hot. There is no air conditioning in the rented room. Lin Weier's father retorted, Nonsense, you're obviously up to some mischief with a man. It's not even summer yet, how could it be that hot? Zhang Yutong chimed in. Rainong slept with me tonight. Your fine son-in-law is alone in the spare room. Lin Weier bit her lip and snorted. Her father seemed to believe she had been intimate with a man. Hello, uncle, and Auntie Weier wasn't mistreated, she said. Zhang Yutong thrust her round face close to the phone camera. Yun Suishan laughed in surprise. Is that Yutong? Auntie, tomorrow we're coming home with Weier, Yutong said. That's good. Weier, what is your boyfriend like to eat? He'll go buy groceries tomorrow morning and have your father cook. Lin Weier's father grumbled. If you want it cooked, you cook it yourself. Why are you bossing me around? Old Lin, are you insane? You've been longing for our daughter to marry, and now that she is, you must treat the son-in-law well. If you don't, what if the son-in-law returns the daughter? Lin Weier covered her mouth and giggled. Did her mother not believe in her charms? As if he'd dare return her. He doesn't like scallions, he likes cilantro. He's not picky. Yun Suishan nodded decisively. All right, tomorrow there will be no scallions in the dishes, and each plate should have 2 liang of cilantro. Su Tian smiled broadly. This future mother-in-law was adorable, and her voice sounded oddly familiar. Lin Weier softened her tone and said, Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. Please don't scold me, okay? What is it? Promise you won't scold me, and he'll say it. Lin Weier's parents exchanged a look. Their daughter speaking so meekly and softly could only mean something serious had happened. Lin Weier's father frowned. What is it? Wei, are you all right? I'm fine. Yun Suishan asked, Are you pregnant? Lin Weier replied, Yun Suishan sighed, my daughter. Lin Weier's father sighed heavily. He had not yet tested whether a son-in-law could be relied upon, and the family had never even met Wei's husband, and now she was already expecting. No wonder she begged them not to scold her. Indeed, it was a major matter. Not only am I pregnant, I have already given birth to the baby. Lin Weier giggled and turned the phone camera toward the 3 well-behaved babies. The little ones lay side by side. The eldest and second darling were contentedly sucking their hands. The third baby Anan dozed with half-lidded eyes. Silence settled. Suddenly the video call went mute, and the world grew very still. Lin Weier could hear even her father's breathing. The 2 elders pressed their faces close together, as if they wished to crawl into the phone and stare at the 3 little ones in mute astonishment. Her father spoke with sudden urgency, his voice trembling. We won't scold you or hit you. Just bring the baby's father home. Lin Weier saw her father's angry expression, his face contorted as if ready to explode. She immediately felt guilty and fell silent. Yun Suishan drew a deep breath. Lin Weier, living with a man, and even having children, you really are something else, my daughter. I'm sorry. I was afraid to tell you because I was scared. Yun Suishan choked on her words. You must have suffered giving birth all alone, right? Actually, it's not so bad. Ooh, I wasn't mistreated. Oh, you were raised in silk and satin and never did heavy work. We've always treated you like a princess. You got pregnant and gave birth without telling the family. If anything had gone wrong, how could we have faced your father, your mother, or your loving grandparents? Lin Weier's father lectured her at length. Tears poured from Lin Weier's eyes. Those months had indeed been difficult. Her pregnancy had been unplanned and not the result of a conventional courtship. Although her parents loved her, their household was strict, with a conservative grandfather and a stern father. How could she ever bring herself to tell them she intended to be a single mother? Don't cry, your father won't scold you. Lin Weier's father murmured tenderly. Su Tian stepped out of the room and sniffed, watching Lin Weier weep with a heavy heart. I'm not wrong, Dad. He treats me very well. Tomorrow at noon the 5 of us will go home and stay 3 days. Yun Suishan wept. Come home, your mother will take care of you. Zhang Yutong pulled a baby wipe from the bedside and gently dabbed Lin Weier's tears away. Is the baby's father the man you met when Dad was checking for drunk drivers last time? Lin Weier's father asked. Yes, it's him. Airbao Nuan saw her mother crying with a look of grievance and couldn't help but furrow her small brows, her delicate features scrunched together as she opened her little mouth. With a loud voice, Airbao's wailing echoed, Ah. Wah. Ah. Don't cry, Mama is here. Lin Weier cradled Airbao in her arms and comforted her. Wei, did you have 3 babies, boys or girls? Yun Chuixian asked. Lin Weier had red eyes laughing through her tears. Mom, 1 boy and 2 girls. Didn't you and Dad always want a boy? Dabao Can is a boy, your grandson. Sai, Dad wanted a son. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yun Shui-xian to have given birth to Lin Weier at the age of 40. Da Bao and San Bao are also crying. I need to comfort the babies first, and he'll be home tomorrow morning. Lin's father, looking troubled, lit a cigarette. You comfort them. No wonder his daughter had asked him for money. The baby's father was a college student. The heavy responsibility of raising 3 children surely fell on his daughter's shoulders. Mom, I'm hanging up now. Hang up, cheer up, the baby is here, Mom, and Dad promised not to scold you. Lin's father muttered quietly, but the son-in-law is not certain. The video call ended. Lin Weier sniffled and took a deep breath. She adjusted her mood, comforting the crying Air Bao in her arms. Su Tian leaned beside Da Bao and Air Bao, singing lullabies to soothe them. Hearing their father sing, the 2 little ones miraculously stopped crying. I'm crying because I'm upset, Xiao Tian, don't blame yourself. This matter doesn't concern you much, the baby is a choice I insisted on. After calming Air Bao, seeing Su Tian frown, Lin Weier began to comfort him. Su Tian smiled and sighed. Tomorrow I'll personally apologize to your parents. It's your decision to have the baby, but the culprit is me. Weier, do you regret that night? I don't regret it at all. She pouted. Every morning when I wake up and see 3 little cuties, little angels, my heart melts. Even if I get scolded by Mom and Dad, as long as we're together, it's worth it. Zhang Yutong laughed helplessly, saying, You have such a carefree attitude, that's a bit selfish. Selfish? Did they do anything wrong? They keep pushing me to date and get married. I've gone on dozens of blind dates in a year. Now that I've found a boyfriend, shouldn't it be a reason to celebrate? Zhang Yutong laughed. Auntie urges you to find a boyfriend, but she didn't urge you to have children. Finding a boyfriend means having kids sooner or later, right? Oh, you've defeated me. Zhang Yutong spread her hands. That night, Zhang Yutong shamelessly wanted to sleep with Lin Weier. The 2 sisters wanted to chat late into the night. A lot had happened in a year. However, at 3 in the morning, Zhang Yutong knocked on the door of the next room with a pillow in hand, sending Su Tian back to the master bedroom. The baby had already cried 3 times, one after another. This single young lady was completely overwhelmed. Deep down, she admired Lin Weier's patience in taking care of 3 kids. If it were her, she would be furious. Of course, that was because they were her own babies. If they were someone else's, her patience would drop to 0. Early the next morning, while Zhang Yutong was still in a deep sleep, Lin Weier pushed open the door and playfully patted Zhang Yutong's bottom. Get up, breakfast is ready. Wei, your baby kept me awake until the early morning. Let me sleep for another half an hour. Zhang Yutong looked utterly exhausted. Take off my pajamas. Lin Weier reached over and lifted her skirt. Whoosh, the hem of the skirt flew up. Oh, Wei, you're such a rogue. Zhang Yutong instantly woke up. She got up and had breakfast. Lin Weier planned to stay at home for 3 days, but Su Tian had already used up all the vegetables in the fridge. The breakfast was lavish with buns that Lin Weier had personally made the dough thicker than the filling. Su Tian praised her, saying if she opened a bun shop, she'd definitely be an unscrupulous merchant. These buns had thick skins and little filling, so the profit was surely considerable. Buns, millet porridge, stir-fried vegetables. After breakfast, they began to tidy up mainly the baby's daily necessities. Diapers, clothes, baby stroller, milk, powder bottles, a whole bunch of jars and bottles. Su Tian stretched lazily. All tidied up, Weier, it feels like moving back home. The baby's things are plenty. We will stay for 3 days until the May Day holiday ends. If your dad hits me, I'm out of here. Lin Weier laughed. With me protecting you, who would dare to hit you? So cool. Zhang Yutong gave a thumbs up, secretly hoping when she could bring her boyfriend home. Now that Mom and Dad knew Wei had found a boyfriend and even had a baby, she felt she would soon be pressured to marry. And it would be a desperate kind of pressure. Yutong, stop looking, help carry things to the car. Teacher Zhang, please take the things to the elevator first. Zhang Yutong replied. So she came to visit her best friend, but ended up being a helper. Were the students now giving orders to the teachers? Young lady, I'm moving. Zhang Yutong carried the baby's diapers and walked out of the room. Su Tian and Zhang Yutong placed the items in the car and then went back downstairs to hold the baby. Su Tian carried 2 babies while Lin Weier held one. Zhang Yutong helped carry the stroller, placing it in her car. The baby was bundled up tightly and Lin Weier sat in the back seat, holding 3 kids. An ANS restless little bottom twisted around. And be good, Mama is taking you all home to see Grandpa and Grandma, and also your little aunt. The car drove slowly for 20 minutes, finally returning to the old district, to the Green Garden community. Xiao Tian, I'm a bit nervous, Lin Weier said with trembling hands. Su Tian held her hand. The one who should be nervous is me, not you. I'm the one who's nervous, all right. I haven't seen Mom in almost a year. Although she says she won't scold me, I'm still worried that they won't accept. It's fine. Blood is thicker than water. The baby is your uncle and aunt's biological grandchild. How could they not accept him? Zhang Yutong knocked on the car window. Wei Wei, Su Tian, get out. They'll help carry the diapers and this bag of clothes back to your house. I have to go home too. Yutong, you go home first. Alright, you all meet up. I've been wanting to leave for a while. Xiao Tian, let me have Dad come down to help carry the things. No, I'll make a few trips myself. It's fine, you're not an outsider. Taking a deep breath, Lin Weier nervously dialed her father's number. Dad, there are quite a few things, can you come down to help? On the other end of the phone, there was a flurry of sounds. Lin's father was cooking for his son-in-law. Damn it. How can a son-in-law not eat green onions? If he doesn't eat green onions, that's no good, he loves them. He wouldn't hit him, but he couldn't scold him either. He must make sure the son-in-law eats a green onion. No 2 green onions, and they have to be eaten raw. Got it, Dad, coming down soon. Swear I'm coming to pick you up. While sister is back, father and daughter took the elevator down. Su Tian held the bow and air bow. Lin Weier held sand bow. In just a few minutes, Lin's father arrived accompanied by Lin Schwerer with her little braids. Sister Schwerer missed you. Sister missed you so much every day. Lin Weier gave Lin Schwerer a kiss on the cheek. Lin's father took the baby stroller. Is there a lot of stuff? Let's go home first. There are quite a few things. I'll take the baby home first, then let Xiao Tian come down again. Su Tian looked at Lin's father. Hello, uncle. He felt the man in front of him seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. After thinking carefully, oh my, wasn't this the traffic police uncle he encountered while out shopping that day? He even said he looked like a wanted criminal. No wonder he asked where I lived and wanted to see my ID. Turns out he is my father-in-law. Hello, Lin's father greeted. Hello, traffic police uncle. Su Tian called out again. Lin's father thought to himself, did this kid recognize me? His expression remained unchanged as he said casually, first take the baby home. It's a bit hot outside, don't let the baby get sunburned. Okay. Back at home, he put down the baby, and Su Tian went downstairs alone. Once, twice, 3 times. He went down 3 times in total. On the 3rd trip, Su Tian was carrying a large plush teddy bear. Oh, Su Tian. Yun Shuixian exclaimed in surprise. She had just bought some marinated beef pig's feet cold dishes and 3 pounds of cilantro from the deli. While waiting for the elevator at home, she unexpectedly saw Su Tian, who was on leave. Su Tian turned around in surprise. Sister Yun, what a coincidence. It really is a coincidence. Your girlfriend has just finished her confinement, and she's not back to school yet. Yun Shuixian asked with a smile. Su Tian replied. She needs someone to take care of her after confinement. With the baby to look after, it's too busy, so I had to take leave until a week before graduation, and then I can just take a graduation photo. That's quite responsible. Good. I heard your family is in the old district, also in the Green Garden community. Su Tian nodded. No, I'm here visiting my father-in-law today. Sister Yun, is your house here? Yes, it is quite a coincidence. Su Tian nervously said. Sister Yun, I'm really nervous. I don't know how to get along with my mother-in-law and father-in-law. You got her daughter pregnant before marriage. If your mother-in-law doesn't hit you with a rolling pin, you'd be lucky. I'm not afraid of being hit, just afraid of being scolded, and my girlfriend will protect me. Yun Shuixian chuckled. You little rascal, with such good grades, why take so much leave at this critical time before graduation? Are you still going to take the entrance exam for grad school? Not going to take it. If you don't take the entrance exam, you won't find a good job. You should think about it carefully. Yun Shuixian said seriously. Su Tian replied firmly. Not taking the entrance exam, it takes too much time. I'm not a rich second generation. I have to earn money to support my son and daughter. Sigh this child. Yun Shuixian sighed. Su Tian's academic performance was excellent. He often did chemistry experiments with her in the lab. In this major, a graduate degree was already a basic requirement. Not taking the entrance exam means cutting off both hands. It's very hard to find a good job. Are you buying plush toys at your father-in-law's? Yun Shuixian asked. Su Tian smiled. This is a teddy bear for my girlfriend's sister. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 1st floor. Sister Yun, do you live in this building? Yes, I do. Please go ahead. You're carrying such a big teddy bear, you go in the elevator first. Yun Shuixian said helplessly. Mischievous Xiao Tian was really very polite. Su Tian walked into the elevator holding the teddy bear. Just as he was about to press the button for the 16th floor, he saw Yun Shuixian step into the elevator and press the button for the 16th floor. Sister Yun, do you live on the 16th floor? Yes, does your girlfriend live on the 16th floor? A ding sound rang out. The elevator stopped at the 16th floor. Phew, Sister Yun, go ahead. Su Tian took a deep breath, his heart filled with anxiety, and stepped out of the elevator. So young, and already a son-in-law. Slightly nervous. Yun Shuixian followed out of the elevator preparing to go home, when suddenly her brows furrowed. She watched like that. Watched Su Tian enter her own home, and couldn't help widening her eyes. The braised meat in her hands almost fell to the ground. After realizing who Su Tian was, Her whole body trembled with rage, and she stood as if petrified. This. Yun Suixian snapped back to reality and immediately roared like a lioness. Su Tian. Su Tian. Stop right there, teacher. Sister Yun, what's wrong? Su Tian turned back in confusion. You brat, what do you think you're doing? Why are you going to my house? She realized that Su Tian was probably her son-in-law. The student she taught had become her son-in-law. This is your home. Ah, this is also my girlfriend's home. After saying this, Su Tian realized something was wrong. Oh my. Yun's sister Yun, is this your home? Su Tian was stunned, his voice thick with disbelief. What do you think? Yun Suixian said angrily, her face dark as a storm cloud. Is your daughter named Lin Weier? Suddenly Su Tian's voice dropped, his eyes darting away, too nervous to meet Yun Quixian's gaze. Yun Suixian bit her lip. Yes, teacher's daughter is Lin Weier. Yun's sister Yun. Yun Suixian couldn't hold back anymore. She trotted over, her anger surging straight to her head. With her left hand grabbing Su Tian's arm, she raised her right foot and kicked him on the butt. Slap. She kicked him hard. One kick, then another. It didn't hurt much. But being beaten by an elder and teacher, Su Tian obediently took the punishment. So that wretched man was you. You even asked for leave from teacher, saying your girlfriend had a baby and needed to be in confinement. Su Tian whined in grievance. How was I supposed to know Weier is your daughter? Now you know. Yun Suixian gritted her teeth and kicked him 8 times before letting go. Her face was flushed, and she was slightly out of breath. After all, she was getting old. Even beating someone was so tiring. Isn't your daughter only 6 years old? Su Tian asked softly. That's my second daughter. Su Tian instantly panicked. He gulped, his heart pounding, and forced himself to calm down. Lin's father walked to the door and frowned. What's all the noise about? I can hear your shrewish voice from the kitchen. Our daughter is bringing her son-in-law home. Why are you scolding Xiao Su? His wife was usually quite sensible and polite. How could she lose her manners at such a critical moment? Not only did she scold him, she even gave him a severe beating. This is the first time the son-in-law has come to our home, and you woman can't even give him a pleasant face. What will he think? You brat'll deal with you later. Yun Suixian shot a fierce glare at Su Tian, picked up the braised meat she had bought, and walked back into the house. Su Tian acted as if nothing had happened, trying his best to look calm at this moment. He was holding a plush teddy bear. Where should I put the bear? Put it in Schwerer's room. Okay. Su Tian placed the bear in Lin Schwerer's room. Schwerer, call him bro. Lin Weier said. Lin Schwerer looked up, blinked, and stared blankly at Su Tian. A big brother Schwerer has seen you before. You said boys should be described as handsome and girls as beautiful. Brother-in-law has seen you too. You like Yuxiang Rosi fish-flavored shredded pork, right? Yes, I love it. Lin Weier picked up her little sister. Schwerer, call him brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, hello. She said obediently. The corners of Su Tian's mouth curled up wildly. He had always wanted a little sister since he was a child, but he only had an older sister who was a tigress. Hello, Schwerer. This is a plush bear from your brother-in-law. Wow, such a big bear. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Schwerer said happily. There was already a small bear on her bed. The bear Su Tian gave her was almost as big as an adult. Su Tian looked around his father-in-law's home. The house was a 4-bedroom, 1 living room layout. However, the floor was wooden. There was a wooden dining table, wooden sofa with cushions, and the coffee table and cabinets were all solid wood furnishings. Moreover, some of the sofas and cabinets looked quite old. The decoration style seemed like that of the 1980s, full of a sense of vintage. Xiao Tian, it's strange, isn't it? Yeah, isn't this community a new elevator apartment? Why is the decoration so retro? This is the decoration from our old house. After my mom gave birth to Schwerer, we bought this elevator apartment for convenience. She hired a decorator to make it exactly like the old home, and even moved all the furniture here. I see, Su Tian nodded. No wonder. Why am a bit nervous? Xiao Tian, don't be nervous. Sit on the sofa first. My parents are looking at our babies. Lin Weier pulled Su Tian to the sofa, then quickly ran into her parents' master bedroom. Brother-in-law, are you my sister's husband? Lin Schwerer asked innocently. Su Tian grinned. That's right, your sister is my wife, so naturally. Brother-in-law, have a banana. Lin Schwerer climbed onto the dining table, stepped on a small stool, deftly picked a fresh banana, ran over with a pitter-patter, and handed it to Su Tian. Thank you, Schwerer. You're so cute. Hee hee. The little sister-in-law Lin Schwerer blushed with delight. What grade are you in? 1st grade. How old are you? 6 years old. How are your grades? What score did you get on the... Suddenly Lin Schwerer fell silent. After hesitating for dozens of seconds, she pouted and said, I didn't get many points. Su Tian was just joking. Normally, when visiting relatives, one should never ask kids about their grades or exam scores. The banana is delicious, thank you, Schwerer. Brother-in-law, you're so tall. Even sitting down you're taller than Schwer. Su Tian praised. That's because Schwer is still young. When you grow up you'll be as tall as your brother-in-law. No, Schwer will be even taller than brother-in-law when she grows up. This little girl definitely has some tiger in her. Taller than him, wouldn't that be over 180 centimeters? How can such a tall girl get married? In the bedroom, Su Tian was looking at the three little ones with a kind smile. Ah yeah. The first baby obediently started to speak. Baby babble. The second baby, Nuan, was a bit scared, but upon seeing her mother, her little face immediately became excited, and she started kicking her feet. The third baby, in an ignored, everyone closed her eyes and smacked her little hands while sucking on them. Unless Su Tian sang a nursery rhyme, she wouldn't open her eyes to look at you. Weier, which one is the boy? Lin's father asked with a smile. The babies were all wearing diapers wrapped in small blankets by Su Tian, carried to the car, and then from the car to the mother's home. Lin Weier said, the thinner one is the first baby, Ken, the one with more hair is the second baby, Nuan, and the one with chubby cheeks fatter than her brother and sister is the third baby, N. After the babies passed the 1-month mark, the breast milk supply was insufficient, so only the third baby was breastfed. The first and second babies drank formula. Over time, the difference between breast milk and formula became more apparent. The breastfed third baby, N, had a round face and rolls of baby fat on her belly. She was clearly a size fatter than her brother and sister. Lin Weier frowned and snorted in displeasure. Dad, why are you only asking about the boy? Are you favoring boys over girls? All three babies are your grandchildren. Right, your dad is really confused. Su Tian smoothed things over. The old man was crazy about wanting a son. When she was pregnant with Lin Weier, he kept praying for a son. But in the end, a daughter was born. Lin's father said excitedly, is this Can? Can am your maternal grandfather. Let grandpa hold you. Hold in first. Lin Weier said angrily. Her father's preference for boys over girls was too. Su Tian quickly took her daughter's hand. Wei, when I gave birth to you, your dad always wanted a son. 6 years ago when I gave birth to Schwer, he was still muttering about a son. He has an obsession, a wish for a son. Don't blame him. Oh, after hearing her mother's explanation, Lin Weier understood her father's feelings. All right, Dad, hold in first. Lin's father carefully picked up little N. Seeing that N ignored him, he reached out and pinched her chubby little cheek. Ah yeah. N gave him an unhappy look, then closed her eyes again and continued sucking her hand. If she could talk, she would have said, where did this rough old man come from? Disturbing this baby's hand-sucking. So cute, so chubby. Lin's father's heart melted. His daughter had given him 3 grandchildren. This had felt like a dream. Nuan, the second baby, is called Nuan. Lin's father muttered to himself, completely lacking the dignity of a captain. Don't hold Nuan. She's like Schwer when she was little. Oh, she only lets me and Su Tian hold her. If anyone else holds her, she cries. Even her grandmother can't soothe her. Okay, Dad will hold Can. Lin's father gently picked up the little piggy. Can stared curiously at her unfamiliar grandfather, making a sound. Ah yeah. The next moment she opened her little mouth and furrowed her tiny brows. Wah! The first baby's loud voice startled Lin's father, making him almost drop the little darling onto the bed. Stop holding the little grandchild is crying. Su Tian said helplessly. This wailing voice was even louder than her 2 daughters when they were little. Don't cry, Grandpa will soothe you. Lin's father tried to rock her in his arms with some skill, but the first baby, Can, kept crying, her little brows furrowed as she cried out, her pitiful expression making Lin Weier's heart ache. Dad, you smell like smoke. Did you just smoke? Can must have smelled it. Okay, Dad will. Lin's father reluctantly placed Can into his daughter's arms. Father Lin, who had been wearing a radiant smile just moments ago, placed Can into his daughter Lin Weier's arms, turned around, and walked out of the bedroom. His expression instantly changed, his face stern and serious. The 3 babies had been fussing all the way and were now tired, their eyes half closed as they drifted off to sleep. They would wake up at midnight for feeding. It was now 11 a.m. Su Tian. Su Tian called out with a stern face. Father Lin was startled. Was the grandmother of the babies out of her mind? The son-in-law was visiting for the first time, and she was shouting loudly. This made the Lin family's hospitality seem very impolite. Hello, teacher. Su Tian smiled politely, though his heart was somewhat uneasy. He had never expected at all that his future mother-in-law would be his university teacher for 4 years. Su Tian smiled. Old Lin, this rascal, is called Su Tian. He's a student from our University of Science and Technology, and he's my student. Since he's the study committee member, we're quite familiar. Is that so? Father Lin gulped, swallowing hard. What a coincidence. The student you taught has won over our daughter. That's right. Su Tian nodded. Her heart was complicated. She didn't even know what to say to Su Tian. Back then Su Tian had asked for leave saying his girlfriend had just given birth and he needed to stay at the hospital to take care of her. It turned out to be her own daughter. Now looking at the most excellent student in the class sitting in her home in the capacity of a son-in-law. Sitting on the sofa. She felt it was incredible, unbelievable. That such a thing could happen to her. Oh my god. Su Tian, tell us what's going on. Lin Weier took Su Tian's hand. Mom will confess everything later. I've learned to cook and Su Tian and I will make a fish-flavored shredded pork for Schwer. On the way here they had passed a supermarket and bought the ingredients for fish-flavored shredded pork. Wei, you want to cook? No. No. Dad wants to live a few more years. Father Lin's face was filled with horror. Last time Lin Weier wanted to cook for him, she made shredded potatoes, but they ended up looking like potato strips. The potato strips were stewed for a full 10 minutes, resulting in a mess in the kitchen that nearly exploded. He and Yun Suetian spent a whole hour cleaning up. Lin Weier took after her mother. She was completely clueless about cooking. The two of them cooking together was simply his nightmare. The mother and daughter were natural culinary idiots. All these years Father Lin had survived in this family. Entirely by his own efforts. He originally couldn't cook, but was forced by the three women to become a chef now able to handle any dish. So starting from when Lin Schwer was 4 years old, he trained her in washing vegetables, identifying ingredients and seasonings. Hoping that in the future, she could help this old father share some kitchen duties. Poor little sister-in-law. I'm already a master chef. Lin Weier waved her hand. She really dared to. Su Tian grinned. Uncle and Aunt will accompany Weier to cook first. Go ahead. Father Lin waved his hand and sat down on the sofa. Lin Schwer followed like a little shadow into the kitchen, her small hand tugging at Lin Weier's pants leg, shouting in panic, Sister, don't eat the food you cook. Eating your food will kill people. Lin Weier's face darkened. Little girl, your sister is not what she used to be. My cooking skills have improved a lot. I don't believe it. The little girl retorted, the food you cook is even worse than Mom's. As everyone knows, children don't lie, especially when it comes to food. What they say is absolutely true, especially true. Su Tian believed what his sister-in-law said. Lin Weier was an absolute culinary idiot. Yet she was so excited to cook. It was simply creating trouble. His own woman, he had to spoil her. Dong dong dong. Su Tian skillfully sliced the meat into shreds. Seeing that Lin Weier was still cutting the lettuce and would ear mushrooms slowly one slice at a time, he had to wait patiently. Exactly the same as yesterday's cooking method, Lin Weier remembered to wash the pot first and wipe it dry. Su Tian had said that with a hot pan and cold oil the shredded meat wouldn't stick together. Schwa schwa schwa. He stir-fried the fish-flavored shredded pork, then thickened the sauce and plated it. Weier, how should I talk to your parents later? Standing close together, Su Tian couldn't help but wrap his arm around her slender waist. Silly, don't hug me. The teacher is here. Honestly, say don't lie, just confess everything. Okay. Su Tian looked at Lin Weier's rosy cheeks flushed from the steam of the cooking and couldn't help but give her a quick peck. Just then Lin Schwer, standing at the kitchen door, saw it. Sister, give Schwer a kiss. Lin Weier quickly pushed Su Tian away, her little heart pounding nervously. How dare he bully her in her own home? He was so bad. Schwer, your sister will sleep with you tonight. Okay. Su Tian carried the plate of fish-flavored shredded pork to the dining table. Father Lin, who had been chatting with a smile just moments ago, immediately restrained his smile and took a serious drag of his cigarette. Su Tian really wanted to ask, wasn't he tired of changing his face so quickly? The dining table was already laden with a sumptuous lunch: braised beef, braised lamb, cold dishes, and a pile of braised meat and dumplings. Father Lin went to the kitchen to cook dumplings while Mother Lin Yun Suetian looked at Su Tian with an angry face. She looked, and then she laughed in spite of her anger. Teacher, should I call you Sister Yun or Auntie? Su Tian asked with a smile. Uffed. Lin Weier, who had just finished soothing the baby, couldn't help but laugh at Su Tian's question. Su Tian, what are you calling my mom? Sister. Are you crazy? I've called her that for more than 3 years, almost 4. Lin Weier. Before you and Wei get married, you can call me whatever you like. Yun Suetian said irritably. Su Tian voluntarily stood behind Yun Suetian, kneading her shoulders to relax her. Sister Yun, Annie, teacher, don't be angry. Weier and I truly love each other. She won't lose out by being with me. How's the massage pressure? Flattering the mother-in-law is not shameful. You child, Yun Quixian's heart was complicated. Lin Weier was stunned, speechless, biting her red lips. This was the relationship between the study committee member and the homeroom teacher really this good? Su Tian was too bold, daring to massage her mother. She thought her mother would definitely explode and scold Su Tian, and she had prepared herself to face the tigress storm. Yet her mother's attitude towards Su Tian was better than she had imagined. All right, stop massaging. Yin Suetian smiled contentedly. Su Tian was quite good at massage. Su Tian flattered. Teacher, no wonder Weier is so beautiful. It's because she's your daughter. Looking closely, Lin Weier and Yin Suetian really did share some similarities, especially their charming almond-shaped eyes. Alright, stop praising my mom, despite the thousands of words in Yin Quixian's heart. At this moment, she didn't know what to say to Su Tian. She seemed still not recovered, unable to believe that the mischievous student in her class had become her. Weier, go help with the dumplings. Remember to add a spoonful of cold water once they start boiling, Lin's father instructed. Okay. Lin Weier walked into the kitchen. Usually Dad makes the food first, and then calls her to eat. Xiaosu, do you smoke? No, I don't smoke. That's good. Not smoking is great. As he spoke, Lin's father lit a cigarette for himself, standing at the balcony ventilation where a tea set and ashtray were placed. The living room fell into silence, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Luckily, Lin Weier bounced over to Su Tian. Brother-in-law, are you mom's student? Yes. This little brat. Su Tian never expected his sister-in-law to be such a small child, and just 6 years old at that. While Lin Weier, the little chatterbox, asked again, brother-in-law, do you like kittens? Yes. Sister loves cats very much and Weier loves them too, but Mom and Dad won't let us keep cats anymore. Su Tian smiled gently and said, after a year, when my baby with your sister grows up to 1 year old, we can raise a kitten and you can come play with it often. Really? Really? Can we get a ragdoll cat? Lin Weier liked to raise ragdoll cats, but they shed too much. Lin's father and mother rejected the idea of keeping cats at home. Ever since Lin Weier went to pursue her doctorate, they sold all the cats, leaving none behind. Okay, Su Tian didn't understand what a ragdoll cat was. If they were to have a cat, it would have to wait until their child turned 1. It would be best to have a tabby cat or an orange cat. Dad, Weier is hungry, let's eat, we need to eat first. Su Tian picked up Lin Weier, leaving Lin's father and Yin Suetian dumbfounded. This son-in-law is quite familiar, huh? Weier, take your brother-in-law to wash his hands. Where's the bathroom? Over there. Building a good relationship with my sister-in-law is definitely the right move. Weier, you are so heavy, just like your sister. Weier can eat. Sweat. This child is so honest. After washing hands, the dumplings were cooked. Lin's father helped carry a bowl of dumplings. These are dumplings that Lin's father personally made last night. In the northern regions, making dumplings is done by hand, rolling the dough and preparing the filling, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. To treat guests with dumplings represents a form of recognition and respect. Therefore, when the son-in-law visits for the first time and is treated to dumplings, Lin's father and mother hold him in high regard, hoping he treats their daughter well. Lin's father didn't even ask if Su Tian could drink. He simply poured a glass of white liquor. The large cup of white liquor was almost overflowing. Lin's father frowned, struggling to recall what questions his father-in-law had asked him when he first visited Yin Quixian's home. Xiaosu, Yin Suetian called out, just call him Su Tian. I have been calling him that for over 3 years, almost 4 years now. Su Tian. Lin's father said, feeling strange addressing a grown man by his nickname during their first meal together. Uncle, you speak. Lin's father said sternly, tell me how you met Weiwei. Weier is my high school teacher, we met several years ago. Puffed. Yin Suetian spat out a mouthful of water, coughing a couple of times. What did you say? Weiwei is your high school teacher. She doesn't teach our class, not mine. Su Tian hurriedly explained. Lin's father looked bewildered. His son-in-law is his daughter's student, and also his wife's student. What an amazing coincidence. Yin Suetian then asked, continue, how long have you and Weiwei been dating? Lin Weier nervously clenched her fists, her pretty face flushed with a rosy hue. She and Su Tian only started dating after the baby was born, and it had been less than 2 months. My sister got married. Weier is my sister's close friend. I was the best man at the wedding and Weier was the maid of honor. We were like 2 turtles gazing at each other. We started dating from the time I was in my 2nd year of university. Last year, Weier wanted to pursue her doctorate, but she found out she was unexpectedly pregnant before starting her studies. She didn't dare tell you too, and kept it a secret. I am very sorry. A mix of truth and lies, Su Tian spoke without losing his composure. How many people are in your family? Lin's father asked, seemingly recalling how his own father-in-law had asked him this back then. 4 people. My sister is married, so it's just my parents and me, Su Tian obediently replied, raising his wine glass. He clinked glasses with his father-in-law and took a small sip. Lin's father was worried about the young man, feeling pressured, still just a college student wanting to ask what his parents did for a living, but he didn't say it out loud. He still planned to ask his daughter separately to understand his son-in-law's future family despite being skeptical about his young age. But what could he do? His daughter likes this brat so much. Yet as Lin Weier's father, he had carefully nurtured his daughter for over 20 years. Suddenly another man had taken her away, which made him feel a bit bitter inside. Sister, eat some meat Lin Schweder's little arms can't reach. Su Tian helped serve the meat. Xiao Tian, you should eat too. Weier said you like coriander, so we put it in every dish. Yun Suetian said with a smile. Su Tian nodded. Okay, thank you, Annie. Just call me Yunjia. Lin's father shot her a glare. What kind of sister should a son-in-law call? That would be chaotic, just call her Annie for now. What are your plans for the future? Yun Suetian continued to ask. The future? For now I just want to work and support the 3 little cuties, not think about anything else. Even if I work it will be part-time, spending time with my son and daughter until they turn 1 before considering a full-time job. Yun Suetian said earnestly. Xiao Tian, the teacher suggests you go for a master's degree. Weier can take care of the little grandchild for now, so you don't need to worry about making money to support your daughter. A master's degree. Su Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of conflict. He bit his teeth. I won't pursue a master's anymore. Although it's not tiring, it wastes too much time. He wanted to spend time with his son and daughter. But will not pursuing a master's degree make it hard to find a good job in the future? He earns 2,000 a day. Yun Suetian was surprised. This is indeed impressive. Lin's father patiently said, you're still young. Whether you can earn money isn't what's important. The important thing is to have the drive. Knowing that selling things can earn money is very good, especially at your young age, when you should be enjoying yourself. You should think about Weier and your little grandchild. What you said is true, father-in-law. Su Tian smiled slightly and raised his wine glass. Bang! After clinking glasses, Lin's father finally revealed a hint of a smile. As the man with the lowest status in the family, he finally managed to say a few words. After lunch, ding dong, congratulations host for gaining the recognition of the in-laws. Originally a hell-level task, it became easier because Lin Weier had 3 babies and Su Tian had a good relationship with his mother-in-law. Hell level turned to simple level. System reward perfect shop. A 300 square meter shop on the bustling commercial street in the new district has been issued to the host's backpack. Please check it. The host doesn't need to worry about any issues. This shop was directly issued by the developer to this system. In an instant, a vision of the shop appeared in Su Tian's eyes. This shop had only been renovated for the floor and walls, located on a commercial street, and had never opened any stores before. He understood why the system called it a perfect shop. The one-story shop of 300 square meters only had 200 square meters available for use. Inside the shop was an 80 square meter small apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. An 80 square meter 1-bedroom apartment isn't small. The shop selected by the system is very perfect, and the most crucial point is that it is very convenient to take care of the baby while running a business. Su Tian couldn't help but marvel inside. He gathered his thoughts. The structure of the shop vanished from view. Wei Xiao Tian has had too much to drink from your dad. Hurry, take him back to your room to sleep. After Lin's father finished drinking, he returned to the room to see his little grandchild. Su Tian took a couple of steps, swaying and looking quite drunk. He reached out and steadied Yun Suetian. Heaven knows how strong his father-in-law's drinking capacity is. Su Tian's isn't bad either. However, facing family from his wife's side, especially his father-in-law, he had to pretend to be completely drunk. Teacher, I will definitely treat your daughter well in the future. Su Tian took Yun Quixian's arm, looking sincere. Yun Suetian, at a loss whether to laugh or cry, said, Brat, all right, Wei, quickly take Xiao Tian away. The college teacher is going to become a mom. Teacher, why don't I just call you mom now? Huffed. Hurry, Wei, quickly help your drunk husband back to the room to let him sleep. Yun Suetian anxiously shouted. Why is her son-in-law acting spoiled with her after getting drunk? Old Lin, really, it's your son-in-law's first visit, and you made him drink so much white liquor. Xiao Tian is still a student. Lin Weier rolled her eyes and huffed. My dad is really something. As Xiao Tian is still in school, yet he pours so much alcohol. Xiao Tian, you're a big fool for not refusing. As she spoke, she held Su Tian's hand, supporting his body, and slowly walked back to her room. In the astonished gaze of Yun Suetian, Su Tian staggered a step, holding onto the doorknob, but accidentally slammed the bedroom door shut. Bang! A light sound. That brat dares to harm Weier in my house. Yun Suetian gritted her teeth, helping him back to the room. What are you closing the door for? Fool, don't close the door. Mom and Dad might misunderstand. Su Tian couldn't help but wrap his arms around her waist, rolling onto the soft bed, their bodies pressed closely together. Aunt! Lin Weier screamed. In the living room, Lin's father heard her voice and angrily walked forward to stop the two from continuing their intimate moment. Shameless, he cursed. Yun Suetian quickly blocked Lin's father. Sure, the baby is already over 2 months old, don't disturb them. Lin's father shouted towards the door. How did I raise such a shameless daughter? That brat Xiao Tian, I'll beat him to death. While cursing, Lin's father gritted his teeth, furrowing his brows as he began to unbuckle his belt. Dad, what's wrong? Lin Weier asked as she walked out of the room, her pretty face tinged with a blush. Lin's father took a deep breath. Where's Su Tian? He's asleep. Why are you shouting? Lin Weier's gaze darted. Su Tian accidentally bumped into the piano just now. Oh, I thought he was hurt. Is that so? Su Tian covered her mouth and smiled truly something. What are you thinking? Daughters aren't that shameless. It's broad daylight, a little past 2 in the afternoon, and the sun is still glaring. Su Tian shook his head. He indeed was drunk, but it wasn't too bad. He only felt a bit dizzy. He surveyed Lin Weier's bedroom. A wooden wardrobe, a wooden desk with high school Chinese textbooks, a pen holder and notebooks on the desk. A simple double bed with cartoon sheets and a piano placed against the wall. Can Weier play the piano? Su Tian murmured to himself. The piano was covered with a layer of white cloth looking like it hadn't been played for a long time. He noticed several certificates beside the piano. 16th National Youth Piano Competition. Champion Lin Weier. Honorary Certificate. Longsheng Normal University Piano Competition Lin Weier First Prize. Tchaikovsky International Music Competition Lin Weier Second Prize. Vivaldi International Music Competition Lin Weier Third Prize. Su Tian was taken aback. Weier's piano skills are so impressive. She even won international awards. After a nap, Su Tian woke up after more than 3 hours feeling parched. He stretched and opened the door only to see his mother-in-law Su Tian watering flowers on the balcony. Su Tian, you're awake. Su Tian set down the watering can, walked to the coffee table, and poured a glass of water for Su Tian. Here, drink some water. Su Tian felt a sense of surprise. Teacher Yun, I can handle it myself. Su Tian smiled. The student has become the son-in-law. The teacher must take care of you. No need, you go on with your business, teacher. Su Tian gulped down a glass of water, and then another. He was truly thirsty, otherwise he could have slept for another 2 hours. Su Tian sighed. Oh, you're such a student, not yet graduated and already entered the teacher's family. Teacher, where's Weier? She's in the room taking care of the baby. In the master bedroom, Lin Weier was leaning against the headboard, holding Sanbao Ainen in her arms with bottles in both hands, feeding the twins. Weier, you're amazing for feeding 3 babies at once. Lin Weier chuckled. Quick, help me, my hands are sore. Su Tian took the bottle, easily opened it, and warm milk spilled all over him. Yeah, the little one made a milky sound, opening her crystal-like big eyes to look at her daddy, a bit anxious. Little foodie, daddy will feed you. He picked up Ainen and placed her on his lap, wiping her little mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. Where's Uncle? He's sleeping in Schwer's room. The bed in Mom and Dad's bedroom is big, and the new sheets have been taken over by us these days. After feeding the milk, Lin Weier wiped her chest, adjusted her bra, and put on a loose short-sleeve shirt. She picked up Ken to feed her. Su Tian patted Ainen's back to burp her. The little one burped. Ah! She saw the baby, her chubby little arms raised, waving her little hands, and her feet kicking the air. Do you want Daddy to hold you? Su Tian leaned down, gently pinching her cute chubby face. Yeah. The little one made incomprehensible baby sounds. After feeding Nguyen, the little one was a bit anxious after drinking. She choked, and milk dribbled from the corner of her mouth onto her chest. Su Tian hurriedly cleaned her up, burped her, and gently placed her on the bed. Wow! Ah! Ainen cried out for Daddy several times. Daddy was still taking care of her sister, ignoring her. Not being held made the little one anxious. She opened her mouth in grievance and burst into loud tears. Hug, Daddy will hold you. Su Tian's hands never stopped as he picked up Ainen. In the next moment, Su Tian smiled proudly. Weier, did you see? If I don't hold her, she cries. Ainen relies on her daddy so much as she already knows I'm her dad. I saw, so vain. Lin Weier pouted. Ah, yeah. The little one held in Daddy's arms still wasn't satisfied as she stretched out her little hand to grab Su Tian's face. Su Tian grimaced in pain, sharply inhaling a breath of cold air. Little cotton-padded jacket, how can you be... Su Tian grimaced in pain, sharply inhaling a breath of cold air. Little cotton-padded jacket, how can you be so strong? Don't pinch Daddy's face. His face was deformed from the pain. He gently held Ainen's hand, slowly loosening it. Iya, Su Tian, she wants you to sing for her. Su Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Bullying Daddy, do you want Daddy to sing? Yeah, in this world only Daddy is good at children with a dad are treasures. Being embraced by Daddy blissful. Hearing the familiar song in his ear, Ainen's eyes curved as her little lips revealed an angelic smile. The little one's smile could melt any tough guy's heart. Listening to Daddy sing, she finally behaved, closing her eyes and starting to suck her thumb. As she was eating, she drifted into a sweet dream. Nguyen was the same. Su Tian coaxed Ainen to sleep and gently placed her on the bed. As soon as her little body touched the sheets, her eyes opened. Don't scare Daddy, okay? Ah, yeah. Little Ainen was upset and stretched out her hand. Okay, Daddy will sing for you. Su Tian was in tears. Tilda, the stars in the sky don't speak, and the children on the ground miss their mothers, remembering their mother's words. Every night sparkling tears don't speak. Hello everyone, I am your little cutie Sambawainen, and I'm also called Can't Sleep with a nickname. Wakes up when laid down, and the alias never sleeps. Coaxing to sleep is not a skill. It's really impressive to coax to sleep and put on the bed. Of the three children, the second one, Nuanuan, was the easiest to coax, followed by Can, and finally, the couple exchanged a glance. Lin Weier made a victory sign, then they carefully stepped out of bed, tiptoed out of the bedroom, and gently closed the door. Yun Suatian was bent over mopping the floor. The relationship between her and Lin's father was like that between Lin Weier and Su Tian. The man was in charge of cooking, and the daughter handled the housework. After all, they were both culinary idiots. Xiao Tian, come have some tea, Lin's father beckoned. Su Tian obediently sat across from him. After drinking, you should drink more tea. Su Tian nodded with a smile. I've been drinking tea since my sophomore year when I started with my roommates in the dorm. During freshman year, he soaked goji berries and red dates for health maintenance every day. In sophomore year, he continued this regimen and even got his 3 roommates to join in. However, when it came to eating, they never maintained a healthy lifestyle. They drank heavily and ate late-night snacks frequently. For this long even spent 3,000 yuan on a fine set of teaware. Brewing tea was not just for health, but also for showing off. Oh, you know something about tea? Not really, I just like drinking it. You brew it. Su Tian looked up at Yun Suatian. Teacher, do you have a transparent teacup? Generally, Maojian tea leaves are better brewed in a transparent cup. Here, can we use a transparent juice glass for tea? Lin Weier asked. Seeing the 2 men closest to her sitting together drinking tea filled her heart with joy. She hoped Su Tian would get along well with her father. Sure. Su Tian first warmed the cup. He poured hot water into the tall glass cup to raise its temperature, then poured the water out. Why do you have to rinse the cup first? Such a hassle. Just brew the tea leaves directly and drink. So troublesome, just like Grandpa, Lin Weier complained. Her grandfather was extremely particular about brewing tea, making everyone wait until their mouths were dry. Yet after all that, he only poured a tiny cup. You drink tea, your grandfather savors it. How can they be the same? Lin's father smiled helplessly at his daughter. Some people are very particular about brewing tea, while others couldn't care less. Su Tian had studied tea brewing just to show off in front of his roommates. Next, he sprinkled dry tea leaves into the warmed cup. The warm glass brought out the fragrance of the dry tea. I can smell the tea leaves, Lin Weier said happily. This was good tea, releasing a refreshing faint fragrance. If it were poor quality tea, there would be no damn, my father-in-law and mother-in-law are both watching me brew tea. Is this necessary? Brewing tea makes me nervous, Su Tian said. Yun Suatian laughed. It's just brewing tea. If you ask me, just brew it and drink. You men have too many rules. Women don't understand anything, Lin's father shook his head. Yun Suatian glared. Say that again. Su Tian smiled awkwardly. Let the boiling water cool for 5 minutes to about 80 degrees, and it's ready. Why? Lin Weier asked. Boiling water washes away the nutrients of green tea and turns the leaves slightly yellow. Brewed at 80 degrees, the tea leaves stay tender green and look very appealing. For green tea, 80 degrees is optimal. He poured in 1/3 of the hot water, briefly rinsing the tea leaves to moisten them. Connoisseurs call this step waking the tea. Finally, after rinsing, he poured out the water, and the moist fragrance of the tea leaves emerged. Good tea is truly different. Holding the kettle in his right hand, Su Tian gently swayed the handle and poured the water into the cup with a phoenix nods 3 times motion. The emerald Maojian tea leaves tumbled and rolled in the warm water, releasing more tea essence, and the aroma became intensely rich. Father-in-law, please have some tea. Su Tian poured the first brewed tea into a small cup. He held the cup with both hands. Flattering his father-in-law and mother-in-law wasn't shameful. After all, he would one day marry their daughter. Lin's father didn't find the term father-in-law inappropriate at all. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he enjoyed the service from his son-in-law. When others offered him tea, he felt nothing. But this gesture from his son-in-law immediately filled him with delight. Lin Weier giggled. Dad, when a son-in-law comes to offer tea, there should be a red envelope as a gift for the address change. Yun Suatian pinched her daughter's cheek. Your dad just gave you 100,000. What red envelope? Nonsense. The tea offering at the wedding ceremony is the real one. Teacher, have some tea. Good. Yun Meixiang took the cup and took a sip. It's very smooth, and I want some too. Lin Weier called out. Weier, let me feed you. Go to hell. The drowsy Lin Schwer woke up and ran over, rubbing her eyes. Brother-in-law Schwer wants tea. Drink, Schwer can drink too. Su Tian took a sip, ultramellow with a soft, sweet fragrance. This was thanks to his father-in-law. Normally, even if he had money, he wouldn't bear to buy such expensive tea. Back in sophomore year, drinking tea in the dorm was purely for health, and showing off, chatting, and boasting with Long Xiao Cooley and ergo about everything under the sun. They talked about which department had the most beautiful girls, who was the prettiest, who had the best figure. Later, he gradually grew to love drinking tea. They'll buy a few caddies for my own dad too, Su Tian thought. First brew is water, second brew is tea, third and fourth are the essence. Keep drinking, Lin's father said with a smile. You brew it well, almost as good as Wei's grandfather. Su Tian said modestly, not at all. I just fool around brewing tea with my roommates. Let me chat with Xiao Tian for a while. You three mother and daughters go back to your room. Lin's father waved and commanded. Yun Suatian glared at the old man again. Since the son-in-law was here, he was getting bolder. Lin Weier whispered, Mom, where is our household register kept? Huh? Lin's father raised an eyebrow. What do you need the household register for? Tomorrow. Tomorrow Xiao Tian and I are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage, Lin Weier said. Lin Weier spoke with a mixture of boldness and shyness, her eyes filled with love as she gazed at Su Tian. Getting the marriage certificate. Oh my, finally. Marriage certificate. Lin's parents were shocked. Seeing their parents' astonished expressions, Lin Weier softened her voice. I'm already pregnant. We have to get the certificate. Tomorrow is the May Day holiday. Where are you going to get the certificate? Lin's father asked. Lin Weier said, the Civil Affairs Bureau is open tomorrow. I've checked. They're off from the 2nd to the 6th. The day before yesterday, she realized the May Day holiday might mean the office was closed, preventing them from getting the marriage certificate. So she asked a colleague from the one high school to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau after work to inquire. It turned out that because of the Friday adjustment, the office was open. Even the high school students' holiday was postponed by a day. Silly girl, go back to your room. Mom wants to have a good talk with you. Yun Suatian looked at her daughter's shy, maidenly expression and knew that her daughter's heart had long been captured by Su Tian. This rascal had some skill, making Weier devoted to him. The younger sister-in-law, mother-in-law, and Weier went back to her room. Su Tian saw his father-in-law's face turn serious again, and his heart began to tremble with anxiety. Weier is the little princess I've carefully nurtured for 26 years. She has never suffered any grievance since childhood. Su Tian was silent. He was also the little baby his parents had carefully cared for 22 years. I don't object to you and Weier getting the certificate. But you're so young. Can you guarantee you'll treat her well for the rest of your life? Su Tian said earnestly, whatever kind of life she wants, I will strive to give it to her. This was Su Tian's first time being someone's son-in-law, so nervousness was natural. Lin's father, being a father-in-law for the first time, was also extremely nervous inside. Alas, Lin's father sighed, then instantly changed his expression with a bright smile. Xiao Tian Wei has lived in luxury since she was a child. She's never suffered any hardship, never done any housework, never touched spring water. She's like a rich man's daughter. Not like Lin Weier was a rich man's daughter. Although Wei is a high school teacher and has already entered the workforce, her heart is still very innocent. Uncle hopes you can take good care of her and be tolerant of her occasional willfulness. Su Tian grinned and said, Uncle, rest assured. The mother of my baby, even if she's willful 10,000 times, I will coax her. There is 20000 in this card, Wei. The password is your birthday. Take it and spend it. Yun Suatian pulled her daughter back to the room and took out a construction bank card from her pocket. She knew her daughter usually spent extravagantly buying expensive brand clothes and shoes and loved to eat, drink, and travel recklessly. Now with 3 babies, Su Tian was still a college student needing to support her husband and children, and expenses would surely increase. In fact, Lin Weier's spending habits had completely changed since she had the babies. Now she only bought coats and shirts for 100 or 200 yuan on an online shopping site, saving the money to buy clothes, toys, and baby supplies for the babies. On the contrary, her requirements for her own clothing were no longer as luxurious as before. Mom, what are you doing? Lin Weier pouted while linking her arm with her mother's, and then turned her gaze. I don't want your money anymore. I discussed with Xiao Tian, we can't always rely on our parents. We need to learn to earn money ourselves and save up. I haven't spent the 100 yuan Dad gave me or the pocket money Grandpa gave me. Yun Suatian said anxiously, you child Sai, we don't have a son at home and Schwerer can't spend much. Don't your father's and my money belong to you? Then I don't want it either. Lin Weier raised her brows defiantly, refusing. Just accept it, no need to be polite with Mom. Lin Weier shook her head, revealing her white teeth, and mischievously smiled. Mom, Xiao Tian works hard every day. I make skewers at home, and he sells them outside, earning 2,000 a day. That's enough to support our family. All right. If you run out of money, tell Mom, don't make things difficult for yourself, and certainly don't make things difficult for mom's little grandson. What about the baby formula? To support mom's little grandson, the expenses wouldn't be small, especially baby supplies, which are the most expensive. No need for that. The baby's grandmother opened a maternity and baby shop covering diapers, baby formula, and baby clothes. The baby's grandmother takes care of everything. Oh, is that so? Lin Weier was taken aback. It seemed that Su Tian's family conditions were not poor at all. He could even set up a stall to sell snacks, which was quite remarkable. Seeing her daughter so stubborn, Lin Weier had no choice but to give up. This time her daughter came home, and she felt Lin Weier had matured a lot. Suddenly she had grown up. Indeed, girls become women. Looking at the few white hairs on her mother's head, Lin Weier felt her nose sting. Her eyes reddened. She reached out and pounced into Lin Weier's arms, crying with a heavy nasal tone, "Very aggrieved, Mom." The grievances during pregnancy and the hardships of giving birth, the nearly 1 year of heartache, erupted like a flood upon seeing her closest person sobbing tightly in Lin Weier's embrace. "What are you crying for, you child?" Hearing her daughter's aggrieved and distressed cries, Lin Weier's tears immediately flowed uncontrollably. Wow, Lin Weier saw her mother and sister crying like tears, bewildered and scared, started to cry along. Outside, Su Tian frowned. "Is Weier crying?" Lin Weier's crying was too soft for him to hear. Lin's father shook his head with a bitter smile. "Don't worry, Weiwei and you. Your teacher will comfort them." In the room, Lin Weier released the sobbing Lin Weier and turned around to hug Lin Weier. Don't cry, Mom is here." Mommy is crying and sister is crying too. The little girl didn't know what was happening, just feeling very flustered, and cried along. "Mom won't cry anymore. Why are you stop crying too?" "I won't cry." Lin Weier took a deep breath. "Mom, why are you apologizing to Mom?" Lin Weier intimately leaned against her mother. "I kept my pregnancy a secret from you. I'm sorry. I was really scared." "You should have told Mom if you were scared. Grandpa would definitely scold me. He's an old-fashioned man, and I got pregnant before marriage." Lin Weier raised her voice. "What's wrong with being pregnant before marriage? You and Su Tian are in a normal relationship. He is only 2 years younger than you, which is nothing. He's 4 years younger. So what if he's 4 years younger? I think Su Tian is a good person, and not only is he academically excellent, but he also has good character and is sweet-tongued. Unlike your father, after being with your father, I've never heard any sweet talk. Believe in your charm, and keep Su Tian firmly in your grasp. Weiwei, you are not lacking." Lin Weier nodded heavily, smiling confidently. Lin Weier curiously asked, "Have you met Xiaoshen's parents?" "I have. What do you think? Uncle and aunt treat me well. During my confinement, aunt often came to help buy groceries and cook, taking care of the eldest, second, and third babies together. That's good of being able to raise someone like Su Tian. Their parents should not be lacking in quality." Lin Weier smiled, her eyes curving. "Mom, is Su Tian really excellent in school?" "Excellent indeed. He has a high talent in chemistry, a brilliant mind for science, strong hands and skills. This little brat has called me sister for almost 4 years. Soon he'll probably start calling me Mom for a lifetime. My mother-in-law is hard to explain. Her mood is complicated. Graduating soon, he called me sister for 4 years. And now he is going to call me Mom. It feels strange in her heart. Dad is chatting with Su Tian. I'm worried Dad will hit Su Tian. He wouldn't dare. The first time being a father-in-law, your dad couldn't sleep last night from nervousness. He didn't know how to chat with his son-in-law today, asking Uncle Lou next door and consulting his colleagues. It was hilarious to Mom. Your old man started making dumplings at 8 in the morning, preparing to welcome his son-in-law. Haha, Lin Weier laughed heartily. I told you Dad is really cute. Sister hug. Lin Weier stretched out her hands. Lin Weier gently hugged her sister, pinching her little face and her little pink nose. I heard you fought with a classmate. He bullied Weier, and Weier punched him until he cried. Then you must protect your sister's babies in the future. Mom said Weier is a little ant. So smart. When Lin Weier is in the 4th grade, Zanzan Nuanyuan and Anan will just be 3 years old and start kindergarten. The household registration book is in the cabinet in the living room. I'll get it for you. Lin Weier wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and walked out of the room. She took the household registration book and ran back to the room. Here, remember to take it. Don't worry. Lin Weier smiled widely and said, Weiwei, Mom congratulates you on finally finding a man you like. I wish you happiness. Thank you, Mom. Lin Weier's eyes were filled with happy smiles. Sister is finally getting married. The little girl waved her fist in celebration. Stinky girl, you're asking for a beating. Hee hee. Lin Weier tiptoed, opened the door, and ran out. Lin Weier shouted in joy, Dad, sister is finally getting married. Didn't you say you would buy firecrackers to celebrate? Weier wants to set off firecrackers. Upon hearing this, Lin's father's face darkened. The little girl wasn't giving her sister any face. Shui to stop right there. Don't run. Lin Weier was furious. The little girl's mouth wouldn't keep shut, and if Su Tian heard, wouldn't that be embarrassing for her? Was it really that difficult for her to get married? It was just that she didn't want to marry anyone else. She definitely wanted to marry the boy she secretly liked, Su Tian. Lin Weier initially intended to run into her father's arms, but with a quick turn of her big black eyes, she changed her mind and ran directly into Su Tian's arms. Brother-in-law, save me. Su Tian protectively said, if you want to hit Weier, no way. Weier isn't afraid, brother-in-law will protect you. After drinking at noon, he took a nap and woke up less than an hour later. His father-in-law had already gone to the kitchen to start cooking, making a clatter as he prepared the meal. His wife and daughter were both hopeless in the kitchen. If he didn't cook, the whole family would have to order takeout. He couldn't let his son-in-law, who was visiting for the first time, be the one to cook. He had heard from his daughter that Su Tian was quite skilled in the kitchen. He had already asked Lin Weier about Su Tian's family background. It was an ordinary family. His sister was married, they owned a house in the city, and his parents ran a flower shop, and a mother ran baby store. They were not a poor family. For dinner they had leftover dishes from lunch, and Lin's father had also made braised lamb. The family loved meat, and ate their fill of various beef, lamb, and braised meats. Big sister, brother-in-law, time to eat. Lin Weier called out. Su Tian smiled, and said, coming right away. I need to feed the babies first. Sanbao Anan always needed to drink her milk half an hour before the meal. Dabao Can and Erbao Wan also needed to be fed. Su Tian was busy preparing the formula, while Lin Weier helped change the diapers. Should I feed the little grandchild? Bring Can out, and I'll feed him. All right. Su Tian could tell that his father-in-law, old Lin, was really biased toward boys. As soon as Can woke up, Lin's father went into the bedroom to play with him, holding him in his arms and coaxing him. Su Tian shook the prepared bottle and handed it to Lin's father. Lin's father frowned deeply and instructed, Wei, boys shouldn't wear diapers. Buy some split pants instead. Let him wear split pants from a young age. Oomph. Lin Weier snorted. What's wrong with being a boy? Should boys just be exposed to anyone? Even a baby boy has his own privacy. At home he can wear split pants, but when going out he should wear diapers. Boys don't need privacy. Su Tian chuckled as he picked up Wan to feed her. Lin's father gently held Can. Su Tian wasn't worried about Lin's father not knowing how to feed a baby. After all, his sister-in-law was only 6 years old, so he must have experience feeding her. Maybe he even had more experience as a father than Su Tian did. Little one, grandpa is going to feed you milk now. Lin's father's face lit up with a smile as he fed Can. The baby sucked contentedly, instinctively closing his eyes. After a while the whole bottle was finished. Before Lin's father could pat his back to burp him, the baby spat up all the milk, covering Lin's father's clothes. Lin's father quickly patted his back. Dad, let me feed him. It's fine. Your mother can wash the clothes. Even during dinner, Lin's father held Can in his arms at the table, playing with the little grandson while eating. He had never had a son, and his daughter had given birth to a boy. This was a treasure he cherished, unwilling to let go. Here, have some meat, Lin's father said, picking up a piece of lamb and holding it near the baby's nose. The baby sniffed and opened his little mouth. He wanted to eat. Can, you can't eat this yet. When you grow up you can have lamb. Su Tian smiled helplessly and said, you know the baby hasn't grown teeth yet and can't eat lamb, but you still tease him. Lin Weier was speechless, feeling sorry for Wan and Anan. The baby's maternal grandfather was too obviously favoring the eldest. Su Tian didn't mind. He would just spoil his two daughters himself. Anan, he called out. Anan was lying in the crib. Hearing her father's voice, she groggily opened her eyes. The next moment, she continued to meditate and suck her hand. Brother-in-law lamb. The little girl always called him brother-in-law when she wanted something, not even her parents. Your brother-in-law will give you some. Shweta, eat a little less, you're getting a bit chubby, Su Tian said softly. Lin Weier pouted. Being chubby gives me strength, so no one can beat me. Well, that reasoning was flawless. After dinner, Lin Weier sat on the sofa, engrossed in watching. Wei, did you win an international piano competition? Su Tian pulled her into the room and asked. Lin Weier looked proud as a little swan. I got second and third prizes internationally and first prize in national competitions. Wow, that's amazing, Su Tian said excitedly. You can teach our daughters to play the piano in the future. Lin Weier smiled. If the babies want to learn, I'll teach them. If not, that's fine. The teacher was forced by her mother to learn at first, but gradually grew to love the piano. Can you play a piece for me? What would you like to hear? The Wind Rises. I haven't played in a long time, I'm a bit rusty. They'll have the piano moved home and play it for you alone. That would be even better. Su Tian. Su Tian shouted anxiously. Teacher Yun, what's wrong? Su Tian asked, how old are you this year? 22, right? Yes, 22. Have you had your birthday yet? If not, the legal age for men to get a marriage certificate is 22. Hearing this, Lin Weier's heart was filled with anxiety. They were planning to get the certificate tomorrow. What if something went wrong? Su Tian grinned and said, I'm 22. My birthday has long passed. Getting the certificate is no problem. You scared me to death, Lin Weier said playfully, hitting Su Tian's chest. She had thought the plan to get the certificate tomorrow was ruined and would have to be postponed. Xiao Tian, your uncle, and I have discussed it, Su Tian said with a beaming smile. Let your parents know. We'll have both families sit down together for a meal and discuss your wedding. Housing prices in Longsheng are so high. Both families will chip in for the down payment. Weiwei has a housing fund, so we can take out a loan for a large apartment, which will be your wedding home. Lin Weier's eyes trembled. Was she really being married off so eagerly? Su Tian smiled wryly. I think we should wait until the babies are a bit older when they can walk before having the wedding. We'll get the certificate first. Nonsense. Lin's father frowned sternly and said, waiting until the baby can walk means after the little one's first birthday. Weiwei, what do you think? Lin Weier smiled lightly. I've decided to raise the babies a bit more with Xiao Tian before having the wedding. You? Lin's father's mouth twisted in anger. Do what you want, but the meeting between both families must be arranged as soon as possible. Su Tian nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it soon. Mom, how are we sleeping tonight? Lin Weier asked. Su Tian smiled. You and Xiao Tian will sleep together. It's more convenient to take care of the little ones. Your father and I will squeeze into Schwer's room. It wasn't appropriate for the couple to sleep in Lin Weier's room since she had grown up and the room had been unoccupied for a long time. Ever since Lin Weier started middle school, her parents rarely entered her room. Su Tian occasionally went in to sweep and mop the floor. No, Lin's father squinted, thinking to himself, you little brat, you want to bully Weiwei in my house. No way. Once you're out the door, you can sleep however you like. But definitely not in this house. Lin Weier's face flushed. Then, he'll sleep with Mom. Lin's father said, you sleep with your mother. You two can take care of the little ones. Xiao Tian will sleep in your room alone. Schwer, you sleep with Daddy. Lin Schwer pouted. I don't want to sleep with Daddy. Daddy smokes and stinks. This? Lin's father smiled helplessly. No, it has to be this way. Schwer will sleep with her brother-in-law. Lin Schwer clung to Su Tian's leg. Lin's father couldn't help but laugh. You're too old to sleep with your brother-in-law. Su Tian glared at her husband. Are you getting a temper? If you don't like it, go sleep at your father's place. Demanding so much about sleeping arrangements. Stop discussing it. Weiwei and Xiao Tian will sleep in our bedroom. That's settled. After all, the son-in-law had already slept with his daughter. She had given birth to 3 babies. She was no longer a virgin. What was the point of being so protective? Though he said it lightly, Comrade Lao Lin's heart ached deeply. His daughter and son-in-law could not display affection under his very eyes, yet he dared not defy the formidable matriarch of the household. In the end, he acquiesced to Su Tian's arrangements. Here, Mother prepared brand new crimson bedding for the son-in-law's first night in our home. Lin Weier carried a set of vivid red quilts into the master bedroom. They promptly claimed their parents' bedroom. Its bed was spacious enough for the baby to sleep comfortably. The infants were only 2 months old, still too young to roll over. There was no fear they might tumble off the bed. This? Su Tian stared blankly, then chuckled. Crimson bedding. It feels like we're newlyweds. Huh. This double-sized quilt was bought specially by Mother tonight. Knock, 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 knock. Lin Fu rapped on the door. Dad, it's unlocked, Lin Weier called out. Already bathed and clad in black pajamas, Lin Fu strode in with a radiant smile and knelt beside Can-Can. Weiwei, tonight I'll hold Can-Can while I sleep. TCH. Look at how doting you are over those little piggy toes. It's blatant. Classic some preference. Lin Weier pouted in disapproval, letting her father carry little Can-Can away. Dad, don't hold him while sleeping. You might roll over and crush Can-Can. Lin Weier cautioned anxiously. Lin Fu nodded with a gentle smile. Don't worry, I'll stay awake all night. Su Tian could only shake his head in amused exasperation. Lin Weier teased playfully. Xiao Tian, you must behave differently from Dad. Got it? Well, your father has no sons. Of course he favors boys. But honestly, he doesn't even try to hide it. I'll raise Nuanyuan and Anan as princesses. My love for each child is boundless and equal. Su Tian declared, his voice tinged with quiet resolve. Come wash up. Lin Weier called out. The master bedroom featured its own private bathroom, but her parents had meticulously cleared away their own toiletries and replaced them with an entirely new set. Logically, as both son-in-law and guest, he ought to have used the guest bathroom in the living room. Here, Mother specially prepared this body wash, shampoo, brand new toothbrush, and cup, and even fresh fluffy towels. With that, Lin Weier playfully draped a towel over Su Tian's head. Su Tian felt genuinely overwhelmed with gratitude. Weier, Aunt Yun treats me so kindly. No, Aunt Yun, call her aunt or mom. Lin Weier flushed with embarrassment and indignation. How could her husband address her mother as sister? That would utterly upend family hierarchy. With a swift motion, Su Tian stripped off his shirt. Fool. Lin Weier stepped out of the bathroom and closed the door behind her. When Su Tian slipped into the new pajamas prepared by his mother-in-law, a quiet warmth bloomed in his chest. His mother-in-law truly treated him with extraordinary kindness. Weier, aren't you going to wash? No, I'll bathe tomorrow morning. She had already changed into her nightgown. Knock knock. The door opened. Aunt Yun. Lin Weier leapt up, seized Su Tian's ear, and scolded, never call her Aunt Yun. You idiot, fool, imbecile. She flared up like a gentle kitten whose fur bristled in outrage. Ouch, fool. You're hurting me. Who told you to call my mother sister? Lin Weier released his ear, huffing in anger. Her chest rose and fell gently, and her cheeks flushed a delicate rose pink. Yun Suatian smiled warmly. Your father holds eldest baby Can. May I hold second baby Nuanyuan? Of course. Little Nuanyuan blinked open her eyes and happily sucked her tiny fingers. As soon as bedtime arrived for her parents, she grew wide-awake. Her nocturnal revelry had just begun. Cradling Nuanyuan, Yun Suatian murmured, so adorable, so beautiful. Even more so than Shuer was as a baby. Good night, Mom. Lin Weier nestled beneath the covers. Su Tian teasingly tender-drawled, Mom. Don't call me Mom. Yun Suatian recoiled in startled disbelief. Good heavens. What on earth is this boy thinking? How surreal. To hear one's own student suddenly address her as Mom. Lin Weier burst into helpless laughter, watching her mother's flustered expression. Wasn't it perfectly natural for a son-in-law to call her Mom? With eldest and second babies taken away, only third baby Anan remained. Su Tian felt strangely unsettled. Climbing onto the bed, he quickly burrowed beneath the crimson quilt. Lin Weier's heart fluttered wildly. She trembled with nervous anticipation. Heavens! Mother's festive crimson bedding. They lay beneath it together, a sensation akin to a wedding night. She blushed shyly. Yet Su Tian's thoughts lingered on Can, dreading that his father-in-law might roll over in his sleep and harm the infant. Weier, why are you lying so far from me? Nothing. I'm just sleepy. Just as Su Tian shifted his hips, Lin Shuer, wearing a charming Pikachu-patterned nightgown, slipped silently into the room and climbed onto the bed, unself-consciously nestling herself between Su Tian and Lin Weier. Big sister, you promised to sleep with Shuer tonight, and now you're breaking your word. Foolish girl, your brother-in-law is still in bed. You mustn't climb up here. Su Tian. It's fine. I'll turn and face away, watch over Anan as she sleeps, and you two sisters can cuddle close. And so their first night at the in-laws' home passed pleasantly, though shortly after midnight little sister Lin Shuer quietly slipped away. Anan began crying in the night, and the little girl, annoyed by the noise, grabbed her pillow and retreated to her own room. Yet within half an hour she returned. Nuanyuan had soiled her diaper and wailed. Shuer, exhausted and bleary-eyed, was thoroughly worn down. By 5 o'clock she burst into tears and flopped onto the sofa to sleep. At dawn, Su Tian emerged from the bathroom to find Shuer yawning. Brother-in-law, why do babies cry so much? Shuer woke up again and again last night. Those noisy crybabies, Nuanyuan and Anan. The little girl pouted sorrowfully, gazing up at Su Tian with pleading, dewy eyes. He smiled warmly, because they're still so small, just like you were once. That's not true. I never cried. Yun Suatian lifted Shuer into her arms and whispered, mother was wrong. Tonight, I won't hold Nuanyuan. I'll hold you instead. That night Shuer endured genuine hardship. Originally, only Su Tian and Lin Weier were meant to stay awake, caring for the 3 infants. Yet grandfather held Can, grandmother held Nuanyuan, and the couple held Anan. The entire family stayed up through the night. Not a single soul slept well, especially Lin Fu, who stood on the balcony smoking stifling yawns, dark circles already shadowing his eyes. Dad, Mom, tonight please don't sleep with Can and Nuanyuan. Xiao Tian and I will take full responsibility. Let the whole family rest, especially you, Dad. Have you seen those dark circles in the mirror? It's all right. Lin Fu waved dismissively. Though he adored little Can, the infant had utterly worn him out. Night feedings, formula preparation, diaper changes, piercing wails. The baby's relentless barrage of tiny fists nearly sent this proud grandfather to the brink. Breakfast is ready. Come eat. Yes, Mom. Su Tian teased cheerfully. Mother Tiger Yun Suatian nearly leapt up, rapping Su Tian's skull with her knuckles and gritting her teeth. No, Mom. Not yet. You haven't paid the name change fee. Wait until your wedding with Weier before you call me Mom. Lin Weier couldn't suppress a giggle. Every other daughter-in-law calls her mother-in-law Mom, and the mother-in-law beams with joy. Yet you, Mom, you act like you've got a grudge against Xiao Tian. Yun Suatian shot Su Tian a stern glance, absolutely forbidden. Call me aunt or teacher, understood? Su Tian relented meekly. Come, breakfast awaits. Lin Fu called out. The table overflowed with delicacies, militant pumpkin porridge, chivined egg vegetable pies. Knowing his son-in-law loved coriander, Lin Fu had personally baked 3 coriander and egg pies. Even Su Tian, who adored coriander, was left utterly stunned, dumbfounded and teary-eyed as he sipped his millet porridge and devoured all 3 son-in-law exclusive coriander pies. We're getting married today. Lin Weier finished her makeup, slung a pristine white handbag over her shoulder, and carefully placed both their identification cards and household registration books inside. Su Tian reminded her double-check everything. Okay, Lin Weier beamed, scanning the contents once more. Everything's ready. Weier. From today onward you belong to me. Su Tian's hands gripping the bicycle trembled slightly. What is it like to reach the legal marriage age of 22 and register for marriage with the woman you love? The Civil Affairs Bureau was not far away. Instead of driving, they scanned a shared bike and rode through the morning breeze all the way to the bureau. Damn it. Arriving at the intersection, near the bureau, Su Tian was dumbfounded. It was only 8 in the morning, and there was already a queue stretching 200 meters. So many people. After returning the shared bike, Lin Weier took the initiative to loop her arm around the man's. Why aren't these people waiting for the 520 confession day to register? Why are they scrambling for May 1st with us? Su Tian grinned helplessly. No choice but to queue up. Let's go line up. Su Tian lowered his head and kissed Lin Weier's forehead. Lin Weier didn't resist, her almond eyes narrowed slightly, and her heart was brimming with joy. After all these years, finally there is a man who cherishes her. Dad doesn't count. Let's go take photos first. Lin Weier grabbed Su Tian's hand and eagerly ran across the street. She had watched 3 tutorials on Douyin last night, marriage registration guide. Couples should go to a photo studio first to take pictures so they don't have to take photos at the bureau. Some small-town civil affairs bureaus do not offer photo services, forcing couples to go outside for pictures. This shop really knows how to do business. Across from the bureau there happened to be a typing and printing shop. On the glass door were written marriage certificate photos, typing, printing, graphic design. Ahead there was another couple having their photo taken, a plump man and a slim woman. After the photo was taken, the woman picked it up and looked at it. She frowned in displeasure and said, "Boss lady, can you make my husband's face look thinner? Also, his chin is too broad and brighten his teeth. He smokes a lot, so his teeth are a bit yellow. Sorry, we don't offer photo retouching services. Maybe other shops do, but hers did not." Su Tian and Lin Weier were still waiting in line. Business was so good. No time for retouching. The man said indifferently, "Just leave it as is. No need to retouch. The photo is already taken. Why bother? It's just a marriage certificate." "No." The woman's frown deepened. "It won't do. My face looks so fat in this photo. How can I show it off on Moments?" Her face was so slim, yet her husband's was so fat. Even their wedding photos had been retouched to make faces thinner. How could the marriage certificate photo not be retouched? She believed that when posting the marriage certificate on Moments, one should pay even more attention to retouching. They must make both of them look beautiful, especially since her husband's face was chubby. "Have you ever seen a marriage certificate photo that's been retouched?" the man said irritably. The woman looked up and scolded him in shame. "I'm marrying you, and what kind of attitude is that? Do you still want to get married? Retouching is for posting on Moments. If we weren't posting it, then we wouldn't retouch. Why must the marriage certificate be posted on Moments?" the man asked in confusion. "Hep." The woman gave a cold laugh, her face dark with displeasure, showing no kindness to the man. She tossed her head and walked out of the photo studio. The man hurriedly chased after her. Su Tian and Lin Weier remained silent. The shop owner muttered, "If you mind your husband being fat, then don't get married. Why bother with a damn marriage certificate? ID cards, household registration books." Lin Weier opened her bag and took out both of their household registration books. They had been prepared together last night. As they posed for the photo, Lin Weier's palms trembled slightly. "So nervous?" Su Tian asked. "Annie, don't we need a red backdrop or something?" "No need." Well adjusted in 1 minute after taking the photo. A long bench they sat together. "Just take the photo." "Okay." Su Tian nodded. "Girl, smile. Look at your husband, he's smiling like a flower. You smile too." "Okay." Lin Weier was so nervous that she instinctively tightened her grip on Su Tian's hand. Click, click. Photo taken. The shop owner finished the marriage certificate photos in minutes. 2-inch red background photos. "Not bad, it turned out great." Su Tian praised. The shop owner grinned. "Handsome young man, beautiful lady, you two are the most compatible and best-looking couple I've ever seen." "Thank you," Lin Weier said shyly. "Oh my, do they really have that kind of compatibility?" After the photos, they paid and walked hand in hand to the bureau entrance to queue. The line had already stretched from the hall to outside. That was quite frustrating. Lin Weier stood on tiptoe and reached up to pinch Su Tian's cheek. Don't worry, we'll definitely get in. So while waiting in line, they played Honor of Kings to kill time. At this moment, they were just playing casual matches. Don't play ranked and drag teammates down. Su Tian chose Angela, and Lin Weier picked Dodgy. The sister heroes happily crouched in the bushes waiting to ambush. Finally, after queuing, it was already 10 in the morning. The young female staff member saw them and marveled inwardly. What a handsome and beautiful couple. Would you like to have a medical checkup, Ed? Can't we skip it? Su Tian asked back. After queuing so long, he couldn't be bothered with a checkup. Premarital checkup seemed to be about checking if the man had any diseases, reproductive system issues, or hereditary conditions. Checkup, Lin Weier said. Please go upstairs. Lin Weier blinked. My dad said the son-in-law must get checked. Your father's worried I might be sick. Anyway, we're getting married. The checkup was just a small episode in the marriage registration process. Just blood draws, tests, heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, lungs. A series of miscellaneous tests. After getting the checkup results, they went to the hall windows to continue queuing. There were 3 windows, and the processing was quite efficient. The middle-aged staff member glanced at Su Tian's ID card, birthday during the Chinese New Year. So you're registering now. Sign here. Okay. They both signed. Are you voluntarily marrying each other? Su Tian and Lin Weier exchanged a glance, held each other's hands, and said firmly yes. All right, no need to be so serious, the staff member laughed. Lin Weier took out the wedding candies her mother had packed. Thank you, you've worked hard. Thanks, the man said hastily. Go to the next window to queue for the certificate. Okay. The marriage certificate process was very simple. This window was responsible for stamping the seal. Within 10 minutes. Lin Weier, Su Tian. They happily received the red booklet. Lin Weier gave all the remaining candies from her bag to the staff. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Oh my. Registered. Equivalent to getting married. Wife. Su Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, gazing deeply into Lin Weier's beautiful eyes. Lin Weier's eyes were shy, her smile like a flower. She blushed and said, Who? Spanned. Louder. Husband. She roared like a lioness. Su Tian shuddered. Don't shout like that. I'm afraid you'll be violent with me. Humph. She clung to his chest like a sticky ball. Hold me tight, teacher. Weier, teacher, I love you. Su Tian said seriously. Weier, for the rest of our lives, please take care of me. For the rest of our lives, you must listen to teacher obediently. Don't provoke me, don't make me angry, and you must coax me. Coax you, cherish you, Su Tian said tenderly. Xiao Tian. She looked up, her eyes full of affection. From now on, I am your wife, your woman. You must not fool around outside. You must dote on me, love me, indulge me, cook for me, and support me. Can you do that? I can do that. Weier, let me ask you a question. Lin Weier said firmly, Go ahead, I can definitely do it. Weier, can you take a beating? Smack. Su Tian bent slightly, reached out, and gave her round, plump bottom a slap. Having collected their marriage certificate, it was already noon. They say the marriage registration fee is just 9 yuan. Romance costs only 9. Yet our combined medical examinations alone cost 520. Each examination costs 260 yuan. And 520 sounds delightfully auspicious. They mean only the certificate itself costs 9 yuan. Su Tian smiled and said the red booklet, however, is priceless. We're officially married. Lin Weier flashed a cheerful V sign and snapped a photo with Su Tian. Weier, let's enjoy French cuisine, red wine, steak, pizza. Just scan a shared bike. Su Tian unlocked his phone and scanned a dockless electric scooter. No, I'm not allowed. My father's a traffic officer, we must abide by the law. Haha. Su Tian burst into unrestrained laughter, then seeing Lin Weier's earnest gaze, reluctantly mounted a single bike. In truth, Lin Weier felt her hips were rather generous. She doubted she could even sit comfortably on a shared bicycle. Xiao Tian, can you join us for lunch? What would she be doing there? As a third wheel. It's the May Day holiday, but she has few friends and wants to spend time with us. Of course she may come, provided she doesn't mind being dazzled by our affection. Beneath the blazing sun, the two arrived at a restaurant named Wilkie French Bistro. They waited a few minutes at the entrance before Zhang Yutong pedaled up on her bicycle. She scanned the QR code to return the bike and hurried over to them. Weiwei, congratulations. May your happiness last forever. Thank you. Su Tian deeply admired his wife's closest friend. One was his sister-in-law. The other, standing before him now, was Professor Zhang Yutong from university. His mother-in-law, also a teacher, led him to realize This lifetime seemed bound by an uncanny affinity with the teaching profession. Su Tian, did Aunt Yin Suatian give you a stern scolding? Zhang Yutong teased playfully. She could easily imagine the look of utter shock that had crossed Yin Suxian's face yesterday, upon discovering her own daughter, a university student, had become pregnant, and not just once but thrice. Su Tian shrugged. Not at all. Teacher treats me exceptionally well. A student becoming her son-in-law. She's been beaming nonstop. I don't believe you. The three entered the bistro together. Are there actually French waitstaff here? Su Tian exclaimed in surprise. He'd dined on Western food only once before ordering takeout with his roommate after Xiao Ku remarked, I've lived this long, without ever stepping foot inside a proper Western restaurant. Thereupon Long Long angrily ordered 800 yuan worth of delivery, determined to treat Xiao Ku to an unforgettable feast, only for the meal to prove utterly disappointing. Even the pizza tasted inferior to the leavened flatbreads his mother baked at home, akin to scallion pancakes, yet fluffier and more delicate. Hello, Lin Weier asked. Do you have a table near the window? Certainly. Please follow me, the waiter replied with a warm smile. At the table, Lin Weier spoke fluently in French. Su Tian stared dumbfounded, his eyes wide with astonishment. When French failed to bridge the gap, they smoothly switched to English. After placing their order, he blurted out, Weier, you're a Chinese literature teacher. How do you speak both English and French? Lin Weier beamed proudly. I even speak Russian. My mother hired a native tutor when I studied piano, and gradually I picked it up. Xiao Tian Weiwei is truly a linguistic prodigy, though terribly lazy. Lazy? No, she's a genius. Su Tian felt increasingly certain he'd married a hidden treasure. He'd thought he knew her well, yet clearly he hadn't. And what about English and French? Su Tian asked curiously. Lin Weier pursed her lips and smiled faintly. My father arranged private French lessons for me. As for English, it was my major in university. Later, when I chose to teach Chinese literature, I focused on those courses instead. Impressive. Lin Weier blushed modestly. I merely wanted to practice my French, but I only know basic daily phrases. After a few attempts, the waiter admitted he couldn't understand me, so I switched to English. She mastered many languages, yet none to mastery level. Still remarkable. Who knew I'd marry such a treasure? Pity she can't cook. Your cooking skills are enough for both of us, she pouted. Zhang Yutong suddenly felt she'd made a grave mistake coming here. She should have stayed home scrolling TikTok. An unrelenting downpour of romantic bliss soaked her completely. The waiter uncorked a bottle of red wine. Lin Weier quickly interjected, We'll pour it ourselves, thank you. Very well. Thank you. The restaurant served swiftly. Within 15 minutes, every dish had arrived: steak, foie gras, fish, stuffed buns, pizza, grilled wings, and fruit salad. A joyful, haphazard selection of favorites. She'd dined at Western restaurants with Zhang Yutong several times before, yet each time left her convinced a stroll down the food street, sampling stinky tofu, grilled cold noodles, or chicken wraps, was far more satisfying. Pizza is a caloric bomb. Eat sparingly, Su Tian cautioned. Lin Weier waved it off. Only my belly shows extra softness, and unless I wear tight clothes no one notices. Your hips too, perhaps. Lin Weier shot him a playful, indignant glance. Yours are wider, fool. Professor Zhang, will you join us for wine? Zhang Yutong shook her head. No, I'm driving this afternoon. Weier, to us. To us. Their glasses met with a gentle chime. Weier, in the days ahead our little ones will rely heavily on you, their devoted mother. You've earned your share of exhaustion too, Su Tian. Truly, we're together now. They really were married, having known each other nearly 4 years. This wine tastes just like grape juice, Su Tian muttered, perplexed. Lin Weier explained, it's low-alcohol red wine, lower proof than beer. I specifically chose this light variety. Stronger vintages mixed with Sprite cause intoxication too easily, so we'll simply savor it as fruit juice. Delighted and radiant with joy, they savored their Western meal. After lunch, Su Tian retrieved their marriage certificates and laid them side by side upon the table. Let's post it on WeChat Moments. Yes, let's take a selfie. Lin Weier gazed fondly at her husband's happy expression. She confidently stepped beside Su Tian, sat close beside him, and rested her head gently against his chest. Her eyes crinkled with tender, bashful joy. Zhang Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Had they truly ignored her entirely, just to flaunt their love? At that moment, even the air seemed perfumed with sweetness. Su Tian first photographed the certificates, then lifted his phone high, capturing a rapid succession of selfies. Weier, for the photo, press your cheek to mine. She nodded softly, her fair, smooth cheek resting against his left. Such intimacy in broad daylight flushed her face crimson, like a ripe, succulent apple, irresistibly vivid. Su Tian couldn't resist. He puckered his lips and planted a resounding kiss upon her cheek. Simultaneously, his raised right hand clicked the shutter, capturing their tender embrace. "I." Zhang Yutong's pupils trembled. Her envy almost erupted into exasperated outcry. Cold, relentless romance slapped her face again and again as if Su Tian and Lin Weier, the newlywed couple, had seized a fistful of romantic confetti and forcibly stuffed it into her mouth. Defeated, Zhang Yutong pouted, refusing to witness another second of their affection, and buried herself deep in her phone, frantically tapping TikTok. Su Tian and Lin Weier, the newlywed couple, had seized a fistful of romantic confetti and forcibly stuffed it into her mouth. Defeated, Zhang Yutong pouted, refusing to witness another second of posted just 3 minutes earlier. Damn. This bustling commercial street, Zhongshan Street, teemed with couples and shoppers boasting the highest pedestrian traffic in Longqing. Lin Weier had no idea why Su Tian had mysteriously led her here. Did he intend to shop for clothes? Clearly not. Here we are. Su Tian looked up. The shop awarded by the system stood undeniably in Longqing's prime location. Across the street loomed the renowned Tianhai Apparel Mall. To the left stood a Hongqing flagship store, to the right a bar named Norwegian Forest. Between them stood their shop. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. "Xiao Tian, why do you possess the key to this shop? Tell me now, no more mysteries." "It's not funny." Lin Weier vigorously shook his left hand. "Let's explore the interior first." The walls were freshly whitewashed, the ceiling and floor tiles fully installed. The vast empty hall spanned over 200 square meters, spacious and airy. Inside lay a fully fitted restroom, and an elegantly finished 80 square meter suite complete with an en-suite bathroom, bedroom, water heater, sofa, desk, air conditioner, and 2 large windows ensuring excellent ventilation. Should he open a business, the children could rest comfortably within this private space. Dubbed the perfect shop, its layout had been subtly refined by the system itself. Truly a daddy's shop, designed expressly to nurture their 3 young ones. Such an exquisitely furnished little suite. Lin Weier exclaimed, astonished. They stepped out of the suite. What a massive shop. She pouted, her gaze puzzled as she rose onto her toes and twisted Su Tian's ear. "Confess, whose shop is this? Why do you hold the key?" Su Tian had prepared his explanation and smiled calmly. "Weier, this belongs to Long Long. He's a wealthy second-generation heir of Longqing, owning countless shops. When I told him I wished to open a business, he casually handed me this one, saying rent was negotiable. No rent required at all." Lin Weier harumphed. "Is that really how it is?" "Absolutely. This shop is enormous. Would a skewer barbecue stall truly suit it? We need to design a kitchen, yet only the floor tiles are laid. It's better suited for clothing retail, minimal renovation needed, garments could be displayed immediately. If opened as a restaurant, renovation would be extremely labor-intensive." Su Tian pinched her cheek affectionately and chuckled. "We needn't limit ourselves to skewer barbecue. A barbecue grill restaurant would be ideal, far less demanding." "Really? How much investment would that require?" Lin Weier asked innocently. "That requires careful calculation. My father is a contractor. We'll certainly enlist his expertise. Plus tables, range hoods, grilling equipment, kitchen appliances, and staff chefs for preparation and service." Suddenly a crisp, feminine, robotic voice chimed within his mind. "Ding dong. System detects host's imminent opening of a barbecue grill restaurant. To ensure optimal growth and happiness for the children, the host is urged to pursue diligent work and financial prosperity. As unconditional support, the system grants the world's finest barbecue spice formula. Barbecue hinges upon 3 essentials: spice, blend, sauce, and premium cuts, enhanced further by an inviting ambience." Su Tian never anticipated the system would bestow this formula unconditionally, an extraordinary advantage. Though the system had granted him mastery over the 8 great cuisines, barbecue seasoning remained uncharted territory, requiring meticulous research and refinement. Now the system generously bestowed the world's finest spice formula, saving him immense time. "Launching this restaurant will cost at least 200,000 yuan. Lin Weier declared seriously. "Teacher's newly purchased Mercedes. Since you prefer BMWs, perhaps we should sell the Mercedes." "No, that car was a gift from your grandfather. It must remain." Though the Mercedes was aesthetically superior, Su Tian favored BMWs for their exceptional comfort. Of course, comfort varies by model. Not all BMWs surpass all Mercedes. Her sporty BMW 3 Series proved slightly more comfortable than her compact sedan. "At least 200,000 yuan. Lin Weier murmured softly. "I should have accepted that 20th annual bank card Mom offered me." Su Tian smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. We'll open after the baby's 100-day celebration. Until then we'll steadily save. He'd already mapped out the plan. The 100-day celebration. Such a gathering of relatives. Surely a generous wave of red envelopes would follow. Those gifts, meant for the 3 little ones, could fund their entrepreneurial venture. That actually makes sense. Oh, but... Lin Weier blinked. Long is your roommate. Still rent must be paid. Understand. Unbeknownst to her, the shop was already registered under Su Tian's name. Given its size, we'll offer him 10,000 yuan monthly once profits begin. Agreed. Lin Weier nodded. She had no idea of market rents, but 10,000 yuan per month sounded reasonable. In reality, situated on Zhongshan Street's most vibrant stretch, this location was pure gold, rent likely exceeding 50,000 yuan monthly. The neighboring establishment was a bar, so setting up a skewer stall outside their shop would also be viable. Whatever they sold, success seemed assured. That evening, Su Tian recounted to his father his rental of the shop and requested help finding a designer for simple renovations. A barbecue grill restaurant demanded a modern, youthful aesthetic. His father found the idea bewildering. Their immediate priority should be saving to buy a home, a warm, stable haven for teacher Lin and their grandchildren. With children now, continuing to rent indefinitely made no sense. His father even considered asking Su Tian's mother to suggest offering their ground floor apartment, 80+ square meters, in Happiness Community, to Su Tian and Lin Weier. The elderly couple could easily rent elsewhere in the same neighborhood. Yet after careful reflection, Su Tian's mother dismissed the notion, knowing full well her son would refuse outright. They never imagined Su Tian intended to open a restaurant, but having matured, he now held firm convictions. Let him pursue his dream. Su Tian and Lin Weier stayed at her parents' home for 3 days, returning before the May Day holiday concluded. Lin Weier urged Su Tian to extend his stay, but he declined. At 8 a.m., Lin Weier packed her clothes, most still fit though slightly snug. Next came the piano. Su Tian booked a local freight service, 50 yuan to transport it home. Watching Lin Weier fold her clothes and Su Tian dress the babies, Lin Weier furrowed her brow deeper and pleaded earnestly, Xiao Tian, your teacher, serves you tirelessly, bringing tea and water, asking only that you stay a few days longer. Thighs. Su Tian recoiled in shock. Why did teacher's tone sound so pleading? Old Lin, notoriously sensitive about face-saving, wished simply to spend more time with his granddaughters, and thus entrusted Lin Weier to make the request directly. Xiao Tian. His mother-in-law slipped her arm through his. Her husband nearly spat out his tea. Was that tone flirtatious? What on earth? This felt profoundly wrong. Su Tian sighed wryly. Fine. I'll stay a few more days. But first, let's move the piano to our rental today. You insolent boy, must your teacher beg you? Seeing his agreement, Lin Weier instantly shifted demeanor, glaring fiercely as she yanked his ear. Su Tian stayed at his father-in-law's home for 3 more days before moving back to the rented apartment in the new district. A few extra days were fine, but living with his in-laws indefinitely would have been unbearable. Acquaintance aside, it was all about the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the little darlings were almost 3 months old. It was May 20th. Xiao Tian, come quick, come quick. Lin Weier exclaimed joyfully. What's wrong? Su Tian stood in the kitchen stir-frying vegetables, his wife's favorite dish, tomato scrambled eggs. He turned off the stove and hurried back to the bedroom. Their little Nuan, having finished her milk, was lying flat on her back, trying to roll over. Her chubby little hand grasped the bedsheet beside her, her fair, tender face flushed with effort. She let out a tiny baby sound. Her body half rolled before she ran out of strength and flopped back down. Su Tian quickly reached out to support her back, gently helping his daughter. With her father's help, the little darling successfully rolled over. She lay on her stomach, her small hands patting the sheet excitedly. It was as if she were celebrating her own role. Wow, Daddy's little treasure is so amazing, a reward kiss for you. Lin Weier beamed. Nuan is truly amazing, quiet, and eating the least, yet she rolled over first. People say it's 3 months for rolling, 6 for sitting, 7 for crawling, 8 for scooting. Nuan is not even 3 months old, and she can already roll over. Su Tian sighed with admiration. Nuan is definitely a super baby, the fighter jet among babies. What fighter jet? That sounds terrible. Lin Weier shot him a playful glare. The couple lay on the bed, heads together, leaning close to Nuan. Hagahi. The little darling giggled with joy at the sight of her parents' familiar faces. Rua. Su Tian leaned in and planted a kiss on her tender cheek. Su Tian raised his head and saw little piggy Can wearing an open-crotch diaper and, good heavens, he was peeing right in front of his father. Peeing little piggy. Su Tian kissed Can's face with a broad smile. Ahaya. Little Can kicked his legs, expressing his excitement. Daddy will change your diaper. Su Tian grabbed a baby wipe, cleaned the little piggy's tiny penis, and put on a fresh diaper. As for the third baby, and in just half a month his face had grown another round. When taken out to stroll in the neighborhood and bask in the sun, many people would never believe that he and Can and Wan were triplets. Even his little belly matched his mother's. When lying flat it was fine, but when held upright, layer upon layer of smooth fair skin bunched together. This round, chubby, plump physique probably made even rolling over difficult. And instead, nothing didn't open his eyes and contentedly sucked on his fingers. Su Tian gently pulled her hand from her mouth. Her fingers were all wet, and he was tempted to put little mittens on her. The chubby little one, finding her fingers gone, opened her big grape-like eyes and stared blankly at her father. Kiss, little darling, kiss. Su Tian planted kisses on the baby's cheek. Ha. Gah. She let out a laugh, her chubby little hands gripping Su Tian's face with surprising strength. Daddy won't let you eat your fingers, so you bully Daddy, huh? Kiss, kiss. And so another round of stormy kisses came, this time on the lips, leaving Su Tian's mouth covered in her drool. Su Tian asked curiously, "Why did you eat too many grapes when you were pregnant?" The baby's eyes are bigger than their daddy's, just like grapes. So beautiful. That's because their mommy has a pair of beautiful big eyes. Mine aren't small either. You narcissist. Why hasn't Big Treasure rolled over yet? Lin Weier sighed. She wasn't expecting and in the third baby to roll over anytime soon. The little chubby bun was so round and plump, she was severely overweight compared to other babies of the same age. Put Can and Wan beside me, let the siblings watch me. Okay. Lin Weier nodded. Su Tian lay in the middle of the bed. The two little darlings were on his left and right. Su Tian lay on his back, grinning. Oh, roll over, try hard to roll over. He rolled to his left. The next second, An's eyes widened. Oh, she called out, following Su Tian. Oh ho ho, Su Tian called again. Yeah, and imitated. Su Tian rolled over onto his stomach. Little piggy Can tried to roll sideways after his father, but didn't succeed. Instead, little An, exerting her body, furrowed her brows, her little face flushed red. She succeeded in rolling over, lying on her stomach and staring blankly at her father. Without Lin Weier's help, she had managed to roll over on her own. On and rolled over. Lin Weier exclaimed. She had thought the chubbiest one and would be the last to learn. Unexpectedly, after imitating Su Tian once, she succeeded. Can imitated several times and also succeeded. Wan, who had needed Su Tian's help earlier, now rolled over successfully without relying on her parents. The three little ones lay on their stomachs, curiously looking at one another. At this moment, they didn't yet understand who was the older brother, who was the younger sister, who was the older sister. Together, their baby giggles were enough to melt the whole world. Life was worth it. Absolutely worth it. Ha, this calls for a celebration. Su Tian laughed heartily, then hurriedly crouched beside the bed to take photos of the three little darlings, recording this memorable moment. He documented the day the triplets learned to roll over. Lin Weier smiled. Honey, the babies are amazing. A month after they got their marriage certificate, she had already gotten used to calling him husband. Su Tian, on the other hand, still called her Weier and only said wife during intimate moments. Their intimacy had remained limited to kissing and passionate embraces. Every night before sleep, when they held each other in deep affection, one of the triplets would always break the romantic atmosphere. This had been going on for a month, and Su Tian was getting so frustrated. Forget the little piggy, even his little sweethearts weren't being considerate. Su Tian laughed. Put the babies in the stroller, let's have dinner first. The three little ones had already gotten used to sitting in the baby stroller every day. Su Tian always let them recline halfway, resting on soft cushions. Weier. My parents have announced our situation and the triplets in the family group chat. Even my grandparents know that their eldest grandson has children, and the two elders have become great-grand. Lin Weier blinked. All the relatives know. Yes, we're going to hold a 100-day celebration for the babies in our hometown village. Weier, do you agree? Or should we hold it in the city? The 100-day celebration, also known as the longevity banquet, is a traditional Han Chinese folk ritual to celebrate a baby's first 100 days. When a baby is 100 days old, the family entertains friends and relatives, praying for the child's long life. Since we didn't hold a 1-month celebration, we should definitely hold a proper 100-day one. His parents had already notified friends and relatives. Lin Weier giggled. Honey, they'll follow your lead. Both the city and the countryside are fine. If your parents want to go back to the countryside, well, go back. Rua. Su Tian excitedly kissed Lin Weier's fair cheek. Weier, you truly understand me, moi. The fact that his wife cares about his parents' opinions filled his heart with warmth. His mother's thoughts were quite simple. Although the family lived in the city, it was because his household registration was moved there when he entered high school. Most of Su's relatives were still in the countryside, with only his aunt's family having moved to the city. The remaining relatives and friends were almost all in the countryside, so they wanted to hold a 100-day celebration for the baby in the countryside. Oomph. Lin Weier pouted her red lips. Some people just want to take advantage of the opportunity to praise my wife to get close to her. No, Weier, your face is so fair that I just want to pinch and kiss it whenever I see you. Just like three little dumplings, Su Tian couldn't help but want to kiss them. Especially the chubby round-faced Sanbao Anan. Not only did he want to kiss her, but he also wanted to pinch her. He hoped that she wouldn't lose her adorable baby fat before she turned 3. It was just too charming. Honey, we only have 80,000 left. Leave 5,000 for expenses, and the rest, they'll transfer to you. The shop had just been renovated, which surely cost a lot. She handed the money she had to her husband to avoid borrowing from others. Su Tian smiled. Weier, I still have several thousand with me, enough to spend. TCH, Lin Weier served rice. My dad has already arranged for someone to collect the Mercedes. My dad thinks we don't have money and wanted to give me some, but I refused. After all, the Mercedes was a birthday gift from Grandpa. If we sell it, we sell it. It's better than letting it sit idle and deteriorate. With 2 cars, they really didn't need both. One BMW 3 Series was enough for the family. Even with the BMW, they hardly drove it more than a few times a month. The couple usually didn't go out much, and Su Tian still set up stalls to make money at night. This month there were times he didn't set up and stayed home to accompany their little darling. Counting the money from system rewards and his earnings plus the recent transfer from Lin Weier, the balance in his Alipay had already reached 19,000. 19,000. That's already a considerable amount. Their daily expenses were minimal, just for meals. Occasionally Lin Weier wanted to buy some good furniture for the house, like a rice cooker or a microwave. The biggest expense at home was for the baby, and now all of that was covered by Su's mother. Baby formula, clothes, diapers, bibs, everything related to the baby. Aside from the breast milk that Anan drank, the couple hardly spent any money. There was simply no place to spend it. Su's mother only had one son, so she naturally wouldn't take Su Tian's money. Even if Su Tian offered, she wouldn't accept. The Su family's days were getting better and better. Today was the 520 festival, and the flower shop was bustling with business. Especially for roses. Ergo and Xiao Ku Li's families were not as well off as Long Long and Gang Zi, so they went to Su's mother's shop early to get 100 bouquets of roses to sell outside the Wanda Cinema and on Zhongshan Street to earn some pocket money. In just one morning, all 100 bouquets were sold out by noon. Roses symbolize romance and love. Most men would choose to buy them for their girlfriends. One flower is not impressive, a bouquet is the best. The 520 festival has unknowingly become a holiday similar to Valentine's Day. Xiao Tian, let's go sell roses on the commercial street and pick up some fresh flowers from Andy. Su Tian pouted, sell flowers. Are we taking the baby out? Yes, let's go out and have fun. Puffed. After lunch, Su Tian drove the family to Grandma's flower shop. Goodness, customers lined up to buy flowers non-stop, completely flooding the entrance. Most were men coming alone to buy roses for their girlfriends, hoping to give them a surprise. Su's mother restocked twice today, but still felt it wasn't enough. On holidays for women, the flower shop's daily earnings would exceed a week's worth combined. The car stopped at the shop's entrance, and Su Tian got out alone. He saw Xiao Ku Li and Long Long along with Ergo and Gang Zi, all busy moving roses. The car stopped at the shop's entrance, and Su Tian got out alone. He saw Xiao Ku Li and Long Long along with Ergo and Gang Zi, all busy. Ergo chuckled. His mother and Su's mother were best friends, and since he and Su Tian were good buddies, Su's mother sold him the roses at cost without any markup. A bunch of 20 roses only cost 20 yuan. Today the price would rise to 4,060 yuan, while in the flower shop it would be 80 to 100 yuan. If arranged as a bouquet, it would be even more expensive. The gross profit on flowers generally exceeds 80. Su Tian laughed. Weier and I are also planning to sell roses. Let's all go sell on the commercial street. This is the first time I've made money in my life, but I don't want any. I'll give it all to Lu Yuer Go and Yang Xiaofei Xiao Ku Li. Gang. Puffed classmate Wang Xiaoni. Long Long also didn't want any. Ergo and Xiao Ku Li accepted their good friend's kindness. Gang Zi awkwardly smiled. If you want to call me Gang Zi, just go ahead. I heard Long Long say that you all gave me random nicknames, and it's like the demon sister from Kung Fu Panda Demon Bo Gang. It's just too bad. Upon hearing this, Su Tian looked at Long Long. Damn, how could this fat guy betray his teammates? Long Long scratched his head. Classmate Xiao and I doesn't mind, besides the nickname was given by Ergo, alright. Ergo retorted no, it was Xiao Ku Li. Xiao Ku Li waved his hand, it was Long Long. Forget it, classmate Xiao and I doesn't mind. Su Tian was speechless. This was quite awkward for him. After all, a girl's nickname being Gang Zi was indeed a bit not very elegant. Where's my sister-in-law? I haven't met her yet. Gang Zi asked eagerly. Su Tian pointed to the BMW. She's inside taking care of the baby. The weather is nice at noon. Oh, and we'll head to the commercial street soon. Ah, then let's go together. Gang Z said excitedly. Although the guys gave her random nicknames which were super ugly like Gang Z, that was clearly a boy's name. However, she felt the sincerity. They all genuinely treated her as a friend. Unlike you, Lily, who always acted like a sister on the surface but plotted behind her back, treating her like a drinking buddy. She curiously opened the comic of Kung Fu Panda and looked at it. Did she really look anything like Demon Bo Gang? Not at all. Just a little similar in body shape. Oh, she hoped to lose weight soon and shed the nickname Demon Bo Gang. Mom, get me some roses. Su's mother waved her hand. We only have single flowers and bouquets. If you want a bouquet, do it yourself. Oh, I'm too busy. Where's the little grandson? In the car with Weier. Su's mother glared. You little rascal, only come to bother me when I'm busy. Customers lined up to buy roses, which made Su's mother exhausted, but thankfully Aunt Wei and her aunt were there to help. Su's mother glared. You little rascal, only come to bother me when I'm busy. Customers lined up to buy roses, which made Su's mother exhausted. Let's go to the commercial street together. Arriving at the bustling commercial street of Zhongshan, the parking fee here was exorbitant, a staggering 8 yuan per hour. Despite the high cost, the profit margins on flowers were sufficient, so for convenience, he chose to park in the lot. Even so, they had to wait 10 minutes for a parking spot. Su Tian got out first and unfolded the 2 baby strollers. The sunlight was harsh, so he adjusted the canopies on the strollers. Rua, little Anan is getting drowsy again. Daddy will take you out to bask in the sun and go shopping. Anan opened her eyes, sitting obediently in the stroller, taking in the world around her. Gongzi exclaimed excitedly, wow, what a beautiful baby. He wanted to bend down and take a closer look at the triplets, but then thought of his own appearance, afraid of frightening the little ones. Sighing with disappointment, he abandoned the thought and resolved to lose weight. Next up, Can and Nuanyuan. Once the babies were settled in the strollers, Lin Weier got out of the car. Seeing Lin Weier in her stylish outfit, Gangzi's eyes widened. Sister-in-law is so beautiful, truly stunning. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, Lin Weier was a bit startled. So this was her husband's new close friend. His physique was indeed intimidating, but she still offered a polite smile. Sister-in-law, you're really gorgeous. No wonder Su Tian could resist the temptations of the seductive bestie Yu Lily. Lin Weier's beauty was not just a notch above the department beauty Yu Lily, she could even outshine the campus belle of the Polytechnic University. Both in figure and appearance, she left Yu Lily in the dust by 8 streets. Thank you, Lin Weier said. And thank you for taking care of Su Tian. Gongzi replied earnestly, you're welcome. We're friends. Brother Dog, help me put the roses into the shop. Okay, everyone, let's move them together. Ergo nodded. Su Tian had already informed his wife and brothers beforehand. Long had long known that he was used as a shield, having deceived his brothers by saying that his father had a shop that was closing down and was rented to Su Tian. However, what Su Tian told him was that the shop was secretly given by his mother-in-law. Even sister-in-law Lin Weier had to be kept in the dark. The couple pushed the strollers to the shop where the signboard was already installed. Opening the door, they carried the roses inside. World's #1 barbecue shop. The signboard was uniquely designed, brimming with fashion and trendiness. Holy crap! Long exclaimed inwardly, never expecting that the shop Su Tian's mother-in-law gave him was so spacious. This was a prime location in Dragon City. The value of this shop was definitely no less than 8 million yuan. His brother had married a rich woman. He really hadn't seen it coming. Long, your family is way too rich. Beyond our imagination. Ergo exclaimed in awe. They were all stunned by the bright and spacious shop. Long, the shop you rented to Su Tian is pretty impressive. Finding such a location is incredible. You could sell anything here and make money. So much foot traffic. On the bustling commercial street, especially on weekends and holidays. Long chuckled, selling toys here was too much of a loss, so I quit and just rented it to Su Tian. Su Tian secretly praised Long in his heart. Great acting. They took a look around the shop first. The renovation was mostly done. Central air conditioning, barbecue tables with built-in range hoods, the bar counter, chairs, stools, refrigerator, and even the cash register were all in place. The white walls were covered with beautiful wallpaper. When the shop opened, they could add some pictures of grilled meat, and it would be ready for business. Su Tian patted Ergo on the shoulder. Brother Dog, after graduation, don't go to grad school. Come be my store manager. The barbecue shop is opening next month. Sure, no problem. Ergo replied cheerfully. His family was of modest means. He really wanted to start working after graduation. Graduate school was too time-consuming, and he felt embarrassed to ask his father, who worked in renovation, for money or living expenses. His mother had no business acumen. 2 years ago, she opened a fruit shop and ended up losing money. When Su Tian worked part-time as a Taobao model, Ergo was particularly envious, but he was tall and thin with an average appearance, so he didn't meet the requirements for a Taobao model. There was only 1 month left until graduation. Today was May 20th, and graduation was on June 24th. In 2 weeks, they would take graduation photos ahead of time. Some universities take graduation photos a year early, as many senior students graduate early afraid of leaving regrets. The Polytechnic University, however, took graduation photos normally only 1 month before graduation. Impressive, Su Tian, aren't you setting up a stall anymore? Gangzi asked with a smile. She felt calling him Xiao Tian was too intimate, unlike Ergo and Long, who could say it easily. Well, see, I can still set up a stall. The bar next door is right there, so setting up at night should be fine. Setting up a stall right in front of his own barbecue shop should be okay, right? If he got lazy, he could just sell the food truck on Xinyu. Xiao Tian, are you selling flowers at the entrance? Ergo asked. Su Tian nodded. Yeah, not far to run, and it's convenient to change the baby's diapers. Together they tied the roses into bouquets, making dozens of them. They sold both single stems and bunches separately. Some female customers thought it was a waste of money and just needed one stem to feel the romance. Of course, some men who cared about face would choose to buy a whole bunch of roses for their girlfriends. One stem cost 2 yuan. One bunch cost 88. Of course, the petals of a bunch were much larger and more beautiful, looking generous and presentable. Xiao Tian, the 3 of us will go sell across the overpass, so we won't interfere with each other. Long said. No problem. The 4 of them carried the roses out of the shop. Su Tian picked a rose petal and placed it on Nuanyuan's forehead. Come on, let daddy take a picture of you. Nuanyuan stared at her father with grape-like crystal eyes, looking dazed. The little cutie felt something on her forehead. She reached out her tiny hand to take the petal off, but her arm was too short to reach, and she kicked her little legs in frustration. Lin Weier was all smiles at her daughter's adorableness. Nuanyuan can't reach it with her little hands. Mommy will help you. She took the rose petal off Nuanyuan's forehead and handed it to the curious Anan, who was half-turned watching the rose in her mother's hand with fascination. Little Anan got the rose petal, and before Su Tian could react, popped it straight into her little mouth. No, don't eat that. Su Tian, amused and exasperated, took the petal out. As a result, Anan got upset, smacked her lips in displeasure, and glared at Su Tian with her mouth open and brows furrowed, looking like she was about to cry. Su Tian quickly put the petal back in her hand, held her little hand, and coaxed. You can't eat roses, sweetie. You can only drink milk. Lin Weier covered her forehead. I shouldn't have put it in her hand. It's the same with toys. She puts everything in her mouth. It's really scary. Were you a starving ghost in your past life? All little kids are like that. Isn't Nuanyuan the same? Let's just not buy toys smaller than her mouth, Su Tian explained on Anan's behalf. Nuanyuan and Can are much more restrained than her. At least when they're told not to eat, they stop. Mischievous little Anan. The little one sat obediently on the steps in front of the barbecue restaurant. Su Tian and Lin Weier began selling roses. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. Huh. Lin Weier took a deep breath. Seeing a couple about her age passing by, she smiled and asked, Hello, it's 520. Would you like to give a beautiful lady a bunch of roses? The man, apparently being approached by such a beautiful woman for the first time, stood dumbfounded, and at all. Red roses represent sincere and pure love, a perfect flower to express affection. What woman wouldn't want a bouquet of roses? The woman remained silent. Along the way, many passers-by had already asked her boyfriend if he wanted to buy her roses. Each time he asked her, Do you want roses? The woman felt utterly speechless inside. If he wanted to give, he should just give. Why keep asking if she wanted them? Honey, do you want roses? The man asked. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. He was a straight man, but not to that extent. Brother, are you a steel-plated straight man? When your wife stays silent, it means she wants them. To give a woman roses, don't ask. Just express your feelings directly. What the hell? The man's eyes widened in sudden realization. How much? I'll buy. A smile crept across the woman's lips. 1 bunch, 88. Too expensive. Can you lower the price? Not expensive. Roses are a symbol of love. How can they be measured by money? Su Tian shook his head with a smile. Inwardly, he complained, Bro, you're really not good at this. A straight man shouldn't ask such a question, he should just buy directly. Don't be stingy in front of a girl. When giving your girlfriend roses, be generous. WeChat payment received, 88 yuan. The notification sound rang out. For you. The man shrugged. Next time just say it if you want it. Don't make me guess. I'm a steel-plated straight man, you know. I'm pretty dumb. The woman shyly said, How could I be so bold as to ask directly? The couple left. The first deal was made. Su Tian and Lin Weier clapped excitedly. Lin Weier stood by the steps while Su Tian approached, everyone asking, A couple passed by. Handsome, would you like to give your girlfriend a bunch of roses? The next second the girlfriend kept staring at Su Tian. Lin Weier gritted her teeth secretly. Her husband was so handsome. He should be kept at home, not allowed on the streets. The slightly handsome man said, I gave her roses on Valentine's Day and already sent a 520 red envelope. Is that the same? Su Tian continued his pitch, brother, get one. Really don't need it. The girlfriend said, forget it, don't buy them. The house is strict. Roses aren't allowed to be brought home. Brother, you heard that. My girlfriend also said it. If you buy roses, they'll just end up in the trash. I saw so many roses thrown away on the street. Better we spend the money on food and drinks. Then a spark lit up in Su Tian's eyes. He whispered in the man's ear, imagine you and your girlfriend go to a hotel at night. Place a bunch of fresh roses on the bedside table. Wouldn't that set a romantic mood when you two make love? You can also scatter the petals on the hotel bed in the bathroom. Sleeping together becomes so romantic, exciting, and full of ambience. You don't have to take the roses home to keep them alive. What the hell? The man was startled. He stared at Su Tian amazed. This young guy really knew how to have fun. Using roses that way, so full of romance. Instantly he became thrilled. 520 roses could be played like this. The man grinned. How much? 88 yuan per bunch. WeChat payment received, 88 yuan. After they left, Lin Weier looked at Su Tian curiously. Honey, what did you say to him? After you said that, he bought without hesitation, very generously. I said that when you two take a bath, you can sprinkle the rose petals in the bathtub. Lin Weier pouted playfully. Your mind is full of bad ideas. It's a shame you're not in sales. Just making up stories. Hello, how much are the roses? A man around 35 with a bit of charm asked. Su Tian smiled, 88 a bunch. Can I get a discount if I buy 3? Sure, 80 each, total 240. The man paid promptly. Lin Weier looked puzzled. We just sell the roses? Oh, who could know? Maybe the man was a high-level player juggling 3 boats. We just sell the roses? Oh, who could know? Maybe the man was a high-level player juggling 3 boats. The foot traffic was heavy. They had only prepared 15 bunches of flowers, and within 40 minutes all were sold out. Only the small 2 yuan flowers remained unsold. Times had changed. A single small rose was too humble to give. Weier, these flowers are for you. Puffed, giving me the leftovers. No thanks. Lin Weier pouted, yet she held them in her arms, contradicting herself, and enjoyed the scent of roses. The little one basked lazily in the sun, while the second baby wet himself once. Lin Weier carried Anan into the barbecue restaurant to nurse. Su Tian went to the car to get water and a kettle to boil water for formula. They rested in the shop for half an hour. Su Tian transferred all the money from the rose sales to his mother's bank account. They had originally been helping her sell flowers, but the flower shop was too crowded for their help to make a difference. Then Xiao Ku Li and Wang Xiaoni walked into the shop. Wang Xiaoni was holding lemonade from Mishua. Su Tian's sister-in-law, have some lemonade and ice cream. It's so hot today. Thanks. Lin Weier smiled. This chubby girl seemed pretty nice. Su Tian was indeed thirsty. Thanks, classmate Xiaoni. You're welcome. We're good friends. Su Tian asked, where's Air Go? Xiao Ku Li said, Brother Go and Long Long went to Auntie's shop to get more roses. They sold out and want to sell more. This time they'll fill a truck and sell until 8 in the evening. Nice, earning some living expenses. Brother Go is too steady. Su Tian understood. Air Go was steady in character, thrifty, and very sensible. He was generous when needed and definitely wouldn't miss this chance to make money. Su Tian, you'd better not tell anyone about you Lily getting into the Mercedes uncle's car. After all, we're about to graduate and go our separate ways. Maybe we'll never see each other again. Wang Xiaoni said earnestly. Although Yu Lili treated her like a drinking buddy and a fake friend, they had spent almost 4 years together, and there was still some affection. Xiao Ni, you're too naive. That kind of woman isn't worth it. Xiao Ku Li sighed. Su Tian smiled, no problem. Let bygones be bygones. As long as they don't come after me. Xiao Ku Li said angrily. Teacher Lin, last time Xiao Tian had a stall, a classmate picked out some boiled skewers and said they were poisonous. What? Lin Weier instantly flared up. What trashy bitch dares to slander my husband? Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's a small thing, all in the past. Su Tian quickly massaged Lin Weier's shoulders. Lin Weier said unhappily, if I had been there I would have slapped her twice. She doesn't deserve the skewers Xiao Tian worked so hard to cook. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Wang Xiaoni's lips trembled, startled. So the sister-in-law had. Ergu and his companions continued selling roses, agreeing to meet at 5 in the evening for grilled fish. Su Tian's family of 5 went shopping. Arriving at the first floor of the nearby Wanda Mall, Pushing a double stroller, Su Tian alongside Lin Weier pushing a single stroller. Their family of 5 became the most eye-catching family in the mall without a doubt. Su Tian tall and slender with short black hair. His wife with unparalleled beauty and extraordinary temperament, tall and slender, wore a white shirt and straight-cut 7/10 loose jeans, casual white shoes on her feet, her black hair tied into a bun, and a small bag slung over her shoulder. The two pushing strollers, a family of 5, truly stole the show. The man is so handsome, really handsome. Even his side profile is unbeatable, so handsome. His front profile looks great too. The woman's beauty is stunning, so pretty, her skin so fair. I can't believe they're already married. Wow, this is exactly the kind of married life I dream of. 3 babies. She gave birth to 3, yet her figure remains so slender. 4 female college freshmen in their dormitory stared intently as Su Tian's family of 5 passed by. The scene before them was exactly the future they fantasized about, finding a handsome, sunny husband and having a beautiful baby. So enviable. Ah, Xiao Jia, I'm so jealous. I want a husband that handsome too and have a little monkey to go shopping with. Xiao Jia said enviously. You're jealous and so am I. Oh my, they're a perfect couple. They're a match made in heaven, so well suited. Shopping together feels so romantic, I long for it. Su Tian and Lin Weier were oblivious to the attention. They strolled around. Honey, Wanda has a Versace store. The men's clothes there look very stylish. Su Tian shook his head with a smile. No, I can't wear luxury brands. There's a Uniqlo inside. Oh, let's shop there. Okay. At Uniqlo, Lin Weier carefully selected clothes for him. Honey, keep an eye on the babies. Watch out for kidnappers. Chu Chu said that when shopping with babies, you must always be vigilant. All right. Su Tian kept his eyes peeled, alert on all sides. Try these on. Lin Weier picked a white short sleeve and 2 one-piece short sleeves. Also a pair of black shorts and a short-sleeve shirt. She remembered that Su Tian had a few one-piece collaboration tees at home, but the fabric quality was poor and the anime characters were almost faded from washing. Su Tian chuckled. Don't get the one with Luffy, swap it for a tee with Zoro and Usopp. Which one is Zoro? The one holding swords in both hands with one eye closed, green hair, and a sword in his mouth. That's Zoro. The one with a hat and a long nose is Usopp. Oh, she picked out the clothes. The most annoying part of shopping at Uniqlo was having to queue for the fitting room during peak hours. Su Tian simply took off his shirt and swiftly put on the Zoro collaboration tee. Idiot, go to the fitting room. Lin Weier bit her lip, exasperated with him. His bare upper body had been exposed to all the female customers around. See, I'm done changing already. Tis comf. The big oaf changed clothes so fast. Su Tian grinned. He'll wear these Zoro and Usopp tees this summer. Also pick a black short sleeve that looks more mature and steady for the baby's 100-day celebration. All right. Lin Weier's taste in clothes was far better than his. It felt great to have a wife. Here, try this. Su Tian shook his head. No need to try. A handsome man is always chosen by the clothes, not the other way around. After all, he had been a Taobao model and could pull off various styles. Hee, you're so full of yourself. Lin Weier rolled her eyes at him. I'm too confident. But her husband did. Weier, pick out clothes for yourself. He'll watch the babies. Then Lin Weier chose a black and a white, a pair of light blue jeans, black capris, one loose, one tight, and a long dress to wear at the baby's birthday party. Su Tian pushed the 2 strollers to the fitting room entrance. Fortunately, there weren't many people, so no queue. Ainen kicked her little feet, making adorable sounds. Does Ainen need to pee? Or poop? Su Tian picked her up and checked. No poop or pee. Do you want daddy to hold you? Goo goo. Ainen reached out her little hand to pinch Su Tian's face. Moi. A few minutes later, Lin Weier came out of the fitting room in a different outfit. Why are those pants you're wearing? Is it ugly? I think so too. I used to like them, but recently I can't appreciate them anymore. She spun around. A black short sleeve and light blue skinny jeans. The jeans hugged her legs, showcasing her perfect slender figure, making Su Tian's eyes widen. Skinny jeans, all-time best. I think they look great. No, it doesn't match. He'll wait until I lose the belly fat before wearing tight pants. Lin Weier shook her head, helplessly pinching the soft flesh on her belly. She felt that with a bit of belly-tight pants didn't match loose short sleeves. She turned back into the fitting room. Finally, she changed into loose, quick-dry black capris and a white short sleeve. Beautiful, stunning. Su Tian snapped his fingers. This is what he'll wear, no more changes. Su Tian put on the new black shorts and the Zoro tee. After picking clothes, she bought a pair of yoga pants. Time to start losing weight. After paying, they continued strolling. Su Tian held little Ainen, who refused to sleep and would fuss if placed in the stroller. Lin Weier placed all the purchased clothes on the stroller. You keep glancing at the jewelry store. Want to buy a diamond ring? Su Tian asked with a smile. No, not buying. Su Tian's thought was simple: a diamond ring should be bought for a proposal to make it more ceremonial. Even though they already had children, the necessary rituals must be observed. He would buy the ring for the proposal and surprise her. Lin Weier looked blissful. Honey, when the babies start walking, let's buy matching family outfits. Sure, when they turn 1 and start walking, well, wear matching outfits. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice came from the side. Su Tian, have you found a girlfriend again so soon? All dressed up in flashy attire, Yu Lily and her 2 roommates looked at Su Tian and Lin Weier in shock. Su Tian was supposed to be single, yet the woman next to him called him husband. And they even had a baby. It was Yu Lily's roommate, a classmate named Huang Qiubi, who spoke up. What's wrong? Su Tian frowned. Meanwhile, Lin Weier remained unperturbed, seamlessly switching modes. In an instant, she transformed into a cold goddess, her stunning face radiating indifference as her entire demeanor shifted. Huang Qiubi directed her words at Lin Weier. This guy is a scoundrel. He just broke up with our Lily over 2 months ago. So what? Lin Weier remained silent. Her height of 170 centimeters combined with her icy aura made her resemble a regal queen, gazing down at Huang Qiubi, who only stood at 150 centimeters. What does that have to do with you? Yu Lily mocked. A big man willing to be someone else's backup. If he's not a backup, then what is he? You, a single dog, suddenly have a child. Isn't that being a backup? Yu Lily's face turned ugly as she thought about how Su Tian had abandoned her for a woman more beautiful than herself, and she even had a child. This was key. More beautiful than her. That was hard to swallow. Are you the woman who was dumped by my husband? Upon hearing the word backup, Lin Weier's expression darkened. Su Tian was indeed the baby's biological father. When they registered the household last week, they had already done a paternity test twice, not to mention the birth certificate from the hospital. Lin Weier's aura was too overwhelming, leaving Yu Lily at a loss for words. Standing together, Lin Weier's looks and physique were enough to leave Yu Lily in the dust. Instantly overwhelming. They were on completely different levels. In short, seeing Su Tian with a woman more beautiful than her left her in a terrible mood. Su Tian, you really are something, finding a backup. Qiubi, let's go. Stop right there, how dare you say that? Lin Weier said sharply. Su Tian was taken aback. He finally understood why his father-in-law was afraid of Lin Weier. She could understand why Yun Chuixian said her daughter was a tigress. The queenly aura she exuded would scare away any passing dog. I didn't say anything wrong, Yu Lily retorted. Are you sick? And Huang Qiubi, have I offended? Su Tian said. Lin Weier coldly replied. On what basis do you say my husband's skewers are toxic, calling him a backup? He is a backup to begin with. Lin Weier laughed, though it was a cold laugh. Look at your nose, sharp as a pin, and your mouth a disgusting face from plastic surgery. You shameless woman, get lost. She knew that the person in front of her was Yu Lily. And yet she said her husband's skewers were toxic. Su Tian worked so hard every day to sell them. It was impressive that she managed to restrain herself from hitting Yu Lily. Yu Lily's face turned red with anger. What? You still want to hit me? Shameless, calling my husband's skewers toxic. Yu Lily mocked. Your words are really unpleasant, Su Tian. You found yourself a shrew as a backup. Lin Weier's anger peaked. Say that again, and I'll make sure you don't leave this mall. Lily, let's go. Huang Qiubi, already timid, felt even more frightened by Lin Weier's strong aura. Moreover, Wang Xiaoni was nearby, and she was particularly reckless, ready to throw punches. There are plenty of people chasing after me, and yet you don't even acknowledge it. Haha, never see you again. Yu Lily said she didn't even plan to take graduation photos. Lin Weier stared at her, smiling. A lot of people are chasing you. You have countless backups and your relationships are never-ending, not because you're charming, remember, but because you're cheap and versatile, just like the toilet in this mall. Any man can use it. What the heck? Su Tian was taken aback. Weier, you're really something. This insult was too Lin Weier stepped forward, their bodies nearly touching. Try to make a move, and I'll make sure you don't leave this mall. Huang Qiubi's roommate hurriedly said, Sister, don't be angry. I'm sorry. Qiubi, hurry and apologize. She realized it was her sister's fault, and seeing Lin Weier's expression, it was clear she was ready to fight. I'm sorry, Lily. Qiubi, let's leave quickly. The 3 of them departed. A brief interlude during their shopping trip. Wow. Oh. Anin cried out in grievance, frightened by her mother's furious demeanor. Don't cry, mommy isn't mad at you. Lin Weier immediately switched modes, smiling as she took Anin from Su Tian's arms and began to soothe her. After a few minutes, the little darling finally stopped crying. Su Tian affectionately kissed the little bundle. Your mommy is amazing. I'm ashamed as a dad. Weier, wow, you scared me to death earlier with how cold and unfamiliar you were. Lin Weier huffed. Humph, don't compare me to that cheap woman. Yu Tong has a much worse temper than me. If she were here, she would have already made a move. But you and Teacher Zhang are really scary. Su Tian had a more laid-back attitude about this. If you Lily dared to act, he was sure he would be carried out of the mall. Wife, you were so cute when you defended me just now. TCH, Lin Weier smiled proudly. Let's go, we're going to have dessert, and don't let some cheap woman affect our shopping mood. Alright. They shopped, bought things, and when they got tired they stopped at a cake shop to rest. Lin Weier checked the time, estimating that it was about time for Can to relieve herself, and the family of 5 returned to the store. Just as they arrived at the store, Can had already wet her diaper. After changing her, it was already past 6 in the evening. He contacted Ergo and the others to go eat barbecue together. Su Tian had barely sat down for 3 minutes when he found an excuse to go to the restroom, conveniently paying the bill. Ergo was quite straightforward, believing that they had earned over 3,000 yuan selling roses today, all thanks to Su Tian's mother Su Mu taking care of him. However, Su Tian insisted on paying the bill, leaving Ergo feeling quite gloomy as he tried to pull Su Tian to KTV to treat everyone to karaoke. But Su Tian refused to go to KTV, wanting to take the baby home. The family had already spent enough time outside. Ding dong. System detects that the host has accompanied the baby shopping for the first time. Reward of 50,000 yuan has been issued to Alipay. Please check host. Su Tian felt a thrill of joy inside. Oh, I leveled up. 50,000 yuan, not bad at all. On the way home, Lin Weier reflected on how she had lost her temper today, biting her lip. She looked at Su Tian, who was seriously driving, feeling extremely anxious, and quietly asked, Xiao Tian, did I look very unpleasant when I was angry? Do you think I'm a shrew? Her father often said that her mother was a shrew and her personality had been influenced by her mother to some extent. No, you're super cute. Hee hee, you look so good when you throw a tantrum. Old man Weier, you're fierce. I'm driving. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for accompanying the baby and caring for it meticulously for 3 full months. You have achieved the protective dad accomplishment. This dual reward system rewards skill top Jian Du. Reward money 100 yuan already transferred to Alipay account. Please check host. The fragrant little bundles of joy turned exactly 3 months old. On the morning of June 3rd, Su Tian received the notification from the female system. System. He discovered that the longer he accompanied the babies, the higher the system rewards would become. Top Jian. Su Tian was a bit dazed, only hearing that the system had rewarded him with 100. When information about Jian Du flooded into his mind, he was suddenly startled. He felt as if he had instantly become a martial arts master. 10 strong men could not even get close. Jian Du. Bruce Lee. His previous knowledge of Jian Du was limited to Misumi Sarah from the anime Detective Conan. When the real Jian Du skills entered his body, it felt far more impressive than in anime or movies. In that instant, the muscle strength of his body seemed to have changed. Marrow cleansing. No, it was merely that his muscle density became stronger. He was about to start practicing martial arts. Jian Du was incredibly practical in combat, not as weak as imagined. It contained a set of techniques for restraining force, so that even if one injured someone and sent them to the hospital, the doctor would not detect any physical damage or issues. More severe than internal injuries. Lin Weier's small Mercedes had been sold. The new car cost nearly 4,000 yuan. After a year of driving, it only sold for 2,700 yuan. German cars depreciate much faster than Japanese ones. She rarely drove it. The new car had only 600 kilometers on the odometer. The car was well maintained, so selling for 2,700 was already quite good. She insisted that Su Tian keep the money, but he refused, saying he would manage the finances only after they got. Lin Weier mentioned that she couldn't help browsing luxury goods on JD.com. Su Tian told her to go ahead since she was the little princess of the family, and having a baby shouldn't mean she had to deprive herself. Xiao Tian, aren't you supposed to go to school this morning for your graduation photo? Lin Weier asked, already washed and dressed. The man was awake, still lying in bed playing with his phone. What time is it? Su Tian's eyes flickered, and he sprang out of bed with a start. 9 o'clock. Why didn't you wake me earlier? The graduation photo is at 10. Su Tian was dumbfounded. He always turned off his phone before sleeping. Although he wouldn't lose hair or go bald before the age of 70. But his sleep had been poor lately, needing to get up in the middle of the night to change diapers and prepare formula. So he turned off his phone to avoid disturbances. As for his parents, if there was an emergency, they would call his old phone number, the Xiaomi hand warmer. Opening the new phone, ding ding ding. WeChat messages and missed calls kept alerting. Go get dressed and wash up quickly. Lin Weier covered her mouth and laughed. Schwa 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 schwa. He applied facial cleanser and began a violent face washing routine. Brushed his teeth in 20 seconds, rinsed his mouth in 10, put on his graduation bachelor's gown from the University of Technology in 30 seconds, and casually grabbed the bachelor's cap and stuffed it into his bag. Weier, I'm heading out. So fast. Lin Weier had just finished dressing the first baby and hadn't yet started on the second. Su Tian was already wash-dressed and ready with his backpack. Men are simple when it comes to washing and dressing. Wait, teacher, want to bring the babies along to school to watch you take your graduation photo. Is that okay? Lin Weier asked with a light laugh. She had never been to the University of Technology before and wanted to see the place where her mother had always worked. Mom misses her little grandkids. No problem. Hurry and dress the babies. Lin Weier nodded. Okay, you dress Anan. Daddy's fragrant little bun Anan is going out again. Little piggy Trotter going out. Kinkin stared at his father with big dull eyes. Why was the tone used for his sister so completely different from that for him, this little piggy Trotter? What's wrong with being a boy? Kinkin, daddy gives you a kiss. The little cutie kissed by his father excitedly waved his hands in the air, babbling and laughing. Ring, 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 the phone rang. It was his mother-in-law. Su Tian, are you not coming for the graduation photo? Wei and I went to bed late last night. He'll be there soon. Yun Quixin's breathing quickened as she roared like a lioness. Get your ass over here. He must have bullied her daughter again last night, otherwise why would Wei have slept so late? Such a tragedy. She didn't want to talk about it. Time flies like an arrow, years pass like a shuttle. For years of beautiful yet arduous university life, like sand in an hourglass, had silently slipped away. Pushing the stroller as he strolled through the campus, Su Tian's thoughts were a whirlwind. The bits and pieces of the past, the myriad memories, surged up vividly before his eyes. The graduation photo wouldn't wait for him. Even Yun Suetian, as an associate professor, could only delay it by half an hour. It had been 40 minutes now, and it infuriated her both as mother-in-law and teacher. Everyone wait for Su Tian. He's almost here, shouted Ergo. Oh, he's coming. What the hell? Did Su Tian really take leave to look after the kids? Damn, he's a winner in life. His wife is so beautiful. How many babies? Looks like 3. The classmates who were taking graduation photos together buzzed with chatter, their gazes converging on the family. Everyone was talking, their faces full of shock and amazement, especially the few girls in the class who had secretly admired Su Tian for 4 years. Although they had little interaction, they had planned to bravely confess their feelings upon graduation, but never expected to see him entering the campus again with a wife and children. That meant he had a girlfriend outside school long ago, and it had been some time. This was like a merciless slap across their faces. Sorry, traffic jam. Su Tian, while putting on his cap, jogged to the group. The classmates in the front row crouched down, and Su Tian ran to the side, standing beside Yun Suetian. Sister Yun, sorry I'm late. As soon as he stepped onto campus, he couldn't help calling her Sister Yun again. Yun Suetian glared. Making the school leaders wait for you. You really think you're something special? Sorry, my apologies, sorry. Zhang Yutong laughed. Considering you're the study committee member, the big shots have forgiven you. Sister Yun is the best. Su Tian took the initiative to hook Yun Quixin's arm. Lin Weier bit her lip in anger. Fool, you can't hold my mom's arm. One, your dad is going to drive your mom crazy. In that moment, for the first time, she was jealous of her own mother. It was infuriating. But Yun Quixin's gaze was fixed on the baby stroller 100 meters away. If not for the graduation photo, she would have already run over to take turns hugging her little grandkids. Click, click, the photographer took the pictures. In that instant, some were happy, some sad, some celebrating. Soon to leave their beloved university and step into society, most students were reluctant to let go of this time. 2 female classmates were particularly emotional, their eyes reddened and tears of reluctance rolled down their cheeks. They couldn't believe they were about to go their separate ways, scattered across the world, let alone that they were truly graduating. Yeah. For example, Long and Xiao Ku Li showed no trace of sadness on their faces. The 2 excitedly waved their bachelor's caps. After the graduation photo was taken, Yun Suetian couldn't wait to run over to Lin Weier. Wei, it's too hot outside. Don't let the little grandkids get sunburned. Go to the office with Yutong first. Zhang Yutong pushed the other stroller Anans and looked Lin Weier up and down, teasing. Wei, you've gained weight again. You're the one who gained weight. Teacher Yun, thank you for your care over these 4 years. Come on, let's take a group photo together. The female class monitor said with a smile, as she took Yun Quixin's arm and walked to one side. Work hard on your postgraduate entrance exams too. Thank you, Teacher Yun. You kids are all too polite. A classmate helped take photos. Graduation season. Many were reluctant to part and took photos with their teachers. Among the students, they formed small groups of 2s and 3s. Roommates took group photos together. As for lecturer Zhang Yutong, she had already taken Lin Weier and the babies back to the office. Su Tian, come quick, I want to take a photo with you. Wang Xiaoni directly grabbed Su Tian by the clothes and dragged him to the side, wanting to take a photo together. Su Tian didn't even have the thought of resisting. It wasn't a matter of thought, it was a matter of ability. Ergo holding Wang Xiaoni's iPhone 13 Pro Max gave Su Tian a thumbs up, daring to take a solo graduation photo with Wang Xiaoni. Ordinary people really didn't have that courage. He truly didn't have that courage. If it were a group photo, it would be fine. A solo photo, forget it. Su Tian didn't refuse only because he didn't want to hurt Gang Zist. Based on his understanding and the analysis of Ergo Xiao Kuli and Long Wang Xiaoni was indeed a bit simple-minded. As for how she got into college, no one knew. In short, her mentality was like that of a child. Click, click, click. Su Tian was only slightly taller than Wang Xiaoni, making them look like true buddies. He wailed in his heart, "Brother Go, can't we just take one or two? Why keep taking bursts? Classmate Xiaoni, the photos are done." "Thank you." Wang Xiaoni extended her chubby finger to swipe the phone screen, looking at the photos with Su Tian. She really was so ugly and fat. A flicker of gloom passed through her eyes, but the corners of her mouth brimmed with a happy smile. Long laughed and said, "Come on, Brother Go, let's take a group photo together." Su Tian, Ergo Xiao Kuli, Long, and the newly joined Gang Z, the five stood together. Long, the shortest, crouched on the ground, with Xiao Kuli. Su Tian, Ergo, and Wang Xiaoni stood together. Click, click. "All done," called out the female classmate Xiao Jia. She wondered in her heart, how could Wang Xiaoni, who was isolated by the whole class, blend in with the handsome Su Tian? They even took a solo photo together. Didn't Su Tian mind her being fat? "Thanks." Long took the phone and laughed heartily. "Damn it, finally graduated. I finally graduated. Send the photos to the group chat, everyone save them. Teacher Yun, come take a photo." Yun Suatian smiled, coming. Taking graduation photos kept her busy, leaving her face weary. Many students wanted to take commemorative photos with her. "You four work hard for the postgraduate exams after graduation, got it?" The few of them smiled, but said nothing. Long was already preparing to become a driver for a bank manager next month. Ergo really didn't want to ask his family for living expenses and tuition, so he decided to give up on the postgraduate exam and start working. Su Tian had to take the exam. Classmate Wang Xiaoni and Xiao Tian are so close, Yun Suatian said in surprise. She had just noticed her son-in-law taking a solo photo with the chubby Wang Xiaoni, which truly startled her. She had always kept an eye on classmate Wang Xiaoni. A top-tier rich second generation from Dragon City, her family's assets were beyond ordinary imagination. She was a little chubby, but it was still quite good for Su Tian to have a good relationship with her. If Su Tian ever faced difficulties in the future that even Wei Wei's grandfather couldn't solve, he could go to this classmate Wang Xiaoni for help. Wang Xiaoni smiled and replied, "Yes, we're good friends. Teacher Yin, thank you for your care." Ergo laughed. "Xiao Tian, didn't see you Lily come for the graduation photo. Forget her, it's better she didn't come. A graduation photo without a bitch is a blessing." Ergo laughed. "Xiao Tian, didn't see you Lily come for the graduation photo. Forget her, it's better she didn't come. A graduation photo without a bitch is a blessing." Su Tian smiled. Wang Xiaoni ran over to Huang Qiubi and whispered, "Classmate Qiubi, can I take a group photo with you all?" After all, they were roommates in college. Even though Yu Lily wasn't there, deep down she still hoped to take a photo with them. Huang Qiubi shook her head. "Sorry, we have to go get ready for the graduation ceremony at noon." "Oh." Wang Xiaoni gave a bitter smile. Long said in a displeased, deep voice, "Xiao and I, are you crazy? Those people aren't your friends. It doesn't matter if you take photos with them or not. We'll take photos with you." Wang Xiaoni said angrily, "I always thought that after being together for so long there was some friendship. After all, we're about to graduate. I didn't expect them to be so heartless. If they don't want to take photos, fine. They'll block them all on WeChat." Although their relationship wasn't great, they had added each other on WeChat in freshman year. She found the contacts and blocked Yu Lily, Huang Qiubi, and the other roommate. All of them directly. "Well done." Ergo praised. Yun Suatian smiled helplessly. They had been roommates with Wang Xiaoni for 4 years, yet they didn't know about her family. Casually help you find a job in Dragon City or its surrounding cities within the province, and you'd never have to worry about food and clothing for life. Who knew they'd refuse to take a photo? Truly too young. "Auntie, I want to attend the graduation ceremony," Su Tian called out. He really couldn't keep calling her sister Yun anymore. "Why, oi?" Yun Suatian asked in confusion. Su Tian shrugged and smiled. "Hey, I need to take care of my son and daughter. I don't have time. The graduation ceremony is nothing interesting. Go back to the office with the teacher first." In the office, Zhang Yutong and Lin Weier were chattering away, when the conversation turned to the confrontation between Lin Weier and you Lily Zhang Yutong suddenly shot up from her office chair, furrowed her brows, and erupted in fury. That bitch. So she's really that despicable. Wei, you should have called me. I would have gone up there and given her a combo plus a big slap. Haha, don't be so violent. You're a teacher. Hitting a student could get you fired. Lin Weier was truly impressed by her best friend. Yutong, you're just a young girl. Speak more civilly. Yun Suixian frowned. Zhang Yutong's loud voice could be heard even in the office corridor. Zhang Yutong blushed and explained, Auntie, you don't know the situation. It's like this. Lin Weier took her best friend's hand and said, don't say any more. Su Tian, please go to the affiliated primary school of No. 1 middle school at 4 p.m. to pick up Schwer after school. Me. Pick up Schwer. Su Tian scratched his head, looking blankly at his mother-in-law. Yun Suixian nodded, that's right. Take Schwer from school back to your rental place. Teacher and Schwer won't be home tonight. Well, stay at your and Wei Weiss rental. I miss my little grandson. Today I'll spend some time with him. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, so it's just the holiday. As she spoke, she handed the car keys to Su Tian. Okay. Lin Weier pinched the soft flesh on her man's waist, hesitating. Not happy to pick up your sister-in-law from school. Happy 1,000 times happy. The entrance of Shizhong affiliated primary school was packed with parents waiting to pick up their elementary school. Since it was the first grade, the teachers were strict and the students lined up neatly, resembling the scene at a kindergarten pickup. The teachers had to personally hand the students over to their parents to complete the dismissal task. Yun Suixian had already informed Schwer's homeroom teacher in advance that today her brother-in-law would be picked. In the crowd, Su Tian carefully scanned for Lin Schwer's figure, as if he had already started living the life of a parent picking up a child from school. After a significant portion of the students from Class 1 of Grade 1 had left, Su Tian finally spotted Lin Schwer. The little girl was wearing a red school uniform. Hello, I am Lin Schwer's brother-in-law. The female homeroom teacher glanced at Su Tian, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, wondering how he could be so young. Lin Schwer, the female teacher called. Lin Schwer dashed over from the line. Lin Schwer, look carefully, is this your brother-in-law? Yes, brother-in-law. Lin Schwer exclaimed excitedly, her big eyes sparkling. The little girl skipped over to Su Tian. Wait a moment, let me call the child's mother to confirm. The female teacher was very responsible, dialing Yun Quixian's number, and only after confirming did she allow Su Tian to take Lin Schwer. Brother-in-law, hug me. Su Tian watched the little girl with a headache. Children at this age were he could not afford to reject her. What are you hugging for? You're too heavy for your brother-in-law to carry. Brother-in-law, hug me. The little girl clung to her brother-in-law's leg and began to act cute. Su Tian smiled helplessly and picked up Lin Schwer, saying, if you eat a little less, your brother-in-law will be able to carry you. All right. Carrying you is like experiencing carrying your sister when she was little. Su Tian chuckled, realizing that his thoughts might be a bit peculiar. Brother-in-law, it's too hot. Let's eat ice pops. All right. Whatever you want to eat, we will eat. Su Tian felt somewhat helpless towards the little girl. After all, she was his wife's sister, and he had to indulge her. Perhaps when Kin Wan and then grow a bit more, the sister-in-law could help him with the kids. With this thought in mind, he patiently carried the little girl to a supermarket, bought a 1 yuan ice pop, and broke it in half, giving 1/2 to each. Then the two returned to his mother-in-law's BMW 5 Series. By this time, the graduation ceremony was likely over, and Su Tian drove back to Peach Blossom Garden. Sure enough, Lin Weier's car was already parked downstairs. Upon returning upstairs, Yun Suixian was peeling potatoes while Lin Weier was snapping green beans. The mother and daughter planned to make Su Tian a dish of braised chicken legs with noodles. Sister. The little girl casually tossed her backpack on the sofa and ran towards the kitchen. Sister, do you want to cook with Mom? Yes. Mom wants to eat braised noodles. Let's cook with. Then Schwer won't eat it. Brother-in-law, let's go to a restaurant. Lin Schwer tugged at Su Tian's pants leg and started walking outside. It was already frightening enough for her sister to cook alone, she couldn't imagine how bad the food would be if her mom joined in. Su Tian couldn't help but smile and said, don't be so dismissive of your sister, okay? The little girl thought Su Tian still didn't understand the cooking skills of her sister and mom. Can they eat if they cook together? Yun Suixian called out. We have zongzi, eat some zongzi to fill your stomach. The braised noodles might take an hour. Okay, Annie, let's just eat zongzi for dinner then, Su Tian suggested with a smile. The key was that Lin Schwer was not lying. She truly dared not eat her mother-in-law's cooking. All right, we'll just eat zongzi. Wei, put the vegetables in the fridge, you two can cook tomorrow. She thought for a moment. It seemed that her cooking skills really weren't up to par, since she felt her own dishes were terribly unappetizing. Mom, didn't you want to eat braised noodles? Let me do it. Su Tian volunteered. Lin Weier giggled. Silly, be more proactive of my mom, and I have been waiting for you to say that. The babies had all fallen asleep. Lin Weier and Yun Suetian sat on the sofa, watching TV eating sticky rice zongzi. Lin Weier obediently ran to the desk in the guest room, opened her backpack, and started on the homework for the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival holiday. As a teacher's family child, Weier was quite the academic achiever, actively seeking the desk to do her homework earnestly. Su Tian, how did your discussion with your parents go? When will our two families meet? Yun Suetian asked. The child was already 3 months old. Both sets of parents should discuss Su Tian and Lin Weier's marriage. After all, they had already received their marriage certificate, and such matters could not be delayed. Su Tian smiled and said, Annie, my mom will come over shortly. If you have any questions, just ask her. Your mom is coming over. Yun Suetian suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her eyes wide. Su Tian, why didn't you say so earlier? Is your mom coming over so we can eat braised noodles together? Shouldn't we find a restaurant to eat instead? It's fine if she won't come until 8 o'clock in the evening. She just wants to see her little grandson and then head back. Now, mom was also a boss with employees running a maternity store and a flower shop, each employing one person. Even though she had to pay nearly $7,000 in wages every month, her earnings had decreased. However, it made her life much easier. She was responsible for keeping track of the missing goods daily, and the flower shop was similar. Organizing the shelves completed her tasks for the day. You little rascal. Yun Suetian became irritated. Taking a deep breath, Lin Weier asked in surprise, Mom, why are you so nervous about meeting the future mother-in-law? Mom didn't expect Su Tian's mother to arrive suddenly, and she wasn't prepared at all. Su Tian laughed. Should I not let my mom come? Is there a son like you? Of course, a mother-in-law is also a good mom. Go away, go away. Hearing Su Tian's sweet words, Yun Suetian shivered all over, getting goosebumps. She wasn't ready to be called mom by Su Tian yet. Yun Quixian's face showed a tense expression, causing Lin Weier to cover her mouth and smile. Mom, don't be nervous. You look presentable and well-maintained, and Su's mom is very nice. You two can be like sisters. Yes, Annie, who knows, my mom might think you are Weier's sister. Yun Suetian almost spat out her zongzi, her face filled with smiles, her demeanor overly exaggerated. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such things casually about being sisters. Yet her lips revealed a blissful smile. Yun Suetian narrowed her eyes and laughed. You little rascal, haven't been courting girls, have you? Tell me, how many girlfriends have you had? Only Weier. Schwer, dinner is ready. As a foodie, she was contemplating a math problem when she heard her sister's call, and without hesitation, she dropped her pencil and quickly ran to the bathroom to wash her hands. Schwer is too self-aware. Chicken thighs with potatoes and green beans, braised noodles. Wow, it smells so good. Schwer can already smell the fragrance. Brother-in-law, do you have any drinks? Lin Weier asked. Su Tian felt a bit embarrassed in front of the little girl. Yes, we have chilled cola. Cola, I want to drink cola. Yun Suetian said seriously. No cola, it's easy to get a bloated stomach when you have braised noodles. You can drink it after you finish eating. Hearing this, the little girl immediately yielded obediently, sitting on a small stool to get ready for dinner. Su Tian helped serve the braised noodles, one bowl for each person. Braised noodles with zongzi, the whole family will turn into big, chubby people. So what if we become chubby? After all, I've already married you, Lin Weier said nonchalantly. The reason she could eat without restraint is that before her pregnancy, eating and drinking would not make her gain weight. She belonged to the super easy loss weight category. No matter how much she ate, she couldn't gain weight. Deep down, she still held on to a sliver of hope, believing she could return to her pre-pregnancy physique. Unbeknownst to her, wanting to lose weight without exercising was pure fantasy. The yoga pants she bought while shopping at the mall during the 520 holiday had never been seen on her. The packaging for the yoga mat and hula hoop had been sitting in the living room unopened for a week. Wow, it's delicious. The chicken leg and noodles are so good. Little Schwer was eating chicken leg braised noodles. Not satisfied with a small bowl on the coffee table, she simply picked up the bowl with her left hand and used chopsticks with her right hand to shovel tasty food into her mouth. The little girl had quite the momentum of a post-2000s foodie. Eat slowly, look at how you're eating. How can a girl eat like this? Yun Suetian reprimanded. Lin Weier pouted. The food brother-in-law made is just too delicious, even better than what dad makes. Looking at the pitiful little Schwer, Su Tian furrowed his brows, feeling a strange sense of heartache for the girl. Her father-in-law's family is definitely wealthy, treating the little sweetheart like a princess, but when it comes to it pales in comparison to an ordinary family coupled with a mother who can't cook and a father who is often busy. They can only eat at restaurants. Just look at this child who seems to have never eaten good food. Sister, brother-in-law, I want to live at home. No way. After finishing the braised noodles, little Schwer pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. If she lived at brother-in-law's house, she wouldn't have to eat in restaurants anymore. Yun Suatian glared. Nonsense, you're going back with mom tomorrow morning. The little girl, feeling dejected, ran into her sister's arms. Lin Weier pinched the little girl's cheek, soothingly saying, the vacation is coming soon. When the vacation starts, you can live at your sister's house, and your brother-in-law will cook for you every day, making delicious meals. How about that? Really? Lin Schwenner's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Sister, let's make a promise. Promise. Su Tian. Am I just a tool? After dinner, the mother-in-law voluntarily went to the kitchen to tidy up and wash the dishes. Su Tian didn't stand on ceremony. He was already tired from cooking. Lin Schwer squatted on the ground, unpacking the yoga mat packaging. The light blue mat was spread out on the floor, and she also opened the hula hoop. Then she walked back to her room, and when she came out to the living room, Su Tian nearly spat out the peach in his mouth. Wife Weier, are you going to work out? The tight yoga pants on her legs gave an undeniable sensation, perfectly outlining her beautiful figure. The snug yoga pants made her perky bottom look like a juicy peach, truly. It was as if she was not wearing pants at all, with long straight legs and a sporty tank top. Su Tian couldn't help but let his gaze wander. Yes, I want to lose weight back to 90 pounds. Lin Weier, filled with motivation, pumped her fist, noticing Su Tian's gaze. Her pretty face flushed instantly. Xiao Tian, husband, you're looking where? No looking. Su Tian's gaze had become too intense, actually looking at her. The place where the baby was born. Alright, I want look. Su Tian took a deep breath. Yun Suatian couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. You two are like an old married couple, what's there to be shy about? Humph. Lin Weier held the hula hoop against her belly. She twisted her small waist, and whoosh, the hula hoop fell to the ground. This was her first time using a hula hoop. Oh, why couldn't she get it to spin? The weight loss blogger on Douyin taught how to spin the hula hoop like this, right? She twisted her waist again, and whoosh, the hula hoop spun twice before falling to the ground. Hey! Lin Weier pouted, defeated by her own clumsiness. The hula hoop is too difficult. I must be really stupid. Why can't it spin? Su Tian opened the Douyin tutorial and watched it once. Weier, let me demonstrate for you. You can hula hoop. She looked at Su Tian incredulously. This is really simple, let me try it once. Su Tian had never played with a hula hoop, purely curious. You fool, I don't believe you can make it spin. Su Tian placed the hula hoop around his waist, then spread his legs shoulder-width apart to maintain his balance. He gripped the hula hoop tightly with both hands from the sides of his waist and gently pulled it forward, then suddenly pushed both hands clockwise with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Twisting his waist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hula hoop spun perfectly around his waist, leaving Lin Weier in awe. So simple. So funny. Lin Weier chuckled, glancing at her husband's backside and waist twisting joyfully. This scene even left her mother Yun Suxian astonished, watching Su Tian spinning the hula hoop. Her son-in-law's waist was quite impressive and agile. It seemed that her daughter's life was quite fulfilling. How is it? Not bad at spinning, right? Su Tian said proudly. Husband, hurry, teach me, quickly teach me. Su Tian stopped spinning and grabbed the hula hoop with one hand. Come, I'll teach you like this. Weier, when you spin, your bottom and waist need to sway with the hula hoop. You have to twist together to make it spin. Oh, got it. She excitedly began to learn, practicing for 10 minutes, and successfully got the hula hoop to spin around her waist. I finally learned it, she said proudly. I learned it in no time. Su Tian boasted. Oomph. She ignored Su Tian and continued to spin the hula hoop, her little bottom swaying. The big white rabbit jumped up and down, super fun. Yun Suatian noticed her son-in-law looking at her daughter with a lewd gaze and hurriedly pulled Lin Schwer back to the bedroom so as not to disturb the couple's space. Wei Wei was really something. Daring to wear such tight yoga pants, she was completely unashamed. Xiao Tian, you go back to the room to take care of the baby and see if they have woken up yet. Lin Weier said breathlessly. Full yoga pants are just like thermal leggings. Why is he so excited? Weier, you're tempting me. Su Tian licked his lips. You're just teasing me, go back to your room. She didn't quite understand, did the snug yoga pants really attract Xiao Tian that much? If she wore black stockings, wouldn't he be overly excited? Mom, you're here. A knock sounded and Su Tian opened the door. Lin Weier immediately stopped her plank exercise, got up from the floor, her forehead covered in sweat. After exercising for an hour, she felt really comfortable, even her hair was wet. This was her first intense exercise after giving birth. Weier is exercising, Su's mother said in surprise. She was carrying the baby's formula milk powder. The 5 cans they got last time were almost finished by the elder and second child. Mom, Lin Weier nodded. I exercised a bit after dinner. Yun Suixian walked out of the secondary bedroom, rather nervously took the initiative to greet, and said with a smile, "Hello, in-laws. Su Tian told me that Weier's mother was here. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time," Su's mother said. Yun Suixian nodded. "Me too. I told the young couple to arrange a meeting between our families earlier, but they never did. I really don't know what goes on in young people's minds. We can't understand young people's thoughts. Has Weier's mother been here long?" Su's mother asked. "I came in the afternoon thinking I'd stay with the little grandkids tonight," Yun Suixian replied. The two women, as if they had known each other for a long time, sat down on the sofa and chatted adeptly, completely ignoring Su Tian and Lin Weier. Seeing the two mothers so close and familiar, the couple was dumbfounded. If they didn't know the situation, they would have thought they were sisters who hadn't seen each other for years. Actually, relatively speaking, Su's mother was simple, honest, and gentle. Her personality was completely opposite to that of Yun Suixian. The mother-in-law was also simple, but not gentle. Otherwise, in the Su family, Su's father wouldn't be the head of the household, while in the Lin family, Yun Suixian was in charge. Even so, Su's mother was not at all nervous. On the contrary, Yun Suixian was a bit tense, occasionally pausing in her speech. Lin Weier, drenched in sweat, went to the bathroom to take a shower and wash her hair. Then she took Su Tian's hand and obediently sat on the sofa. The two families' parents were chatting, so she and Su Tian couldn't just hide. "Su Tian has been spoiled since he was a child, very naughty. He hasn't made you angry, has he?" Su's mother asked. Su's mother asked. Her son must not leave a bad impression on his mother-in-law. "It's okay, Su Tian is quite good, eloquent, and sweet-tongued. He was my student in college, and we've known each other for many years." Su's mother was surprised. "Is that so?" She looked at her son. Su Tian nodded with a smile. "That's right. I even called Annie sister for many years." "You can't just call her that," Su's mother said. She was embarrassed. How could her son call his mother-in-law sister? Su Tian scratched his head, looking simple and honest. "Well, before Weier and I started dating, I already called Auntie sister," Su Tian said. Su's mother glared at him. "You little rascal, from now on no more sister, understand?" Su Tian obediently nodded. Su's mother smiled and said, "It seems that my Su Tian and your family are really destined." Yun Suixian replied, "Yes, quite destined." Yun Suixian was a bit at a loss for words. Honestly, although she was Su Tian's mother-in-law, she actually quite liked him calling her sister. It sounded nice. Su's mother asked, "How old are you, in-laws?" Yun Suixian replied, 46. "Very young. You gave birth to Weier at 20. At that time, I met Weier's father in college, got pregnant, and gave birth," Yun Suixian said. Su Tian was stunned. 20 years old. Pregnant at 19. So she had a child in her freshman or sophomore year. Su's mother said, "That must have been tough, taking care of Weier while studying and later becoming a university teacher." "Yes, I got through it all." "How old are you?" Su's mother replied, "I'm already 50. Yun Suixian said, "Then I'll call you sister, and you can call me Xiao Chui." "Auntie, is Xiao Chui your nickname?" "Xiao Xian sounds much nicer," Su Tian said. Su's mother immediately glared at her son. "No manners. How can you talk to Weier's mother like that? Apologize." It's okay, Xiao Tian is just joking," Yun Suixian said. "Rude. Remember, don't joke about adults next time," Su's mother said. "Yes, ma'am," Su Tian replied. Lin Weier secretly laughed to herself. Actually, her mother's nickname was Cuihua. Yun Suixian said, "Call me Xiao Xian then." Su's mother replied, "All right, I'll call you Xiao sister." The two mothers became more familiar as they chatted. Su's mother said, "On June 12th, we will hold the baby's 100-day celebration. Xiao Xian, if you're free, come early. We plan to hold it in the village with the baby's grandfather." "Okay, then Weier's father and I will come a day early," Yun Suixian said. Su Tian asked, "Mom, how will the 100-day celebration be held in the countryside village?" Yun Suixian was also very concerned about this question. Su's mother smiled and said to her son, "We didn't hold a full-month banquet for the little ones, so we must do the 100-day celebration properly. We'll hold it in our newly built house, lay a red carpet, set up banquet tables in the yard, have a few large round tables for a lively meal, and hire a host." "This is like a wedding." "Huh?" Su Tian laughed. He continued to ask, "Annie, how many tables will your family have, including Weier's relatives?" Yun Suixian thought for a moment. "About 2 tables of 10 seats should be enough." Su Tian said, "So many. Mom, aren't you also planning to invite relatives like uncle and aunt?" "Just invite grandma, grandpa, and second uncle," Lin Weier said anxiously. Her family had too many relatives. Oh, just thinking about it gave her a headache. Yun Suixian looked at her daughter displeased. "When your uncle and aunt's grandson had his full-month banquet, I gave 30,000. I've given out over 100,000. I have to get it back." "Okay," Lin Weier said reluctantly. "You don't need to worry about anything. The relatives will just eat and leave," Yun Suixian said. She had given a lot of gifts, 10,000 for the baby's birth, 30,000 for the full-month banquet. Weier had 3 babies, Kinkin, Wan, and Anon. Each one would receive a red envelope, so not only could she get the gifts back, but also double. It's more convenient to hold banquets in the city. Mom will take Weier and the babies back 2 days early, Su Tian said. Okay, you'll have your father make the cribs in advance. The new house can be tidied up and ready to live in, Su's mother replied. When Su Tian was in junior high school, his grandparents helped fund the construction of a new house. They lived there until he went to high school, and then moved to the city. According to Su's mother, the new house was reserved for Su Tian's wedding. Nowadays, getting married in the countryside requires not only an apartment in the county or city, but also a house in the village. With a house, a car, and a bride price of nearly 300, according to Ergo, marrying a wife is like aiding the poor for the bride's family. It's not that they dare not marry, but they can't afford it. Rural girls have much higher requirements for marriage than city girls. Since Su Tian is the only grandson, his grandparents started making arrangements early. Lin Weier was not socially anxious, but with less than 2 weeks until the baby's 100-day celebration, gosh, she was already getting nervous. Hello, Auntie, Lin Schweder said politely. Su's mother asked in surprise, who is this? Su Tian replied, Mom, this is my sister-in-law Lin Schwer. The little girl is truly adorable, so beautiful, Su's mother exclaimed. Turning to Su Tian, she reproached him, Schwer is so young. Why did you not tell your mother earlier so I could prepare a proper gift? Mom will make it up next time. Su's mother chatted about ordinary matters, asking how old Lin Schwer was and what grade she attended. The babies began to cry. Lin Weier rose, but was stopped by Su's mother. Weier will go tend our little grandchild. Call me if she wants to nurse. Mother will look after the little one. The 2 mothers hurried anxiously into the bedroom. Su's mother had come precisely to see her grandchild. Unexpectedly, the other mother arrived as well, and the 2 sat on the sofa and chatted for half an hour. Weier. You 2 kind mothers have been caring for the little ones. What shall we do now? Lin Weier had just finished her bath and wore a sensuous nightgown, and her skin still held the scent of soap, and her damp hair hung over her shoulders, utterly charming. Su Tian could not help but draw her into his arms. You fool, planning something naughty, are you? Before she finished, her damp lips met a softness. Her body went lax, and she half reclined in Su Tian's embrace. As he kissed her lips and reached out with his mischievous right hand. Sister, brother-in-law, no kissing. Su Tian started in surprise. I almost forgot about my little sister-in-law, Lin Schwer said crossly. She was still watching cartoons at the side. Idiot, Schwer is still here. Lin Weier scolded, blushing shy. When Su Tian kissed her reddened lips, and she sensed his masculine breath, it felt like an electric current running through her, leaving her helplessly limp. She did not understand why. Was her constitution truly so fragile? Brother-in-law, hug me, little Schwer climbed into Su Tian's lap of her own accord. Next time, do not be affectionate in front of Schwer. She is not so little anymore, and might pick up bad habits, Lin Weier said. She giggled and stuck out her tongue. Sister is shy, her face is red. Little one, go back to your room and sleep. No. The child looped her arm through Su Tian's. Su Tian chuckled, left arm holding my wife, right arm holding my sister-in-law. How many married men dream of that? Shameless. Lin Weier shot him a look, then turned serious and addressed Lin Schwer. You are not to let your brother-in-law hold you. You are 6 now, not a little child. TCH. I'm going to take a shower. It was past 10 as Su's mother was eager to return home. Mom, don't go back so late. You don't drive? They'll take you home in the morning. Su Tian frowned. The trip between the old district and the new one was indeed a fair distance. Yun Suixian took Su's mother's hand and said, don't go yet, let us talk a little more about Weiwei and Xiao Tian's wedding arrangements. Su's mother had been about to decline, but when the other mother pressed the matter of her son's marriage, she relented. All right. The young couple are not so young anymore if they should have a wedding. Su Tian grinned and asked, how shall we sleep tonight? Lin Weier directed, you sleep on the sofa, my mother Schwer and I will sleep together, Aunt can take a separate room. Su's mother smiled, I should still go back. There are few bedrooms at home. No need, let your son sleep on the sofa. If he squeezed up with that woman every night, he'd be roasted alive, Su Tian teased. Su Tian feigned complaint. A woman's warmth was intense, and Lin Weier in particular slept like an octopus at night, clinging to him. With a baby in the room, they could not use the air conditioner. He every night felt as though they were sleeping atop a furnace. How dare you complain about me? Lin Weier reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Su Tian's waist hard. He grimaced in pain. Not resisting would make him no man at all. He retaliated with a sharp smack to her rounded bottom, which roused the tigress in her. Disregarding the presence of both mothers, she flushed and, half embarrassed and half furious, playfully wrestled with Su Tian. Her ample derriere pinned Su Tian hard into the sofa. If this tigress does not warn you, do you take me for a sickly cat? Is that a place one may slap so casually? Lin Weier huffed. Bad student, daring to tease the teacher. So naughty. I was wrong, wife, have mercy. If not for the good mothers present, he would certainly have pressed a forceful kiss. Lin Weier's body would have instantly gone limp atop him. Tested 3 times, absolutely genuine and effective. Submit or not? I submit. 10,000 times I submit. Su Tian wore the rueful put-upon look of a man afraid of his wife, pitiable and sulky. As she rose, Su Tian stealthily, unexpectedly, flicked his right hand upward in a swift motion. A second round ensued. A crisp smack answered it. Su Tian hastened to the door. The weather is too hot. The fruit shop must still be open. He'll buy a big watermelon. He left Lin Weier's scowling cheeks flushed. Auntie, control your precious son, she said angrily. Launched a sneak attack. Darn him, my whole body tingles. There is even a little burning ache. How mortifying. When he goes to bed, it'll bite him to death. Su's mother smiled and nodded. Very well. Make Xiao Tian kneel on the keyboard. Isn't that a popular online punishment these days? After she spoke, she and Yun Suixian exchanged a look and shared a helpless smile. Young people flirting and bantering. Mothers could hardly intrude. Do not be fooled by Wei Wei's tigress persona and quick temper. Xiao Tian in every respect has her completely under his sway. A daughter who has met her match, such a marriage will keep life from becoming dull even after the vows. Unlike me, who married a stolid, unimaginative man. But where does one find a man who is perfect in every way? It is enough that he treats her well. Time to return to the countryside. Under the blazing noonday sun, the heat was scorching. Not a single breeze stirred, and even the leaves hung low. The earth seemed trapped in a steamer. The June midday left one drenched in sweat from the oppressive heat. Even the elderly left behind in our Yuan village sat under the shade of the big trees seeking coolness. The streets were filled with many aged men and women. Many people stood at the gates of their courtyards holding bowls of rice as they ate. Su Tian remembered this scene well from his childhood. As a northern country boy, he had experienced it countless times. He had even taken his bowl to eat at Ergo's doorstep. Honey, is this where you grew up? Lin Weier asked. Yeah, we're almost there. The streets were mostly filled with left-behind elderly and children. The kids frolicked and played with laughter and joy while the adults' shouts rang out. They called out for their little rascals to stop playing and come home for dinner, warning that the food was getting cold. The scene was filled with warmth. It was full of memories. His mother used to stand at the alley entrance and call him home for dinner. Yet he would play marbles with Ergo and only return to eat cold leftovers. Occasionally, when his father grew angry enough to unbuckle his belt and chase after him, he would run home in fright and obediently eat. We're here. Are the little cuties still sleeping? Can is awake. Nuanyuan and Anan are still asleep. The weather was scorching hot, and the air conditioner had been running throughout the drive. As soon as Su Tian arrived home, his parents rushed out of the courtyard. To prepare for their grandchildren's 100-day celebration, they had returned to the countryside several days earlier. Su Tian and Lin Weier had come back to the village 2 days in advance. Can were home. This is your father's and grandfather's home. The little one was drowsy, squinting and babbling. Ah-ya-ee. Su's mother called out, let me hold little Can. All right. Su Tian held Nuanyuan and Anan in his arms. Lin Weier carried the gift she had bought for Su's parents. As a daughter-in-law visiting for the first time, she naturally couldn't neglect propriety. Tea, cigarettes, and expensive health supplements for the elderly filled the trunk to the brim. Weier, the eastern room has been cleaned. Go with Xiao Tian to the eastern room, Su's mother called out. Worried that their daughter-in-law might not feel comfortable in the village, the old couple had tidied up the new house spotlessly. The bedroom bed was covered with a bamboo mat, and an air conditioner had been temporarily installed on the wall. Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Lin Weier's pretty face. Which direction was Su's mother referring to? She only knew left and right, not east and west. East, Weier, that's west. You're going the wrong way. Su Tian shouted. Lin Weier bit her lip. Do I need you to tell me? I know, you idiot. Why don't you lead the way? How embarrassing. As a teacher not knowing east from west. Good thing you don't teach geography. Too much talking. The two arrived at the wedding house in the village. The entrance led to a large living room with the master bedroom on the left and a sunlit bedroom adjacent to it. The kitchen was in the eastern wing of the courtyard, completely separated from the bedrooms and living room. The bathroom was also like that next to the kitchen. It was a newly renovated bathroom that Su's father and mother had hastily put together. The old couple worried that their daughter-in-law couldn't bear the rural pit toilet. In summer it was swarming with flies and horribly stinky. Worse, using it left one's backside exposed to the open air, and bathing was even more inconvenient. In just 1 week, Su's father had speedily renovated the bathroom and shower room. Su's father couldn't help it. He was always afraid that Lin Weier might run away, so he had to treat her well. The main reason was that the wife of Su Tian's cousin away from his eldest uncle's family had given birth and then run off. This incident had left all the relatives psychologically scarred. Su's mother beamed. Come put my little grandchildren on the baby bed. The moment Nguyen and Anan were placed on the baby bed by their father, they woke up immediately. The two little ones stared at their father with grievance. When Lin Weier leaned over to kiss them, Anan was the first to cry out in grievance. Weier, I told you not to let her see you when she's crying, Su Tian said with a headache. How was I supposed? Lin Weier picked up Anan and hurriedly tried to soothe her. Every time the babies woke up, they stayed quiet when they saw their father, but started crying as soon as they saw Lin Weier. Perhaps that was the greatness of maternal love. Before the age of 1, most little ones rely on their mothers. Can, good baby, don't cry. Be good, grandma will hold you. Su's mother smiled affectionately and picked up Can, who had started crying along with his sister, cradling him in her arms and rocking him gently. Su Tian hurried to his mother's room to prepare milk powder. Lin Weier fed Anan. After feeding, the 3 little darlings finally quieted down. Honey, it's so hot, stuffy and stifling. Lin Weier pulled out a baby wipe and dabbed her fair forehead. Just sitting at home without doing anything, her forehead was already sweating from the heat. She didn't even dare to go into the courtyard as it was even more stuffy outside. Just after arriving in the village, she already longed to be back home wearing a loose and cool nightgown, lying in an apartment with the air conditioner on, drinking a cola. There's air conditioning in the living room. Let's leave the door slightly ajar so the cold air doesn't seep into the bedroom. Okay, turn on the air conditioner, she said excitedly. They gently closed the door and sat in the living room, turning on the air conditioner. Lin Weier crossed her legs, sitting with an extremely elegant posture, completely different from how she was in the city. Su's father frowned. What do you mean by handing me a cigarette? What bug? Winter worm summer grass. The little bug is more expensive than the big bug. Dad, these are from your wonderful daughter-in-law. Cigarettes, tea, and health supplements for the elderly. Bug, here, have a bug. Su Tian opened the cigarette pack, pulled out one, and jokingly handed it to his father. Su's father frowned. What do you mean by handing me a cigarette? What bug? Winter worm summer grass. The little bug is more expensive than the big bug. This is the little bug, even pricier than Huazi. Oh, Su's father broke into a pleased smile. How much a pack? 120 a pack. And this tea, it's even more expensive than what I gave my father-in-law. I couldn't stop Weier from buying it. Why would you stop your daughter-in-law from showing her goodwill, eh? Too lazy to banter with his father, Su Tian returned to the adjacent room. How many days are we staying? Lin Weier asked softly. Don't want to stay, eh? No, she said, contradicting herself. Tomorrow and the day after, we'll have the 100-day banquet. The day after that, we'll go back. Oh, so 3 days. The courtyard is empty. Why don't you plant some trees? She couldn't sit still anymore, got up and paced back and forth, her gaze drifting toward the courtyard outside the window. Su Tian smiled. This is my new house, built for my marriage. It's never been lived in. See, even the curtains are newly replaced. The curtains were a festive red and the bedsheets were red too. The pity was that there wasn't even a TV, only a row of TV cabinets. He had rarely visited this newly built house. The place where he had grown up was his grandparents' home in the... I see. Since it's your first time visiting, I was afraid you wouldn't be used to sleeping on a Kong, so we came to the new house. Uncle and aunt are so good to me. She was now extremely nervous about meeting Su's relatives. What made her most nervous was the meeting between her own father and Su's father. Xiao Tian, go with your father to your grandparents' place for dinner. They'll take care of the little ones. Since the kitchen hadn't been renovated, cooking was impossible. Su Tian's grandparents had already prepared the meal, waiting for their eldest grandson and his wife to come home. Okay, Weier, let's go to Grandma and Grandpa's. He took Lin Weier's hand and walked out of the house. Mom, aren't you eating? They'll carry the babies over. Grandma must want to see her great-grandchildren. Su Tian thought of his kind-hearted grandpa and his slightly hot-tempered grandma, and a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. Su's mother waved her hand. It's so hot today, don't let my little grandchildren get heat stroke. You go eat. Your grandma made dumplings. Bring some back for me. Su Tian and Lin Weier were carrying a large bag of gifts, arriving at their grandmother's home, which was also their own house. There were 4 main rooms in total, 2 of which belonged to her parents. At Grandma's house there were chickens. The chicken coop housed at least hundreds of them. As soon as they entered the yard, 2 hens rushed towards Lin Weier from either side, flapping their wings and frightening her to the point of losing her composure. Get lost, old hen. Su Tian kicked one of the hens away. However, another hen had already pecked at Lin Weier, covering her in feathers. Unexpectedly, Lin Weier glared fiercely at the chicken and chased after it. The hen instantly squawked in fear, flapping its wings and flying up to the green walnut tree. Su Tian the chicken. The chicken can actually fly. She was dumbfounded, initially scared by the chicken's attack. But after being pounced on by the chicken, her little temper completely exploded. She frightened the chicken with her aura, and unexpectedly the chicken took off in fright. Chickens can fly. I know. I meant that this chicken can actually get up into the trees and fly that high. It was her first time seeing a chicken fly so high. She was gaining new insights. At that moment, an elderly woman who did not seem particularly kind heard the commotion in the yard and opened the door. Seeing Su Tian and Lin Weier, her wrinkles were all smiles. "Oh, my grandson is back," the old lady exclaimed joyfully. Su Tian quickly smiled. "Grandma, not only has your grandson returned, but I've also brought back your granddaughter-in-law. Come on, let's go inside to cool off, it's too hot outside." The old lady was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Not only did she have a grandson back, but also a great-grandson. She squinted her eyes and looked around asking, "Hey Su Tian, where are grandma's great-grandson and great-granddaughter?" "The babies are over at my mom's place, it's too hot, and they are asleep." The old lady, not seeing the three little cuties, began to size up Lin Weier. Today Lin Weier, feeling the heat, wore quick dry shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. Upon entering the house, she actively greeted, "Hello Grandma and Grandpa." Very good, very good." The old lady was quite satisfied with her granddaughter-in-law, noticing her figure and immediately recognizing her as a woman who would bear sons. Grandpa Su, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, was thin and dressed in an old black shirt and short sleeves, looking a bit dirty, as he was heading to the chicken coop to collect eggs for sale at the village supply store. Come, sit down," Grandpa Su called out. Shortly after, Su's father returned home. "Su Tian, Su Lin, it's hot, move the fan a little closer." "It's fine, I'm not hot," Lin Weier waved and smiled. "Dad, she says she isn't hot," Su Tian said. Su's father shot a glare at his son. "Su Lin, this is our old house, bear with it, if it's not too accommodating." Upon hearing this, Lin Weier's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit angry, yet she smiled generously. "Uncle, you are being too polite. Su Tian is the father of my babies, and I will definitely marry him. We are all family. Even if this house is a pigsty, I will live with him. Dad, Weier is my wife. According to your old traditions, daughters-in-law should serve their parents-in-law, so please don't say such things in the future. Dad is just worried that Su Lin might run away like Wei Ge's wife did." Su's father suddenly smiled, a hint of bittersweetness appearing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Wei Ge's situation was quite unfortunate. He was only 4 years older than Su Tian, and his wife ran away with the child. "Haha, it's fine. I've met my father-in-law and mother-in-law already. If she runs away, I'll get my son back. Quick, grab your chopsticks and eat." The dining table at Grandpa's house was a square wooden table, and the stools were small stools made by Dad when he was young. It had a long history. Su Tian took a basin of water, and after washing his hands with Lin Weier, sat down at the dining table. There was stewed fish, stewed pork bones, scrambled eggs, and dumplings. "Weier, eat the dumplings, they should be hot." Seeing her a bit reserved, Su Tian helped by serving her food in a small bowl. "And there are scrambled eggs with mint leaves, it's refreshing for the summer. Give it a try." "Oh." Lin Weier's beautiful eyes lit up. Scrambled eggs with mint. It was her first time seeing mint cooked with eggs. The mint was chopped finely and mixed with the eggs before being cooked. After tasting a bite, it was delicious, refreshing, and truly great. The fragrant softness of the eggs combined with the refreshing mint truly made for a rustic delicacy. "Is your granddaughter-in-law a teacher?" the old lady asked with a smile. Lin Weier nodded. "Yes, Grandma, I'm a teacher, a high school teacher." The old lady's eyes sparkled with joy. Very good, very good. A teacher is good. With a stable job you won't have to worry for life. Of course, Weier is super talented. Su Tian praised. "When school starts in September, she will begin working and teaching middle school. It will be a bit easier for her, and she's teaching at the best school in Longsheng." Very good, very good. The old lady continued to say, 3 very goods. Teaching at the best school in Longsheng is quite impressive. Not only that, but Weier is also a highly educated person, fluent in 4 languages: Chinese, English, French, and Russian. This left even Su's father looking shocked. This. How could it be just a highly educated person? She was practically an elite among talents. Grandpa Su was dumbfounded. He was a rural man who had raised chickens for most of his life and didn't understand much. His grandson had actually married a highly educated wife who could speak 4 languages. Oh wow, that is truly impressive. The old lady's eyes squinted into a line, and joyfully she said, "Oh Su Tian, with your wife back home, our Su family will surely bring glory to our ancestors." Oh my! Lin Weier felt so flattered she was embarrassed, her face turning red. Did bringing her home elevate things to the level of bringing glory to the ancestors? It felt a bit absurd, didn't it? No, stop praising me, she said shyly. Su Tian explained. Wei Gu married a college student, and my uncle set off 800 firecrackers to celebrate. Being able to marry a female college student is a blessing for us rural kids. PFF. She couldn't help but laugh, nearly spitting out her mouth full of egg, and quickly covered her mouth. Su Tian pulled out a tissue and handed it to her. Grandson, remember to treat your granddaughter-in-law well. Of course I will cherish and spoil my own wife. Lin Weier felt warm inside. The big idiot just knew how to say sweet words to coax her, and she couldn't help but fall for it. The lunch was quite harmonious. After lunch, Lin Weier went out to the yard looking at the few chickens running around. She smiled and ran up to scare the old hens. One hen was so scared it flew directly up into the tree, and she quickly recorded a short video to send to her two best friends Zhang Yutong and Shen Yuchu. Yutong, quick look. The chicken actually flew up into the tree. Meanwhile, the old lady pulled Su Tian into the room and took out an antique wooden box from the cupboard. The wooden box was locked, and the old lady unlocked it, revealing thick stacks of red bills neatly piled inside, at least 40 to 50,000. Xiao Tian, this is the money Grandma saved up for you. Go ahead and spend it. Without even taking the money out or counting it, she simply piled the wooden box into Su Tian's arm. Grandma, what are you doing? I don't want the money you and Grandpa saved. Su Tian placed the wooden box on the Kong, smiling helplessly as he refused. The old lady was persistent, picking up the iron box and smashing it into Su Tian's hands. No way, my good grandson, this money is saved by Grandma. It has nothing to do with your grandpa. Take it and spend it. Grandma, I really don't want it. I have money. Su Tian shook his head. He remembered how his grandma often gave him pocket money of 50 or 100 when he was in high school. Sometimes she would secretly slip it into his backpack. Even now at 22, he still received red envelopes during the new year. The old lattice face grew stern. What money do you, a student, have? Take it. I really have money. Su Tian could not just take the money saved by his grandma. Besides, he wasn't short of money. Even if he were, he wouldn't take the old lattice money. Saying this, Su Tian took out his phone and opened the bank SMS balance. Grandma, look. Oh my, the old lady was taken aback. How could her grandson have 300 in his card? Grandma, it's 30000. He knew that if he didn't show her the bank balance, she would stubbornly insist he take the money. Alright, if you don't lack money, I'll give all the money to your dad, so he can help you buy a house in the big city. As she said this, the old lady locked the wooden box. Su Tian. Grandma, there's a chicken I don't like. I want to kill it. The old lady waved her hand. All 8 chickens in the yard have been killed. I'll kill them for the granddaughter-in-law to make chicken soup tonight. The chicken's in the coop. If you want to kill, you can kill. Okay. Su Tian grinned. That damn hen dared to attack Weier. He had long wanted to kill it directly. In the yard, Lin Weier was bored video chatting with her friend Zhang Yutong. Su Tian, 3 meters away, could hear Zhang Yutong's exclamation through the phone video. Wow, the chicken really flew up. It really climbed the tree. Lin Weier had just pretended to. Indeed, the hen flapped its wings and flew up to the walnut tree. Su Tian smiled. City folks really have no experience. They don't even know chickens can climb trees. Which chicken just bullied my Weier? Your grandpa Su will pluck all your feathers today. Is it the one that plays basketball? Su Tian walked to the center of the yard and saw a hen skillfully playing with his basketball. The chicken's claws were on the ball, running around and having a great time. This basketball was given to him by his mother when he was in middle school, and he often played with Ergo and others. Unexpectedly, his beloved basketball had become a toy for a chicken, so he decided to kill it. This chicken ran into Su Tian, really having bad luck. Xiao Tian, what are you going to do? Lin Weier, kill it. Are you going to kill the chicken? Zhang Yutong exclaimed. Grandma said we'll have chicken stew tonight. The hen struggled in his hands, flapping its wings, as if it knew its fate. Lin Weier was a bit scared, cut its throat to let it bleed. So scary. Grandpa Su had already boiled a pot of hot water in the yard, and was holding a sharp knife. Su Tian swiftly cut the hen's throat to let it bleed, while Lin Weier directed the camera at him. It turned into a live-streamed chicken slaughtering performance. Zhang Yutong shouted, so cruel. Su Tian, you're so cruel. The chicken is so adorable. After holding the chicken's neck for 2 minutes until it convulsed and lost strength, he threw it into the pot of hot water. So impressive. Lin Weier praised. She felt that killing a chicken was really something remarkable. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't dare. The dead hen was soaked in hot water for a few minutes. Su Tian moved a small stool, sat on it, and began to pluck the hen's feathers. The few chickens around were frightened, worried that they would meet the same fate as their brother, and immediately ran back to the coop clucking. The white and plump hen is done. He had killed chickens many times as a child, and his experience was quite rich. Xiao Tian, look at how scared the other hens are, hiding in the coop and not daring to come out. Lin Weier said that she had never had the courage to kill small animals. She didn't even dare to kill cute rabbits, let alone chickens. Su Tian laughed. Those chickens aren't stupid. Every time I come home from the city one of them has to suck. The cleaned chicken was taken back to the kitchen. Lin Weier hung up the phone and returned to the house with Su Tian. This is the room I've been sleeping in since I was little. Lin Weier curiously looked around the place where the man had lived since childhood. Pictures were pasted on the wall from middle school wearing sportswear and holding a basketball with one hand. So handsome. Lin Weier's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. Middle school graduation photo, high school graduation photo. She saw Lu Feng and Zhang Xiaoxue in the high school graduation photo, both of whom were her colleagues in the first high school. There were also childhood photos of Su Tian and his sister Su Jing. You were really chubby as a child, she teased. She couldn't help but think of an who was even chubbier than her brother and sister. Do you have baby photos? I want to see if you look like Can. Lin Weier asked curiously. Let me call my mom. Su Tian dialed his mother's number. His mother said the photos were in the cabinet in her room, all childhood pictures. When Lin Weier saw Su Tian's baby photos from the album, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Xiao Tian, it looks just like Dabao. Of course my son can't look any different, Su Tian said proudly. Why do Can Wan and all look like you, but I don't look like you? She muttered, feeling depressed. After all, she was the mother. How did all the genes go to Su Tian? Su Tian chuckled. You're just a delivery person. Huh, that sounds so bad. She angrily pinched Su Tian's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Grandma Su shouted. Xiao Tian, granddaughter-in-law, it's watermelon time. Grandma coming. After finishing the watermelon, they returned to the new house. The little cuties woke up and Su's mother was holding the second treasure in Wan and coaxing her. Grandpa Su and Grandma Su melted at the sight of the two little angels. Especially Grandpa Su, who had never expected to see his grandson's children and the continuation of the Su family bloodline while he was still alive. Lin Weier felt a bit bored coaxing the baby while scrolling through Douyin. Tomorrow her parents were coming over in the afternoon, and she was so nervous about the two families meeting. Nighttime. The weather finally cooled down. Mother Su finished installing the mosquito net over the crib. Xiao Tian, your dad and I are going back to your grandfather's old house. Remember to come over for breakfast tomorrow morning. Got it, Su Tian nodded. The family had just finished eating the braised chicken. The chicken slaughtered in the afternoon was already deliciously settled in their stomachs, about to be digested. Mom, don't Weier and I have a mosquito net on our bed. There are many mosquitoes in the village and my arms have already been bitten. Su Tian pointed at his arms. Mother Su ignored her son and turned her gaze to her daughter-in-law, asking with concern, did Weier get bitten by mosquitoes? No, it seems like mosquitoes don't bite me, Lin Weier replied. All right then, Auntie is going back to the old house. Mother Su turned to leave. Su Tian, oh dear, your good son has 3 big mosquito bites. Honey, this is floral water, it works wonders. If a mosquito bites you, just apply it, and you'll be fine. Lin Weier thoughtfully took out a bottle of 6 Gods floral water from her bag. To prevent the baby from being bitten by mosquitoes, she had prepared it in advance. Wife helped me apply it, it's so itchy. Lin Weier smiled helplessly at her husband. Okay honey, I'll help you. She gently applied the 6 Gods floral water on Su Tian's red bite. Wife, go wash up. Ooh, I'm lucky, thanks to you this time back in the village, I won't have to use the outdoor toilet. Oh, Uncle and Auntie are so nice. Lin Weier cheerfully went to the bathroom. 5 minutes later she came out with her legs crossed. Honey, go. Go to the supermarket and buy a pack of sanitary pads, get the 7 Degrees Space brand, she said with a crying tone. 3 months after giving birth, this is her first period, and she had hoped to delay it for another 6 months, but unexpectedly it just came without warning. Supermarket. How about using some toilet paper instead? The supply and marketing cooperative is closed. Where can I buy sanitary pads? Su Tian was dumbfounded. He was still thinking about enjoying the moonlight in the village, but his wife just got her period. No way, we must buy some. Lin Weier pouted and acted cute. All right, I'll go to the neighboring county to find a 24-hour convenience store. Thank you for your hard work. She tiptoed and pecked Su Tian's cheek. Here's a reward, a kiss, hurry up. The neighboring county, A, is about 10 kilometers away from Yuan village. With few cars at night, especially since Su Tian had obtained a God-level all-around driving skill, he made the round trip in less than 30 minutes. Lin Weier was nursing an in. Su Tian was holding a big bag of 7 Degrees Space. Why did you buy so much? Are you stocking up? Lin Weier asked, biting her lip. Huh, I was just worried you wouldn't have enough. Su Tian scratched his head. You fool, silly. He thought it best to buy more all at once. After all, women bleed for 7 days. In reality, Lin Weier only had her period for about 4 or 5 days. Put it in the trunk tomorrow morning. Don't let relatives or friends see it. It's so embarrassing. Su Tian. He insisted on finishing feeding, and then before holding her in his arms, then she went to the bathroom. Su Tian kissed an ANS little face. The little one opened her beautiful big eyes and puffed. A mouthful of dark breast milk was directly spat onto Su Tian's arm. The little one made cooing sounds, waving her tiny hands, unsure of how to express herself to Daddy. Mommy forgot to burp, her daddy will do it. The little cutie burped and stretched out her chubby little hand to pinch Su Tian's face. Hiss! Su Tian winced in pain as his face contorted, grabbing her little arm. Little cutie, you only have one dad. If you pinch him to death, who will take care of you? He carefully examined an ANS little hand. You're a little zombie. Your nails are so long it's time for a manicure. Ah yay! And was overjoyed, her eyes full of adorable smiles. Gaha goose, Rua kiss your Nuan, and Kinkin are awake moi. Su Tian knew that tonight would surely be another sleepless. Lin Weier and her daughter and son were staring at each other, pleading with grievance. Little ancestor, can you let mommy sleep? Well, okay. You only have one mom. If you tire her out, be careful of your big pig trotter of a dad finding you a stepmother. She was going crazy. Nearby, the snoring of big pig trotter Su Tian could be heard. As long as they didn't cry or make noise, Su Tian's sleep quality was still very good. Ah yay, gaga, the nighttime activities of the three siblings began. Thanks to the triplet crib made by Su's father, it had safety railings. Moreover, the two had learned to roll over. Nuan rolled over onto the red sheet, her big eyes watching her brother. Unexpectedly, Kinkin reached out to grab Nuan's face. Meanwhile, Anan stretched out her hand and pinched her brother's face. Wawa, a thunderous cry erupted as Kinkin cried, feeling wronged from being pinched by her sister. The key was that mischievous Anan was still not letting go. Fortunately, Su Tian had trimmed the baby's nails before sleeping. Lin Weier laughed angrily, hugging Kinkin and coaxing. You three siblings make such a fuss. If you tire your mom out, who will take care of you? By 9 o'clock in the morning, Su's father had already started laying out a red carpet in the yard. Su Tian and Lin Weier were still in a deep sleep. By the time they woke up, it was almost 10 o'clock. Su Tian was woken up by the ringing of Ergo's phone. Long was already driving his father's Land Rover, bringing Xiao Ku Li Ergo and Wang Xiao and I towards Yuan village. They had already agreed for the 100-day feast each baby would receive a red envelope of 3,000 yuan, totaling 9,000 yuan. Although Long and Wang Xiao and I had money and even thought of giving 10,000 yuan for each baby, they still had to consider Xiao Ku Li and Ergo's feelings. Honey, get up, it's already 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Lin Weier opened her eyes. You fool, why didn't you call me earlier? Uncle and Auntie must think I'm a lazy woman. She wanted to leave a good impression on Su Tian's relatives and friends. The babies had stayed awake until 5 o'clock last night and got up at 6 to be fed. Su Tian helplessly smiled. I didn't wake up either. The two got up, washed up, and got dressed. Su's father and neighbor old Lu had set up a red tent in the yard. Tomorrow at the 100-day feast, when friends and relatives arrive, it would be nice to have a tent to sit in that can provide some shade. The yard is large enough to set up 8 round tables for 10 people each. Su Tian shouted, Dad, do you need help? No need, you take care of your own matters. Xiao Tian, what happened to your face? Su's father looked up in surprise, frowning and asking, why was his son's face swollen? Did he have a fight with his daughter-in-law? Su Tian smiled bitterly. Your good granddaughter scratched my face. Little Anan really did hold on to his face tightly. His little lover from his past life was quite ruthless. The ointment rewarded by the system could heal instantly, but the ointment was still in the rented apartment in the city. Oh, seeing that it was not a fight with his daughter-in-law, Su's father felt relieved and thought it was no big deal. It's normal to have one's face scratched by a baby. Near 11 o'clock, Ergo and his crew arrived. Ergo knew where Su Tian's new house was and drove the car directly to the roadside. Brother Go Long, thank you for your hard work. Miss Xiao and I, why are you wearing a mask? Su Tian asked with puzzlement. Wang Xiaoni squinted her eyes and smiled, her voice soft and small. Afraid of scaring your relatives and friends since I'm extremely ugly and have a big mouth. Afraid of scaring your relatives and friends since I'm extremely ugly and have a big mouth. Miss Xiao and I, how many kids do you eat for a meal? Long teased. Long teased. Wang Xiaoni glared angrily, her voice unconsciously shifting from gentle to rough. Long, I'll crush you, I'll sit on you and flatten you. She had no idea what it meant for a woman to sit on a man. No. Long shuddered all over. Being targeted by Gang Z was a terrifying thing. Seeing the two joking and laughing, Ergo quickly stopped them. Despite Long weighing 200 g, his body could never withstand Wang Xiaoni's big butt. Miss Xiao and I, you are a bit chubby, I admit, but you're not ugly. I'm glad you could come to the baby's 100-day celebration. Take off the mask. Su Tian comforted. I won't take it off. I have a slight cold and the mask is cool and breathable, very comfortable. Wang Xiaoni shook her head. Seeing her insistence, Su Tian felt a bit embarrassed. The new house is built well. This courtyard, this gatehouse, it can even park several cars. Ergo praised. Because his family hadn't built a new house, he didn't plan to find a girlfriend from the village or neighboring towns, he simply couldn't afford it. Su Tian smiled. We only stay here a few times a year. When the kids grow up, if Weier wants to retire and come back to herd sheep, well, come back and spend the rest of our lives here. Here's Su Tian's sister-in-law some juices and milk tea from Cha, yin you say iced, and very refreshing. Wang Xiaoni took out the bought milk tea and juice from her handbag. As everyone had a drink. Long and Xiao coolly nodded. We already finished ours in the city. Su Tian smiled at his close friends. Our Miss Xiao and I is really thoughtful, gentle, kind, and innocent. You guys need to hurry up and make a move. Once Miss Xiao and I loses weight, she'll definitely be a beauty. Talking nonsense. Wang Xiaoni blushed, acting shy and coy, having been teased by Su Tian. Ergo Long and Xiao coolly wished they could crawl into a hole from embarrassment. Was there really no woman in the world? Did they have to choose Gang Z Wang Xiaoni? They wanted to live a few more years. Looks could indeed affect one's mood, but Su Tian thought if Wang Xiaoni lost weight, she would probably be quite pretty. And her gentle personality was a plus. Her family's wealth was also a bonus. It all depended on whether she could succeed in losing weight. Honey, have some milk tea. Su Tian handed the hot milk tea to Lin Weier. Lin Weier shook her head. I'll have juice. Milk tea juice, I'll drink both. Su Tian stuck a straw in and gulped down the iced pear juice. Idiot. Seeing Su Tian snatch the juice, Lin Weier rolled her eyes. On a hot summer day, drinking a glass of juice was so refreshing. Su Tian was worried about her stomach ache since it was during her menstrual period. She had her period, so it was better to avoid iced juice. Especially since it was her first period 3 months after giving birth. She needed to take good care of her body. Xiao Tian, go entertain your classmates in the West Wing. Su's mother called out. Everyone greeted Su's mother with hello, auntie. All right. Su Tian smiled. The West Room is cooler. Let's go and play cards, or play Honor of Kings, or PUBG. Let's go. Everyone headed to the West Wing. It was called the West Wing, but when the house was built, it was intended for storage. The floor wasn't tiled, just cement, which made the room cooler. There were long benches and a round table loaded with watermelon, grapes, bananas, and other fruits, plus 2 boxes of sugar oranges. Let's start with some oranges. Come on, eat. Long didn't stand on ceremony. He opened the sugar oranges and piled them on the table. Xiao coolly urged, log in, let's 5-man queue. Lin Weier smiled. You guys play? He'll go to the room to take care of the babies. All right, that makes 5 of us for a 5-man queue. Su Tian chuckled. Lin Weier glared at Su Tian. Humph. She thought her gaming skills were poor, so she made an excuse to leave. Stinky Xiao Tian couldn't carry her. All right, that makes 5 of us for a 5-man queue. Su Tian chuckled. Lin Weier glared at Su Tian. Humph. She thought her gaming skills were poor, so she made an excuse. Most were 300 or 400 yuan per table. Although it wasn't Su Tian's wedding, Su's parents had prepared carefully to make up for the baby's 1-month celebration. The chef team pre-processed the ingredients for tomorrow's lunch banquet. By around 4 in the afternoon, the father-in-law drove his beloved Ford F-150 Raptor roaring to a stop at the intersection. Xiao Tian, quick, my parents are here. Lin Weier called urgently. Su Tian and the others were still playing cards. They had been playing games cards, and had even finished all the fruit in the room. The sugar oranges hadn't even been started yet, but the 5 of them had already finished them all. Coming. Su Tian quickly put down the poker cards and ran out of the courtyard gate. He saw his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Lin Weier getting out of the car. Navigation was so convenient now, it could even guide you directly to the doorstep. In the car also stepped out Zhang Yutong with a round face and long hair. Dad, Mom, you're here, Lin Weier said. Her heart thumped wildly. The parents from both sides were finally going to meet. Uncle, auntie, let me carry that. Su Tian proactively took the backpacks from Lin's father and mother. Brother-in-law, it's so hot. Does your house have air conditioning? Lin Weier asked. Su Tian wanted to pinch her face when he saw it. No air conditioning. Oh, the little girl's mood dropped. There's a fan. Go blow the fan. The family entered the courtyard and followed Su Tian into the room. Su's father was truly nervous. According to etiquette, he should have greeted them in person, but when he stood up, his feet felt stiff. You? Hello, in-laws. Su's father extended his hand. Lin's father smiled and shook it. Hello. Then there was silence. Su's mother smiled. Come, Xiao Xian, in-laws, sit on the sofa. All right. The father-in-law and mother-in-law sat on the sofa. Su's father boiled water and made tea, then sat down with Su's mother opposite the in-laws. At that moment, the air was filled with a bit of awkwardness. It was the first meeting between the 2 sets of parents. Su's father looked older than Lin's father, his face gloomy, as if someone owed him money. Those who knew him understood he was nervous. Judging by their attire, the in-laws were clearly wealthy city people. His face was usually stern and rarely smiled. With this tension, his cheeks became even more rigid. Lin's father was the same. Only the two mothers-in-law were all smiles. "I'll have a smoke, have a smoke." Su's father pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Lin's father. Lin's father put the cigarette in his mouth, fumbling through his pockets for a lighter. Su Tian bent down. Click! The lighter in his hand sparked. Lin Weier smiled as she appreciated her son-in-law's quick-wittedness. "Dad, don't keep such a stiff face. Weier's father isn't here to collect a debt from you," Su Tian said cheerfully. That's right, Su's mother added. Su's father finally managed a forced smile. Brad, he really didn't give his own father any face. "Let me introduce everyone. This is my father and mother. And these are Weier's parents." Su Tian took the initiative to ease the awkward atmosphere, but it seemed a bit difficult. Lin Weier wanted to escape. She was dying of embarrassment. "Aunt Mom, let's go next door to visit Kin Wan and Nen. Weier doesn't like the smell of smoke either." At this moment, even the eloquent mother-in-law fell silent. He thought to leave space for the two pillars of the family. Who knows, they might just open up while chatting. All right, good. A few of them walked out of the house. Only Su's father and Lin's father remained. Lin's father smiled faintly and said, "We're not far apart in age. I'll call you Old Su." "All right, in-law, then I'll call you Old Lin." As he spoke, Su's father filled a cup with tea. Su's father sighed. Little Tian has been spoiled by his mother since childhood, and only after teacher Lin gave birth did we adults realize this matter. They are not married, had a child out of wedlock, and planned to bring little Tian to your house to apologize. Lin's father said, "Young people have their own ideas, times have changed, and we adults can only offer more help." He had long stopped caring. As long as his daughter was happy, that was enough. Although he once wanted to give Su Tian a good beating with his belt, he was afraid that Lin Weier would fight with him. "That's true. In any case, for the wrongs my son has done, I, as his father, apologize to you." Lin's father hurriedly smiled. No need, both little Tian and Weiwei have made mistakes, and as parents we have to spoil them regardless. "That's right. Since you all came today, please forgive any shortcomings in hospitality. Old Su, you are too polite. It is we who disturbed you and Weiwei's mother." "Not a disturbance, please feel free to ask for anything," Su's father said straightforwardly. In the yard, a poster ordered by Su's father was delivered, and Su Tian placed it on the steps of the house. The three little cuties looked like radiant angels, the triplets, yet surprisingly, they all looked different. The poster read, "Su can soon wan Su in an happy 100 days." The text was simple and pure, celebrating his little grandson's 100 days of happiness. Su's mother and Lin Weier were taking care of the little baby inside the house, while Su Tian and his friends were busy in the yard. The main stage featured a family photo of 5. A layer of red carpet was laid down at the bottom of the stage. "Little Tian, how do we set up the balloons?" Ergo asked. Su Tian smiled and said, "Everyone just needs to hang the balloons on one side. I'm currently pulling strings with Xiao Ku Li, just tie them on. Hang rainbow balloons on both sides, it will definitely look beautiful," said Wang Xiao and I. "Right, connect the rainbow balloons together," said Xiao Ku Li. Long didn't use a balloon pump, but blew up the balloons by mouth puffing for a long time without getting them big, which made everyone laugh. "Speaking of which, ergo," said teacher Zhang, "I can't believe you and my sister-in-law are good friends. It's surprising." Zhang Yutong smiled. "Of course, Weiwei and I are childhood friends." "Who is a childhood friend with you?" Lin Weier skillfully crafted small flowers out of balloons, lining them up in rows. Lin Weier was blowing up balloons on her own, thoroughly enjoying herself. The evening weather was no longer as hot, the sun was about to set, and an occasional cool breeze brushed against the face, making it much more refreshing. A group of people was chatting and laughing while arranging the scene. In the countryside, they only hired one host. The venue was still decorated by themselves. "Wow, these rainbow balloons are really beautiful." Lin Weier carried Wan out of the house. Little Wan's bright eyes were filled with curiosity when she saw the rows of balloons. She reached out her chubby little hand, as if to grab a balloon. Anin was in Su's mother's arms, and when he saw the balloons, his little legs couldn't help but kick in excitement. Poor Kin was lying in the stroller. "Kin, I'll hold you." Su Tian held his son in his arms. Kin was rather laid back, perhaps afraid of strangers. Upon seeing so many people in the yard, he shrank slightly into Su Tian's embrace, his little hand grasping on Su Tian's collar. "The little treasure is shy." Su Tian kissed the little piglet's face. "Yunla. Lao. Teacher, how come you're at little Tian's house?" Long's eyes widened, and he stuttered incredulously. Xiao Ku Li and Ergo wore the same puzzled expressions. How did a university teacher appear in Yuan village at Su Tian's home? Yin teacher is my mother-in-law. Su Tian's words instantly petrified them, each one of them wearing a shocked expression. If it weren't for the crowd in the yard, they would have shouted, "What the heck?" 3 times. This is really like being in a drama, isn't it? It was already shocking enough for Su Tian to have married his high school teacher. The key was that his university homeroom teacher was actually his mother-in-law. This plot is too cliché, right? So that's how it is impressive. Little Tian, you really are impressive, Ergo said dazedly. Among you who isn't planning to take the graduate entrance exam? Yun Chuixian asked. The crowd. This is really a coincidence. It turns out everyone knew. They couldn't help but admire Su Tian, who could even marry the daughter of his university homeroom teacher. This was not something just anyone could achieve. Long grinned and asked, Teacher Zhang, do you have any beautiful friends like my sister-in-law? Introduce one to me, so I can get to know her. Go away, there aren't any. Zhang Yutong said irritably. Teacher Zhang, aren't you still single? How about Long Lu Yu and Yang Xiaofei? My brothers are all handsome. If looks are what you want, they are still golden single dogs. Why don't you pick one? Su Tian teased. Upon hearing this, Lin Weier couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This was great. It was equivalent to introducing a friend to Yutong. What the heck, Su Tian, do you want to die? Weier. Take care of your stinky man, he talks nonsense. Zhang Yutong gritted her teeth and suddenly turned red. Her round face was flushed. Her best friend's baby was having a birthday, and this was the rhythm of setting her up for a blind date. Long and the others were so scared they didn't dare to speak, having heard that Teacher Zhang had a bad temper. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. This wife's best friend and university teacher often quarreled with him, and it was rare to see Zhang Yutong in such a predicament. Lin Weier laughed. Yutong, why don't you pick one? Pick a fart, they are all little kids. Zhang Yutong said angrily. Dog brother, what do you think of Teacher Zhang? Ergo's thin face was quite stiff as he stuttered. Teacher Zhang is very beautiful, but I'm afraid I don't deserve her. What the heck, Ergo, do you really have a crush on Teacher Zhang? Xiao Kuli asked. No, I was just joking. Ergo hurriedly waved his hands. Zhang Yutong felt she couldn't stay in this yard any longer. She really wanted to escape back to the city. With a flushed face, she ran back to the west room, picked up a slice of watermelon from the table, and stuffed it into her mouth. Crunching on the watermelon, a group of little kids still in school were driving her crazy. She didn't do anything, didn't say anything. Su Tian's few words made her die socially on the spot. When did her skin become so thin? Little Tian, stop joking, Yutong is already shy, Lin Weier said, walking back to the west room to comfort and guide the embarrassed and angry Zhang Yutong. Su Tian smiled. Sorry, dog brother is quite impressive. I'm just matchmaking for him. Little Tian, stop talking nonsense. Ooh, I really respect you. Ergo sighed. He thought Zhang Yutong wasn't ugly. Oh, she was just a bit chubby with a round face that looked good, but this. One shouldn't joke around like that. Xiao Tian, go to your grandfather's house and fetch the xiangqi set, Su's father called. After more than half an hour of conversation, the two patriarchs, Lin's father and Su's father, had grown comfortably familiar with one another. Both household pillars, speaking up for the sake of their son and daughter, had begun to warm to one another. After all, they were now in-laws. He remembered that his grandfather's xiangqi set must be at least 50 years old. A chime sounded. The system informed the host that he had accompanied the baby for a full 100 days and had earned the intermediate companionship achievement, fatherly love like a mountain. The system rewarded him with a perfect home, a four-bedroom, two-living-room apartment. The address, the Shengshi Housing Complex near Wanda Plaza in the new district, a on-unit per-floor elevator design. All property documents had been placed into the host's backpack, and the household registration had been recorded under the name Su Tian. The host was asked to check his inventory. On the morning of the baby's 100-day banquet, he woke naturally at 5 o'clock to the surprised voice in his mind. The system had rewarded an apartment of 252 square meters, a private elevator unit. Su Tian's heart leapt with astonishment and delight. Only last night the two families had been discussing pooling money to buy a house. After consideration, Lin's father had proposed contributing 3 yuan. Su's father admired the offer and readily agreed. Even in the city, it was customary for the groom's family to provide the house, while the bride's family at most supplied some appliances or perhaps renovation funds if they were able. Although Su's father did not have 3 yuan on hand, he could borrow from relatives and make up the sum without trouble. The families agreed to purchase the house first, then discuss wedding arrangements. Su Tian checked the prices for Shengshi Housing. In Longqing, this third-tier city, the cost per square meter could reach 1800 yuan. It amounted to several million. Nearby was the private Chitsai Yangwang kindergarten, though regrettably there was no elementary school. Even without being in a school district, the price was absurdly high. Yesterday, he had been thinking of buying a 150 square meter apartment. Today, he had effectively doubled that ambition. System, is this house fully furnished and finished? The system replied that the house was exquisitely decorated, free of formaldehyde, and safe for immediate all related items. The community access card, elevator card, house keys, and property certificate had been issued to the host's backpack. A faint smile tugged at Su Tian's lips. He felt elated and could not help teasing the system inwardly, hardly containing his excitement. Lin Weier woke, lashes fluttering, her head resting against the man's chest. "Why are you smiling foolishly so early?" she asked. "Nothing, Weier. When we return to the city, I will give you a truly grand surprise," Su Tian said, pinching the woman's fair cheek. "What surprise?" she asked. "You will see when we go back tomorrow," he replied. She teased him, demanding he reveal the secret, but he only smiled mysteriously and refused to say more. They rose dressed, and when they stepped into the living room, Su Tian was startled to find his father-in-law lying on the sofa. For a moment, he thought something uncanny had happened. "Uncle, Aunt didn't let you sleep on the bed." Last night, Su Tian had set up his father-in-law and mother-in-law to sleep on the tatami in the spare room. "I drank and woke early," Lin's father said with a shake of his head. "Go back and sleep a little more, you certainly want nap at noon." After washing, Lin's father could not help but ask, "Weier, may I go in and see my little grandson?" "Yes, come in. Su Tian and I are awake," Lin Weier replied. Lin's father beamed as he entered the room and gazed upon the sleeping second and third babies. "So plump and adorable," he murmured. "Can is awake, Grandpa will hold you." He simply picked up little Can and returned to the spare room. "Old man who favors sons," humph, Lin Weier teased in a playful gripe. Lin's father hurriedly smiled and protested. "Not true. I would never favor one grandchild over another. I promise to love all three equally. I took Can because he woke up while An and Nuan are still asleep." Yun Suatian, still half asleep, suddenly felt someone tug her hair and cursed, telling the child to stop bothering her. Her sharp scolding startled Can, who immediately began to cry. He wailed, small mouth opening in an instant of grievance. At that moment, a warm wetness spread from his diaper. "Weier, come quickly," Lin's father called anxiously. Lin Weier rushed into the room and witnessed a scene that made her want to laugh. "That is poop, that is feces, do not eat." Can, with his little piglet hands, had smeared feces on the sheet and was about to put it into his mouth until Lin's father hurriedly stopped him. In the scramble to stop him, Lin's father accidentally got some on his hand and even on his trousers. He had gone out without a spare change of pants. There was only that one pair. Do not eat, Lin Weier fretted, beads of sweat forming on her brow as Can persisted in bringing his soiled hand toward his mouth. In the next instant, Can's small hand smeared across Lin's father's face. Yun Suatian could not contain her laughter and threw her head back, amused. "Quick, take Can away," Lin's father said, his brows furrowing into a deep worry, his mouth tightening as he recoiled at the thought of the child's dirty hand nearing his lips. Although it did not smell especially foul, it was still feces. Can, oblivious to the disgust, simply smiled with the pure joy of a child. Before anyone could react, the other tiny hand smeared more. The baby had turned his own mess into a plaything. Both Lin's father and Lin Weier were understandably disgusted. Can's hands were covered in mess. Lin Weier glanced at her newly changed dress and could hardly help but cry and laugh at once. "Su Tian, come quickly," she called. Su Tian arrived at the spare room. At a glance, the mysterious substance on Lin's father's face made everything clear, and he could not help but laugh. Yun Suatian laughed until she could not breathe, and even took out her phone to capture the moment on camera. "You little rascal, you truly are daddy's little mischief. No more teasing your grandfather." Su Tian scooped up Can and hurried to the bathroom to give the little one a bath. Lin's father's face alternated between pale and green. "Weier, next time put a diaper on Can. I won't hold him without one." "All right, use a diaper. Dad, wet wipes, please wipe his face." Lin Weier nodded. "Can a wipe really get it off?" Lin's father fretted. "Mother, help Dad wipe." Yun Suatian drew herself up and snorted, saying he should wipe it himself. She added that allowing him to hold the grandson and disturb her sleep was generosity enough. Then she scolded him playfully. He was an old man making a fuss, yet he had been pining for his grandchild. Can had not eaten solid grains, so the stool was not particularly smelly. A wipe would suffice. Lin's father protested with mock grievance, suggesting that perhaps Can should smear some on Yun Quickshan's hair. Lin Weier laughed and teased, "When Can grows up, well, tell him that Grandpa adored him so much that when he was little, Grandpa once ate the poop he produced." "Teacher Lin, may Auntie and Uncle come inside?" asked Su's mother. Of course. Lin Weier called out. "Of course not. Don't you think Father's already humiliated enough?" Lin's father hissed angrily in a hushed voice. Su's father and mother stepped into the room and froze upon entering. There stood Lin's father clutching a wet wipe to his face, smudged with an unidentifiable substance that only thickened the more he rubbed. What on earth happened? Su's father asked, bewildered. Su's mother stared blankly. Sister-in-law Su Tian, what occurred? Well, it's nothing serious. The baby's grandfather endured an unfortunate ordeal. His face is smeared with Chan Chan's rather pungent offering. Hearing this, even the usually solemn Su's father couldn't suppress a chuckle. This? Uncle, you truly have suffered. Did your grandson really smear feces all over your face? Su's father urged, quick. Old Lin rushed to the bathroom. Don't rub. Rinse thoroughly with water. Lin's father scrambled out of bed. He'd just touched Chan Chan's bottom, and his own hands were now likewise soiled. He slipped on his slippers and dashed toward the restroom beside the west wing of the courtyard. Auntie, do you have spare bed sheets? Lin Weier asked. Yes, we do, replied Su's mother. Su Tian added, just wipe the sheet. It's fine. The baby's offering isn't that messy. Fetch dry toilet paper, then wet wipes or a clean cloth to wipe it away entirely. That'll resolve everything. Su's mother smiled faintly and hurried off to retrieve the toilet paper. There was simply no consoling such a situation. After all, Chan was still very young. It certainly wasn't her eldest grandson's fault. She wiped the sheet clean. In the bathroom, Su Tian placed the little one gently into a basin. He washed her tiny bottom with tender patience. The basin water turned yellow. Look at you. You've bullied Grandpa again. You've left him so heartbroken he's nearly in tears. Scrubbing furiously, Lin's father bent low over the sink, washing his face like a tempest. Once clean, he dabbed his face with a towel, then stared dismayed at the stain marring his trousers, another patch of Chan Chan's unmistakable offering. His brow furrowed deeply at first, but as he gazed, his lips slowly lifted. He laughed. Little one, look how delighted you are. Lin's father glanced at Chan, then sighed with wry amusement. There's no salvaging this. I suppose my daughter's 100-day celebration shall forever be remembered for how thoroughly she honored her grandfather. Wiping it clean proves rather difficult. Uncle, I bought Dad several black trousers. Your builds are similar. I'll fetch one for you shortly. Lin's father, half laughing, half exasperated, dabbed at his trousers. Yet the stain remained visible. Su Tian handed Chan to Lin's father, then filled a fresh basin with warm water. As he gently cleansed the baby's bottom, he remarked, Uncle, the mess has dried now. If we'd wiped it immediately after it happened, no trace would remain. That does seem plausible. Lin's father stood speechless, tears welling. Bottom cleaned. Here, Dad will help you into your diaper. Su Tian lifted the little one into his arms while Lin's father carefully dried her delicate body. Chan gazed up at her grandfather, eyes wide and sparkling with pure delight, letting out soft, bubbling giggles. Giggle, giggle. Ahia. Iya. Oh. So you're pleased, are you? Lin's father pinched Chan Chan's cheek playfully. The baby continued gazing at him, her expression sweetly dazed. Once her bottom was spotless and her diaper secured, they dressed her fully before carrying her back into the room. Su Tian went to fetch his father and brought Lin's father a brand new pair of trousers. Lin's father's emotions churned, yet ultimately he shrugged it off. What did it matter? After all, hadn't he cradled Chan without first changing her diaper? A profoundly sobering lesson indeed. With the eldest bathed, it was time to tend to the second and third. Weier, these are the longevity locks and golden ingot bracelets your mother prepared. Su Tian opened a crimson brocade box and withdrew 3 exquisitely crafted longevity locks. Clearly newly purchased, they were lovingly selected for her 3 infant grandsons' 100-day celebration. In the customs surrounding launching city, it was customary for grandparents, especially maternal ones, to present longevity locks. The longevity lock evolved from the ancient longevity cord, also known as the longevity thread, symbolizing the binding of a child's life force, shielding them from illness, malevolent spirits, and pestilence. Folk belief held that once worn, the lock would safeguard the child from calamity, ensuring health, peace, and steady growth. Hence its name, the longevity lock. How beautiful! The red cord strung with golden ingots. Lin Weier exclaimed in delight. Su Tian grinned. Auntie, I'd love to wear one. The bracelet truly is exquisite. Step aside. With gentle precision, she fastened the golden ingot bracelet onto the baby's tiny wrist. Rua. So adorable. Su Tian kissed Anen's plump rosy cheek. The infant opened her mouth, kicking her little feet, joyfully giggling with unrestrained mirth. Chan sucked contentedly on her own fingers, a sight that stirred deep, bittersweet nostalgia in Lin's father. A shadow had settled within him. Ahia. Ya. Anen peered curiously at the golden bracelet on her wrist, shook it, then tried to bring it to her mouth. Su Tian swiftly clasped her small hand. No, you mustn't eat it, he said frowning as he looked up at Su Tian. Auntie, perhaps we shouldn't let the baby wear the golden bracelet just yet. The ingots are quite small, and though she has no teeth, her gums are remarkably strong. She might accidentally bite one loose. Then remove it immediately. Su Tian gasped. She hadn't considered this. At over 3 months old, infants possessed not only strong hands, but astonishing jaw strength as well. Lin Weier had been reduced to tears more than once during breastfeeding, and Anne's gum strength was formidable. Even without teeth, one could never be too cautious. Very well, we'll take it off. Su's mother watched silently, a quiet pang of self-reproach stirring within her. Had she contributed too little to her infant grandson? Only clothes and steamed buns for the 100-day banquet. She longed deeply to craft her own longevity locks and golden ingot bracelets for her beloved grandson. Su Tian asked, Xiao, yes, surely many relatives and friends will attend today. Yes, many indeed. We won't allow anyone, relatives or friends, to hold our little treasure. They may admire her from afar only. Not even Wei Wei's grandfather will be permitted to hold her. We'll reserve holding for visits later. Crowds carry far too many germs. Su's mother nodded, agreed. I feel the same way. Most relatives are quite respectful anyway. Su Tian, guard Auntie's precious granddaughter well. Yes, Mama, I'll take care of it. Away with you. No, Mama, before marriage. Su Tian teased, feigning disdain. Husband, how do I look in this dress? Does it fit? Is it beautiful? Lin Weier's ethereal beauty bloomed with a soft, radiant smile. Clad in a vivid crimson gown, she spun gracefully on the spot, her expression utterly charmingly vain. Stunning. You're a celestial fairy descended from heaven. My relatives will surely exclaim, Oh, Su Tian has married a goddess. And every man present will drown in envy. Oomph. Flattered by his praise, she flushed with quiet delight. Su Tian took her hand and led her gently aside. Wife, may one wear a dress during menstruation? Of course, one should. A dress breathes better and feels more comfortable. Just ensure your undergarments fit snugly. Her cheeks flared crimson. Good heavens. Why had she just explained that to Su Tian? At 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Tian's aunt and uncle arrived from the city, along with their eldest son, Su Feng, daughter-in-law Chen Youchu, and their 4 children. A few minutes later, Su Tian's maternal uncle arrived with his wife and cousin Away. Away looked haggard. Ever since his wife ran away with their child 2 years ago, he seemed to have withdrawn into himself. Following his uncle every day to sell seafood at the county's seafood market, today the lunch for the 100-day banquet featuring crayfish and abalone was ordered from Su Tian's uncle. In recent years, life had not been easy for his uncle and aunt. The savings they had painstakingly accumulated were taken away overnight by their daughter-in-law. Nevertheless, they still had to make a living. They planned to save some more money and find a matchmaker to introduce a girl from their village or a neighboring one, as they were too afraid to marry a woman from outside. Away, you seem to be doing well these days. You've put on some weight. At the entrance of the yard, Su Tian hugged his brother Away. Away exclaimed, Su Tian, you're doing great. You found a wife and had a child before even graduating from university. That's 100 times better than me. Hey, I've been in a relationship with your sister-in-law for 4 or 5 years now, Su Tian chuckled. Hello, Away. Lin Weier smiled slightly. She was very courteous to Su Tian's relatives. Whenever Su Tian introduced her, she politely greeted each one. Hello, second aunt. Hello, uncle. Hello, cousin. Hello, sister-in-law. Away scratched his head in a silly manner. Su Tian, greet the guests. I'll go say hi to the relatives first. Go on, Away. Since Away's nickname is Wei Gu, which has another meaning, Su Tian always referred to him as Away. In a few minutes, an Audi A6 and a rugged SUV lined up and parked at the door. Su Tian, that's my second uncle's Audi. Grandpa and the family have arrived. Lin Weier nervously tugged at the hem of Su Tian's shirt, her heart racing uncontrollably. Grandpa had always treated her so well, but she had kept her pregnancy and childbirth a secret from him. However, she was also afraid of Grandpa's scolding. Aren't you going to welcome them at the car? Su Tian urged. The two of them walked out of the courtyard. Before Su Tian could react, 2 tall, muscular men, each about 6 feet tall, with crew cuts and sunglasses, suddenly bent down towards him. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, brother-in-law. Especially since the two were dressed in suits. For those who didn't know, they could be mistaken for gangsters. Su Tian, not understanding the situation, could only respond politely. The two took off their sunglasses. Lin Weier laughed. Why are you two in suits? What are you trying to look cool for? These two are my uncle's kids, currently in their 3rd year of high school, my twin brothers Lin Shuwen and Lin Shu. Hello, Su Tian extended his hand, jokingly smiling. Surely school violence does not exist for you. Lin Shu scratched his head. Sister, you're amazing. You actually had 3 kids. Now the uncle. Lin Shuwen said, hello brother-in-law. You must have some skill to win my sister over. Hey, let's practice a bit. As they spoke, the two little brothers put their arms around Su Tian's neck and started to drag him towards the cornfield, seemingly wanting to give him a good beating. Lin Weier shouted angrily, get away. Just kidding. Just kidding. One shrugged while the other raised his hands in surrender. These two boys seemed a bit disrespectful to their brother-in-law. Go play somewhere else, you rude kids. Uncle scolded sternly. We were just joking with brother-in-law. Lin Shuwen said. Lin Shuwu grinned. Dad, it was just a joke. We wouldn't dare hit brother-in-law. Weiwei, Grandpa truly cares for you. At that moment, an elderly man in his 80s, leaning on a cane dressed in casual clothes, looked sprightly despite his old age. Just getting out of the car, he looked reproachfully at Lin Weier. Grandpa. She hurried over to hold on to Grandpa Lin's arm. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Not knowing if women are made of water, tears began to flow freely, making her look pitiful and delicate. Even Su Tian felt a twinge of pain in his heart, unsure if it was 3 parts acting or 7 parts emotion. He had Grandpa Lin wrapped around her finger. Stop crying, my dear granddaughter. What are you crying for? Weiwei, you are already a mother. Grandma Lin said. Grandpa Lin helplessly smiled, seeing his granddaughter cry as soon as they met. He sighed, don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa, I was wrong. Grandma Lin said, Weiwei, your dad finally married you off. Su Tian. Lin Weier wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, laughing. Grandpa. Grandma, this is Xiao Tian, Su Tian, the father of the child, my husband. Xiao Tian, these are my grandparents, uncle and aunt Lin Shuwen, Lin Shu, my 2 younger brothers, the 2 bodyguard uncles of the baby. Hearing this, Su Tian smiled politely. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, younger brothers. Grandpa and Grandma Lin looked at their granddaughter's husband with quiet scrutiny. He was well-dressed, handsome as the wind. He didn't seem frivolous. The black clothes he wore gave him a touch of maturity and stability. Take Grandpa to see the child you gave birth to, Grandpa's great-grandchild. Okay. Lin Weier led the family into the courtyard. However, Lin Shuwen and Lin Shuwu blocked Su Tian's way. Su Tian frowned. Moi. Lin Shuwen said, brother-in-law, you haven't been mistreated, have you? How is it marrying my sister? Does she hit you? Lin Shu said, even if she does, we can't help you. She's a tigress and the apple of Grandpa and Grandma's eye. We can't provoke her. Lin Shuwen looked at Su Tian's face, puzzled, and asked, brother-in-law, what happened to your face? What the hell happened to your face, brother-in-law? Lin Shuowu was taken aback. Su Tian pointed to his face. So you guys wouldn't understand. What the hell, my sister is too much. She actually scratched your face and abused you. Brother-in-law, it'll help you get revenge. Lin Shuowu had an angry expression, determined to help Su Tian get revenge. However, he ran back into the courtyard, and within 3 seconds, he turned around and ran back. Sorry, brother-in-law, we really can't provoke her. Lin Shuwen sighed. Brother-in-law, marrying my sister must have been tough for you. As your little brother-in-law, I sympathize with you. Su Tian sighed. The 2 brothers sighed heavily. Su Tian smiled and asked, have you guys practiced martial arts? Brother-in-law, although my name is Shu Wen, I actually like practicing martial arts and have trained in Sanzhou boxing for 3 years. Shuowu does too. Lin Shuwen smiled. Bro, be a little humble, be a little humble. Right, humble. Su Tian felt that Lin Weier's 2 younger brothers seemed a bit thick-headed and somewhat dim-witted. Are you both in your 3rd year of high school? Su Tian squinted and asked. Yeah. Su Tian exclaimed, strong and sturdy, looking like a big Hulk. You look more mature than college juniors. Come on, let me practice with you 2 brothers. What? Brother-in-law, are you serious? I've never heard such a request in my life. Suddenly, Su Tian launched a whirlwind kick, his foot striking Lin Zuo's abdomen repeatedly. Puff! Lin Shuowu, whose weight was nearly 200 pounds, staggered back 3 steps before collapsing awkwardly onto the ground. Lin Shuwen, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. What the hell? My brother-in-law is trained. Shuowu, are you okay? I'm fine, brother-in-law, you really went all out. Lin Shuowu replied with a hint of grievance. At first, he almost panicked. As a Sanda practitioner, he couldn't even touch Su Tian. Su Tian's movements were incredibly fast, his neural reflexes reaching their peak, especially the speed of his punches, which were as swift as the wind, leaving no opportunity for his opponent. The 2 had previously agreed not to strike each other in the head during their sparring. Whoever knocked the other down would be considered the winner. Essentially, it was akin to wrestling. Lin Shuwen asked, brother-in-law, what martial art do you practice? Sanda. No, it's Jeet Kune Do. Su Tian replied with a smile. You 2 can come at me together. I haven't had a good workout in a while. What the hell? 10 minutes later. Shuowu, are you 2 beating up your brother-in-law? Lin Weier called out, anxiously furrowing her brow. Her two younger brothers had been spoiled by their grandfather since childhood, making them quite unruly. Fortunately, their second sister-in-law was their high school homeroom teacher and could usually keep them in check. Otherwise, there would have been schoolyard violence. I'm going to tell uncle and aunt. The twin brothers blocked Lin Weier like a wall. Sister brother-in-law hit us. Lin Shuwen said pitifully. Lin Shuwen nodded in a daze. That's right, brother-in-law's strength is too high. He kicked me so hard that he actually knows bare-handed combat. Or rather, Ji Qian do. Lin Shuwen said, brother-in-law is the real deal, not just for show. Sister, have you seen Jet Li in Once Upon a Time in China? Do you know about the Foshan shadowless kick? Brother-in-law can leap into the air and kick me several times. What are you talking about? Your brother-in-law can't possibly know martial arts. Lin Weier was furious. Her two younger brothers truly didn't understand. Sister, it's true. Lin Shuwen exclaimed with wide eyes. Brother-in-law knows martial arts more real than gold. Lin Weier scolded, don't joke around. How could your brother-in-law possibly know martial arts? Besides, you two brothers dare to bully your brother-in-law. Do you believe I won't give you a good thrashing? She waved her hand dismissively. Don't mess around at the gate. Your brother-in-law's relatives and friends are coming and going. It would be disrespectful if they see this. The two were chastised into silence. Their brother-in-law truly knew martial arts. Moreover, he was incredibly skilled. You two are so strong and tall. You should be the bodyguards for the three little cuties, Kin Wan, and. Of course. Lin Shuwu proudly gave a thumbs up. We will definitely protect our nephew well. Hurry up, stop standing there, and follow Schwerer back inside. Big silly pig brother, big silly pig, second brother, follow Schwerer. Lin Schwerer playfully stuck her tongue out and bounced toward the west wing. Su Tian, what did they do to you? Lin Weier asked angrily. Su Tian shook his head with a smile. Nothing much, just some sparring. You really know martial arts? Of course. I don't believe you. Although they were not the main characters today, as the parents of the baby, they had to stand at the gate to greet the relatives from both sides out of politeness. By around 11 a.m. Most of the relatives from the Su and Lin families had arrived at Su Tian's home in Air Yuan village. The relatives stood at the bedroom door, looking at the three siblings lying on the bed. Anan lay on the bed, her big eyes blinking curiously. Nuan, the obedient girl, leisurely lay there sucking her fingers. The eldest Kin seemed a bit shy around strangers lying on the bed. Super quiet, unsure if she was pretending to be asleep. No relatives entered the bedroom, only two photographers. One was taking pictures while the other was recording, capturing the beautiful memories of the baby's first 100 days. For the full moon celebration, they only took pictures for the full moon. There wasn't even any video. Today they were doing both. Lin Weier had already told their grandfather that with so many people the babies couldn't be held. If anyone wanted to hold them, they would have to wait until after the 100-day feast. The old man understood and was eager to. Lin Weier had already told their grandfather that with so many people the babies couldn't be held. If anyone wanted to hold them, they would have to wait until after the 100-day feast. The old man understood and was eager to hold his great-grandchildren, but wasn't in a rush. He could hold them later after all the relatives had left. Grandpa Lin and Lin's father chatted casually, inquiring about the situation of their son-in-law's family. Su Tian felt that the red envelopes in his hands were piling up. When the time came, Su's father and mother invited the guests to sit in the yard. On the Su family side, most of the guests were relatives with only a few friends, such as a few childhood friends of Su's father from the village. There were also Ergo's parents, Uncle Lu and Aunt Wei. As for the young people, Zhang Yutong, Ergo, Wang Xiaoni, and Su Tian's university classmates, along with Su Feng, Chun Youchu, Xin Yin Yin, as well as Xiao Dai and Xiao Chun, formed a table. Adding in the relatives from the Yun Shui Xian family, Lin Weier's uncle and aunt. At the 10-person dining table, a total of 9 tables were filled. Xiao Xian, please help take care of Wei Wei's relatives. If they need anything, just let your sister know, Su's mother said with a smile, a drop of sweat trickling down her forehead. Don't worry, Sister Xiuxiu, I'll take care of my relatives. You don't need to tire yourself out too much. We're almost done, the 100-day feast can begin. On each dining table, there was Lao Bai Fun liquor, Huazi Chongzi, and Jian Libo drinks. The chef team had already started serving the prepared cold dishes. Cold mixed pig's knuckle, sauced beef, noodle skins, mung bean sprouts. Stir-fried dried tofu with wood ear mushrooms, spicy chicken, old vinegar peanuts. Is there cola? Little girl, Yin sat on a stool, swinging her legs, looking expectantly at Su Tian as he passed by. She remembered. The last time she went to her uncle's house, he had given her cola. A super big bucket of cola. There's no cola, but Jian Libo is just as delicious. Jian Libo, daddy, hurry and open the Jian Libo. Yin wants to drink it, I'm so thirsty. The little girl chirped mischievously. Su Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Next to him, his pet Siberian husky and a big yellow dog were squatting. The two dogs were sniffing the aroma of the meat, drooling profusely. When the time came, the male host stepped onto the stage. Today marks the 100-day celebration of three little babies, Kinkin Wan Wan and Anan. It is my great honor to serve as the host of this banquet. Here I sincerely wish the three little ones a safe and healthy growth. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and moon shuttle like a weaver's shuttle. In the blink of an eye, the babies are already 100 days old. Among all the blessings in life, the most joyful is undoubtedly having both sons and daughters. Let us welcome the first little one, Su Tian, with warm applause. What a remarkable name. I wonder if any of you have watched the movie The King of Beggars starring the great star Stephen Chow. The name Su Tian signifies a dragon among men, a future luminary of great renown. Applause erupted like crashing waves. Su Tian carried Kinkin along the red carpet toward the stage. The little darling felt a bit frightened, clutching tightly at Su Tian's collar, sensing the safety his father provided, and obediently did not cry. This is little Su Tian, whose nickname is Kinkan. As the eldest brother, he will undoubtedly become the protector and pillar for his two younger sisters. Little treasure, will you grow up to be a man and protect your two sisters? The host asked, turning the microphone. The little darling, curious about the microphone, reached out his hand and responded with an adorable sound. Su Tian's parents broke into endless smiles, joy radiating from their eyes. Applause rose from the audience. The little one was just too cute and endearing. This was not a stage in the city, but a courtyard in the village. Below the stage were Su Tian and Lin Weier's relatives and friends, who could clearly see every move Kinkin made. So beautiful. So adorable. He looks like a little girl. Lin Shuowu shouted. I am Kinkan's uncle. When he grows up, I'll take him to climb trees for bird eggs and catch goldfish in the water. A burst of laughter erupted. Weier's second aunt could not help but cover her forehead. How did she give birth to two such simple-minded sons? Next is our second princess, Wan Wan, Sun Wan Wan. Lin Weier, dressed in a mature red gown, stepped onto the stage. She had put on light makeup today, but her stunning beauty still drew gasps and murmurs from Su Tian's relatives. Su Tian was a fortunate man to marry such a beautiful wife. According to grandfather Su, his granddaughter-in-law was even a high school teacher. She is a lovely and well-behaved girl. The second princess of the family, daddy's warm baby and caring little cotton-padded jacket. After introducing the second baby, Su Tian's mother carried the third baby and Anan onto the stage. Here comes our third princess, Su An, nicknamed Anan. Her parents undoubtedly wish her a life of peace, health, and happy growth. Look at those chubby cheeks, little darling. Where has your neck gone? The host asked with a laugh. Among the three babies, Anan was the most plump. Laughter and applause sounded from below, as Anan was so chubby that even her neck had disappeared, leaving only a big head. The little darling stared curiously at the microphone in the host's hand, her tiny hands reaching out trying to grab it. The third princess has quite a temper. Look at the masterpiece on the baby's father's face. The host pointed at Su Tian's face and laughed. Mischievous and naughty, Anan scratched her father's face last night. So that was it. With the host's explanation, relatives and friends immediately understood. They had thought Su Tian's face was scratched in a quarrel with his wife. It turned out to be the work of his beloved daughter. Everyone on stage watched the stage except for Su Feng's little girl. Su Meng Yen gulped down a can of Jianlibo, transforming into a food-devouring demon. Standing on the chair, she used her right hand to grab beef and vegetables, stuffing them into her mouth, embracing the proper way to feast. After eating her meat, she even threw pieces to the big yellow dog on the ground. You go ahead with your 100-day celebration. The baby will just eat and eat. Su Feng had a bit of a headache. Next, let us welcome Mr. Su Tian to deliver a speech. Su Tian took the microphone. Thank you all for coming. If there is any lack of hospitality, please forgive me. I also want to thank Weier's parents for raising such an outstanding, gentle, kind, beautiful, and generous daughter. Oof! An untimely sound came as Lin Shuowu spat out a mouthful of braised beef. Gentle brother-in-law, are you mistaken? Did his brother-in-law truly understand his sister? In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Shuowu. Where did this simpleton come from? Was he crashing the party? Weier's second uncle and second aunt's expressions turned sour, their faces alternating between red and white. The grandparents were even more speechless. Lin Weier bit her lip, deciding to deal with Lin Shuowu harshly later. Ahem, little brother-in-law, drink more water, drink more water. Shu Wen, get another bottle of Jianlibo for your brother. Su Tian forced an awkward smile. Damn. This kid's simple head was truly foolish. Did he think Su Tian didn't know how gentle Weier really was? After the brief interlude, Su Tian continued his speech, which consisted of expressions of gratitude and similar sentiments. The banquet was half over, and the babies were taken care of by Su Tian's mother, who carried them back to the room. Su Tian took Lin Weier to start toasting. First his father. Su Tian, won't you drink too much? Lin Weier asked with concern. Su Tian shook his head and smiled. There are only a few tables of people. How could I possibly drink too much? I'll pour just a little bit of wine. Lin Weier was in charge of pouring. Su Tian handled the toasting. Dad, let me toast you a glass. You've worked hard these past few days with the baby's 100-day celebration. Su Tian's father smiled. Don't say such polite words to your father. All right. It was the first time he clinked glasses with his father over Baijiu, at his own child's 100-day banquet. The moment the glasses touched, Su Tian's father suddenly felt old, realizing his son Su Tian had grown up. Why are your uncle still says this? If this scoundrel dares to bully you, you tell your uncle, and he'll stand up for you. His mother may spoil him, but my big hand never hesitates to strike. Thank you, uncle. Lin Weier felt warmth in her heart. A trace of shyness crept across her pretty face. Why did it feel like a wedding? She remembered when her best friend got married. The bridegroom also made the rounds toasting. Lin Weier's parents, sitting at the same table, felt very pleased upon hearing Su Tian's father's words. Although their daughter was not someone to be bullied, having an elder who understood reason would undoubtedly make the family more harmonious and happy. Uncle, Aunt, you can just use tea instead of wine. But Lin Weier's father poured himself a full glass of wine. I'm in high spirits today. With such a sumptuous feast, how could I not enjoy a few sips of baijiu? Haha, come father-in-law, I'll finish mine, and you can drink as you please. After draining the glass, Su Tian wrapped his left arm around Lin Weier's slender waist. You two elders can rest assured. I will never bully her. I will cherish her, care for her, and spoil her. Such blatant words flowed smoothly from Su Tian's mouth, without a hint of blush. Lin Weier's pretty face was full of shyness. To confess his feelings in front of so many people. How embarrassing. Yet, a feeling of happiness overflowed in her heart. She felt that in this life, she must grow old together with Su Tian. Brother-in-law, do you dare to bully my sister? Lin Shuowu shouted. Sit down. The second uncle roared. Oh. Su Tian smiled slightly. Indeed, I dare not bully Weier. Weier is the pearl of the Lin family, the heart and soul raised for over 20 years, the little princess carefully nurtured. Her temperament can sometimes be a bit stubborn. Enough. Yun Suetian interrupted her husband's speech, speaking gently. Su Tian, if Weier ever bullies you or is violent, unreasonable, or throws tantrums, you tell Auntie, and he'll discipline her for you. Wow. His mother-in-law's words made Su Tian feel deeply grateful. Indeed, his mother-in-law cared for him. Truly, he was so moved. From now on, if he was bullied by his wife, he would cry and complain to his mother-in-law. After the adults from both families finished toasting, it was the turn of Su Tian's grandparents. The grandmother was all smiles, her eyes sparkling with joy as she repeatedly urged Su Tian to treat his wife well. Next, it was Weier's grandparents, her second uncle and second aunt, sitting at the same table. Hello, Grandpa Su, Grandma Su. Uncle Aunt Weier is having tea, and I am drinking wine. We toast you with a glass of wine. The old man raised his glass, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Suddenly, he realized his granddaughter had truly grown up. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I was worried you would scold me for being pregnant before marriage. Dad said you are an old stickler with outdated ideas, so I kept it a secret all this time. It's all right, Grandpa won't blame you. Grandpa Lin took a sip and smiled faintly. Since you have a child, just live well, and don't play around all day. Got it. If I need money, I'll ask Grandpa. Yes, Grandpa is the best to Weiwei. In front of their respected elders, Lin Weier displayed a playful and adorable demeanor. Weiwei, when are you going to work? Asked her second uncle. Lin Weier smiled and said, In September, Uncle, I want to teach at the junior high of No. 3 middle school. What about No. 1 middle school? It's a bit far, the commute is too long. Su Tian and I plan to live in the new district. Uncle nodded. That's up to you. The junior high of No. 3. Yes, teaching junior high is good. High school is a bit tiring, and I can leave early to take care of the baby. I will work at the school, and Su Tian will open a restaurant, balancing running the restaurant, studying for a master's degree, and taking care of the baby. Su Tian. Hey, is this a joke? Can he manage all that? Is he Superman? Grandpa, Grandma, I'll toast the guests with Su Tian first. Go on, the grandmother waved her hand. The order of toasting no longer mattered. First, they toasted to the closest friends of his father, all of whom were his father's close buddies. Su Tian is truly talented. Getting married at such a young age, old Su's wish has come true. We were all planning to persuade your dad to stop working and stay home to take care of the grandchild. Uncle Lu Ergo's father draped his arm around Su Tian's shoulder, looking quite tipsy. Xiaoyan, your dad works hard every day. Every day he and I work for others, climbing up and down, operating cutting machines, installing doors, making cabinets, and busy earning your bride price. Work hard, live well, and respect your dad. Su Tian felt a jolt in his heart. Yes, Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu talked to him for a long time until Uncle Li waved his hand. Xiaoyan still has to toast, let's talk later. Right, Xiaoyan, you go first. Uncle Lu, drink a little less. Xiaoyan, now that you have a child, find a girlfriend for ergo introduce someone. Su Tian nodded, sure, no problem. It seemed Uncle Lu was really drunk. Then the couple approached the table of their eldest uncle and second aunt. The eldest uncle, like Uncle Lu, was also quite drunk. He threw an arm around Su Tian's shoulder. Xiaoyan, you've grown up, have a family, a wife, and a child. You're an adult now. Some things you understand without me saying. Put away your playfulness, work hard, and earn money. Raising 3 children is not like in our day. Your whole family is counting on you for food. Su Tian nodded vigorously. Yes, the eldest uncle is right. The second aunt smiled and said, Xiaoyan, later introduce a boyfriend for your sister, Nan. He's 2 years older and not in a relationship yet. The child from the second aunt's family, her husband's surname is Li, and her sister is named Lianan. Su Tian's grandmother had 3 children, the eldest uncle, the second aunt, and the youngest Su Mu. No problem with Yanan being so beautiful, does she lack suitors? The short-haired girl Lianan had a personality somewhat like a boy and was quite stunning. Working in a 4S shop in the county, Su Tian suspected that Yanan might not like men. But there was no evidence, just a suspicion. Lianan said, Xiaoyan, you are amazing. I'm practically in awe of you. Cough, cough. Yanan, what about your girl? I'm a girl, so how could I have a girlfriend? Lianan's face turned red. Huh. Su Tian laughed heartily. Yanan, come work in Longsheng and play with me. I'll introduce you to a handsome guy. Okay, let's see how handsome he is. Haha, sure, no problem. At the next table were Su Youwei, Su Huizhuan's sister Su Jing, and her husband gathered together for a meal. Continuing to the next table, there were relatives of Yun, Su Tian, Aunt Lin Weier, uncle, and others, along with some close friends of Su Mu, Aunt Wei, Aunt Wang, and Aunt Li. At the last table, come, brother, let me toast you individually first. Su Tian said cheerfully. Su Feng stood up, grinning. All right, let's fill our glasses first. He filled both their glasses to the brim, nearly overflowing. This full glass of wine made Lin Weier and Chen Yuchu frown intensely. Uncle, cheers, cheers. The little girl, Yin Yan, raised her second bottle of Jianlibo. The first bottle was already finished. She was full, drank enough, finished her business, and now could continue drinking. Yin Yan is so cute when can wan, and then grow up will you take the little brother and sister to play? Su Tian patted the little girl on the head. The little girl exclaimed, Yin Yan will take the little brother and sister to play Ultraman and fight monsters. Xian said, that's boring. Ooh, let's take the little brother and sister to do homework and learn arithmetic. Su Tian, full of expression, smiled and said, all right, Xian is great. Teach can wan, and then to learn arithmetic. Come on, brother. They gently clinked their glasses together and downed them in one go. Hiss. Su Feng gasped, feeling the heat from the spicy stir-fried meat. While drinking white wine, his throat burned from the spice, and he quickly grabbed a handful of peanuts and stuffed them into his mouth. Lin Weier held the Jianlibo against Su Tian's mouth, and Su Tian gulped down half a bottle of drink to wash down the white wine. 2 liang of wine in one gulp is indeed a bit much. Chen Yuchu smiled. Xiaoyan Weier is the closest friend of my sister-in-law. She's a bit spoiled and willful, so you must pamper her well. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Wishing you both everlasting happiness. Ergo said Xiaoyan, eat something. Right, it's our turn now. As the first brother among us to get married, let's raise a glass to show our respect. If we drink too much, we still need to take care of relatives, and won't leave until we're all drunk tonight. Okay, no problem. They all nodded in agreement. As for taking leave, at the adjacent table was the university's homeroom teacher along with Zhang Yutong from the same class. Just a few more days, and once he gets his graduation certificate, he can leave school early. In fact, whether to take leave or attend class no longer mattered. Chapter 101 of the current review, a huge surprise. My head hurts. How should I find a reason regarding the house? Under the night sky, Su Tian sat in the car, opening his black handbag. Property certificate, elevator card, property contract, and house keys. Natural gas card, electricity card. He flipped through the property certificate and saw his own name boldly written on it. Even the signature on the purchase contract looked almost identical, making it hard to tell the real from the fake. He had no doubt about the system's rewards. They were absolutely reliable. He curiously searched for the name on the electricity card, and unsurprisingly, it read Su Tian. System, can I move into the new house anytime? Su Tian asked. Ding dong. The system emitted a chime every time it received the host's call. Confirmed the new house is ready for occupancy and all procedures have been prepared. Su Tian took a deep breath and smiled happily. Thank you, System Moi. By the way, your voice is female. Are you male or female? Nice, the current voice is quite pleasant. If it could be a bit softer and less cold, that would be even better. Ding dong, the system voice has been switched. Host, please confirm. It seemed to have heard Su Tian's thoughts and immediately corrected that it was a robot and not a hermaphrodite without any gender. Note the system's voice can be changed to it can be male or female. Nice, the current voice is quite pleasant. If it could be a bit softer and less cold, that would be even better. Ding dong, the system voice has been switched. Host, please confirm whether to change it. This sentence was delivered in a sweet, lowly-like voice. Su Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Nice, the current voice sounds better. Confirm the change. Ding, the system voice change has been confirmed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully holding a 100-day banquet for the baby. System reward singing skill, master level singing skill. In an instant, some singing techniques appeared in Su Tian's mind. He loved singing and was generally into. Now with master level singing skills, he felt he could debut as a singer. System, are you suggesting I become? The system only provides rewards. It doesn't matter what profession the host chooses. The most important task is to upgrade to a super perfect dad. Understood. Su Tian smiled widely. Singing skills. This is the rhythm of becoming a superstar. However, he didn't plan on becoming a singer, especially since he previously obtained the children's song collection. How about being a children's song host? It seems Douyin doesn't have a children's song host yet. I still need to think of a reason to put off the house issue. He put the car keys and property certificate into his bag, zipped it up, and got out of the car. I made the down payment on an installment plan. But for such a big house, the down payment money must be at least 1 million. Mom and Dad and my in-laws have been urging me to buy a house. I need to think. Su Tian's mind raced. I borrowed half the money from Long. I made a little money from stock investments, and with my savings, I barely scraped together the down payment. The next day at noon, after lunch, both families drove together to the city. Honey, didn't you say you had a surprise? Quickly, what is it? In the back seat, Lin Weier bit her lip, holding the cute little Nuan in her arms, but her gaze was fixed on Su Tian. Surprise. Is it a proposal? The greatest romance for a woman is nothing more than a proposal or a gift. It must be a surprise gift, she pondered. Su Tian smiled mysteriously. Wife, call uncle and aunt, and let both families go with us into the city to the new district. Oh, okay. Lin Weier began to think wildly. If it was a gift, wouldn't he prepare for a proposal? Women's thoughts became chaotic. The BMW smoothly entered the city, gradually driving into Shengshihouting. When they reached the vicinity of the community, Su Tian found a parking space to stop. The car's license plate information was not recorded, so he was too lazy to argue with the security guard. After parking, Su Mu asked, Xiaoyan, why did you call us to the new district? We've already had lunch. Thinking that the son probably wanted both families to have dinner together in the evening, but this didn't seem to be the Peach Blossom Garden community. Mom, hold Can well, Su Tian said, gently placing little Can in Su Mu's arms. Then Lin's father and Yun Suaxian along with the sleepy Lin Schwerer walked to the front of the car. Just follow me, Su Tian said, shouldering his bag, holding it in, and leading the way to the community entrance, taking out the access card and entering. Honey, how do you have the access card to another community? Lin Weier asked in confusion. Yun Suaxian also looked surprised. You little rascal, where are you taking us? Teacher, auntie, you'll know once you come in. Wei, let Dad hold Nuan, Lin's father said. Back at home, he didn't know when he could hold his little granddaughter again. Using this opportunity to hold her a little longer is worth it. The group followed the mysteriously smiling Su Tian, speculating on whose house he was taking them to. Could it be that there are delicious restaurants or performances in the community? Especially Lin Weier, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation, believing the surprise the man mentioned must be here. However, in a luxury community, what kind of surprise could there be? The group followed Su Tian to building 3 Unit 4 and walked to the elevators, swiping their cards to ride up. Arriving on the 15th floor, they were greeted by a spacious storage room, and Su Tian took out the key to open the door. The 4 elders, including Lin Weier, were all puzzled and confused. The group had no idea why Su Tian brought them here. Su Tian smiled broadly. Wife, please come in. What house is this? She entered the room. Watching the faint smile on Su Tian's lips, Lin Weier's delicate body trembled. Husband, this is... Did you buy this house? The room contained only simple furniture, the wooden floor spotless. Even the bright kitchen was clean and tidy with no trace of cooking smoke, making the room seem unlived in. Su Tian took her hand. Take a closer look. Do you like it? This is our new home, our future wedding house, our home for a family of 5. Su Tian took her hand. Take a closer look. Do you like it? This is our new home, our future wedding house, our home for a family of 5, said emphatically. In an instant, Lin Weier jumped up from the ground, her face full of smiles, and leaped directly onto Su Tian, her slender arms wrapping around his neck. Su Tian instinctively reached out and caught her by her big bottom. Husband moi. A warm kiss landed on his cheek. Su Tian truly couldn't hold her body, which weighed over 120 pounds, so he gently set her down. Wife, go take a good look at our new house. MMH. Although Lin Weier was usually a bit carefree, she always had a girlish heart. She didn't mind renting a home at all. She believed that everything would come in the future, but deep down she still longed for a family of 5. Her eyes slightly reddened as she joyfully and excitedly examined every corner of the house. However, Su's father didn't think so. Xiao Tian, when did you buy the house? Where did the money come from? Su's father frowned slightly and asked in a cold tone. This brat, how dare he make such a big decision as buying a house behind his family's back and acting on his own? Hearing this topic, Lin Weier jogged out of the kitchen. If Su's father hadn't asked, she would still be immersed in the joy of the new house. Su Tian grinned and said, Dad, I bought it a long time ago. I made some money from street vending before then, played investment stocks with Long Long, and made some money and borrowed a bit from Long Long. I barely managed a down payment to give Weier a surprise. Son, you're speculating in stocks. What kind of stocks? Is it gambling? Su's mother asked with a trembling voice. She was a rural woman who didn't understand stock trading. She had never even heard of it. Su Tian explained, stock trading is a kind of investment. I also trade stocks occasionally. Sister Xiao, as long as you don't go overboard, it's fine. That's still a form of gambling. Xiao Tian is still young, it better keep him away from this kind of thing. Su Tian glared at Su Tian. Did you hear that? No more stock trading from now on. I won't do it anymore. They'll settle down and run a restaurant to earn money and support my Weier. Lin Weier blushed shyly. And Can Nu Anu and Ainen too. Lin's father and Su's father couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At first they thought Su Tian had bought the house through illegal means. To put it bluntly, stock trading is also gambling, just legalized gambling. You brat. Lin's father laughed heartily and patted Su Tian on the shoulder. Young man. Promising. As for stock trading, he didn't oppose it. A few hundred or a few thousand yuan to play around was fine, just as long as he didn't casually throw in tens of thousands. Even Su Tian usually only invested a few hundred, at most rarely more than 1,000. His own wife studied stock trading every day with her college classmates. Over the years they had lost tens of thousands. No wonder you refused to let me and your father each give you 300 for the down payment. You had already bought a house. Su Tian took Ainen from his mother's arms. Little Princess Ainen, come take a look at your new home. As soon as Ainen was held in her father's arms, her chubby little hands mischievously pinched his face. A pure smile spread across her lips as she babbled na-na-ah. As soon as Ainen was held in her father's arms, her chubby little hands mischievously pinched his face. The house had excellent natural lighting. The bright afternoon sun streamed through the large balcony into the living room. The layout of the house was 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen. The living room's span from east to west was a full 6 meters. The living room was so spacious that 3 babies could grow up playing in it. The floor-to-ceiling sliding windows offered a panoramic view of Dragon City's beautiful night scenery. Especially in the evening, one could sit by the small bar next to the balcony and enjoy the beautiful sight of sunset clouds and solitary ducks flying together, autumn waters blending with the vast sky. The kitchen was designed as an open-concept Chinese and Western dual kitchen. 1 Western kitchen and 1 Chinese kitchen were integrated together. The dining room featured a 12-seat round table with an induction cooker embedded in the center. Convenient for the family to enjoy hot pot. The entire house was equipped with smart home appliances, including a refrigerator, range hood, and washing machine. Even the curtains were one-touch controlled. Husband, the bedroom is so big, Lin Weier exclaimed. The 4 elders also looked around the young couple's new home. After all, Lin's father was younger, saving so much money and never enjoying life. Su Tian carried Ainen into the bedroom. The layout of this house is absolutely wonderful. 1 master bedroom was actually 2 rooms, effectively making it a 5-bedroom unit. A door connected the 2 parts of the master suite. The outer room could be designed as an office, gaming area, or study. Beside the soft, large master bed was an exquisite vanity table. Lin Weier fell in love with it at first sight, her eyes full of surprise. She sat on the chair gazing at her stunning reflection in the mirror. Her eyes curved in delight, and a blissful smile spread across her lips. She raised her hand to adjust the stray strands of hair on her forehead. There was no wardrobe in the bedroom. The elevator opened directly into the apartment, and right at the entrance was a large walk-in closet. The bathroom on one side of the bedroom had double sinks, allowing them to wash up without disturbing each other. On one side was the shower area, which also featured a built-in single bathtub. Wet and dry areas were separated. The toilet was in a small room next to the bathtub with its own window for ventilation. The only thing Su Tian wasn't satisfied with about this house was that the bedroom still had a bay window, though it was much larger than the one in their rental apartment. "Husband, this house wasn't cheap, was it?" Su Tian smiled and said, "Whether it's cheap or not, it doesn't matter. It's a mortgage anyway. We'll just pay it off slowly." Do you like it? Are you satisfied with the decoration?" "I love it. I'm satisfied. I absolutely love it. I love it to death." She paced back and forth in the bedroom, looking left and right, then fell backward onto the big bed in a spread eagle position. "So soft, so comfortable," she smiled blissfully. "Weier, this is our wedding bed." Puffed. She spat lightly, her pretty face flushed with shy crimson. Wedding bed. It meant they would have to do naughty things. Su Tian gently placed Anan on one side of the bed and then pressed Lin Weier down beneath him. "Reward me with another kiss." "You're crushing me, silly." "Moi. Not enough, one more." You're taking advantage." Moi, okay, enough." Lin Weier was in a wonderful mood and ignored Su Tian's playful advances. Ahem. Lin's father stood at the bedroom door, coughing heavily with displeasure. After all, he was her own father. Was she going to kiss another man in front of him, as if he didn't exist? Su Tian rolled over and got up, then picked up little Anan again. The baby seemed to know she was in a new home and kept giggling nonstop. "Dad, what's wrong?" Lin Weier tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked with a flushed face. Lin's father muttered inwardly, but said aloud, "Both families' elders are in the living room. You two should show some restraint when it comes to intimacy." Su's father surveyed the bed's cabinets and overall decor of the other bedrooms. The materials used for the house's decoration were all top-notch and expensive, undoubtedly costly. There were also some smart appliances, including a higher refrigerator and water heater, with both bathrooms equipped with hot water systems. The over 200 square meter house located in the prime area of Longqing was certainly very expensive. "Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, you can all come over to stay whenever you want, and there's no need to squeeze." The four elders had finished assessing the new home of the young couple, and they were all extremely satisfied with the 5-person household. It was an elevator building with a good view. Spacious, well laid out with 4 bedrooms and a living room. Su's father nodded. "As long as your room is sufficient for you two." Now that they had a house, preparations for his son's marriage could also begin. The little girl Lin Weier was running around the room. "Brother-in-law, sister, when the holiday comes I want to stay here." Yun Suatian scolded. "Stay? Go back home with Mom." Su Tian said, "Of course, after all, Weier isn't working, it's just right to take care of her together, just adding an extra pair of chopsticks." Weier doesn't want to eat out anymore, she wants to eat the meals made by brother-in-law." Both families couldn't help but laugh. How fortunate it was for a girl from an ordinary family to dine out, yet Lin Weier no longer wished to eat at restaurants, which spoke volumes about how difficult life had been for the little girl in this home. "All right, brother-in-law will cook delicious meals for you every day." "Yay!" Lin Weier jumped with joy, starting to celebrate. Lin's father had prepared 3-0 for his daughter, but unexpectedly, it was no longer needed. According to his plan, on the day Lin Weier got married, he would prepare a generous dowry to take home. Su Tian carefully surveyed the entire house, opened his backpack, and even had the property contract ready. This meant that the system had shown some conscience, even paying this year's property fee in advance. The property management of this community is not cheap at 12 yuan per square meter. "Honey, shall we move?" "Sure, sounds good." Su Tian shouted. "Uncle, I'll borrow the Falcon pickup truck for a day and moving." The BMW was just too small, the baby's things alone wouldn't fit. Not to mention moving. "All right, I'll help you move. I'm not going home today, I will sleep at your rental place for one more night, and then help you move in the morning." Turning to Lin's father Lin Yaodong, he smiled and said to Su's father, "Old Su, let's have a barbecue together tonight before heading back. We should have a good drink since we didn't drink well yesterday afternoon, and you aren't working today anyway." "All right then, let's have another drink." The group first returned to the rental place to rest in the afternoon. The little one had been exhausted these past 2 days running around with Su Tian and Lin Weier. "Honey, have you noticed how much energy the babies have? Their strength is increasing, and they are growing so fast it feels like at a visible speed." The 3 siblings were rolling around on the bed, their small bodies squished together, babbling in baby talk. Nuan touched Kankan's hand, and Kankan giggled nonstop. Anan was incredibly restless, her little hands constantly on the move. Whether she was pinching Su Tian's face, grabbing Lin Weier's hair, or teasing her older siblings. Su Tian leaned over the edge of the bed, gently pinching An's small feet with a fatherly smile on his face. Of course they are almost 3.5 months old now. This is the stage for them to grow. Kiss the feet, kiss Nuan little feet. Nuan rolled over with all her might, just as Lin Weier was leaning over in front of her. Their eyes met, and little Nuan revealed a delightful angelic smile, melting Lin Weier's heart completely. Muamua, Lin Weier pressed her face against Nuan's, rubbing her cheek against hers. The little darling was overjoyed. Mommy's good. Nuan is the best, unlike her sister, who only knows how to bully mommy. Whenever she teased and would try to grab her hair, she would grip tightly, the kind that could make her cry and grieve. And An's little feet seemed to be her laughing point. As soon as Su Tian kissed them, the little darling would immediately laugh. If they placed toys together, the three siblings would also fight over them. The five of them played and laughed on the bed, with Su Tian entertaining the eldest, coaxing the second, and teasing the third. The babies were growing cuter by the day and would respond to you with smiles and expressions. When there was nothing to do, he just wanted to pinch their faces and kiss their soft little feet. He even wanted to touch An's chubby little belly. How incredibly happy was that? The only worry was when the night cries would stop, then the couple would be completely relaxed. Turning around, he saw Lin Weier curled up like a little kitten, her eyelashes fluttering. Honey, I'm so sleepy. You take a nap first, it'll put the little darlings to sleep. Su Tian teased the children with toys. The little ones were all tired from playing, and pouted and actually fell asleep. Kinkin had curled up, holding onto Nuan's little feet, sound asleep. Nuan let out a small yelp as she wriggled free, staring wide-eyed at Su Tian. Su Tian smiled. Brother, sister, mommy is asleep now. Nuan should be a good girl and sleep too. He held her in his arms. Thus Nuan lay on her father's belly, pouting as she fell asleep, and Su Tian didn't dare to move, forced to be a good boy and sleep like that. In the living room, Lin's father and Su's father were chatting amicably. The two seemed like old friends, and the conversations between men were quite simple. A few drinks could bring them closer together. Moreover, with the relationship of in-laws, it was even easier. And don't pull mommy's hair. After sleeping for about 40 minutes, Lin Weier was awakened by An pulling her hair. You silly husband, Su Tian, don't put An in the crib. Lin Weier cried in grievance. Mommy feels like her hair is going to fall out from being pulled by you. Don't you care about mommy's feelings? She asked. An ignored her little hands grabbing at her hair. Lin Weier grasped her hands and slowly loosened them. Bullying mommy, I'll kiss you to death. The little darling giggled, and Lin Weier looked at Su Tian, who was still asleep, only to see Nuan's drool pooling on his chest. Oh dear. An pouted, smacking her little lips, her hands grabbing at her food supply. An wants to nurse again. Mommy feed you. Lin Weier tucked her hair behind her ear. Looking at the closed door, she dared to loosen her straps and cradled An in her arms. The parents from both families always knocked before entering the room. Unless... Creak. Lin Weier swiftly covered herself with a blanket. Lin Weier quietly walked into the room. Sister, let's go eat hot pot. Let's go eat hot pot. Lin Weier glared at her sister. Close the door. Next time you come and knock first, or I won't let you eat the food made by your brother-in-law. Oh, got it. The little girl pouted and admitted her mistake. There is a hot pot restaurant with quite good flavors 2 kilometers away, with a sign that reads Authentic Lamb from Shimin Grassland. Su Tian made a reservation for a private room earlier in the afternoon. Honey, it's time to get up. Your parents are waiting for dinner. It's already 7 o'clock. Thankfully, as a son-in-law, if it were just her staying at home, Yun Suetian would have already used a feather duster to smack her bottom. Su Tian got up and sat on the edge of the bed, bowing his head. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. Last night in her Yun village, he had overindulged with ergo Xiao Kuli Long and Wang Xiaoni, getting so drunk that he couldn't even walk in a straight line. Especially Wang Xiaoni, whose terrifying drinking capacity was truly frightening. Today he was rudely awakened at 6 in the morning, having not slept at all, and he managed to catch up on sleep in the afternoon, only to wake up at 7 o'clock. His black short-sleeve shirt was all wet with the warmth of drool. Su Tian changed into a newly bought one-piece collaboration shirt featuring the character Usopp. In the living room, Yun Suetian and Su's mother each held one of the 2 little cuties, Can and Wan. The 2 adorable children were sucking on their pacifiers, enjoying their dinner. Wait, we still need to have 2 more late-night snacks. The 2 families went downstairs. Lin's father said, You guys drive. I will ride an electric bike with old Su. An electric bike? Dad, how about you ride my little electric donkey with Uncle? Su's father chuckled awkwardly. Old Lin, will you ride on an electric bike? Sure, no problem. Lin's father stiffened. He had been thinking of each taking a shared electric bike, but unexpectedly Su Tian actually had an electric bike and wanted old Su to take him. Dad'll go to the bike shed and bring the electric bike for you. Su Tian hurriedly ran to the bike shed. The electric bike rewarded by the system had not been used much since Lin Weier had been in confinement after giving birth. It had been left for 3 months and was covered in a thick layer of dust. After cleaning the back seat, he checked the battery, which still had 60 left, enough for their needs. "Dad, this is my newly bought electric bike." "When did you buy it?" Su's father asked. This electric bike looked pretty good. Su Tian smiled and said, "I bought it earlier when Weier was hospitalized, but has been sitting in the bike shed and used. Tomorrow I'll have my mom ride it home as it is basically in a state of disuse here." "Alright, your mom doesn't drive, so riding the electric bike is just right for her. Let's go, old Lin, let's head to the hot pot restaurant first." Old Lin awkwardly raised his right leg and sat on the back of the little electric donkey. This scene made both Su's mother and Su Tian unable to stop laughing. 2 big men riding a little electric donkey, and they are also in-laws. It's quite a sight. "Shout Yin helmet. You need to wear a helmet when riding an electric bike," Lin's father shouted. As a former traffic police officer, he couldn't ignore traffic rules. Su Tian waved his hand with a smile. "There is only one helmet, let my dad wear it. At most you'll get a fine of 10 yuan. You little rascal. Shout Yin helmet. You need to wear a helmet when riding an electric bike," Lin's father shouted. As a former traffic police officer, he couldn't ignore traffic rules. Arriving at the hot pot restaurant, a car just happened to pull out of a parking space nearby. Seeing a Wuling Hongguang on the left attempting to seize the parking spot from across a lane, Su Tian gritted his teeth and stepped on the throttle to sneakily park the front of the car there. Slow down, slow down." Yun Suatian, sitting in the back seat, swayed, almost bumping her head. Su's mother scolded, "Are you trying to take off while carrying the whole family?" There was a foolish idiot trying to steal the parking spot without signaling from across the lane. I'm not going to give him any leeway. Su Tian slowly reversed, moved forward a bit, and parked the car neatly into the parking space. Su's mother patiently said, "Shout Yin, when driving you must go slowly, don't compete with others for pride." "Got it." He acknowledged his mother's words. Su Tian obediently nodded. Lin Weier felt Su Tian was quite right. It matched her temperament, trying to steal a parking spot from her. No way. Fool, thinking it's impressive to drive a Raptor pickup truck. The driver of the Wuling Shinshe was a young man with yellow hair. He rolled down his window and angrily shouted at Su Tian before speeding off. "Idiot!" Lin Weier angrily waved her fist. Yun Suatian also had a violent temper. As shaking her hair, she yelled, "What's so impressive about that? An uncivilized idiot," Su's mother said. "Big fool, stinky idiot." Lin Schwer angrily stomped her right foot. Su Tian couldn't help but grin. His wife's family was truly remarkable. Absolutely. The group arrived at the hot pot restaurant where Lin's father and Su's father were already. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, they began ordering. The flavors of this hot pot restaurant were indeed quite good. Su Tian wanted to drink, but Lin Weier wouldn't let him. After drinking like a dead pig last night, she even helped him take off his clothes and serve him. He even threw up in the middle of the night. The 3 babies were enough of a handful for her, not to mention Su Tian, this big man, which made her quite troubled. Lin's father and Su's father had both drunk almost a pound, which wasn't much for their drinking capacities. Especially Lin's father, Lin Yaodong. Su Tian felt that his father-in-law's drinking capacity was a bottomless pit capable of drinking 2 pounds. After all, he had managed to rise to the position of team leader in a public institution, and his drinking capacity was truly unmatched. The family walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Old Lin, the battery of the electric bike, was stolen. No matter how hard Su's father tried, he couldn't get it to start. Upon checking the battery, it was gone. "What?" Lin's father paused, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. "It was parked under that big tree for over an hour, and the battery got stolen. These battery thieves are truly outrageous." Su's father frowned and said, "He'll go check the hot pot restaurant to see if there are any surveillance cameras by the roadside." Lin Weier's gaze flickered, her voice trembling. Honey, look at that person holding a battery, putting it in a car. Could it be our battery?" "Where?" Su Tian quickly turned around. "Damn, that's the battery thief." Suddenly, he was filled with rage, placing can in Lin Weier's arms. He jogged to the pickup truck and said, "Weier, I'm going to chase that battery thief. You all go home first." "Idiot, if we lose it, we just lose it, or we can just call the police, can't we?" "Yeah. I must catch him, I can't let that bastard get away." Old Lin, already drunk, was filled with rage and quickly hopped into the passenger seat. The 2 of them got into the car, and Su Tian started the vehicle. First gear burned the tires, second gear revved up, vroom vroom. Third gear, he stepped on the gas. Vroom vroom vroom. The roar of the engine sounded as the pickup truck sped down the road. Lin Weier said. Su's mother said. Su's father said. The battery was lost, it was lost. He had lost 2 batteries before and had a deep hatred for battery thieves. The second time, when he was renovating for someone, the electric bike was parked under the building and the battery was stolen, and he reported it to the police. Going to the property to check the surveillance was a waste of time. The battery was never found. Losing the battery could only be considered bad luck. Wow, Dad and brother-in-law are going to catch the thief, Lin Weier exclaimed. Holy crap, how did that raptor get through? A middle-aged man, driving a Mercedes, his left hand on the wheel, his right hand groping the thigh of a young college girl in the passenger seat. In a brief moment of distraction, a pickup truck had already signaled and cut directly in front of him from the left. His right hand resumed its caress on the woman's thigh, but the pickup had already swerved to his right, moving so fast that even the old pervert couldn't react in time. Dumbass, that's a drift. The Mercedes driver involuntarily withdrew his hand. The college girl in the passenger seat squinted her eyes, looking utterly entranced, already soaking wet. Why did you stop? Stop my ass, I saw a god of driving. In that split second, Su Tian had already cut across 3 lanes. The movements were fluid and seamless, almost unbelievable. Anyone watching would have thought it was a race. Xiao Tian, let's slow down. They'll call the police to coordinate with us in catching this battery thief. Less than a minute after getting into the passenger seat, Father Lin felt as if he had sobered up. He was scared sober. Su Tian's driving was simply too fast. It was terrifying. The clutch and gear shifts were unnaturally smooth. Indeed, Su Tian had become one with the car. The god of driving skill granted by the system, his driving technique was being put to use for the first time to catch a battery thief. Slow down, slow down. The father-in-law roared in anger, his right hand gripping the overhead handlebar, fearing Su Tian would rear-end another car. The kid kept changing lanes endlessly. Uncle, I see that van. Don't worry, it's fine. Leave the thief catching to me. Father Lin took a deep breath and lit a cigarette. I've already called old Chun. He's contacted the officers on duty. We just need to cooperate with him. All right, I'll catch up soon. Su Tian gritted his teeth, glanced at the rearview mirror, and floored the accelerator. Vroom, vroom. It was already 10 o'clock at night. The roads were much emptier, not during peak hours. Within a minute, Su Tian executed a sudden gear shift, accelerating hard, alternating between shifting and braking. At that moment, he became the god of Akina. The pickup truck steadily followed the Wuling van. The dashcam in the car had already recorded the license plate of the Wuling. But the battery thief was likely using fake plates. Just keep following, Father Lin instructed. The alcohol had completely worn off. He was now fully alert. Captain Lin, this is Xiao Chun. Where are you now? Are you following the battery thief? Officer Chun called old Lin, his tone full of respect. Longfei Avenue, in the new district. The thief turned into Tungfei South Road. Okay, well, dispatch motorcycle police and set up roadblocks ahead to intercept. All right, keep the line open. The thief might have spotted me and could change routes any time. Su Tian frowned. Wasn't this Wuling trying to steal my parking spot earlier? His mother-in-law had even cursed him, calling him an idiot. It's going into a small alley. Should I follow? You're already in, so don't ask me. Remember, don't get out of the car. Don't underestimate these thieves. They might have knives. With a screech, the Wuling van suddenly slammed on its brakes. Su Tian instinctively tapped the accelerator. The next second, 4 young men got out of the Wuling. A guy with yellow hair had a cigarette in his mouth, while the other 3 held knives. You think I'm blind? Why are you following me? Want to fight? The yellow-haired man sneered, slapping the hood hard. Father-in-law immediately opened the door and got out. His expression shifted instantly.